curat nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bolnăviare, drăguță mioară. Stăpânesc, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi te-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Dumioara mea, să te îndori Fetilitor măguli, du-du-du-du-du-du, oilili prăpădin, du-du-du-du-du-du, ai, oilili prăpădin, ai, oilili prăpădin. Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâinii, că-ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du, m-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du, bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, din păscuțel le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriu rudu. stăpâniți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătești și...
They're gonna hit the tower though. No one
Bottom.
is looking for it. Titanic.
The Ice Blast coming in.
It's a perfect one.
And indeed it is. Look at that. My goodness. The boys on edge today. The Ice Blast is going to wear off now. The turn another Dragon Tail onto PP. No one pops the BKB. Pike moves in with balance strike. They're trying to kill off the Cottle.
They got
Don't get him. 9 class to fall.
Can they chase for more?
They need to try. Edge. Any further catch? Pike leading the way. Onto Dekalis. They have the X mark into the Torrent. DM's coming with the Burrow Strike. Dekalis is gone, and now with the balance down to the DM, they're going to get the Sand King as well.
Pike.
Triple kill for Pike.
Well, got the juice rather, but got the juice now in danger as well as he's been jumped by Pure. He's down. Buyback immediately here by the gyrocopter. Pure's going to look to retreat. Peter Malice to lock him down a little bit, and the chase will be on. But BetBoom, I think they're just going to kite out until they have this enrage back up for Pure. In fact, never mind even the enrage. They're just jumping back in. Miero, has he gone too far? The escape back will save his life once again. Meanwhile, Pure taking down Zayats and Reedies. Both supports are down. Triple kill for Pure. GPK in with a huge avalanche on the 3 targets. They found up the juice. Pure looking for perhaps a rampage in this game 1. Got the juice is gone. That's an ultra. He's looking for that rampage. PMA trying to run, but Pure surely has him. And he does. Rampage for Pure. He will die in the end. Here we go. They'll move in now. Roar out immediately from Miero and got the juice. My goodness. It's looking pretty dry for him at the moment. I'll tell you what. PMA going to move in. Miero, meanwhile, just cleaning up. Niku just going down so quickly to Miero, and PMA is just unable to do anything to save Zayats here as PMA is losing his own Brewlings in the meantime. They call it. GG well played. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him.
I mean, well, the Ember pick, we're looking at probably another Mage Slayer carrier. I think that's what they're looking to finish up their lineup with. They maybe had some other... Miposh just stole the ward! Oh my god, he actually is able to just walk in and take it. Are you kidding me? They had the ward down beforehand. They saw him drop it.
Oh no!
I mean, there you go. I've never seen this in a pro game, Owen.
The sound as well. He's just casually walking on off. They do get the shackle shot in. Now they're bringing him low. Nightmare comes in to break him out of the combo. The stun comes in. They'll try and take him out. Of course, it's going to keep him alive.
He saves him.
Radahn survived. What's going on?
Did he just toss the centaur while he's inside the
They
workhorse?
both got tossed forward together. It was beautiful. Radahn, he does still die, but they're having to come in with the buybacks here from Shiro to try and hold. Nothing to say. Very low on the mana. The Nightmare controlling him. Collapse steps up with the hoof stomp into the ice path, into the searing chains. Nothing to say. Goes down. No buyback for him. Triple kill for Lal. Shiro is cleaning up a couple of them.
He's alone now, though. Laurel, he's the one who's doing the work. He's got the nullifier. The workhorse pulls him in.
There we go again. Collapse, ready to run them down. Ultra kill for Lal as he does it from the back of the car.
The Tide, of course, has the Ravage up and actually does commit it. Hitting only one so far. Samel, he's going to jump in with the raw out. I believe that was purged off immediately. Meanwhile, Mbappe with a perfect epicenter. He's found Noob, Omar, and GH. And NGX are falling apart as they finally get Sibbe, but what does it matter? Just so much emphasis on trying to kill this Tide every fight. Meanwhile, mid, though, they have caught out the Bristleback. This could be a big turning point. With the goal, they will get out of this, but here comes Ghost to try and help out. And Noob is just not dying yet. He's still making it out. He finally goes down, but look at Ghost. Oh my goodness.
I think it's pretty similar for the heroes that he's playing in Meta right now as well.
Avalanche on a 2, Mystic Flare down. They've also got the shot that lands on a Nightfall, and all of a sudden Tundra come through with a vengeance. They take out Toronto, Tokyo. They take out Nightfall. This Gale Force is making Mira's life very difficult. They've got the Radametos to get the control on to this Hoodwink, and they'll finish off Mira. BCM gonna burn out here to Panto's Macro Pyre, but it's an Ultra kill for 33 with the Bristleback. Kind of wonder with the global silence, but do they have the damage? The Lotus Orb, the Guardian Greaves, they've got the heal, and the sustain is there to make sure that this anti-mage is able to survive. They'll take out Chrysalis once again.
Oh my god, that's it. That's the combo.
They go on him a little bit of Natsumi, but the follow-up from XM. Nice calling, though. There's a Wheel of Wonder as well. Big Illuminate Blast going to be ripping through these Talon heroes. It looked like they had positive initiation, but the damage output of XG is just too high. Mikoto also getting caught by a Bottle Strike. XM finishes him off. On the high ground, look where Ame is. They do have BKB on the Tiny, ready to reveal. And now the jump in. XM, he finds 2 cores on the back end. No BKB activated just yet. Wheel of Wonder instead thrown forth by Shin-Q. Mikoto couldn't get the crush. Instead, he finds himself getting horn tossed RP. Can they finish him off? Ame is right next to him in the slot off form, so of course he dies. Now we see that Natsumi, he's trying to go 1v1 versus Ame, but it's a mistake, my friend. Close to the tier 1 tower as well, so he's also taking damage from the building. Ame with the double kill, make that triple as he cleans up Cuckoo. We see WS trying to escape, but the Tame the Beast says no.
Well, with how much damage the tower's taking, this is not rocket science.
They're gonna start the fight though. Ravage connects on the 2, and this time around it's not gonna be enough, but the RP in return catches on the 3 heroes. Yokam already gone. Natsumi follows him into the grave. The last remaining member is gonna be Mikoto, but not for long.
He's gonna go in for it.
Lopez goes in to reveal the Aghanim Scepter, gets the catch onto the small fling. Do they have their follow-up? Wheel of Wonder is gonna come out, but Joe Podge is dying faster. He gets out, but Tomato, he comes back. Satanic, he life steal through Yuma. Back up to 100% HP. Analog needs to get out of here now. They brought back on Yuma, but he definitely cannot come back to this fight. That's on the scene. Oh, there's a blue hole on top of the Wheel of Wonder. The second one comes in. Schofield gone in the blink of an eye. Stolen snowball from Yuma will buy some time with KJ, but doesn't really mean anything because KJ about to die. Yuma, tidal wave, drags him outside of the fountain. Yopaj hexes him just to make sure he can't escape there. Another one, another blue hole showing up. They kill off the Slaughter this time around. He will be forced to buy back. KJ, yet another snowball to buy Yuma some time. Yuma now going in the opposite direction, trying to at least kill off the Ringmaster or the Tinker, but they're too tanky. At least the Tinker, at least one of them, no! He gets held in place, he cannot move, Sin. He gets killed off, 2 minutes in the grave, no buyback, and Skem is still alive. KJ will suffer the final indignity of the last death.
Boxy popping the drum.
Crit weaving, man. He avoids a lot of that Ice Blast flying through. And it has that connection, but the global silence was used, and now they're turning this around, or at least trying to, on Malrine. He's low, Searing Chains, tame the beast to get the kill. And the look over at Skeeter, he's in pretty far. Nisha doesn't have Searing Chains just yet, but the Remnant now, the toss into the black hole! Little alley-oop! Mickey just kind of standing here waiting for Amar to come over. They've got the Doom, but now Simmerway with the BKB. He's going to throw that black hole. It's going to be on to this Terrorblade. But they need the damage. They don't quite have it. They'll look for the Sunder, but they've got the stun. Can he get it off on anybody?
He can.
He heals back up to full. Saberlight, Boxy, and Sadia fought him out. Reed. Nisha looking next. Ultra kill for this Sand King.
So much action yesterday in the Dota 2 here for PGL Wallachia Season 4. Today, we hope to have similar styles of action coming your way. It's day number 3 here for the Swiss group stage, and that means it's a very important day. We could see some teams already qualifying to the playoffs. We could see some teams getting eliminated. I know, it's that day already. I'm here with Fear and Jenkins here to talk about everything. Good morning, Fear. How are you doing?
Good morning. I would rephrase that we will see teams.
We will see teams
going away. Yep. And qualifying. So that's very exciting, I think. I always enjoy watching teams go home, specifically. Yeah. I mean, qualifying the playoffs, that's not very exciting at all. Like, until you're eliminated or until you win, those are the exciting things.
Wrong.
So we'll see.
Wrong.
Right.
Wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Consider Aurora. 2-0 Aurora. Upper bracket team. Nightfall. Prime carry. That's exciting.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all I got.
I mean, I agree.
Sure. He says 2-0, but I don't believe they have 2-0'd anybody.
No, they don't do that, actually. They usually get 1-2'd, but they're 2-1-ing this time.
Yeah,
this is great.
They're doing okay. They're doing good. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday, because we did have a lot of games yesterday split over 2 different streams. This is what happened on stream A, and we did have Aurora there. We see 2-1 against Tundra, I think, actually. Of all the series that we saw yesterday, Jenkins, is that the one that you were expecting least?
Probably. I mean, I think that's the lower seeded team winning. I think all the other ones. I mean, maybe Liquid Falcons. I'm not entirely sure how they're seeded because Liquid, TI winners, they won previous Wallachia. But depending on the tournament that you look at, Liquid can bomb out or literally win the entire tournament, whereas Falcons kind of consistently does very well. But yeah, in terms of expectations, I think 2-0 Falcons over Liquid is not like some unexpected thing that could happen.
No, if anything, the same result would be there, just maybe with a game that Liquid takes off.
Yeah, sure.
Well.
Yeah.
So that's fair enough. And we also had a secondary stream where we saw the losers of the day before that go up against each other. So this is a very, well, for Fear, very exciting screen to look at, because the teams that lost here are the teams that are up for elimination.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were going to say Shopify Rebellion winning from the NA region. That's very exciting, too.
Is it?
But, yeah, I think in general, like, we're going to see some of these teams that are struggling, fighting for their lives. And why that's enjoyable for me, it's not that I love the suffering. It's more of like, can they, in the clutch, prove that they have what it takes, to stay in the tournament? Can they do the research and then come back from a difficult situation? And I do want to see a lot of these teams, like these Heroics and Talons, find a way back into this tournament.
Yeah, we did also see, I mean, if we look not just at the teams that have been losing here, but also teams winning, I think it is important to note that that BetBoom and Nigma Galaxy, they both won their series, Xtreme as well, and they're now on the 1-1s, and these are all teams that we expect they can do a little bit more. And I name Nigma Galaxy in there because I do believe that they should be in the middle of the pack, but maybe we should spend some more time talking about BetBoom, because this is a team that we expect to be at the top 6, Jenkins.
Yeah, in the last tournament, they did do pretty poorly on the first day. So it's not like, historically speaking, this has not happened for them. I mean, it is definitely more punishing in a Swiss stage format. But I will say the match that they had yesterday, the series they had yesterday, was one of the most dominant series of Dota that I have ever seen. So depending on the day with BetBoom, like Fear, we were talking about how Aurora and BetBoom are kind of sister teams almost, because they have some of the players from each other from the original BetBoom lineup, and so you kind of have that spark of like it can be 50-50. I think BetBoom's far more consistent, but you can still have those days where they don't absolutely devastate. As yes, of course, we see the shortest games here at Wallachia. That is a 16-minute, 43-second game that they played yesterday.
Almost unheard of in this patch.
It is literally the fastest game ever at a Wallachia. So BetBoom, yeah, they looked great yesterday.
Yeah, as we're gonna see the shortest game yesterday from perspective of Kataomi.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at this. I think that a lot of the time people are questioning, how is it possible that a short game can happen like this? So I wanted to take a look at the story. We're going to tell story time here. Fear, as we can see, GPK, typical mid laner, feeding, going down to the Huskar, but it's okay. Kataomi, he's going to come mid and he's going to salvage. By the way, he already has 3 kills by now, puts this beautiful, fantastic ward down, and then later on uses the ward to see Huskar, the hero that just solo killed, by the way, his mid laner. Go ahead and speed up here real quick. And the same ward, very quickly, we'll see Ringmaster on that ward, so he knows that this is a free go on Huskar, that the TP has to come in. By the way, watch the Coddle here. He uses the Chakra Magic on the Crystal Maiden. That's quite a good combo. So I did want to look at the supports in general, but we don't have time for both of them. I can guarantee you Save is doing the same thing on the other side of the map that Kataomi is doing. So TP's out, and here is what he basically set GPK up for. Right? Solo kill on the Huskar mid. Like this is, you have good cores. You go to their lane, you salvage their lane, and they are going to do stuff with the network that you give them. And then on the bottom lane, this is Pure, who he set up for a fantastic game, and he's also, here helping with this gank. I just wanted to show how a few good support rotations and kills can lead to your cores completely snowballing. We're not looking at Miro here just because he actually had a really solid game completely on his own. But, winning 2 out of the 3 lanes this devastatingly, like this is like the 3rd double kill that they've gotten down in this lane. And then this is the final nail in the coffin here for NAVI. NAVI Junior. They were not willing to continue to play this game out after this one, as Miro on the sideline is getting a double kill. They're chasing the pandas. This is 3 heroes dead. Triple kill for Miro, and they call GG.
Back.
Yeah, the Huskar bought back, and then the Brewmaster GG'd out.
Are you sure this was a competitive game?
It was a competitive game.
And my pubs.
And by the way, this could have been like 5 minutes of highlights. I just didn't want to. We missed like 5 Kataomi kills in the early game. I just wanted to show the ones where he's devastating mid, he's devastating the bottom lane, and giving his cores that advantage in the game. But he did that a few times. These are just a couple of the kills.
Yeah, super impressive from BetBoom, who we'll also see in a little bit. So we'll talk more about them later. But there is first a thing that you guys should be aware of, a sort of announcement, if you will, Jenkins.
Yeah, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, you keep saying my name.
We've been working together for a long time.
It's been 3 days.
I've enjoyed it so far, but I know you really like your Warlock. Stop interrupting me. You interrupt. This is why we have to.
All right, carry on. Sorry.
So Warlock is banned. Unfortunately, Warlock will be out. You cannot pick it in pubs right now. There was a bug with the Black Grimoire. You could duplicate it by marking it to sell and then sending it back on your career.
You don't have to tell people how.
So if you want to abuse Warlock.
Okay, here's the announcement, everyone. Warlock is not pickable. You cannot pick it. It's not in the pool.
Not pickable.
But if you could, here's how you abuse it. We're gonna have clips. Roll the clips, guys.
No. Not pickable in pubs. Not pickable in pro games. You should be aware of this, in case you're wondering why we, for example, won't see any Warlock PA lanes, which have been pretty popular, although Warlock hasn't been winning that much anyway, with a 1-to-4 ratio so far, so it's not great. So maybe it helps teams not pick Warlock. But we should move on to talk about some heroes that people maybe also should not pick, because we've had 2 days so far already, and some of the heroes just seem very overrated.
Yeah, I wanted to pose this as a question to the TI winner, Fear Darkness 69, because these heroes, I feel like Brewmaster has looked kind of okay. Natris has looked okay when we've seen it, but apparently we're only looking at the 16% of matches where it's winning. What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, we saw this in many other tournaments, all these heroes that are considered OP. Not everyone has specialists that know how to play it. I think Wind Ranger, I totally get. This hero's not very good. I think it falls off, doesn't scale. I think Brewmaster has the same issue right now. Like, this hero looks great for the first 15, 20 minutes, but in late game, what do? Like, you split, and then at that point, your carry, or you have a lot of AoE on the ground, it just dies immediately.
Yeah, it seems like people are just killing the pandas.
Yeah, of course you do. They're not very tanky anymore.
Yeah.
So they die out very quickly. I feel like Kunkka still has a place for sure in the meta. And as far as Nature's Prophet, this hero is still really good. We saw Satanic on it. It looked amazing. But you have to know how to play around this hero and make it work. So they're still good heroes, but you need to pick them in the right game, essentially.
Yeah, we'll see if teams do that today. Let's take a look what is coming our way today. We've got 2 streams once again at one of the final 2 days coming, with 2 streams still going on at the same time. Let's take a look what's coming on the B stream. We're going to start off with Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy, Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion, and then these matches, Fear, the last 2 series of the day. These are the ones that you're not want to miss.
Yeah, I mean, I think this AVULUS Heroic game might be helped a lot by the Warlock ban, because I know Fly and King Jungles do like their Warlock, and it doesn't seem to be working out too well for them. So we'll see a new hero come out for them. But yeah, Talon, Navi. I mean, I have to give the edge a little bit to Talon. Navi looked a little bit weak at this tournament, and AVULUS, I'm going to give him edge against Heroic too, because Heroic is also not looking the best at this tournament. So we'll have to see. Maybe there'll be upsets, though.
Yeah, we'll see later today. Also later today, it's not just eliminations that are happening, it's also advancements, Jenkins, with PARIVISION, Falcons, Spirit, and Aurora.
Yeah, we have some bangers. Spirit Aurora, I'm excited for that one. I mean,
surprise, surprise.
Yeah, that's a good one. Spirit games are always extremely interesting. Aurora always ends up going 1-2 or 2-1. Falcons, PARIVISION, I mean, all of these are bangers, to be honest.
Yeah.
The one where I think we're looking for the underdog story is definitely the first one, Edge versus BetBoom. BetBoom is, I would imagine the odds are definitely quite in their favor. Maybe people could argue that Edge has slipped by until this point, and BetBoom maybe slipped in the other direction. So that one might not be so close, but we'll see.
We will see. Let's focus our attention on that first series, Edge versus BetBoom. Both teams are sitting at a 1-1 record, so no elimination here yet. But as mentioned, we expect BetBoom to do well. And Edge is coming in as the challenger. It's another one where I feel like Edge is maybe a little bit of the underdog here, Fear.
Yeah, you would imagine so, just because this is a team that doesn't have a lot of experience on LAN. And they're playing versus BetBoom, you know, a household name from Eastern Europe, showing up to every single LAN for the past couple of years. So I think experience-wise, BetBoom definitely has the edge here.
Yeah, I would agree. I will say, though, Pyke, since he came onto the Tier 1 scene, let's say, on Beast Coast, I feel like Pyke has looked like an incredibly solid carry. And if he can get to a point where he has some net worth, if his team is not super behind, if he's in a game where even if the team is behind, it's not like completely devastated, I do trust in his ability to like 1v5 when he's playing these really hard carries like Morphling, PA, Terrorblade, and him and PP have looked like an absolutely fantastic combo. But between the two of them, PP's playing a lot of these kind of get in there heroes, just making space for Pyke to do his, to do his stuff. So I think if Edge is going to win in this series, it's going to be through like Pyke having some insane performance, with PP also popping off.
Well, you do mention the ifs, considering on the flip side, especially on the flip side of Pyke, there's Pure. And he's considered to be one of the best carries at the moment. Fear, this is a tough ask.
Yeah, he's very consistent, though. I think Pure does a lot of things for his team that Pyke won't do. And I think that big thing is versatility. But I think for Edge, though, you don't really need that versatility. I feel like you do just play around Pyke's hero pool, let him be the hard carry. What I want to see from Edge is more consistency, right? Mm-hmm. We saw in their earlier series, they're trying to chase around some 9-class Venomancer in the jungle. Like, this type of stuff just isn't going to work versus the best teams. They know how to adapt. So I want to see more of, like, 4 protect 1, allow Pyke to play your carry, and this is a good 4 protect 1 patch. I think they can definitely make it happen.
I will say, I feel like the style of BetBoom cheese is a lot easier to deal with than the PARIVISION cheese. Like the jungle.
They overreacted to the cheese.
Yeah,
is what I'm
definitely. But I guess what I'm saying is like, let's say GPK picks Huskar. This is a very traditional form of cheese that I think most like high skilled Dota players will know how to deal with. Whereas like 9 class whips out some 4 pause Veto or Slark, and it's like, well, how in God's name are we going to deal with this? You know, it's something that like pushes you out of your comfort zone. So maybe in more of like a normal matchup, Edge will not look as completely destroyed as they did by the PARIVISION Veto.
Now, one thing that is a big difference between Edge and BetBoom is that BetBoom has been playing a lot of the recent tournaments, have gone very deep in the recent tournaments, so there's a lot of data to go off of, and with the absence of Dota 2 Pro Tracker, that means you just have a lot more information on BetBoom than what BetBoom would have against Edge. Do you think that will give them an advantage?
Yeah, we said that in the
You wanted to say Edge so badly there. I could see it in your eyes.
We said that in the PARIVISION series too. It's like, they were playing versus a team that just won a LAN. Clearly, they have more information now, but I think the information, because there is no Dota 2 Pro Tracker, is ever changing that much faster that every day that goes by, if you're not keeping up with the meta of the pubs or whatever it might be, you're not playing enough, it could have changed already. Yeah. So whatever BetBoom did at the beginning or day 1 of this tournament or in Raleigh might not be relevant anymore. Right?
I mean, yeah, I completely agree with that take. Look at the bans. Sand King first phase ban. Yeah. Like, this is something that on day 1 was just not a ban. It was maybe a second phase, like, casual pick hero, but more and more people are valuing Sand King because it just seems like the most versatile. Like, you can pick it in any game offlane.
Just can't stop it.
It's going to do fine, yeah.
And that's generally like how these first picks go. Either the hero's just so OP, I'll bring us back to like the Lina carry meta, like doesn't matter, just pick this hero, you'll be fine. Or you can flex pick it, like TA for example, can go multiple lanes. Or Sand King in this case, no matter what, it's gonna have a game. This is like how good drafting happens. Like you pick a hero, no matter what happens, you can counterpick it hard as you want, it still will have a game. Oftentimes while we see supports early on, but you've got to pick a core every once in a while in that first phase too. And speaking of heroes that can flex, Beastmaster goes to all 3 lanes. Hero's quite the menace.
Yeah, and it is interesting. I mean, the first day and the previous tournament had 100% contest rate of the Nature's Prophet. We saw the win rate just now at the start, and it's not looking good, so ignore it for now.
Speaking of bad win rate heroes, they do pick the Kunkka, although I will say BetBoom is one of the teams that popularized this because Miro will play it and he plays it very well. And I do feel like there are a lot of teams that have tried to copy the style of BetBoom and throw the Kunkka into the offlane, but it does require a particular type of player to play it. So for this team, I like it a lot more. And anytime you have a Kunkka, I'm just looking at heroes like, I mean, Ancient Apparition's not in the pool, but anything that's like long range poke, this feels really good with Kunkka because the X boat or X torrent, like it's so non-committal that you can like play the poke game, which is really nice, especially against a hero like Beastmaster. He's hard to commit to.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, like, I personally am not a big fan of the offlane Kunkka right now. I feel like in mid, it has been a lot better for me. Just because I feel like from the offlane role, it just isn't scaling in a way that I personally think this hero should be scaling. If we look back at, I think Bezium might be the best Kunkka in the world right now. And the way he plays it from the mid lane, he always gets his farm, he always scales. But these offlane Kunkkas get in a point sometimes where, like, you know, we last picked a Huskar or something. Now our carry needs farm, our mid needs farm, and you're left in this utility position as an offlane Kunkka. And that, to my opinion, just doesn't feel good. And I feel like we've been seeing a lot of these offlane Kunkkas falling into that trap. And I believe even Miro has played it himself this tournament, if I recall.
Yeah, he did.
And he lost with it as well against Tidebound. And I think it was like a similar situation where, like, you have this offlane Kunkka, but this mid Slardar also needs a lot of farm. So we'll have to see how it goes. But Kunkka, in my opinion, used to be this big counter to Beastmaster. But I feel like that's back when Beast went Helm of the Dominator. Now that you go this like kind of Ags rush, it's not clear-cut counters it used to be, I think.
Especially because Beast can be played carry mid. It's so hard to determine what this hero is going to do in the game, which is why I think also, like, you know, Kunka Muerta, pretty generic, non-revealing heroes, you know. Muerta, I think we talked about at the start of the tournament that there are like top 3 supports. It's Coddle, Ancient Apparition, and Ringmaster. And now it kind of seems like that conversation is about top 4, where Muerta is coming back into the picture because, hey, the Ags build is extremely good. It was good, and it just kind of fell off because people were playing a lot the other supports. And speaking of supports, 9 class really... He really did a number on the competitive scene with the Slark. Oh
and
my
pubs.
god. And pubs.
Yeah. I mean, we saw many games though, even 9 class playing it himself. This hero can look really useless
Yes,
if you
it can.
draft appropriately against it, right?
Get that Grimstroke.
I mean, the Grimstroke was really good. These Leshrac heroes, even tiny. The more ground AoE damage you have, the better against this hero, because the whole idea of this hero essentially is, well, A, if you're winning, you can D-ward, right? So if you lose your laning stage, that takes away the whole playing deep, removing that vision from the opponents. Or, in teamfights, you're using the Depth Shroud to save your allies. So if there's a lot of like ground-targeted spells in that regard, it can be very difficult to save people. So those are 2 things that maybe they'll look for, but I think the Tusk pickup right now, this will definitely disrupt like the Beast Roar into Mortimer Kisses combo.
Yeah.
So that's pretty nice.
Oh, that is...
A page out of Yatoro's book?
Yeah, I mean, you can eat the boar in lane against the Beastmaster if it is an offlane Beastmaster. So that's pretty nice. I mean, if he goes Dom, you can eat the Dom creep too. This just limits Beastmaster's options. I'll let you take this one, Fear. You are the Clinks expert.
Well, I'm trying to think, because like there's a lot of weird spells. Like, I'm pretty sure you can use Barrage through Depth Shroud, I believe.
I think that's true.
I think that's true, because there's definitely a lot of strange abilities. I mean, I know like Dark Willow, it's W, Barrage won't hit. The Ringmaster Escape Act, it won't hit that either, which is really dumb, by the way. So I think it does go through this one.
I'm pretty sure, because the Willow one is like the Monkey Q also doesn't work against Willow, so that's a Willow specific thing. But I think Barrage does work through Depth Shroud.
Yeah, okay. So I think their idea here is they just want to carry where they X boat, drop all their spells. Even if Depth Shroud is there, you have a carry that can still hit through the Depth Shroud there. So, and it lanes well versus Beast if that's your offlaner.
Slardar response is pretty good though. I mean, it means that if it's a Kunkka mid, I think Slardar will do very well against that. It'll probably be PP playing the Slardar, and you have the guaranteed detection for Clinks. Like amping a Clinks, he cannot run away from you. He is very squishy. He can die.
Yeah, I mean, these used to be like hard counters, like playing these Slardars and bounties versus Clinks. It's still playable, but it's definitely good to have that free detection and be able to get on him and stun him. But Clinks has gotten a lot better over time, just being a standing your ground kind of hero. Because like a bunch of those skeletons come out, just hit strafe, and you know, it's kind of like a man fight at that point. So there's some play options, but I do think Slardar is still a good response. I'm a little worried though on the department for Edge and the team fighting. We have seen most drafts that have very linear ways of just fighting and just we have to burst one target, and you are playing versus like a Tusk. It can be very hard to take fights into the late game, so we'll see if that becomes a problem. I want to see a bit more team fight on the side of Edge if they can.
Yeah, the problem is it's most likely Pyke's hero that they're picking.
I want him to play Beast this game.
I would love him to play Beast too.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, because then they can just snap Beast lane. Maybe they're looking at some of these other teams and they're flex Beast and they're saying, okay, maybe Pyke doesn't need to always be on these hard carries. I would really like that as well.
If Pyke is playing Beast, who's playing the Slardar? PP or Vitaly?
I would say PP. He seems to enjoy playing Slardar. And then you can pick a team fighter for offlane. I think that's where you're going to get that, like what Fear is asking for.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, do you have the scale then if you do that? I think you just have to believe in the Slardar scaling at that point. All the times I've seen Slardar thus far not look good is eventually at some point he just can't go in and commit. So maybe they just need to put a bit more farm priority on the hero. So I guess putting a mid would work. I mean, I'd be fine with a hero like Mars or something too on the last pick. Really good with Snap. Very annoying for Clinks. Easy to catch him. Arenas.
Yeah, it's the team. That's the team fight you asked for. I think that's good.
On the side of BetBoom, though, they ban out the hard carries with a Terrorblade
Yeah.
and a Lifestealer.
I mean, they're just saying, like, either they don't expect him to play the Beast, which isn't really his style of hero to begin with, or they don't really mind.
You could also just say, like, screw team fight, pick Bristleback, kind of counter the Clinks a little bit.
He is a team fighter, in my opinion.
With the green fast.
Yeah, with the green fast.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Like, I feel like if I see a Clinks in a draft right now, I'm like, okay, this hero's not good. I want to pick something that makes it not good. But maybe that's already answered in the Slardar, but the double minus armor between the Slardar and the Bristle does sound pretty nice.
Yeah, for carries, a lot are banned.
Yeah.
Pretty much every single good carry is banned.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know what carry he'd pick. Like, I'm just looking at the bans here, and like everything I would want is gone. So that is a team fighter. They're going for it.
We were critical of it, though. Does it work here?
It'll work for the first, 22 minutes, just like its win rate, 22%.
I know this is pub stats, but this is the lowest win rate hero in the game versus Brew. Because...
Which hero?
10 seconds Brew is the lowest win rate hero in the game versus Clinks.
Oh. I mean, Clinks is a very natural Bloodthorn buyer.
And you can just kill the pandas. You just press Burning Barrage.
I mean, that one... If the Brewmaster is, like, bad and lining up the brews to all just get cleaved like that, I have a feeling that hopefully Vitaly can micro his Brewlings a little bit better. I feel like it's a very hard hero, this Brewmaster, right? So, like, taking stats on this hero can be difficult. But yeah, if you just automatically pop it and that happens, I do think in the early game, though, it does have some merits. Just the fact that, like, you do have the early split and Clinks won't even have the shard by then, right?
I'm worried about a Brewmaster Slark lane. Like, this sounds awful.
It does. But I think if you were to give it any grace, so it's just kind of like Clinks' biggest weakness is if you jump on him in lane, right? He has no escape act, so.
That's been a little while.
Speaking of bad heroes.
What?
It's a mid. This is the Slardar counter. I mean, this is not necessarily Slardar counter. It's just a melee hero counter. Do you think they're being cocky on this one?
Yes. Absolutely.
Do you think change their heroes, like instead of Slardar mid, put Beast mid?
That doesn't change
It's all melee heroes.
Yeah.
This is such a good pick, actually. I mean, you wanted ground targeted abilities versus Slark.
Yeah.
There it is. I mean, I will say Slardar against SF can go the other direction in terms of, like, if Slardar can latch on to SF and just hit him in a team fight, like. But I think they're banking on the fact that SF will dumpster Slardar so hard in the mid lane because he's a melee hero.
He might.
This is never going to happen. Like, SF might have a AVULUS. Maybe he'll have, like, Manta style, something like that, that Slardar's, like, not an issue. But yeah, I mean, SF against any melee hero, you just don't see this because SF is a bad hero. But the triple raise is absolutely devastating.
So SF is a bad hero, but not in this game.
No, it's still a bad hero, but I think in this game, it might have some abilities to do something. The reason why this hero is bad is rotations, right? If Snap smokes mid, or if Michael has some rotation to the mid lane, even if it's versus Slardar, he's just dead, right? And I think Edge is definitely a team, and we saw they're not afraid to make rotations. This game is going to be all about the supports trying to kill the Shadow Fiend. And if they don't do that, this is why Shadow Fiend would be a good hero. But the hero is bad because you can rotate on him really early.
That's why I think it's cocky. I mean, it's SF. Like, this is the #1 weird cocky hero in Dota history, especially on this patch.
Hey, there is a very fine line between being cocky and confidence. And I'm looking forward to hearing the opinion of cocky versus confidence here. Owen, you're the SF specialist.
Sure, I think this guy is probably going to be skilling raises, though.
He did take Shadow Blade.
Yeah, it's not going to be some no raise build, unfortunately.
Is that the Owen build?
That's
Owen
the
goes 0 raises,
GG.
Decimator, Massive Madness.
Back in the day, it was pretty good. It was
Oh, there was a patch where it was good.
Yes,
That's true.
It was very, very good. It got me a lot of MMR. But anyway, this game, getting the SF last pick, I think you got to be right. It's definitely cocky, but understandably so, because before that, I mean, you were saying, right, you really like what BetBoom got.
I think it's cocky, but I think with what she was saying, the confidence, the other 4 heroes are god tier, right? I think they set themselves up for 3 winning lanes with this draft, so.
Well, enjoy this one.
Sweet.
Thank you very much. Hey, let's see what goes down here as we get to game 1 of Edge versus BetBoom. And yeah, some funky picks from both sides, I'll say. You know, ending up with the SF on BetBoom, the first time we're going to see at this tournament. And just yet on Edge's side of things, getting some more Slark gameplay. I think we all kind of still have big question marks when it comes down to this hero in this position. Obvious reasons why it can do something from this role, but it does seem to be one of those heroes in this position that can look pretty underwhelming sometimes.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's a lot of games where some of these absolute, like, the teams that are like the best in the patch currently, they're just very good at playing the map, and that's why this Slark becomes so good. For some of these lesser teams that are still figuring this out, I feel like it can just kind of become a do-nothing hero in a lot of situations, unless you're ahead. If you're ahead, you can do a lot. If you're behind, that's where the question's going to be of what do you actually do. And he is playing versus, like they said, a lot of spells that go through all of his, like, all the
yeah,
Shadow
he
Dance.
dies through the Shadow Dance. That's not going to save him.
And the Dark Pact.
Unlikely to save his teammates.
How are you going to Dark Pact spells off, dude? You're versus X. You're versus literally one of the hardest counters in the game versus you two, so don't want to just talk about the Slark, but
It's
overall.
tough. And just the lane setup, right? The Slark and Brood duo, that ain't nobody scared of that lane.
Yeah. And like the thing about the Clinks, getting on top of him is how you kill him, right? But with this engulfing step, it changes things so much. Because
He's
they
out
got
of
a W and then he dips. So I feel like they did set them. I think the reason why they got the SF is because they saw this matchup and then they're like, our 2 side lanes are probably one of the strongest in the game at the moment with what we can set up. Muerta Kunkka is unreal to be able to pressure, and then, yeah, similar for top. So Edge, they're going to have to cause chaos.
It's going to be a tough one.
We'll see how they can actually do it all with this triple melee core versus SF Kunkka.
Because, yeah, just kind of drawing in on the mid lane, right? This should be really rough for the Slark, right?
It should.
It doesn't matter.
Impossible, pretty much.
There's some melee heroes that can maybe play around the raise spam, but Slardar, especially on the early levels.
He got the range deny. He actually just walks up and gets it, though, so.
Oh, that shouldn't happen.
He gets 2 denies.
It's early morning. GPK's just waking up.
After level 1, you can handle, right? I mean, not really if he doesn't raise this properly and kind of like synergizes with him. But anyway, once you get level 3, it definitely becomes quite devastating. But PP, first wave, looking decent.
Oh, there we go. Wow. Oh, first blood here coming in for Pyke. Off the back of that one. Able to run him down. Save, getting caught out.
They just full out chased him. Miro was just last hitting in the lane. Didn't actually assist him at all. Nice play with the double boars coming in with Yadomi. Surprising to see that happen level 1. And PP's still doing great. I'm gonna keep looking at. I'm gonna keep watching this one for the first 2 levels. I think 3 is when GPK completely takes over. I think, at least.
I mean, he should. If you're not winning that lane after a few levels in as the SF, I think you've not got as much as you hoped for when you picked into the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. PP already has bottle, so the sustain will be there a bit there. Top, we see Michael. He does get the wave cut, so he will be able to drag. That's a nice thing that he was able to do with the wind lace versus Katomi having tag team. No ice shards for him. And let's see, yeah, in particular, how much they're going to get top. I think, yeah, mid, we're seeing already he's doing quite well. Pretty impressive stuff. But top is really going to be the big question, is what is Vitaly going to get? And we saw him sacked pretty hard yesterday, too, right? When it was the Sand King.
Yeah, he was the one with the 2 CS at 4 minutes in.
He did have 2 last hits at 4 minutes in. We're getting about to the same thing. He has 1 right now at 2 minutes 15. He's going to go try to grab this way, but they have level 2 on Katomi.
Yeah, they can fight him.
They could potentially just kill him. See if he can get himself away with the evasion. Katomi saving skill point.
Yeah, they're going to have him.
They got him.
Shard traps him. Tali goes down, kill for Pure, and indeed, that 1 CS life's going to continue.
So is Michael the 3 position, though?
Maybe. I mean, you look at the last
Getting the XP.
And, doesn't feel great having your offlaner with a 1 last hit. Coming
Michael
into 3 minutes.
Wants the courier, can't get it. He'll drag the wave. He's trying to, but Katomi is really messing with him. His bottom is going very well for them. That's the one thing that we're seeing for Edge. I mean, mid 2 is still going pretty well. The denies are starting to add up. GPK is starting to get that bullying with the stacks of the raises. The bottom's going quite well here for Pyke so far. Levels are starting to build up, though. Level 3 is now on Miro, so it does feel like it's going to get quite a lot harder because those boars will get constantly poked by the Tidebringer. But Vitaly will get...
He'll
get a creep wave.
He'll get some CS here. Yeah.
He will have... I mean, it's still 2 CS with the 4 minutes. Oh, unlucky for him.
Yeah, that
They
is
put
kind
him
of
into
wild
this.
that it's happened to the same off-lane duo in 2 games.
I mean,
you just don't see this low CS of 3-4 minutes in.
They set him up for this, though. You know, they really did. So absolute free farm Clinks. And as they were mentioning on the panel, this is definitely one of those heroes that you can itemize for an Orchid early on if you want to go down that route, so you can have that extra kill threat onto something like Brewmaster if he feels like he needs it, because they do have a lot of control without it, with the Muerta, with the Tusk, and the Kunkka. Might just be able to go normal build. We shall see. Michael stepping up toward the mid lane. Can't really threaten GPK. PP is getting it kept way too low at the moment. 16-3 though, honestly, that's not that bad. Sure, it's 19-11,
yeah.
but that's not that bad. I expected it to be quite a bit worse.
No, absolutely, yeah. I thought he was going to have a tougher time against the SF, but PP's chilling.
Yeah.
He's going to be happy with what he's getting out of this matchup. On top.
Pure.
They're going to try and make a go for him. Michael did use the pounce aggressively there, so BetBoom can turn, take him out.
They're bringing another hero, but Pure's still pretty healthy.
And Vitaly starting to fall low himself. Shards are up once again. Pure can keep a safe distance, or maybe he can't. The cookie from Yodomi closes the gap on Pure.
Oh, the branch.
Pure.
Oh,
the snowball. It's going to buy him a bit of time, but he's so low.
They should have him.
But Pure will get taken out here. Yodomi coming in clutch there, turning up to the top lane and making sure that Edge finds something from this and take out the carry.
Good rotation, because Pyke's doing pretty well still down here. Like, he's getting the last hits. His boards are getting cleaned up, so the Kunkka's free farming, but it's a good rotation. It's a really nice move, heads up play, to at least punish the move that happens. Still struggles, though. We're seeing PP he's getting pushed back to base. Now we're seeing that clear separation between him and the SF. About 400 gold difference between them.
Vitaly starting to get a little bit of farm himself top.
Trying to show up in mid lane with Yodomi. Maybe they set up with this with both supports to try to get a kill around the power rune. It is level 6 on GPK though, so they have to do it cleanly. And he's got backup. Save is walking toward the mid lane also. Same thing with Katomi. Michael trading with Katomi here with Vitaly. Dodges the clap.
He's going to go pretty deep though with the snowball.
He's got backup coming in.
Pure here to help.
Michael.
Shards are going to catch on to the 2 of them. Michael's going down.
And they find Yodomi in the mid too. GPK the setup with save.
And Vitaly not able to finish off Kataomi.
This game, it feels like it's going to be pretty rough for them. I feel like it's going to accelerate really fast unless they can slow down some of the momentum from GPK or from Pure. As you said, Pyke is getting the farm, but just big concerns with the Slardar and the Brewmaster and this lineup versus just all this melee versus Kunkka and Shadow Fiend once the team fights will start to kick off after laning phase. And Brew, once the Brew gets 6, the worry for me really is too is that they can kill his Brewling.
I think so, right?
They absolutely can kill them.
That's not an easy one to play with a split.
And they're looking to contest this Wisdom too, bringing over Save and GPK. Off the mark with that dead shot. Michael?
Oh, Michael!
Michael!
He did not respect the race!
What the?
Whoa! You don't want to walk into an SF like that. My goodness.
GPK
now GPK
gets stunned.
Crushes there. Snowball's going to buy him a bit of time. Can he get the Requiem off after it? He certainly can.
Does die.
He will do indeed, but able to bring down Vitaly.
PP standing his ground.
He can get more.
PP's going to get some cleanup kills here.
They'll get the connection on towards Kataomi, and indeed they do. They punish BetBoom.
Do they get a secondary one? Nope. So both shrines will be claimed. PP at least gets a cleanup kill. Was able to close the gap onto GPK. If they don't get that initial stun there, they probably won't get any of the kills, but they do get that at the least. But it is a 2K lead off of these moves, and you're seeing Edge. They're having to make these rotations. They're having to try to like salvage these lanes that have gone quite disastrously. Beastmaster's farm is pretty decent, as we said, but yeah, it's these other 2 cores that are quite concerning now at the moment, and playing the Slark from behind, something we'll have to keep talking about. He's level 3.
Oh, Michael. Uh-oh. They have gone up to the high ground for this. Cookie and Honor, the 2 of them, might be able to punish this one. Michael finally falls.
Adomi as well, and mid lane.
They just didn't have the damage to punish them. I mean, they're rolling up into the high ground. They had the numbers edge, but they couldn't do anything about it.
Oh, this really does. The more I look at it, it just feels like such an outdraft of how to play. Like, I don't know, Pyke's got so much work he's got to do as this Beastmaster, and they have good heroes first. They really do. They have Save that comes out from the Tusk to be able to prevent that roar and damage. And yeah, this early start, it's
tough.
It's terrifying.
Vitali's got big dreams. He's got the Radiance queued up.
I mean, those are very big dreams. As he's not really one of the best, I mean, not very good at jungle farming by any means, and now showing up to lanes is very difficult for him. Like some of these other heroes that get sacked, you know, the Sanking in particular we see, they catch up super fast. This hero does not. We saw even the Spirit do Underlord as one of those other options too, and that also catches up fast, but Brewmaster, definitely not the case. PP looking to make some rotations toward bottom, looking to play around their strongest hero, but they're getting gone on first.
That's a dead snap.
They've got Pyke here.
Nah, he wants to get out. Surely doesn't want to try and get involved in this. I mean, maybe with the TPs.
They're coming in with
they got the split. The set of it. Oh, nice shards there from Katsuomi. Pushes him down to the low ground. Beautiful angle there on that. Must be able to find something here. Coming in with the chase down. Snowball's going to buy a bit of time. It's getting a bit awkward now for Edge. They're going to start backing away. PP caught in the torrent. He's gone. The X marks onto Vitali as he's dragged back into the boat.
They have nothing. They have no damage and no chase.
Yeah.
With the snipe,
I think they're probably realizing that themselves when they went for that play. They're like, well, what do we do here?
The split was nice. They could have gotten Katomi, but with his, the shards that he was able to do were great. And then they overchase, chasing onto high ground, into the Kunkka, into the SF. Yeah, I don't know.
That's a difficult.
I just keep looking at. I'm looking at Slaughter, and he's level 3. It's 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
He doesn't really contribute too much.
I mean, on the plus side, when we see these Slarks struggle in the support position, it feels good for when you go and try this yourself in your pub games, because you're like, hey, I'm feeding like a pro. You look just like the pros when you play it in your pubs. Yeah. It's just as unimpactful.
And let's see this one again. I mean, those shards, they were quite beautiful there from Katomi. I can't believe it pushed him down.
Yeah, we'll see it again.
Yeah, pretty much perfect.
Pushes him and traps PP.
Yeah.
It's the double combo there, really, from Katsuomi with those shards.
They have the ward, too, there. That's in a pretty... I actually have never seen that ward. But it sees everything, so they just have full info of how they're walking into. Easy pickings for BetBoom in these first 10 minutes. And an interesting deviation of a build. GPK goes Atos. So he doesn't want the Slarder to get on top of him.
I don't mind it, yeah.
Gives him HP.
Get that Gleipnir eventually. The big AoE on the raises.
I mean, I'm so down to see
it. You get those fat raises.
Oh, PP. GPK used the Atos already. Save. We'll bail him out.
Yeah, dude, if you increase the AoE of raises, I guess that means 2 of them... Wait, if there's a stationary target, will all 3 land on someone that's... No.
You already can.
They'll be big.
You can even without it.
They're big enough.
If you're in the middle, you can hit all 3 raises.
Oh, so then it's super easy with a Gleipnir.
I mean, if he even goes in.
If he goes
I would love if he does. But he's queuing Blink. He's being sensible, at least for now.
He'll get the Gleipnir after.
PP. Can he be saved? There's no cookie. He cannot.
Nah, it's a tough one.
It really is. They have level 6 now on the Sapphire, so they have at least some damage that can come in, but everyone else is just so weak.
Yeah.
Even like Beast, as we said, his farm is decent, but the other 2 cores just have nothing.
I mean, I feel like you're definitely seeing why this was a game where BetBoom at the end are like, yeah, we'll just play some SF.
That's what I was. That's why I was like, when Sheev said, do you think it's confidence or cockiness? It really felt like it was confidence.
It's like, this game's over. We're just, what do you want to play? Oh, we'll try some SF out, see how it feels.
Definitely felt like that. It's Pure, another kill, 7,000 gold lead, 12 minutes.
Tough.
Yeah.
Tough one for Edge.
And recovery outlet just really isn't there. It's Pyke with his Agonifs, right? When he gets the time, but it's so delayed. And they have answers for it. And looking at the answer right now, GPK.
Here he comes.
On the prowl.
Oh, give him the old Requiem.
He's like, wait a minute, I didn't get the Lotus.
I did manage to move out the edge, but we'll still be dead.
Bonk. Katomi takes the last hit. Nicely done.
Honestly,
what?
He should have been cockier. Should have gone no raises, Dessa Rush. If he wanted to really be a baller this game, GPK, but oh no, he has to play the hero properly.
Then he probably actually loses the mid lane. 8K lead. Yeah, it just feels like they have absolute free reign. So for Edge, I don't know. It's like maybe you maybe have to just try to use the snap and the Brewmaster to smoke and look for at least a kill to try to break all the momentum that's going on, but it's tough to say. It's tough to say where they can really even go. Still level 4 Slark. He hasn't... Is he not dewarding this ward here? Okay, he'll find it. Another sneaky ward, actually. They'll get their shrine. Well, they're trying to set up for their shrine.
There's still time for BetBoom to get over it, yeah.
They've got a blink on Katomi as well already, so very early.
They can push them off this. They make the move in time.
I don't think they can fight this at all. Yodomi. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Bye-bye.
Now, TPing over. And I don't think they want to get in on this. Vitali and Pyke are here. PP might be in trouble. Snowball connects. PP will be able to slither away. But they won't be able to, of course, push BetBoom off from taking that Shrine of Wisdom.
And they brought all their heroes.
And the Xbox on the
Pyke. They're actually going in on Pyke.
He gets caught by the combo. Pyke's gone.
Under the tier 2 with his allies around, just watching. Ooh. They can't do anything to help.
This is definitely one of those games where you got to ask yourself how much more are they going to want to play, folks.
They could GG out pretty soon, it feels. Vitali, he's going to go for the split. They're going to look for GPK.
Okay.
Do they have the control?
This might be it. Unless they can get something big. Can they kill the SF? GPK, it's into the snowball. It's going to be perfectly fine.
He's perfectly fine.
PP's dead.
Oh, and they could call it. They really could call it after this.
I think that there's a high chance. It's not a pretty one. Not a pretty one here, boys and girls.
420 is the scoreline. Appropriate. Michael gets tipped, having no game whatsoever, as GPK goes for a solo kill.
Making some Blink Atos plays here.
And he's got him. Probably one of the bigger outdrafts that we'll see in this tournament.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Deso's online. 15 minutes in here.
Yep. Now they have Deso, they have the presence, they have tons of physical damage to be able to bring down the Brewmaster ult even through it, which they were able to anyway beforehand. Level 12 GPK, amp damage. Ben Pyke still doesn't even have his Aghanims. How's PP's blink? Halfway there.
Guys, they just don't really have any sort of like wombo combo they can line up to just throw down on someone and hope that they die.
No, and they don't have these good supports that have this good like spells to really cast. They have the snap, which the ult can do decent even if you're behind with damage, but like we said, Slark when you're behind does nothing, and he's still not 6. It's almost 16 minutes and he's level 5.
He might be dead. Can't tell me.
Just be.
Time to get some Deso stacks here for Pure. It's tough. I mean, this is one of those games where maybe just, Michael, you might not want to play Slark support again after this one.
I don't think he will.
I don't want to play this.
I mean, they put it in...
It just can't be fun. It doesn't seem like a fun era to play as support.
No. Soxa likes to play it. Nightclass likes to play it.
But maybe
these guys with the whole team, they play the map with it.
Yeah, but this is the thing. See, these guys, they're smart. Saxa 9-class, they could play anything support, and it'll probably look good. They just bait other teams into picking these heroes, where they're secretly laughing at each other. These guys picking Slark support. We got them good, boys. Aghanim's online, so Pyke, he's got his item.
There's just the saves. There's the snowball. They have the tank. I mean, they just have so much. A 2,000 HP Shadow Fiend as well. Looking to make another aggressive move. Vitali. Can they bail him out? Maybe him, but Yodomi might be in trouble. Let's see which one Katomi wants.
Oh, they got him.
The big one.
They got him.
Oh, he split. They can just kill it. Oh, he'll actually get the tornado, and Pure got stuck.
Oh, he should be able to run.
He'll be able to run. Okay.
He lives.
He does. A split to run.
What are we getting next on GPK? So we go for the Ashikaya.
Why not? PP, how close to Blink? And that'll be their move, right? Okay, Blink, Unslardar, Aghanim's Beastmaster, Brewmaster without Radiance and without Split, but you're gonna have to go. But you're playing it to pipe. You're playing it to all this. But it's probably their last hurrah attempt.
Well, let's have a look.
Let's have a look indeed.
I mean, they could go for Roche if they want it, BetBoom.
Yep.
They'll take it pretty quickly. They've got SF, they've got Klink's Deso.
World is their oyster. Pure. He'll get X'd, so we'll heal up. He'll be able to come right back into that. Yeah, looks like they are setting up for that Roshan. This ward. Spotting Edge.
There we go.
There we go. But they know they're down there, so they easily can just commit for that rush. Don't think they're worried about them anyway, but the full information. It looks like you should be actually able to finish up that Radiance. It's going to be pretty close. So they'll have Blink Slardar, they'll have Radiance Brew, they'll have the Axe Beast. So they'll have their items, but yeah, they're all just so delayed, and BetBoom are so rich. All 3 cores, 10k net worth, pre-20 minutes.
Is under attack.
They were looking to try and set up on the bottom, but Miro was he just X-marked, CP'd over, and brought himself back. So there's not going to be anyone down there for them to catch on Edge.
Feels like BetBoom can just set up for these pushes. If they see someone out of position, they can just jump and kill them. You told me? We'll try to stall it out, Pure. Just gonna hit the tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, they truly are very set up for bottom, hoping that somebody comes in.
Yeah, they really want someone to come down and try and hold to the tier 1, but as it is, BetBoom, they're sticking together on this mid push.
They're just gonna force it. Flip was used, Pipe. They're bringing heroes down, but it's multiple. Pike.
Look at the jump on him.
He's going down.
He's calling the shots. I mean, PP and Michael are watching from the side. PP's going to try and jump in and help out, but I don't know if there's any sort of help he can offer to turn this around. They've got to run.
Did he bail him out of it at least? I think he may have saved Pike.
He's not going to be able to TP out. Atos is up. PP's gone.
He sacrificed himself to get the Beastmaster out.
All right. It's something.
Yeah, it's something. It's a sacrifice.
No, BetBoom. They can bring around the bottom way. Get that last tier 2.
Smooth sailing. Almost a Gleipnir on save as well. I mean, Pure doesn't even care to go for the shard. Doesn't even need the barrage this game. He's like, whatever. I don't have to deal with any of these heroes. I don't care. I can just go normal build for now. It is pretty valuable shard, of course, to get, but does want the Pike to be able to distance himself just in case of things. All right, that's their triple item timing, so. Can they fight?
Can they hold the high ground?
PP. To blink away. Raxus, again being threatened. GPK actually took the Shadow Raise damage anyway instead of Presence or affects buildings when they're literally ending the game. That's a bit funny. Obviously he's doing Spellcaster build, but they're literally ending the game.
Yeah, that extra bit of a buff with the passive buff would speed things up. But, you know, he's in no rush.
Nah.
He wants to get some more kills.
Yeah, he's having a good time. If that raise lands, he probably kills him because of that extra damage. But
he wants to enjoy this. There's probably not going to be situations where they get to pick SF again.
That's true. You know, he has to
He's like, you know what? We're probably not going to play this area, even though obviously he's crushing with it, but he's crushing with it because the game's easy. I mean, maybe we see it again. Probably not.
If it can get like last pick versus something like these Embers at times too, we could, because it used to be
I guess if they're feeling cocky and they feel the game's easy and they know they're guaranteed a melee matchup in the mid, why not? Here we go, in with the Requiem, onto the boat for them. That's Vitaly and PP gone. Pike will drop a Roar, but he has to run. Snowball to chase him down. Pike, he'll get depth shrouded, so a bit of a chance to punch back, but is he going to get pushed out of it by the fear from the Muerta?
GG.
As they'll tap out. GG is called. A little bit of a disappointing game 1.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 lanes, right? Looked like BetBoom won all 3 lanes. They won the draft, and yeah. Not much to say.
Not rough, yeah. No.
Complete out draft, complete out class.
Yeah. It happens sometimes. It happens sometimes. Yeah, one of the stompier ones that we've seen here. We know that Edge can do better. You know, I think you know from what we saw from them the other day, they can absolutely put up a better fight than this. Definitely a lot of it did feel like it was on the draft. I mean, the panel for we felt as well, right? Already kind of like 4 picks in it, looked kind of over. I think BetBoom thought that as well. That's why they were like, you know, let's just chill out and play some SF last pick. You don't get to see that a lot. You know, GPK got to have some fun. They're going to have to change things up, Edge. And I think they will, folks, right?
Yeah, massively.
Yeah. Well, there we go. BetBoom. An easy stomp here for game 1. They'll take it against Edge.
Yeah, that was a game of Dota 2. And BetBoom win in 22 minutes. We saw them yesterday taking a victory in 17. It just felt like they just continued that dominance, and Edge was just left with nothing, Jenkins.
Yeah, that looked like my unranked pubs when I play with my most devastating friends.
Oh no.
That's like
Can you name your most devastating friends?
Big L, Korean barbecue, KBBQ, legendary team manager, Chinese team manager, so Tidebound manager. Well, he was at Rally. He was the stand-in and whatever.
He was there hired by the organization as a translator.
He said he was a manager. He's a big liar. Anyway, he's a big devastator. That's what that looked like. I don't think SF and Clinks are great heroes, Fear. But when you just think you're the way better team, you can kind of pick these pub heroes, and it doesn't matter how bottom tier they are. Like, you win the 1-to-1 matchups and you snowball the game. Like, Pure was double the net worth of Brewmaster at 10 minutes. Double.
I mean, it was a bit rough. I mean, I think, yet again, I think you're overcompensating for... I mean, do you want to talk about this? You have something to say about this matchup?
Just look at the numbers. Just look. The Slark Brew is interesting. I mean, this is not a strong lane by any means. You would have to completely outplay, outskill, catch the Clinks out, maybe have like your position 5 do a rotation. Like, look at what Pure is able to do with this net worth. I mean, we're just gonna look at a particularly devastating fight that's already starting. Not so good. Literally every hero on Edge is here, and Pure has a nice enough net worth advantage that he can come through the portal on Clinks. You know, the Brewmaster split. Let's see how much this does. Like, nobody's dying. It's just kiting. Full on 5v5, but with a gold deficit. They're just it's just a reach. They're just hoping for something, like that. For some reason, BetBoom doesn't bring all of their heroes, and they get a 5v4. And so they get a few kills because of that. Yeah. At that point, you're just scrambling. Like, there's no move there, right? It's just hopeful, wishful thinking.
Yeah. I mean, I would also argue, like, that top lane specifically, they tried to yet again do something a bit cheeky by dragging the first wave with the Slark, which kind of like ruins the Brew's game if you can't get that second wave. So Slark dragged the first wave, and then Brew went to go drag the third wave, but he died. So he didn't get experience for either waves. Now all of a sudden you have 0 game. So Edge seems to be doing this very consistently, where they're trying to next level the opponent, but they next level themselves. And it happened again. I mentioned the 9-class Veto game. They did that game as well. They need to stop doing this. They need to start playing a bit more standard Dota, because these good teams, they're going to punish you.
Yeah. They tried to get their wisdom runes. There's a couple of highlights showing some wisdom rune action.
Yeah,
I mean, every good stomp starts with a 7-minute wisdom rune steal. And this is exactly what happened here. GPK, and we talked about what this snowball save could do in this particular game when you are very single target dependent. I thought it would happen a bit more in the mid-late game, but that never came in this game. So
there was no mid-late game.
There was none. So in the early game, you see the 7-minute wisdom is stolen. Here we are, 14 minutes. Another wisdom rune is stolen yet again. And I think, unfortunately, the way Dota is right now, if you get 4 wisdom shrines by 14 minutes, it's insurmountable.
Yeah.
You cannot come back from this.
I mean, they still made it to the 3rd wisdom rune.
But it was over.
Yeah, that was point. There wasn't even a
yeah.
We were discussing, like, regionally, which is the most typical region to GG out early. And I think we decided, like, South America is just not known for that. They're just, I don't know, average when it comes to GGing out. Eastern European region, maybe a little different. These guys can tilt, but then they have higher tier teams. There's differences in the regions. But I think, honestly, like, they could have GG'd out at 13 minutes, and it would have been just as reasonable.
Why 13? Why not 14? Why not the second wisdom rune shrine fight?
Yeah, I guess if you're gonna push. You may as well push for the 14-minute.
You always gotta think that the enemy is gonna make a mistake that you can capitalize on. Come on.
She's not wrong.
No, I mean, I get the mentality. It's just that I know that players also, like, have the idea that speaking of, shout outs to Katomi, but the players have the opinion that, like, you shouldn't stay in a match and just cause yourself suffering, cause your team mental damage. Just say, like, okay, we fucked up pretty much. Move on to the next match. They can discuss between the break, like, what went wrong. It's more of like a mental. You're saving your mental fortitude.
Yeah, they have not a lot of time to discuss what went wrong. But to be fair, their game also wasn't that long. So maybe that helps out a little bit. Less things to discuss. But they definitely need to change something. And that starts, of course, with the draft. Draft of game number 2 coming your way after break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The Skeeto clan are gone, and now we have Edge, the new team coming from South America, but some familiar faces coming back to Wallachia. I'm here with Yodomi to talk about this tournament. So, Yodomi, how are you feeling, in the new gear, but same team?
Me siento bien porque, bueno, igual creo que tanto Mojito como Edge son organizaciones que nos han dado buen apoyo, así que me siento en lo particular bien y voy a dar todo de mí para que salgan bien las cosas.
You've played through these pretty tough combined America's qualifiers for a couple of events now. You've actually done very well. Would you say that you play better on the qualifiers than you do at the event, or is the event just so much tougher?
Creo que, al menos en lo personal, el tema del jet lag es algo que me es un poco molesto los primeros días, pero no, creo que uno como jugador debe estar acostumbrado tanto a los torneos presencialmente como online, ¿no?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in and out of the game. But to talk about inside of the game, how's the team developing? Are you happy with how everybody's getting along and how everybody's developing?
Sí, o sea, siento que las cosas han ido mejorando, independiente del cambio que hemos tenido de un jugador, que ha sido Matthew por Michael. Creo que igual los que somos la base hemos sabido darle la confianza a él como jugador para que podamos salir adelante como equipo, ¿no? Y sí creo que se ve lo mejor.
Great stuff. So when someone's going to come and support Edge, who do you think we should be looking at? Who's your standout player in your opinion? Who plays really, really well on your team?
Pike.
No translation needed for that one. Why is Pike so good?
Siento que es el jugador más joven del equipo y aún así comunica muy bien sus ideas y me gusta lanear mucho con él.
That's interesting. So I think, do you think it's unusual for a young player to be communicating at his level?
Creo que sí, porque la mayoría respetan mucho a los jugadores ya con experiencia y a veces por eso también se intimidan un poco en el momento de comunicar sus ideas.
That's awesome to hear. So what's the biggest challenge which you feel like you've overcome or are looking to overcome at this event?
La verdad trato de venir lo mayor optimista posible. No pienso mucho en las dificultades, a pesar de que las encontremos. Creo que debemos ser resilientes, ¿no?
That sounds very positive. So what are you looking to achieve here at Wallachia? What would you consider successful results for Edge?
O sea, mi objetivo como todos los equipos de acá imagino que es ganar Sí, el mejor escenario sería ese, ¿no? No hay otro, creo.
Awesome stuff. Well, I'm looking forward to that matchup as well. Yodomi, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. Best of luck at the event. I'm looking forward to seeing how you play.
Thank you.
Yeah, just gonna need some luck and also some different drafts here for game number 2 that is coming our way. They're playing against BetBoom, and it's game 2 because game 1 was very fast. BetBoom took it in 22 minutes, and to be honest, they made it look easy. And I will make sure that everybody knows, no, Shadow Fiend is still not a good hero. You still don't have to pick it, because the only reason it worked here for BetBoom is they're just the better team.
And Atos.
And Atos?
Atos is cool.
Atos is cool on every hero. I
Yeah.
will say that is good regardless. So,
yeah, I think the way that BetBoom won their, infamous now 16-minute game against NAVI was they absolutely shit-stomped through the safe lane, and this is exactly what happened in game 1 of this series as well, where they had...
Public service announcement time?
Is Warlock back in the pool?
No, it's not.
oh.
Okay.
So what's the public service announcement?
Mine is, please stop picking Slark.
Oh, yeah.
You are griefing games with this. I know 9 Class did it, and it was really cool. But when he did it, people didn't know what to do against it. And that's why it was good. He had a plan with it. That's why it was good. He eventually started losing with it. People started figuring out how to play against it. Don't just blindly copy people. It did nothing that game, and it was a big reason why that safe lane you mentioned was not successful.
Yeah, if they had a Sand King or Underlord with the collapse facet, I'm going to call it that now, the cleave facet, then maybe you can get away with the Slark, because then that hero can just go jungle when you do the wave.
You can just rename abilities?
Yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want, Fear. Just like BetBoom in the previous series, to be quite frank. I think
that's true, yeah.
Yeah, you need to make sure that your offlane is not griefing that hard. I mean, I get it that on this patch, like, the offlane meta has changed. There's a lot of these junglers. There's a lot of these, like, what are the heroes that can abuse the camps and just farm, and the support can leave, or the support can take the lane. I feel like there are some teams and some players that are not adapting properly to that meta, whereas there are other teams that are adapting properly to the meta. Tons of teams have just straight up copied what Tundra were doing, between 33 and Soxa when they pick Sand King, and it works just fine. But the Slark, I don't think people are successfully copying this. Like, it's just too... You need a whole team to play around it.
All right, that was too many words for me. If you were Edge's coach, what would you change?
Don't pick Slark.
In simple terms.
Don't pick Slark. Pick a stronger offlane in general.
You would be a horrible coach.
Bruce Slark.
Just pick a stronger offlane.
Yeah, for laning. This is a dog shit lane.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
On the side of Edge.
You say it in Spanish?
I can't. Can you?
How do we know what their
I can say
dynamic
Ariba.
is? do we know if DPMS is a coach that will just, take over the drafting, and
Is that their coach?
DPMS?
I'm not familiar.
I've never met him.
Yeah. I've never met him or her.
Yeah, well, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Not sure. Really.
We'll see. I mean, if I were their coach, and I was going to just say it in layman's terms here, we need a stronger mid pick, and as you mentioned, offlane pick. And let's tailor our draft towards, because the Beast did well. It won the safe lane. It did everything it needed to do. It just couldn't enter the game because mid was a disaster. Offlane was a disaster. So be more specific here. I would pick a mid that doesn't get countered easily, and I think Slardar is a hero that gets countered easily. Like, heroes like Storm and stuff are much more stable, have far less counters. Go with heroes like that. Offlaner, pick a 4 that also isn't as volatile. I think if they fix those two things, then maybe the brew doesn't look as bad. Maybe they don't get Shadow Fiend, etc., etc.
Well, yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, one of you guys said that Nature's Prophet is, even though win rate's abysmal at the moment, but if you're going to pick him early because he's so flexible in the draft that it leaves a lot of options. Do we still stand by that? Like, you're happy to see it here, or would you rather have them picking Keeper of the Light, which is also still in?
So I don't think NP gives you a lot of options necessarily. I think it gives you a mid or a carry, but it's just one of those heroes that no matter what, if you're a carry, you have a win condition and you have a strong lane. It just doesn't have counters in that regard, which is good.
It's good, but it doesn't necessarily solve what the problem was in the last game.
Okay.
But Morta might.
Yeah, Morta's a good laner. Much
Would it
better,
solve-
much better than Slark.
Would it solve a Bristle Cottle?
The Natures? I think Natures will do fine against Bristle Coddle.
Okay.
I think Bristle Coddle will farm. They'll get a lot of stacks. And yeah, I think your call on the Coddle is...
I know that they're taking a long time.
Devastating.
Io.
I tell you right now, BB team, there's no respect right now.
Yeah, this is like, disrespectful.
This is like a scrim. They're trying things out.
You said in the green room, sorry for calling you out, that you felt that if BetBoom was playing against PARIVISION, they would not have picked.
They would pick Coddle there.
Yeah. So that,
but they're preparing to play versus BetBoom later when Coddle gets banned, and they're picking the replacement Coddle in the IO. So like when I say they're scrimming and they're being a little bit disrespectful, it's they just think they're that good that they're limiting themselves in this draft to try new things. Because I don't see any world where you take IO over Coddle. Do you?
No, and Lion as well. I mean, this is not this was an unpicked hero in Rally. They're giving like all the broken heroes away pretty much. But yeah, I mean it makes sense from a competitive perspective. I know we're calling it like disrespectful, and it is, but it's on the other hand respectful in the way where you know that you're going to get valuable information practicing versus this team with these like off meta heroes. So that way in the future, it's not just like, oh, we tried this in scrims, we tried this in pubs. Like they actually tried this in officials. So at the very least, BetBoom was viewing Edge as good practice.
But they admitted that, right? There was an interview where they said the group stage to them is practice, and the playoffs then they become very serious. So this is just, you know, even if you lose the series, right? You're not eliminated.
You're not eliminated. You're playing again.
You get more practice, so they're just gonna try some new things out, see if it works. Elder Titan comes out, so normally this is going to be your IO kind of like counter. If you do throw IO BB in the offlane, I don't know what you do if ET starts running at you with a carry. You have no stun. I mean, the goo is like an okay disengage, and of course, the way you always beat IO in the past is just have overwhelm team fight because IO has 0 team fight.
They could also go Bristle IO carry, pick another offlaner. That's possible. Like it depends on how experimental they want to go with the draft.
I mean, Bristleback, I believe by the stats, are we able to show the stats of Bristleback? Do we have the technology? That hero is doing incredibly good right now in this tournament.
Yeah.
And there it is, 78% win rate. Kind of OP, kind of broken, I'd say.
Yeah, over many picks too. Like that's one of the higher picked heroes in the tournament.
The most successful even. Does that also, like, is there a preference on where you want to see this Bristleback? If you pair it up with an IO, is it a carry Bristle?
You can do, as long as they link up at some point, it doesn't truly matter. So you can throw him as a carry, you can throw him as an offlaner, you can throw him as a mid. He does the same thing essentially from every single role. Yeah, it just really depends on what facet you want to go. But the more and more I've been seeing it, it doesn't seem like it matters too much what role you're in. The green one seems to be the most reliable one.
Yeah. Yeah, the green is more the utility and I cannot be countered facet, and the red is more of like the old school Bristleback where you're actually going to carry the game. But, you know, if somebody picks a Doom, some hero that like completely hard counters Bristle, then you want to go for green and just play utility.
And you see it on the screen right there. They're both winning, so, but the green one is more picked. All right, Kunkka coming out again. BetBoom are trying to raise the win rate of this hero. So you showed 2 heroes, right? I mean 4 technically. The Kunkka versus Brewmaster was in the last match. They both had a bad win rate. Kunkka won versus the Brew. Now we have another bad win rate here on the Nature's Prophet versus the Kunkka. Do you think Kunkka's just farming win rate here?
He is
Because of
definitely. Yeah,
matchup?
this is. BetBoom was not happy about that graphic. They're like, Kunkka's not dog shit. He's good.
Incoming Win Ranger.
Win mid.
Was it
GPK
that the
win.
fourth one?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, that hero is. I just don't like how little it offers. It feels like you get a cool kill shot every once in a while, which feels nice, and then it's just your shard, and that's the whole hero. There's nothing else. Maybe a shackle.
Shackle shot looks cool. It's like
you get like 2 or 3 of them a game. It's okay. But anyway, what are we missing here? We're missing potentially mid carry for Edge, but they have last pick, so they'll hold on to that one.
Yeah.
And for BetBoom, it's completely open,
any,
but they're gonna immediately pick Slardar.
Okay. What do we think of it? Because
and they could still run all of these heroes in any role.
Yeah.
They have even run Pure as Kunkka before.
They're probably gonna pick Morphling, I think. Morph versus Bristle, Slardar. Pretty easy lane regardless. I mean, Lion's good versus Morph, but that's it. The rest of the heroes don't do anything.
well, we have said that BetBoom overall they're pretty good in the lane. So is there like would Morphling also do good in the lane here?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Behind at the start.
You can leave Morphling alone versus a Bristle IO at like level 2.
Yeah.
And Morph will be able to lane, which means the support can roam. It's not that good to have a roaming ET, but he could go through the portal and do something.
Yeah, and I think it's either gonna be Slardar in the offlane or Kunkka. Morph will be fine versus both. The other option is you pick mid, like OD. Looks kind of cool here. And throw NP as a carry.
I've seen Queen of Pain against Slardar mid too. The thing is, you can.
But don't you just like put Kunkka
you
mid?
You can get Kunkka then, yeah.
I feel like OD would win all of these matchups. I'm just not sure if that is something PP plays. You have to be a specialist for that hero.
Yeah, you know if he's an OD specialist, he's calling for it. They always do. It's I always question OD for the game. It's not like it doesn't exactly have like a clear-cut timing, especially early. Oh, okay. This is really good.
That's like an OD type of hero.
Yeah, I mean, this dumpsters the 3 strength cores on BetBoom.
This is a really cool pick. Yeah,
This
I
is a great
basically
pick.
wanted a hero that killed these tanky strength heroes really easily. And to me, OD is like more of the flavor of the patch, even though Timbersaw is making a comeback, but he does something similar. So this pick is really good. I like it a lot.
This is a god tier pick. I think Edge has the outdraft here, like big time with the Timber pick. I feel like
Very Slardar.
BetBoom might have drafted themselves into a bit of a corner here with their experimentation, and they got punished.
Is there a way for them to work around that with the lanes? Because we do indeed have that Slardar going on the safe lane. It will be a mid Kunkka.
No, all of the mids that you could send for BetBoom would get dumpstered by a Timber. I legitimately.
Slardar would have been the worst though, by far.
Yeah, I feel like they picked Kunkka mid because at least he can like clear the wave. He can maybe go jungle a little bit. Bristle maybe could have done that. They probably just asked GPK like, okay, which one of these heroes do you want to do the best versus Timber? And he said, I'm the most comfortable on Kunkka, so give me Kunkka.
Isn't it still interesting then that they don't put the Bristle in the safe lane, but the Slardar instead? Or what's the thought process there?
I just think Slardar IO is an incredibly strong lane, so they wanted to have that at their disposal. So Bristleback, they're going to stack with Lion. He's going to catch up and farm that way. It's really going to come down to what can PP do in this game in the supports, because he could take over this game entirely. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the Timber pick was absolutely devastating. If BetBoom can win this, they're just the way better team, legitimately. This is a test for both teams.
A test for both teams. Let's see if this Timbersaw can dominate the game and force us to a third here in this series. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 time. Time to get into the action here between BetBoom and Edge. And yeah, I got to agree, right, Fog. This is looking so much better. And if anything, maybe even better than what BetBoom's turned up to this game 2 with. It's a solid draft from Edge here.
I look at the damage that BetBoom has. What is it? It's pretty much all physical, though, and there's a Timbersaw last pick. So it definitely dream scenario that PP's been set up for. Sure, Lion will have some burst, but it's pretty underwhelming unless you start to get those big early kills. So we'll see how BetBoom's going to be attempting to weather this, because it does seem like PP's going to be a big issue. Bottom lane, I think, is going to be pretty good for BetBoom, though. The IO plus the Slardar versus the Sand We've seen these Sand Kings struggle a lot in the laning phase, so probably looking to thrive off of that lane. But yeah, this mid, it's going to be quite problematic. Let's see how GPK handles it. Let's see if they maybe do early rotations. You know, you leave your Bristle back alone for a moment. You bring the Lion toward the mid lane to try to punish the Timber early, but we'll have to see.
Because is this going to be another 2 CS at 4 minutes for Fatali? Or is he going to have a better time? Or could it could still be slow?
I think it could still be slow. I don't think it'll be
not
2
that
CS.
slow.
I think it'll be slow, but not as bad as we've seen him have. You know, we'll see. But I want to say that. But. All right, let's see how it goes. I'm gonna be watching the mid lane mostly. I know the first few levels, GPK, you can get your own farm, of course, on the Kunkka, because you're just able to get the splash and get something. But PP can threaten kills. If you get the double Whirling Death debuff onto him when you're level 3, you can pose some threat onto GPK.
And of course, well, on these other lanes as well. I mean, yeah, just the individual picks as well, right? When you look at what Edge have, they've just got good heroes.
They have good heroes.
It's just good heroes.
Yep. It's Muerta. It's ET. These heroes have been very good right now as the 2 supports in this meta. And yeah, Sand King overall, sure, he gets sacrificed, but in most of these games, he ends up having an impact anyway. And they're going to be able to get the wave drag. So as we said, Vitaly, he'll still struggle, but he should be able to get something more out of this lane than the last times that we did see him.
And are we going to see sort of, you know, any variation with the build-up from Pure on this position 1 Slardar? What's sort of the item build from Carry?
I feel like you don't really have Deviate, right? Don't you just like Treads Echo and Harpoons and...
Sure, but you just don't get the blink and... Like, do you get the blink at all, or I think it's like your 3rd, 4th item?
I think because he has Kunkka and Lion, he probably just doesn't go and he just goes for his own carry one.
Yeah.
Because he wants gap close, of course, versus the Nature's Prophet, but he just wants straight damage to be able to deal with this Timber Saw that's going to be a problem. So I'd imagine he just goes that style of build. GPK is getting some good harassment onto BP in these first 2 levels, getting some good connections with the cleave. But of course, we are seeing PP have that slight edge, 9-3 to the 8-1. And he actually can't really pose that kill threat. GPK is doing very well.
He's going down. This is going to be first blood. Gets caught in the Sprout, no way out for him.
Save unable to make the connection over. And Pike is staying very low HP, but Save felt like he couldn't walk over. And the good thing about the one good thing Koshta too about the Kunkka versus the Timber in the mid lane is Timber goes for that bottle, Kunkka does not. So he can actually play just around the double bracers to get that extra CS. He's doing quite well in this matchup.
And managing to keep PP low as well.
Yeah, just keeps getting those cleave connections onto him. It's actually Miro who's the one who's struggling the most at this moment, not Vitaly. Vitaly's been able to get that wave drag that we talked about. Yeah, Miro is really struggling up here. Save, unable to really handle the Treant plus the ET. It's a problem for them. Lion overall just does not deal with this annoying Greater Treant with an ET just walking at him. So Miro is having a very slow one, but it's a Bristle, so they'll get the stacks going as well. So there always will be that catch-up mechanic for both of these offlaners if they do struggle.
Yeah, has of course got the Quelling now, so won't die to any Sprout plays again anytime soon.
Level 3 is now hit for Miro, so he's quite a bit stronger if they do want to look for an aggressive play. Sprout connects on both. Can't follow up with it. Yeah, GPK is pretty much matching the farm in the mid lane too, so that matchup is a good choice for him to have there.
Yeah, definitely going much better than you would imagine if they did indeed end up just keeping the Slardar mid.
Exactly, and the nice other thing about Kunkka too is, of course, when you get 6, it's a lot of magical burst too. So they could absolutely look to rotate onto PP with a +1 if he keeps him low, if he continues to get these Tidebringer hits onto him. Because PP is staying like 500 HP in pretty much every situation right now. Garo does have a salve, but continues to be brought low. Yodomi is 3 now, so level 2 on that Astral Spirit save. He constantly has to use the stun to distance himself. Free farm on the Nature's Prophet.
I mean, we'll see. Is this going to be a game, do you imagine, we're going to get some early rotations? You know, GPK, once he hits the 6, is he going to look for a kill on the side lanes?
I think if he keeps
You can
PP
kill
at this,
mid.
I think you might actually be able to kill the mid if you bring the Lion over with the Magic Burst. It's a possibility. He could also just make the move top. It's probably the easier kill to just go for the Nature's Prophet, but usually they play around that 6-minute power rune. And GPK is honestly starting to win the lane in mid.
That's going very well for him.
Yep.
And of course, for PP, you know, sure, he would have probably loved to have been able to crush the Kunkka a little bit better in the mid lane. But even if he doesn't, you know, he's still getting farm. And the Timber obviously has a lot of strengths outside of the lane as well this game, right?
Yeah, it's
not like one of those heroes that you picked and it had to dominate mid. If it doesn't, it's still going to be a very good hero this game.
Absolutely. I mean, it still is a ton of physical damage that BB has gone for. It's just, yeah, Kunkka is very close to 6, and they're already starting to make the move toward mid. PP is 3/4 HP. GPK just keeps trying to connect that Tide Ringer onto him. They are set up around mid with those supports.
Top lane, though. Miro on his own.
Again.
It's an easy kill for the two of them. Pyke and Yodomi take him out. And backup's going to come in now on the mid. So with Yodomi around.
Not 6 yet on PP. They lift the wave.
I don't know if the burst is going to be enough.
Not with him, not full HP.
And not with a perfect stomp there from Yodomi, catching onto the two of them with the sleep. That's just not a kill that they can really go for. They'll try and look for the power rune. It's going to be top. Yodomi's going to be able to secure that for Edge.
Nice rotations. If you have him kept at that half HP, you can try. But if he's full HP and you
it's not going to work.
Not gonna happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
We'll be able to survive. Pyke will actually get forced back to base since he doesn't have any assistance. Miro will finally get some space in that top lane. But yeah, he's really struggling. This Bristle back. Of course, we said we will be able to catch up, but the TP's coming in. Pyke's actually looking for the aggressive play on Miro.
And bottom, Pure's trying to dive in to look for the kill. Crush off the mark. Does get the kill eventually here with help. But now...
What a play from Pyke.
See if PP can punish this. With the burrow strike on a Katomi. He's got the tether up to the high ground, though. He'll get away. So Pure and Katomi, they get away with that dive.
Looks like he was going to go down there to Chakrams, but nice tether. Will be able to distance himself. But Pyke, he just TP's back to base, comes back and just kills Miro. Miro was still like 10% HP.
He's having a tough one, Miro.
He really is. By far the hardest one in
7 minutes.
And save. He needs some help.
Pure. He wants to try and contest this Shrine of Wisdom. We'll see who wins this out. It's a lot of damage. Michael will get the calling out, but he's gone, and Pure will be able to secure the Shrine for himself. As the Nature's Wrath does come crashing through, takes down Katomi.
They got both. Even though they do end up losing the IO there, they're going to be able to claim both of those shrines. They don't finish off Yodomi, but yeah. Great aggressive play coming out from the side of BetBoom. GPK starting to have a pretty clear separation between him and PP from that last move. 500 gold ahead now.
Yeah, needed at least the IO kill from that rotation down bottom, but yeah, didn't quite get it.
Did not. GPK, does he just go standard? Imagine so, right? Just go Blade Mail. Maybe even that Radiance build that we saw Nothing to Say do from the game before could be a possibility.
Yeah, I think so, right?
Down.
It seems like a pretty good Blade Mail game.
Yeah, Blade Mail for sure versus like the Sand and everything. It's every game in Kunkka should probably just go Blade Mail, but yeah. Radiance probably the choice afterwards if he wants to go down that route.
That's probably one of the downsides of BetBoom's draft. You wouldn't consider any of those heroes being a good one to pick up a Mage Slayer, really. Because it would be a nice game for it, right? But they just don't really have anyone that can buy it.
No, they can't. You don't have any multi-hitting targets.
Yeah.
Hero. It's just not really worth it. And we do see something interesting, though, Owen. Did you click on Pure?
No, what's he got? Midas? I was going to ask this earlier. This is one of those heroes that Midas does feel like one of those unfortunate necessities, because you're not going to be able to farm easy with a Slardar, right? You got to have something. You're not buying a Maelstrom. You're not buying a Battle Fury. What are you buying if you're not buying one of those two as a carry? It is the Midas.
I guess so. It does make it that your timings with the IO in particular are a little bit weaker, because you usually want to use the IO to bring the Slardar in early to thrive off of that. But if you want to just play for the farm route, sure.
Because someone's got to farm, someone's got to scale. The Bristle is not having a good time. He knows that he's got to take it on his own shoulders here.
I mean, he probably also, like, looking at their draft, they do have a pretty good, like, 2.5 scale, like, Tricore in comparison. You're playing versus a Nature's Prophet that's going to scale super hard, of course, but the Nature's start to fall off.
Sure, but the Nature's Prophet does scale so hard.
He does.
I don't know if you want
to
look at it. I think it's just because, like, the Bristle's having a... It kind of gives it... He just needs it. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think this is... I'm okay. I hate Midas, but I think I'm kind of okay with it on this. Kind of. I don't. Yep. I mean, just because the IO, I like it a little less because I feel like you can just relocate him in, and if he has like an Echo,
well, actually get kills.
Great, but if he has a Midas, not really. But either way, whatever. They're trying to make it work. Michael.
He's got the setup. Be an easy one here.
Where is his Midas?
It's on the way.
I was like, it's taking forever.
It's coming now. It's on the courier, right? The recipe.
Yeah, it's coming right now. There we go. And that tower will fall. Vitaly's still not having that blink. He's got the phase boots. Still quite a ways away. 1500 till he does have it. PP. 800 HP, GPK. Not going to throw the combo.
Just, yeah. I mean, at what point will they be able to kill this Timbersaw? Is it a certain sort of item pickup? Is there going to be sort of a spike in their lineup's potential? They're going to try
it. Can kill him pretty easily, actually.
Okay, Andy, walking up like this, PP will get found.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
I was going to say.
If he walks in underneath the Slardar at this point, he will die quite easily.
If he doesn't have the stacks, the Corrosive's really strong. They're under tier 2.
Yeah, pretty deep. Good stun here for Save to hold back the two of them.
Big heals from Katomi.
Pike will be able to pick off Save.
Ooh, off the mark with that dead shot, GPK. Looks like he should be able to distance himself. Yeah, I think they're still going to have ways to kill him. They're going to have Finger up soon, too, plus Boat. They do have overwhelming physical damage if he doesn't have those stacks up. He's starting to slow. I mean, he's starting to get hurt a lot. 3,800 net worth to the 5K of the Kunkka. That death really slows him down.
And what's he going to go for? Going to go for the ATOS first.
Okay, I mean, we'll give him some extra HP, of course. And some ways to maybe just distance himself versus the Slardar, but...
I mean, I imagine it's going to be a game where he's going to need to get some sort of self-dispel, right? Like the Yule. It's a pretty good Jules game for him. Would you not want to buy that as the mid?
I mean, Yules or Lotus definitely could be valuable if he wants to go down that route. But ideally, he wants to get that Aghanims, of course, because it's the end-all, be-all item. But
sure,
he's been slowed down a lot, Owen. That is not what you want to see if you're an Edge fan right now.
Especially when you did have this matchup where you run this back in other situations, Timber could crush a Kunkka, or at least do better than what happened here,
probably do
right?
better, I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, at least not be 1,500 gold behind the Kunkka, or just under that, 11 minutes in.
Because sure, Kunkka's gotten some like buffs and changes, but I think I've still seen Malrine have a pretty good advantage over
I think
these Kunkkas.
Absolutely, he's had some crazy games on the Timber mid against these melees and definitely against Kunkkas in the past.
Finger was used, save, able to get a quick kill. Looking to swing toward the mid lane. Blade Mail's already finished from GPK. Blade Mail also being queued up on Miro. And multiple Blade Mails. Another way to kill Timbersaw too.
Just run in with the Blade Mails.
Run in with Blade Mails into the epicenter plus the Timber spell. Sure.
Yeah, I like it.
Why not? If they do want to go down that route. It's kind of all any on the Bristle. I don't know if he is going to full commit for it, but we'll see. And we do see Pure, he's going to go standard afterwards. Now he is going to go that Echo route, probably Harpoon or BKB, depending on how he feels, what he needs.
I think definitely seeing early signs of, two lineups where, for Edge, I don't think you would have been wrong to expect a little bit more from them in this opening.
Yeah.
Being 1K gold behind already.
It's not a good sign with the last pick when it looked like a dream Timber pick.
And it looked like a great lineup, great draft.
So far, things just not connecting too much for them. Pike, he's having a good time, as we said. 5-0. He's literally all of the kills on the team. But a Timber being slowed down in the early game, they got to start getting him enabled a little bit, and they're going to smoke. They're going to look with Michael and Yodomi to get a kill here for PP.
Okay.
It is going into a Slardar IO who's about to have the mech. He is 6 gold away on Katomi. So this can be a bit of a risky one, but this is kind of how you want to set up plays, right? You want to hunt the IO, usually. Otherwise, you get outnumbered. Do they have the damage, though?
They find him.
The sentry's already down.
Kunkka's TPing over. They're preparing for this here, GPK.
They're reading the moves. PP.
They're going to get the X-Mark set up. Want to get the catch on a PP here with a boat. Pure's going to get on top of Yodomi. They'll come in crashing with a Burrow Strike and the Epicenter. Vitali bringing Katomi down low. They'll kill off the IO. They'll trap Pure in the trees.
They got him.
Vitali gets the double.
GPK,
they're going to see if they can continue to find anything in return, and they will. GPK gets the triple as he ends Vitali's life. Now turns over towards Pike. He gets the ultra kill.
All right, Pure, a little bit of a sacrifice, running in, tanking everything for his GPK, who comes in, gets the big cleanup. Look at the damage.
That's painful as well. Look how much money he's got, and obviously on the road to the Radiance. That's going to speed that Radiance up quite a bit, getting an ultra kill like that.
Oh, PP's game feels like it may be already over. 0-2 at this point with the Timber versus the
I think we expected so much more from him on the Timber.
We really did. Now here, he's just controlled completely, and yeah, they commit a lot of spells to be able to take out Pure, but they cannot protect PP. And yeah, Miro plus GPK, it's overwhelming physical damage.
It is, absolutely.
The goo, the corrosive, and then just the Tidebringer damage that GPK is throwing.
They're just getting right-click down.
Yeah. On paper, we said so many good things for this Timbersaw, but so far in the game, not looking like any of it was true.
Yeah, they're just getting outplayed by BetBoom here.
Truly. And Finger is online again. Blink's almost done. They're getting so much out of this map. And it's a quick, easy Tormentor for them as well. That's the Relic finished, essentially, for GPK.
Sharp for Katsuomi.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the Tidebringer Relic cleaves are going to be devastating.
It's just so fast. It's so fast. The farm here from GPK.
Yeah, they're so fragile at this point.
Save's nearly got his blink.
Katomi.
They're looking for Pure. Maybe Pure and Katsuomi going to look for them. They've got the backup of Miro. So, yeah, Edge, they're not going to want to keep looking for him anymore.
Edge has 4 heroes standing up here, and they can't do anything. 2 connections. BetBoom looking for a play.
Uh-oh.
PP.
Here they come. Gonna go for the stun setup onto him. Trying to follow up. The Hex.
Stomp connects on 3.
The boat. We'll get in. They'll get the fear on towards Pure, so we'll stop him from getting on top of PP. We'll keep PP safe.
Vitaly doesn't want to go in. He was considering jumping in with the Epi, but not going to be able to go for that punish. They'll keep PP alive. They're going to smoke and look for a setup since boat's on cooldown. PP's half HP too. I feel like he can still just die if he runs in, even without boat having it up. He's got to be quite careful. And BetBoom, they're just going to full split. Nice ET stomp at least to save PP there. Yeah, it looks Pure. He feels like he does want to get that BKB. As you saw, it is a lot of magic damage and control in the fight. So if he can just disassemble Echo, go BKB, then in that in that last fight, of course, it's a bit too early, but next time he'll have BKB to be able to stop most of that damage and likely will survive as well. They'll have to 100-0 him before he can pop that BKB once he does have it, and that's not an easy task when you're playing with an IO. How close to GPK's Radiance? He's almost got it done, Owen.
Yes.
He actually does have it if he wants to sell the Bracer, because he probably wants to keep the Calling Blade anyway. So yeah, Radiance, it's done. 17 minutes. Phase Blade Mail Radiance, some of the faster timings I think we see.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff from him. Coming out of a matchup against a Timber in the mid.
Yep. Really good stuff.
Did not shake GPK at all.
Nope.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, now he can actually sell his Calling Blade, actually. He got the Iron Talon as his tier 2 neutral, so he keeps the Bracer, sells the Quelling, and now he's got a way to cut the tree. I was going to say, does he get the RNG on the neutral? And he did. Roche, no way they can contest this with their big wombo combo team fight. Captain's too fast.
How do you fight into this?
I don't know, Owen.
He's just on the slaughter. Radiance Blade Mail on the Kunkka.
Ike, he's under vision save. He's on top of him.
They're going to have him. They're bringing in the relocate. There's no saving him. They didn't even need the relocate. A Finger will finish the job.
Starting to get out of hand again very quickly.
It's tough. On the plus side for Edge, they should be able to last longer than they did in game 1.
Yeah, they need to last only 4 more minutes, right?
Yep. So they should get a longer game. But turning this one around, it's starting to look as tough as turning around game 1 would have been.
Yeah.
It's getting rough.
At this point, even though he was 5-0, these 2 deaths, and you can just see he's so fragile, there's no saving. They have stomps, right? They have good ways to like stop some of the potential that comes up, but they don't have any like escape back. They don't have relocate. No disruptions, nothing to just protect this Nature's Prophet if he gets jumped. He's just dead if he gets gone on, essentially, and they don't have the ET stomp kind of hitting 3 or 4 heroes. BetBoom with their approach. They sacked Miro for some time, but it's all worked. The other 2 cores are thriving. Same for those supports.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, what do they do, Edge? They don't want to fight into this Aegis. They haven't really got any sort of major item pickup that close.
I mean, how close is Vitaly to Aghanims? I think he's pretty close, right? I think that's their next biggest pickup. He's about to have it done, so that's
something.
It's something. It's going to have to be a giant connection, but they are starting to get those BKBs very soon. Pure, he's got it done.
is under attack.
Kunkka also is going to go for his, and Miro's going to go pipe, so they're starting to have those solutions. You know, you're saying Mage Slayer potential for anything. Pipe essentially is a similar thing that they can do when they go for that on the Bristle.
Also,
TP.
The setup. Yep. Steps up. Do have the counterplay though, and that's going to be the Aegis gone. Bring the save down low, but the heals are coming in from Katomi. Doesn't matter, save still goes down.
GPK, or Pure, his BKB gets delivered, but he's stuck.
He's going to have to TP out, and he will get out of there.
Can they get Miro?
They can. They've got the Atos. They're able to put a stop to Miro's escape.
Big fight.
Not bad at all. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Pure. They kill off Save. They kill off Miro. They don't lose anything. Very nicely played there by Edge.
Great epi. He just got the Ags. Perfect timing for it to be delivered. He catches it on that back line. Both of the supports have to kind of try to bail each other out. So Pure is isolated. He didn't have the IO with him because the IO had to go try to save. And Pure's BKB got delivered after he already died the first time. If you had it in the initial go, perhaps they can try for something, but look at his inventory. You see the courier flying out, and he's just controlled during the entirety of it before that BKB arrives.
That's true. Yeah, if the BKB was there, maybe he would have wanted to use on that first life, would have guaranteed the kill against the Muerta, and give them a better shot, maybe keeping the fight in their favor.
The fact that, yeah, you see Katomi, he has to kind of split to try to protect the line. It's Pure is just completely isolated, so a pretty blunder of a fight from BetBoom, but a beautiful one from Edge. At the exact moment they needed it, too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See if Edge can keep this going.
Should find
Eyes on save. Edge finding another.
Getting some momentum. Another
maybe even
TP
more.
coming forward.
Pike. And Michael. He's on top of Pure.
Nice fear.
I mean, Pure, he's just completely alone. He's gone.
Oh, they're starting to get huge kills. And the relocate, they might be able to get another one. They will. Triple kill for PP.
I mean, I guess that was a bit greedy from Katomi, because obviously at that point, he went for the relocate to get the Shrine of Wisdom, which left Pure on his own. He got the Shrine.
Yeah, I don't think they expected them to get the follow-up chase, but yeah, they just get on.
No, for sure, because he was definitely relocating before he saw him, but it was like at the moment he was leaving, he was like, oh, my carry is about to get ganked. Well, at least I'm getting the Wisdom Shrine.
And you know what? Well, at least we actually get a game now, because this is starting to get out of control.
Yeah,
now things, they're completely
It's back on the table here for Edge.
Absolutely. Edge getting huge kills, completely caught back up in this game. PP, after having, he literally bought the Kai, I believe, just a couple moments ago, and now he's almost 3 components of his Aghanim.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Things getting reestablished quickly. GPK, his BKB is going to be done, so they are going to have that double BKB plus pipe timing anyway, but Edge has slowed down that momentum massively. Mostly at the backup of Vitaly. The first time that we've seen him actually...
he's popping off on the Sand King.
Yeah, he's that difference maker this time. Most of the games he struggled. This one, 3-1 and 6. That Ag's timing couldn't have been better.
Can they keep it up?
How's Pike doing on his BKB? He's still a bit of time away from it. Ideally, he wants to get that before the next big clash.
And Save and Mirror on the hunt.
They have the reload up. They do want to look for the numbers, but the ops wards will scout them. Double taken away.
Vitaly. Does he want to go for it? He's going to go for it.
Is there enough damage, though? There's an IO behind.
Pike turns up. He's in with the Sprout towards Katomi, but Katomi's able to get the 2 of them out there. So Pure will be safe. Does he have to put the BKB, though, on the way out?
They're going to look to fight this, BetBoom. But
Edge know this. Yeah, Edge is backing off. They're not hanging around trying to find a free IO kill, because it wouldn't have been a free IO kill, because indeed they were setting it up, and yeah, Edge, they're not going to fall for that.
I mean, they're starting to feel pretty confident with these
moves. They just needed a bit of warming up here, Edge, in game 1 and the start of game 2. They've warmed up now. They're ready to play.
And they are now, you know, getting these BKBs forced from Pure 2 different times. It's down to 7 seconds already. 60 seconds, he won't have it. They could look to set up on him if he's isolated. BetBoom, though, they're smoking up. They want to look for the fight. There's no epicenter. That's the thing that they fear the most. Oh, yeah, no splitter, too, actually. I didn't notice that. 50 seconds on that, too. Okay, they're hunting Yadomi. They want to go for a bigger target. They saw him killing the ward.
They'll settle for him.
Quick and easy kill.
They'll start swinging around over towards the mid as well, BetBoom.
Okay. And Pure is feeling like he does want to have this blink now at this point, just be able to get to that backline, get on top of the NP or the Sanking in particular.
Yeah, it just means that he can kind of hold off on the BKB usage for a little longer in the team fights, right? Because otherwise he's having to try walk through the calling, for the chakrams, for the sandstorms, the burrow strikes.
He's going to need some force staffs, I feel. I'm like checking. Yeah. IO usually doesn't like to build it, so you're going to just have to rely on Lion to get that force, so. Save is pretty close to it, but does feel like they need a little bit of extra mobility to get Pure in and out of these fights now at this point. PP, the Ags is done. So now very unlikely that he does get brought down in that next fight if he is able to get that reactive armor off. Probably going to see some nullifiers queued up soon as well on the side of BetBoom. Tormentor's up. Edge. They want to contest it. They've got
coming over.
He's at the ready with a fresh veil.
Do they want to jump the bristle? He's got blade mail, he's got pipe. He's pretty tanky, Miro.
They turn him around.
They're going to go straight for him. Katomi comes in with the tether. Kismiro fine for now. Now the turn with the boat and the finger onto Vitali. He's blown up. They'll look for more. Michael's going to be able to TP out with the Pierce the Veil.
Ooh, that is not how you want things to start for Edge. Vitali.
It was always going to be risky. Going on the bristle. I mean, maybe if the IO wasn't there, they have a chance of bursting, but even still then, it's not an easy target.
Yeah, I think they probably were saying, hey, we can turn him around with the dead shot, because they did, right? They made him face their direction, but it's...
Yeah.
He's too tanky.
I mean, they obviously had the chance to click him as well, but that was the first time he had the pipe. Like, he just finished the pipe.
I don't think Vitali can do these type of plays where he blinks stuns, though. I think he has to just wait for the big epicenters in all of these situations. It's too dangerous for if he just jumps in, he can just die 100-0 versus the Slardar. I feel like the Sanking is the most important still at this point on the side of Edge. Especially if he's able to finish this Shivas. It is very good this game versus the IO. Is that Pure with his blink? It is.
I might start to go for something again here, Edge. They're grouped up around the Roche.
They have the Epi at the ready. They definitely don't want to give anything for free at this point. Tough Nemesis Curse for Pyke. Very good pickup versus this minus armor. He can join every fight now in this Nature's Prophet. With this BKB, with the Mjolnir and Hurricane Pike, he's got multiple ways to protect himself. They're under a ward. I don't think they saw that. BetBoom. Miro is standing under it completely here. See if Edge wants to use that information to do something. They are going to try. They see Miro, but he knows now. The Wrath of Nature hits. They gave it away. Well, that was a bit of a miss up there.
Yeah, they're not going to catch him by surprise now.
No. It happens, you know. Carry players just wanting to farm.
had to farm that creep wave on the other side of the map or something. Oh, whoops, gave up the vision.
Because it looked like his team was smoking to set up for a fight.
I think they were ready to go up there, yeah.
The Wrath of Nature just reveals it in the ward. Oh, well, it happens. And now BetBoom, they're going to smoke themselves with the ward that they have, and they're potentially going to get a pick off.
You know, maybe Pyke was just making the executive decision that he didn't want his team to go, and he's like, no, you're not doing that.
Vitali, they see him.
And they're on him. Straight away with the crush, the finger, the burst, the control.
They've got him. 50 seconds, they can go for the Roche. That's more than enough time for this lineup to kill it. Can Edge push them off of it? They're going to get the Shrine of Wisdom, so Yodomi at least makes that nice move to take away that, but yeah, the Roche. Unlikely that they can contest. Can he at least stop to slow them down?
Let's have a look. Is Yodomi going to be able to mess with them a little bit? Slows them down a little.
They see the Spirit and they're like, wait. All right, now we can go back in. The dream pick off for BetBoom, finding that Sand King. Miro in the mid lane.
I mean, they're going in on the mid.
He's a little alone. The IO is near Katomi.
They'll stomp on him.
He's got relocate at the ready.
Sprout as well, into the silence. He just gets destroyed. Caught in the edge of the cooling as well there.
My God, the damage he took at the end there. I mean, the deconstruction, right? The ET standing on top of him, the damage just starts to accelerate so fast. Katomi was waiting too. He's like, I got you. Oh, you're dead.
Yeah, some of the rest of BetBoom were coming in as well. They're like, is this a thing?
Oh, it's just all the pure actually that did it. Okay, I thought it was the amp up, but either way, it was just pure damage from PP. Yeah, Katomi, he has a greater healing Lotus too. So he was like waiting for the opportunity.
Maybe.
And then, boom, gone. So unable to get that. 30 seconds, no bristle, Edge.
They're going for more.
Pick.
Seeing if they can find down here on the bottom side of things. Vitali's in. Pure will jump across. He has to BKB and play it safe here, Pure. He'll start to back away. Katomi will fall.
Off the mark again with the stun.
Edge, they did a good job of this, previously, where they get one sort of favorable action, and then they immediately try and turn it into something else.
And it feels like they're constantly aware of the positioning of the Eye on the Slardar, right? Because it's been like 3 times that they've been able to get that pick off and then look for that Eye on Slardar immediately afterwards. Pretty cool stuff. I think that's the Shiva's done now for Vitali. As you said, very good Shiva's game versus the IO. I want a shield rune now, too, for PP. Going for that AC next on Pyke since he's versus all this minus armor. I mean, this game is... It's up in the air for either side.
No, absolutely.
So 3 minutes on the Aegis for Pure.
Some sloppy moments, really, from BetBoom. Yep. We weren't really seeing from them in game 1. And that's given the chance here for Edge to absolutely strike back and hold this game in a pretty close spot right now. After what was not an easy start.
They've got level 18 on Vitali, too. So he's got the level 3 Epicenter. Same for PP. He's got level 3 Chakram. And the team fight potential for Edge is always going to be there with this ET and Sand King. For BetBoom, as you said, still 2 minutes left on that Aegis. BKB is coming back up for Pure. See if they want to look for a fight. Try to force something with this Aegis. Do they still have any of these deep wards down? Don't believe so. PP. He's right on top.
They jump. They find the IO straight away. They're in with a burst.
Good read. And PP, no way that you can go for him. He has a shield rune plus that Aghanim's instant punish onto Katomi.
Middle tower is under attack.
And GPK, yep. Someone has to go for it, so we'll be queuing up that nullifier at some point. Pure? Ooh.
Very close.
Split second off. He would have just been able to BKB TP afterwards, but either way, you could have probably forced that BKB if you connect that stun there. A nice try. Level 20 has been hit. 21 now on Pyke, starting to get toward those dangerous territories. And this AC is gonna do work for him and his whole team. He's up to 36 armor now on this Nature's Prophet versus the physical damage. Jump, Michael.
Nope. I'll get the ult off.
Almost dies instantly.
They might be able to get out.
There's another.
Oh,
he's grabbed up.
Dragged back by the harpoon. He will fall. Nearly.
Nice try. Wicked sick for GPK. Still yet to die. Definitely seen a little bit of sloppiness from Pure, but GPK, he's been keeping it very comfortable for himself. He's also level 21 still. Matching that of the Nature's Prophet. Miero will be able to get away. 40 seconds on Aegis, but BetBoom can't really force the issue for it.
No, they didn't really get a lot done with this Aegis.
No, it's just an Aegis.
Not at all.
These team fights are going to be quite wild. GPK, Pure, they're trying to walk in. They still have this Aegis, trying to use it.
Pure tries to make the jump, but already it's going to be GPK that gets close to Pun and be able to get the BKB off and the Earth Splitter.
PP's just gone.
PP just torn apart. As Vitali, he'll now be focused, tries to burrow stroke away, but he's caught in the secret shop, dragged back out of it by Pure's harpoon.
He didn't get the reactive off. He just gets stunned and completely annihilated. My God, that damage he took. Look at the death summary. He died in literally 1 second. 1,500 from Slardar and 1,000 from Kunkka.
Dude, it looked that much. I thought, because in my head I was like, the splitter hit him, but no, of course that was his teammate trying to help. Didn't really do anything in return.
He didn't get the Ags off, right? So they just completely just destroy him.
It just, yeah, he died. He got like hit the same point the splitter went off. It looked like his team splitter because he died that quickly.
I mean, this physical damage, it's overwhelming. It's just too much. Even with the armor that they've been able to build up on some of these heroes.
Got to turn that friendly fire off.
Holy shit. Tower, tier 2. BetBoom starting to get big momentum here. That was a usage of the Aegis. You know, they still had 30 seconds on it, so they actually do get something out of the end of it there.
They do. Yep. Those last few moments, they get the tier 2.
Yep.
And back to an 8K lead.
Back to that comfortable spot. They've found Vitaly now multiple times, right? 4 times, or it feels like 3 or 4 times now in a row, where he hasn't been able to get a good epi connection.
Yeah, he did have that good kind of entrance into the mid game where he was making those solid plays, but started to come to an end.
Yeah, they're starting to. I mean, BetBoom's just starting to get the cleaner initiations and cleaner stuns to disable these heroes before they get their spells off. In particular, PP and Vitaly.
Oh, save.
Save.
He's just got to find Pike. Well, that's quite the catch there for him.
And Vitaly.
He's tried to jump in to help out, but Pike's already dead.
He might just die too. Vitaly, he's a bit tanky.
He's trying to run.
Splitter. We'll bail him out, but Miro is here. He's chasing.
He's diving in.
He wants him.
He's going past the tier 3. He's going to get him. Vitaly's dead. Yadomi's gone.
Oh my god, they're all dead in an instant. All right, well, that just might be it, Owen. They don't have creeps, so they can't actually push toward that high ground, but my goodness, they just walked through them.
Well, they definitely had some moments of hope this game.
They did.
Edge.
Absolutely.
But BetBoom coming, slapping them back down.
A little bit of a reality check, right? They're like, well, we were kind of throwing a little bit. You guys did take advantage of it, but back to business for us. Banners down. Definitely Raxes that are looking to fall here. PP. That's the Blink Dagger to look for a jump play. Pure. Already looking to drag that next wave, kill it off instantly. They're respawning. But man, what a hit. It was a 4K lead about, what, 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, for quite a while.
16,000 gold lead.
That's a tough one there.
Yeah, it started to really get quite difficult when BetBoom started to play more stable.
And just a pretty brutal way for that play to start, really, with them finding Pike like that.
And they just kind of...
you find this nature's probably... There's top net worth, right? You're just able to delete him like that. It's going to be a tough fight.
And then Vitaly, he kind of handed himself to them, right?
Yeah.
Blink stun. I mean, he didn't really think that Miro was going to chase him to the tier 4s, but he did blink stun into a Slardar, which is always a risk.
Now we go the late game Battle Fury.
He needs it for the Sprout.
Get himself out the trees.
Does he, though? He needs it, why not?
Is it with the BKB? The buyback's going to come out here from Yadomi.
Epi being revved.
Vitaly, can he find the jump? No, he's going to hold back on it. Doesn't want to go for it yet. X marks onto PP. Vitaly, considering his options.
He got cleaved.
He's going to get it. It's 2-man burst striking onto GPK and Miro, but he's just dying himself. The BKB's come out. GPK and Miro perfectly fine. Pure dive in the tier 4s on top of Yadomi. It's a dive back on him. Triple kill for Pure. He's ready to look for more. Ultra kill for Pure. He's looking for the rampage. He's not going to get it though. Gets cut down. And in fact, with the buybacks, maybe Edge can punish BetBoom here. They turn towards Miro. Double kill for PP. The buybacks here does cost them the triple buybacks, but it will keep the game going.
BetBoom does it again. Just wants to get kills when they don't really need it, but now the overchase from Edge.
Let's see what happens here. Pike.
GPK, he's beating on him.
He's going to get caught by the X mark here, Pike. Drag back into the Torrent.
I mean, GPK.
I mean, the high toss will hold back GPK, but the stun comes in for a save, and that's going to be him out. Pike's gone. No buyback available on him. Michael will get pissed to fail off. Can he shoot down these two? No, he can't.
GPK
He's dead.
it.
PP left alone. Will manage to find save with the chakram, but can he deal with GPK?
Look at this Kunkka, satanic. He's just gonna stand his ground. GPK, the monster.
Vitaly's gonna be back in 10 seconds.
He's boating him, but GPK doesn't care.
I think he might need to care when the Sand King's back up.
He's out.
Yeah, he'll TP out now. He'll respect the fact that Vitaly's back in. Katomi also able to get away.
GPK's having a treat. He's the one who's playing. He's having a flawless performance this game. Literally playing perfect.
That's true.
Pure being a little reckless, same thing for Miro. But
I mean, you can't blame him. When you get an ultra kill like that, you got to try for the rampage. You know, ain't nobody backing off after an ultra kill.
True, I don't blame him. But do get punished slightly there by the buybacks.
They do. They keep the game going here, Edge.
Yep, they'll extend it a couple more minutes. GPK, though. Love his build. Love that he went for the Battle Fury at the end of it all. The cleave is pretty devastating.
Yeah, if you're within that sort of cone of getting hit by the Battle Fury cleave as well as the Tidebringer cleave, it hurts.
He's 25 now.
Yeah, with
like,
the
this
talent.
damage is nothing to scoff at. And he's going to go Daedalus.
I was going to say, I hope he does.
Yeah.
Get that Daedalus in. Get that stinky BKB out.
I mean, look at his, like, he's got a little cheeky smile going on there. I see it on.
Well, what is he getting out, actually? He's just getting rid of the phase boots? How you fit the Daedalus in?
Yeah,
you don't want to get rid of the Battle Fury.
No, you have to just get rid of your boots.
Just get rid of your boots.
Yeah, that's great.
I think you sell the BKB.
That's the boots. Hex picked up. PP will be able to at least acquire Summit more. After that reckless dive, of course, from Pure. Pure will be able to grab that Aegis. He's also now hit 25. He does not take the Corrosive Haze Undispellable.
That's one of the crazier talents in the game.
One of the best ones, but he feels like he just wants to have multi-crushes because he's got the Aghanims build. He just wants to have the puddles everywhere.
And he's going to go Octarine afterwards, so
he wants to
really lead into the crush spam.
Yeah, you just crush. Sure, why not? He's been experimenting this game.
I mean, I think, back at this point now, they're, BetBoom's back in the chilling out zone. They're like, well, we're probably going to wrap this one up, so let's try some stuff out. Hence the Daedalus Battle Fury coming in for fun and indeed going for the talent that I'd imagine, I don't know the stats, but I imagine it's very rarely taken. Unless you're indeed trying to do some Octarine meme build.
I would feel like it's like a 90-10 one. Right?
I would imagine so.
Because the Undispellable one is just so insane.
It's just, it's crazy.
Doesn't feel like he needs it, though, because I don't know if they even have any Dispels, right? That's what I've been kind of looking for.
That's true.
They have BKB,
I guess if
but
they're
they
not
have no
dispelling it
Lotuses
anyway.
So, yeah.
Yep, that's fair.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower.
They're looking for a kill, trying to find somebody over here. Sure. Can't quite. But he does now have the Octarine.
There we go. So what's the cooldown looking like on the crush?
3 seconds. So you can pretty much just perma, you can just keep spamming it, essentially. Very balanced. And he did get Ogre Seal Totem, so I do have to always point these out. They got Ogre Seal Totem on Miro, Ogre Seal Totem on Pure, so they'll be able to get themselves out of those sprouts. Of course, one of the best neutral items in the game still. What's Pike queuing up? Still not 25. I keep tabbing over to check for him. He's still not there. PB either. He is level 24, close to his 25. They have good burst potential if they get these type of stuns and connections, but it's just they're playing into this Aegis cheese. So many different overwhelming ways to save each other on the side of BetBoom in comparison to theirs. And they are tanky at the end of the day still at BetBoom, even if there is a lot of percentage damage between the ET and the Timbersaw. Pike trying to farm up this level 25.
Dire are scanning.
And I think Save is understanding how he's probably going to play and just look to be on the opposite side. Save buys Boots to travel, if I saw that correctly. So he's looking to probably hunt this Nature's Prophet to set up for those relocate ganks on the side lanes. I believe they are delivered now. So Save's got those up. And Pike is half a level at 1,000 XP until he's got 25.
There we go. Going to be ready to dive, Pure. Seeing what he can find.
Their damage has boosted a lot. 25 on Miro. He's got the Warpath damage now, too. This tower's going to die very fast.
Yep. Not getting the catch here, but just bullying back Edge.
He's just dropping the puddles. Tons of puddles up in the front line. He's super tanky underneath those.
That's bottom racks. Pretty much gone. Pure's going to be able to get the jump onto Michael. Well, the ult's out. They get the sprout onto Miro, but he's able to bounce away with the seal totem.
PP. He's looking for the backline. He wants to try to burst one of these supports. He's going to go for it.
He's going to try.
But they're healed.
Can they finish off Save? He's caught in the sprout. They'll get him. They'll kill Save off. The boat comes in over towards PP, but PP and Pike still fighting pretty fit here. The BKB out finally comes to an end. PP. He's dead. Triple kill for Pure. They don't have the buybacks this time. Pike will TP out, but he's the last man left standing on Edge. Everybody else is dead.
They're just too strong at this point. All 3 cores are, absolute monsters. They bring down Save, but he's got Boots to travel buyback. He comes back in an instant. And that looks like it should just be it. Pike, he cannot do anything on his own.
Let's see what he can. He's going to try.
He's dead.
He's dead. Well, he's got a buyback. He's going to try again.
They're going to dive him. I think they're going to fountain dive him.
Oh, here we come.
It's coming.
Pure's going to die.
He's got Aegis.
Okay.
Get in there, Miro. Give him your back.
They want to get him. They'll get him. Pure's able to finish him off in the fountain.
Buys a Ghost Scepter. He'll be all right.
5 seconds, they're going to have the supports back up, but the Ancient probably going to be dead by then, as BetBoom look to close it up. They want to get some more kills. Why not? In they go with the jump stun onto the two of them. Yodomi's out. The Ancient falls. BetBoom take game 2, and with that, the series 2-0 against Edge.
And you know what's funny? Even at the end of the game there, Pure is still having his fun diving the fountain. GPK just doesn't stop hitting the throne. He is full serious mode this game. Doesn't die the once.
That's the thing, right? He wanted to make sure that he ended with a flawless KDA.
He was the stable rock on the team this one.
8-0-11 though. Great stuff from BetBoom this game. Definitely having some fun this game. And this series, I think BetBoom quite enjoyed this one. Edge, unfortunately, having a rough one today. They've got to play a little bit more in game 2, and they've got some smiles here because there was a little bit more back and forth. But overall, tough series for them. BetBoom, they take this one, 2-0.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. Yeah, this was a 2-0 for BetBoom. And it actually, if you look at those cameras, you think it's the other way around, where Edge was laughing and BetBoom was like, I wonder how we could have done different, how we could have done better. Well, there's a lot of things to break down in a game like this. And for that, I turn towards my analyst, Fear and Jenkins. I think we ended the draft saying, wow, this Timbersaw, really good pick. Can do it, can pop off. Did not pop off.
Yeah, I'm going to go to you because you were more hyped than me about it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, a hero's just not in the meta. And you watch a game where it gets picked, and it's like, oh, what a absolutely great, you know, Leshrac pick. And then it just goes terribly, just terribly. And then you understand, okay, the numbers on Timbersaw are just a little bit too low. Only like the real specialists like Mallorean can make it work. And I think with the skill deficit this large, it's not happening. I mean, the only reason this game lasted so long is because BetBoom literally threw the draft to practice, and then in the game they were also having fun and memeing around, diving fountains. With the exception of GPK, he did go for the Battle Fury at the end, but I do actually believe that with the Tidebringer Cleave talent, the Battle Fury is not a completely like meme choice. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, it's okay. It's viable for sure. Saw some cool builds as well from a Slardar. A lot of people do go for the Undispellable level 25 talent on your Corrosive Haze. He went for the Octarine Core and the Crush cooldown combination, putting that at a 3.1 second cooldown, approximately.
Don't look at me. That's rounds down to 3, Clinton.
We don't round in Dota.
We don't round in Dota, that's right.
It's a game of milliseconds.
It actually is.
Yep.
It actually is. And we saw a couple of fountain dives there. I really thought that, you know, speaking of milliseconds, that actually could have turned around to bite BetBoom in the butt, because Pyke was farmed. He was actually doing very well in this game. There were a couple of fights where PP got some pretty big kills, and we saw the damage come out from him. So that looked like what might have been a good example of human hubris, Shiver. But BetBoom,
is there also something? Is there a type of hubris that's not human?
I think dogs can have hubris.
I don't think so.
I've seen my dog do horrific things, Shiver.
What has that got to do with hubris?
And then she vomits after the things that she eats. That's hubris.
Standout player goes to Pure on his Slardar. I feel like we can make a case also for GPK. You want to make a case for GPK? He didn't die.
We can make a case for GPK.
We'll do that later, but for now, we can talk about Pure Slardar. I mean, he did really well on this hero. I think the IO supported this a lot, because every 4th hit or 3rd hit of this hero, you get a bash. Give him additional attack speed, he can really use it. We haven't seen a carry Slardar yet this tournament as well, so he's kind of showing his versatility. It definitely, oh, just kidding. The real standout player this game is GPK on that mid lane Kunkka.
But honestly,
not dying
I think we can make a case here for Katomi. I feel like Katomi did extremely well.
He was 0-5. He fed his brains out. But GPK, though, he didn't die a single time. And honestly, this was super impressive. His item build, his laning, everything was top tier. I don't know if we can jump into that now, actually.
I think we can. We have the technology, because he was supposed to lose that lane, right? He was supposed to lose mid.
That's why you picked the Timbersaw, to win mid lane, to snowball the game. But if we look at the net worth here at 8 minutes and 30 seconds, he was not winning in the net worth at all. He was losing in the net worth. And this is a situation where if you're the Kunkka, you're super happy about this one because he's supposed to be behind your tower, zoning you out. And then if we fast forward a little bit to 14 minutes into the game, he's no longer losing in net worth. He is being devastated in the net worth department. And a lot of it did have to do with the team fights, but I feel like if you do have a first 5 levels on Kunkka without being harassed, this hero doesn't fall behind. You just have the Tidebringer that can allow you to get into it. And we'll see that 15-minute fight where things went really downhill for Edge. Like, you get the boat off right away. Sure, maybe there's a great epicenter there, but your damage is lacking just a little bit, and GPK gets a cleave, kills multiple heroes on top of that, will cleave yet again, get another kill. You're isolated on this Nature's Prophet, and just for style points, he'll wait and go in for that kill still and get the ultra kill on GPK. And that really just expedited him going into the Radiant, into the BKB, and ultimately going unkilled this game.
Yeah, I think that's why he picked Kunkka. We were wondering, like, which hero is going to go where, and I legitimately think they just asked GPK, what do you want to play? And, like, Kunkka is his best hero. I've seen Embers beat Huskars if it's just an outskill and you have like a Grandmaster Ember versus like a silver tier Huskar, for example. So this is not that big of a differential, of course, but also it's not that big of a differential in terms of, like, I don't think Timber's supposed to completely shit on a Kunkka like a Huskar versus Ember. So when you have the skill difference and then a player who's very comfortable on Kunkka, you get like an actual winning lane when he's not supposed to.
Yeah, and on top of that, it was also the little things that BetBoom did well. For example, getting, once again, the Wisdom Shrine Sphere.
Yeah, I mean, I had 2 games in a row now. The 7-minute Wisdom Shrines came out, and BetBoom were able to take both of them. You can just see when you're really far ahead on a hero like Slardar, you can do things like this. They're just 2v2ing there. You're not seeing any movements whatsoever because they're trying to also aggressively take the Wisdom Shrine, but they unfortunately are unable to get either of them. And it's rough. If you go 2 games with this happening to you, it's going to snowball the game out of proportion. And I think just you couldn't hold Edge after that.
Yeah, there were 2 more fights that Jenkins found worthy to highlight afterwards. And actually, one of them went really well for Edge.
Yeah, you know, because really, of course, we're looking, which one is this?
This is where the Timber gets a triple, no?
Oh, yes, this is the start of the triple. I thought it was the repeat of the one where GPK was popping off. But yeah, I mean, Timber saw, like, if he can get his damage out, he has a Kaya. These are a bunch of strength heroes. He's got pure damage against the pipe. Like, in reality, he does a ton of damage if he can get the damage off. However, here we can see PP getting ripped apart because there is so much minus armor and damage on the side of BetBoom. Timbersaw just isn't the hero that he used to be, where you get to a certain point and you get such high reactive armor stacks that you cannot die. The Aghanim Scepter is also something which can be purged with a nullifier. So it's just, I don't know. There's a reason that we don't see Timber that often. It's kind of just a damage dealing hero, but you're not immortal. You know, you're not going to pop off and 1v5 the game.
No, I will say that this series changed some of the win rate of some of the heroes that didn't look too good. I will say also Nature's Prophet's win rate's still bad. So there's that. But overall, BetBoom taking this one 2-0. It was a little bit of a difference of caliber team showing here. Does mean that BetBoom will move forward to the group of 2-1 teams tomorrow. And it is Edge that will be put in the teams that are 1 and 2 in the group of that. And that means that their potential for elimination tomorrow, depending on how they do that. We're going to move forward to our next series. Another 2 teams that are 1 and 1. And it's Team Liquid taking on Xtreme Gaming after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm here with Chan Ming of Xtreme Gaming. I'm very excited to talk a bit about you and your team. But firstly, I mean, what's been going on with your team recently? Because there's been a lot of shuffling, a couple of changes going on in your region. So I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on what's been going on.
现在就是国内就算是有2支比较有一点竞争力的队伍嘛，然后改变的话，就感觉都还好，都是一些老人吧，没什么太大的改变。大家肯定都是想把国内的那个成绩往上提嘛，就各自排列组合吧，没什么太大的改变。
Okay, that's interesting. So, do you feel like this is like the locked-in roster now? You know, this is what we're going to see Xtreme Gaming doing for the rest of the year?
不知道，不一定吧，看成绩吧。感觉现在就是我看，不管是国内还是世界上别的队伍的话，都是一直在调整的，就是大家都为了冠军去嘛，就可能还是会有调整吧。
Well, this iteration certainly looks very strong on paper. Do you feel like you're close to performing how you want to perform? Do you feel like the team is close to being at its best, and we're going to see like you guys winning a lot quite soon?
我感觉我们状态没有达到最好吧，就是虽然纸面实力还行，但是还是需要一定时间磨合，因为我们是从4月份，其实我们只是从4月份训练了半个月，然后才组半个月这个样子吧。我觉得我们还是有很大的就是调整状态的空间的，特别是我自己。
I'm assuming you watched Raleigh, and the games went on there. Was there anything that surprised you about the meta, about the type of Dota that was played?
我觉得现在就是线上是更重要的一点吧，这是比赛的内容。然后别的方面，我倒觉得那个比赛没有什么，我只是觉得威慑的那个改变，不让你去看别人的路人这个观战改变，让我挺受影响的。
Interesting. How do you think that's sort of changed your approach and in general how everybody now approaches these professional games? What impact has that had?
它这个影响就是会让你自己的，就是比如自己的天梯啊和训练，只能通过比赛内容来呈现，就是你是否是得到的这个版本正确的答案吧。因为你有可能花了很多时间在练习上，但它是一个错误的方向。
I see. So, do you think that there's potential for the Chinese teams and the other non-English speaking teams to potentially be at a disadvantage because of this, because you can't communicate, you can't talk with the other teams as much?
我觉得这方面影响还是比较大的吧。然后，其实最主要的就是，你像欧洲，他们都是在一个服务器上玩的，所以他们都会互相就高分局互相会有好友，所以他能通过好友来观战嘛。像我们就可能比较少一些像这种欧服的职业选手的好友，所以你能看到的东西比较少。我觉得影响还是有的。
Yeah, I certainly think it would. Well, hopefully it doesn't set you back too far. Excited to watch you guys play. Final question from me then is, what are you hoping to achieve here at Wallachia? Are you hoping to get a really good finish, or is this sort of a learning experience which is hoping to get as far as you can in?
对于我们队来说，就是特别是对于中国队伍来说，来打比赛，或者说对于所有队伍来说，有实力的队伍他都想拿冠军嘛，不是只是说什么调整状态和增加经验这方面的，因为我们不是一个新队伍了，是一个比较老的队伍，大家都是打了很久职业的，来这种线下赛的话，只是想拿冠军这一个目标。
Excellent. Well, I hope to see you make that come true. It's always fun to watch you guys play. I'm very excited to see how Xtreme do here at Wallachia. Xiaoming, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. And best of luck.
Thank you.
The goal is to win the trophy here for Xtreme Gaming. Let's see if they can make a good step towards that in the series they have today against the former champions, the defending champions, Team Liquid. We got a best of 3 ahead of us, and both of these teams are here with a 1-1 record. So no eliminations for them today, no advancements for them today, just winning, hopefully, for either one of them, and moving forward and learning and adapting. And here to learn and adapt with us, Jenkins and Fear. I feel like Tian Ming speaking about how basically his team has to have a crash course here because there's not a lot of ways for them to measure their idea about Dota. Jenkins, I feel like that's in these last 2 days, they have to have learned a lot.
Yeah, I just want to request a quick zoom in on Fear. Can we get a zoom in on Fear real quick?
Mm-hmm. Where are you going with this?
All right.
They're not even... Yeah.
Zoom in on Fear.
Carry on.
Ame.
There we go.
Ame. Look at the camera.
Where's it at? It's over... Oh,
this one.
Okay.
Ame.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
It's a nice gentleman.
Why has Xtreme Gaming ended up in this position? What do you think?
What position are they in?
They're
1-1?
They're 1-1 against Team Liquid.
Oh, I mean, I'll get to that later. What? Is now the time?
Yeah.
Well, how are they 1-1 against Liquid? What are you even saying right now?
You know what? We can make it the time. I do know that
blaming Ame earlier. I'm trying.
No, don't worry. He's going to talk about
I have a whole
Ame
segment
in a
on
little
that.
bit.
You're spoiling it.
Yeah, spoilers.
All right. Anyway, now to answer your question. Thank you for that segue. That was very necessary. Look at the heroes he's been playing, right? Some of them are normal. 2 of them are normal. Which ones are not normal, Jenkins?
I would say Faceless Void is a not normal hero, and Draw Ranger's dog shit as well, Clinton.
Yes, and do you see they have 0 wins on those?
I see that he's not won with those, yeah.
And do you see how he's won with the OP?
He won with the overpowered hero, and then the one that he's really good at, too.
So, like, I used to make jokes all the time about the Ame Juggernaut, right? You remember the Ame Juggernaut?
Oh, I remember. We all remember.
Times have changed. It is now the Ame Faceless Void. And look at this clip right here. You were playing versus Beastmaster and Morta. What are you going to last pick there? Terrorblade's pretty good, right? Versus Beast? Not bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really
so,
good.
like, what should be the pick in this situation? You're playing versus a Morta who has a Silence, Beast who has Summons, and they last pick Faceless Void. This is a very Ame thing to do, and I feel like he will do this every once in a while. This is a series they lost against Edge, by the way. We just saw them play, get dumpstered by BetBoom Team.
Yes.
But I feel like Ame is his biggest enemy. Like, when he just plays normally, plays the meta heroes, things can get very hard. And I'll show a couple clips now of, like, why this pick was bad. Because there's a lot of things carries do in this patch, and they're supposed to win their lane. So here's the first thing, right? You have a Jakiro in your lane. They go on him. What do you contribute as a Faceless Void? You just watch him die. You can't do anything in this situation. So Beastmaster, one of the most snowballing heroes in the game, he gets first blood. They go on your Jakiro yet again. You press your W. You try to get a kill here. Yet again, you watch your Jakiro die. Someone TPs in on your support. Oh, you get a return kill for sure, right? You're bringing 3 heroes to your lane. No, this hero is so weak right now. He can get a kill. You can rotate a support, and this hero can still walk away. Okay, what's the saving grace of Faceless Void? He's got Chronosphere. That's a good spell, right?
Did he kill Chrono?
Beast, yes, he did. Beast is snowballing now. You're level 6. He kills your support again. You're watching, but at least you have Chronosphere now. Your mid's going to rotate. You're going to have Chrono available. You drop the Chrono, first Chrono of the game here. Someone should die, right? I mean, you hit him twice. You do nothing. You pick this against Morta as well. You get double silenced, and now you are dead. And essentially what happened in this game in particular is Void lost his lane, let the Beast snowball the game, and then this game was an utter and complete stomp. And it was pretty similar in the later on draft as well when they picked Drow and they lost as well. Is they were playing Drow versus like a PA Pangolier. Those are heroes that are very easy to get on top of them. They corrected that mistake in the next series. They picked Morphling, they picked TA. So I think this Xtreme Gaming team, a lot of their success depends on how crazy Ame wants to be. So I'm hoping in this series today that he's mellowed out, he got it out of his system, and we'll start picking better heroes.
Will he ever get it out of his system, though?
No, he won't, because he's one of the greatest players of all time. He gets bored. That's the problem. This is the Shiva dichotomy of ADHD, okay? He got to this point because he's mentally unwell enough to be very, very good at Dota. But this same reason that got him here is what's making him pick Spectre and Juggernaut when they're terrible in the meta.
Well, let's focus our attention a little bit on their opponents for this morning. Team Liquid, defending champs, coming back here. I personally did not expect them to be in the 1-to-1 pool of teams right here. They got, their first series was a 2-0 against Nigma Galaxy, expected. And maybe I was not particularly expecting them to win against Falcons, but I was definitely expecting them to put up more of a fight, Jenkins.
Yeah, I was actually sitting next to Jabs on the plane on the way here. For some reason, Nisha didn't fly from Poland, but Jabs did. And he was telling me that they have high expectations for this tournament. They're feeling really good. Blitz is not a good coach, and so Jabs is he's taking over the coaching for this one. Nah, they were feeling a little burnt out from the previous tournament that they just played. Nisha was feeling a little bit tired. I think his flight schedule was not so good, something like that. But he basically was like, prior to day one, don't give me the look, because prior to day one, he was like, the team is going to need a day to reset. Like, he straight up said this to me.
I will say, Nisha was not in Rally. So what's he burned out from?
I have no idea. He's doing other things.
The stress of not being there.
Yes,
yeah, probably.
I get that.
There you go.
He's like Squidward watching SpongeBob and Patrick play from the house.
They did do well, but what you're saying is they should have adapted now, and now they're good? Is that what you're expecting?
Eventually, it's just like Liquid, time and time again, we're going to see that this is an emotional team. But maybe not emotional, but they're a team that you cannot look at their group stage and think it's going to reflect how they're going to do at the tournament. Like, they always drop games in groups, and I think a reason for that is because they are very subject to when they wake up, what they're eating in the day. If like an ant bites them on the toe, there's very many factors that play into Liquid doing well. They're an instinct-based team, if you will.
I think if an ant bites me, that's I'll play worse too.
Yeah,
what about you, Fear?
I was gonna say I'm gonna do something I don't do very often and be positive. Yeah, I mean, I think there might be a part of Liquid losing to contribute that I think Falcons played out of their mind last night.
Okay, fair.
And more specifically, Malrine. And I think he's the one that brought up this Timber we're talking about with this Atos build. That's where it came from, Malrine. He also did the same thing with the Sand King. Snake King was doing amazing things where he was actually stacking the safe lane Ancients, not for his carry, but for his Sand King to come down there and take. And he did a lot of cool things. And I think Falcons just might be really good right now. Not that Liquid are on the downhill, because they still 2-0 Nigma Galaxy. They're still a good team.
But I think this one should definitely be closer, given everything we've seen. Xtreme's a very good team.
Do we have a preference then? Like the way, Fear, that you just mentioned, obviously Falcons being on top, therefore giving more credit to Liquid losing yesterday. Do you feel like they should come out ahead here too?
I mean, it depends, because I think Xtreme, like I mentioned, it depends on how Ame's feeling and what he wants to play. This team can be the best in the world at times, or
does he want to grief his team?
Or they can just lose to Edge, like it's one of the two. And I think we don't know what we're going to get necessarily, and I think this is a big test. I'm still going to go a bit Liquid favored because of the uncertainty of this XG lineup as a whole.
I would say, 2-1 Liquid favored, but close games.
Yeah. Game 3, Ame Juggernaut.
Yeah, one of the games Ame throws. And then the other two games are close.
He's not throwing. He's just like... I mean, that's something
throwing in the draft.
Everyone loves about Ame.
Is Juggernaut bad now?
Yeah, well, it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
Is it as bad as when he was playing Juggernaut?
Juggernaut might be better than Faceless Void right now, I dare say. I mean, they gutted this Faceless Void hero by making Time Zone not leash anymore. Unplayable facet. So now you have to go the Chronosphere, and it's just too long of a cooldown, too weak of a laner, and we're probably not going to see it. But either way, we do see strong laners like PA being very prominent. Having stick charges is really nice. Eventually you do get the shard. You can break Bristleback and actually burst them. Teamfight has been very popular for the last... ever since this patch came out with the... the Tormentors being on the bottom lane, needing those objectives very early.
Do people just not want to play Coddle into PA? Is that what's happening? We have Coddle previous game ignored as well. Still in the pool now as well.
Ooh, that hero's good.
Also still in the pool.
I don't think PA makes Coddle unplayable.
Okay, so why is it ignored?
I mean,
that was really good.
They might pick it.
That's a good question. Yeah, I could see Ringmaster Coddle. You could argue that in the early game, you're kind of lacking Disable a little bit between the two supports, especially with the Bristle. But once you have the Caudal Eggs and the Ringmaster ult together, you make them face the Ringmaster ult. It's actually a very good combo. So it wouldn't be bad. Then you have the Caudal Bristle as well. But yeah, I like the only consideration really is like you're lacking Disable, and I don't think you're worried that Liquid is going to play it because they have PA Phoenix. Like Caudal Phoenix sounds really bad as well as a support duo.
Yeah, I mean it's too much of something similar. But ET comes out potentially scared of a Medusa. This is a hero that's still in the pool. I mean, I don't really mind playing PA into ET, and I don't think Phoenix does either because they both have a lot of ways of getting out of the stomp. It's very hard to stomp these two heroes.
So now that there's an ET, which already, you know, that means that Liquid doesn't want to pick the Medusa, of course. But Xtreme has pick into ban phase. Why couldn't they pick the Medusa and then ban Anti-Mage afterwards?
They could, but
I think that's all right. That's not bad.
It's not like some god tier Dusa game either, though. Oh. So, I mean, Dusa gets a lot of value if the other team has minus armor, or if they have like some health reduction type of heroes like Doom or AA. So neither of those are in this game. I guess Medusa's pretty okay versus Phoenix in that regard. So it's not a terrible pick, but it's not like amazing.
Ooh, yet. Shadow Shaman Mars. Unusual. Do we like it?
I mean, Mars Phoenix is a age-old combo. You can protect the egg. You drop an arena on it. They can't walk into it.
Great jug game.
It's such a good jug game. Oh no.
Wait, wouldn't you play Shadow Shaman as a 4? And Phoenix as a...
I hate to say it's actually a good Faceless Void game too. It's other than the Shaman. I love Shaman against Bristle, by the way. It's one of the highest win rate heroes in the game versus Bristle. The break facet or the break Talon at level 15 really dumpsters any of these like passive heroes.
Yeah, I wonder if you go for an XM hero here, because I feel like Ame, he has options. Ame always has options.
Yeah, he does.
That guy has a bottomless hero pool.
Yeah, Drow, Jug, Void, Faceless Void.
Yeah, I mean, some Lifestealer Ursas are probably being thought of as well. Don't know if Ame likes the Ursa too much, but he has a lot of hero pool. I think XM also has a big hero pool, but I feel like XM's hero pool is a bit smaller than Ame's, so it's probably better to pick it now.
It's a pretty good Kunkka game. You can throw the boat into the Mars arena.
All right, so that could be mid, could be offlane. Bristle could also be carry. That's why Bristle is such a good hero right now. The versatility of the hero is insanely high. It's essentially like another Beastmaster, right? It can go all three lanes.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Speaking of Beastmaster, that hero won't ignore this game. Very interesting. All these teams have like different takes on heroes.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha's been playing Beast. You can still get that hero for him mid.
I don't think you want to, though. Is it good for Bristle?
Into Ring Bristle? Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, Ringmaster's always like stressful to play against. Bristlebacks. Very tanky.
It's just not a great roar target.
Yeah.
Then again, maybe if you roar and then PA break him, or... And you, I mean, I guess you also don't really necessarily need the disable between Rasta and Mars. They already have a good amount of disable and Bristle counter.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, but they have overall last pick, right? So if it's also good against what Ame plays, maybe they will take it.
Yeah, they'll have more information to make their choice.
Yeah, I mean, also, like I say, it's an Ame hero, but, you know, Ame could play the Bristleback. It's not impossible. I don't see the appeal of it this game because it's a very hard Bristle game. You're playing versus the PA break, the Shaman break, the percentage-based damage of the Sunray.
Even Mars
turnaround. Yeah. Like, it's a bad Bristle game, I'll say. So they came prepared.
Perfect time for Ame to play Bristle.
Yes.
This is when he asks for it.
They also ban carries on the side of Liquid. They're definitely expecting still an Ame hero to come out. As Puck gets banned, instant pick Gyro.
Okay, I mean, this is an interesting pick. I think it's definitely good versus Phoenix. It can be okay if you're disabled by like the Mars and stuff. You have Satanic, but Mars is still pretty good versus Gyro throughout the game. You're probably not going to hit the egg if there's a well-placed arena. It's not a crazy pick. It can always snowball a game, but I definitely think, or maybe they're just thinking on this regard. Like, you go the green facet on Bristleback with Flat Cannon. That's a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah, that is true. We saw Pango, Bristle, similar idea, AoE physical damage. It is very strong.
I just don't know how they're going to get to team fight against all these disables and the egg. It seems like very hard to get into the fights.
They do have good team fight though too. I mean, I feel like all of Xtreme's heroes are team fighters in some way. Like Gyro with the ult, early game magic damage. SK's a team fighter, Elder Titan ult, Ringmaster ult. We even said last series, Bristle with the green facet's kind of a team fighter.
Mm-hmm.
So
Definitely
it's
a lot of options.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like early game skirmish from Xtreme. They could snowball pretty hard. I mean, both sides have excellent team fighting, especially now.
Yeah, it was 4 versus 5. It wasn't fair.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So Kunkka coming out last. We've seen Kunkka dominate mid lanes. How is he going to do against the Sand King?
Trade.
Okay.
I mean, he's either going to trade or win, but
I think slightly win.
His slightly winning is just going to be Sand King going to a bunch of stacks and then being same net worth.
Yeah.
So they're going to probably trade. And then, yeah, I mean, Saberlight versus Boxy. I think Gyro and it's going to be ET. They should win that lane on Gyro ET for sure. That's a very, very strong lane. And then the Bristleback and Ringmaster against Phoenix. That one's interesting. I think PA will be fine, but there's definitely a kill threat on both sides.
Yeah, I like both drafts a lot, actually. Yeah. They have a lot of team fight, a lot of good scaling. They have answers for pretty much all the heroes on both sides. Like there's forms of, I guess one thing is like Xtreme doesn't have any breaks for a PA, but you don't really need it. Like you have enough magic damage. Gyro can buy an MKB at some point. So I feel like both teams have very well-rounded drafts, and it's going to depend on like who gets the initiation, who wins the lanes. This is like a 50-50 to me.
Are we going to have both teams wanting to find those fights? Or is one team more happy sitting back and...
Oh, I think the PA is definitely happier sitting back. Like, PA will carry this game if it gets complete free farm at some point. There's no BKB disable, so if she gets farmed enough, she will start one-shotting the Gyro in one stun.
Yeah. But she will show up because PAs love to do that.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of extra net worth, steal a kill here or there.
True. It seems like my panel does not have a favorite of the two teams, Fogged and Owen. Do we have a favorite based on these two drafts, Fogged?
Maybe a slight edge to Liquid, but very slight. I'm with you guys too, like maybe 55-45, if even that, because it does look, very well-rounded from both sides. Great damage, good team fight. Yeah, a lot of exciting things, actually, looking at it all.
Exciting times.
I also wanted to point something out to you guys. Let me just check it really fast, because I want to make sure. I think that Saberlight, he went Victory Feast on Mars when he's playing versus an Escaped Act. So he actually decides to not go the Vision thing versus a save, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if you guys had a thought about that, but...
we lost them.
Who cares?
But panel's gone. Anyway,
I was just curious because...
No, indeed, it's going to be interesting because you're right. We'll see if there are going to be situations where it's going to be like, well, he arena'd someone, they got saved.
Yeah.
If he had the other facet, they wouldn't have.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of these teams,
see if that happens.
It could just be because he's playing versus ET as well, and the Spirit always gives vision inside of it. So I think he's probably thinking ahead. There's always, these teams are good enough in order to get vision inside of that. But just curious to see they did go for the Victory Feast. I like seeing people take this one. I think it's actually definitely underused, but just wanted to point that out because there's literally a save on one side. So let's see if that ends up causing any type of changes inside of this matchup. Is really looking forward to this one. I mean, we've seen a lot of Bristleback. He's been dominating so much in this tournament. They quadrupled down to counter this, right? As they mentioned on panel, they have double break heroes with the Shaman and the PA later on. They have the Mars to turn them around. They have percentage damage, etc. So will it be enough to beat this Bristleback with an 81% win rate?
Yeah, that's pretty insane. A crazy win rate on this hero right now. Let's have a look.
We shall see.
Because outside of it, I like Liquid's lineup. I think they get this first pick PA, and I'll be honest, by the end of it, I don't think Mickey is going to be two-phased with what they've drawn up against him. I think he's still he's feeling pretty comfortable on the PA this game with his potential to be able to carry.
No, absolutely. Especially as the game progresses, right? Early game, they have great magic damage to burst him, but later on, once those BKBs start coming online, it's fantastic for a PA. So.
Yeah. And, you know, Nisha on the Kunkka. You know, I think this is, you know, he's historically, years ago as well, he pops off on his Kunkka from the mid. Back on the Secret days, going back to then.
And we've seen, I mean, Kunkka versus these uncontrollable damage heroes. The Blade Mail is just insane, right? Gyrocopter, Sand King. There's going to be situations where they kill themselves on those Blade Mails that get picked up.
Now we'll see what sort of build Nisha gets to get away with this game. After we saw, of course, GPK coming in that last series with a flawless mid Kunkka performance.
Literally, I think one of the best Kunkka performances I've seen.
Yeah, it's
GPK was beast.
pretty perfect.
Yeah, his team was clowning a little, but not him. Mid lane so far, XM having that slight edge. I was at the panel too. I thought the Nisha, if anything, it's going to be either an even trade or Nisha comes out with an edge. So very cool. I mean, Sand King versus melee heroes is very strong, and he does have the sentry down. So he did. Nisha doesn't have that one to take it out to be able to just trade hits with him as effectively. Good old chicken fingers. Very annoying. Glad to see Shaman picked up, though, because, you know, sometimes heroes do get forgotten or left behind because they're not as strong as a lot of others. So, yeah, cool to see that they are deviating a little bit here just to try to find more answers versus Bristle.
Yeah, bottom lane. I mean, these two side lanes, who do you think is going to be likely to be able to go for a kill attempt?
Ooh. Probably top. Yeah, I was going to say, Ame actually gets caught in a dangerous spot.
Did have creeps in, though, and in fact, it's Saberlight and Boxy that are falling the lowest as Charming just walks up, takes the kill. It was a good effort with the spear, but with the creeps as they were, none of the tower hits were going Ame's way, so he didn't really care too much being pushed under at that moment in time. And yeah, XG, they're the ones that get away with the first blood.
Can't get that opportunity to get him under it with the tower hitting. Good try, though. I mean, it's still a sneaky one. Yeah, top lane is, I think that's where we'll see the most action. Bottom, it has to be a mistake coming out from Insania in particular to die. Jin Q also, like, he's got the backup of a Bristle, so he should be pretty okay. Even if they full commit onto him with the PA. So top is probably where we'll see the most action. Deconstruction is very strong too. Gyrocopter is just the best hero you can usually play with an Elder Titan because it's that double damage, you know, they have mixed damage, physical and magical. So when they're close to Tianming, they have to be careful. Either close to that spirit or next to him.
Yeah, both carries. Ame and Mikke getting very similar amounts out of the lane so far. It's a close start here.
XXS is getting free farm on this Bristle too. Some of these times we have seen these Bristlebacks, at least in the laning phase, have a bit of a struggle time, but he's versus a Phoenix and a PA, so they can't actually bully him much at all. So it's going to be a quick Vanguard for XXS, unless a rotation comes out at some point soon.
Yeah, and then just once the point, well, once he's got that Vanguard down, he's unkillable in the lane.
Yeah, they'll have
his PA.
They'll have to bring a core, at least one of the other cores, to try to go for a kill.
Yeah, having the Kunkka mid, though, definitely one of the nicer ones to be able to punish any sort of dives, right? If we get to sort of the stage where XXS is getting aggressive going under the tower, a TP and an X mark could easily turn that around.
Yeah, this hero definitely feels like, even though, as you've seen, you know, the win rate's actually not that impressive overall on Kunkka, this hero does just feel so strong right now because it's able to play in all three core roles. So you can flex it, the build feels natural on all three of the roles as well, so that's very nice. XM, still doing excellent in the matchup. But Nisha's also matching, so. Now at this point, though, XM looks like he's just going to do some jungling since Nisha did get the sentry down. He's got that sentry win, and he does have level 3 Tidebringer. The damage is starting to add up, so he's just going to back up and be efficient. Mostly looking at top lane, if there's any opportunities for kills, but not really the case. We're starting to see these stacks being formed Boxy. Just looking to be efficient rather than try to play aggressive with Saberlight. And he actually does not get the secondary stack.
Definitely a slower start for Saberlight.
Yeah, I think the reason of that is because he has a Shaman behind him, unfortunately.
Sure,
you know,
well,
I was saying
in
I'd like
the
to see
full
it,
role.
It's weak in lane.
Compared to others at the moment in the patch.
Yeah, it's just quite weak in lane. Even if you have like double 2 shackles in some situations to go for some trades, it's just, it's not the same. You can't harass, you know, you're like a Muerta where he's just poking from a distance constantly. It's tough to get in there. Usually you die when you go for your spells on Shaman in the lane. So I'm not going to be slowing down Ame. He's going to have that nice free farm on this gyrocopter to start things off. Nisha is 6. XM not quite there. He does get it now off of this creep. Should be able to hang on to his tower.
I mean, if you're Liquid, are you bringing in a support towards the mid to try for a kill with the boat?
Kind of dangerous. He's not that fragile now at this point. 900 HP. If you can get the same... It's kind of similar thing as like the Timbersaw thing in the last game. If you can get the extra Tidebringer hits, then perhaps, but can be risky at this point to go on him.
Nice room for XM.
Green one.
Could also give him the chance to set up and respond to any action that goes down on the side lanes.
He could absolutely set up to go almost anywhere. They're looking to get aggressive on XXS, but he's got the Vanguard.
Yeah, you can't kill this Bristle now with the two of them.
They have the lane ward, so they will be aware if a TP does come out from the Sanking rotation, but they have to be ready for it, because XM... Let's see where he looks to hit, because he could look for the...
He's going top.
And then go for the Shrine of Wisdom right afterwards.
That would be pretty nice.
He's looking to set up for it. Nisha does have a TP available to join.
Yeah, it's not easy to get away with this play for XG.
XM he's questioning, and he's like, I think maybe I just steal the stacks instead. So he makes the choice rather than risking his life in that position, because Kunkka will probably come. He'll just take the double stack.
Yeah, definitely the safer option.
Yeah, I like it.
Getting over the Wisdom and being able to contest, yeah, both Mars and the Shaman and potentially Kunkka would be a little bit too much for him to bite right now.
If the lane position, he just wasn't great for him. It was so pushed up that he couldn't look for like killing Saberlane and then getting that. So he'll steal the stack, but then Liquid will go and steal his stack.
Oh, there we go, bit of balance.
Similar movements coming up from both sides. We all love a good balanced early game. Yeah, they check their stack. Like Xinqiu's like, no, my stack, it's gone. They have a lot of heroes that want to farm stacks, though, I'm looking at on the side of Xtreme. All 3 cores actually love to farm these neutrals. So I wonder who they're actually going to end up giving it to. Maybe Bristle takes the right side, the far right, and Sanking takes this triangle area for now.
Let's see if we can get another couple of stacks going here, XXS.
They should be able to. Can he reach the secondary one?
He's a bit late on the second one.
Yeah, he won't get it. He tried. XM gets the next rune as well, so he gets an invis for the next movement. He should not getting a rune. A very slow-paced start here for the first 8 minutes. 1 kill.
And top Saberlight.
He's on him.
He's got the setup at the arena. Cooldown coming in. He'll get the spear back, pushing him over towards Boxy and Insania. TPs are coming across. Nisha in from the side, looking for the torrent, gets the connection in on Ame, lines up the Tidebringer, but Ame's going to be fine for now. The escape pack comes in. Ame's able to live, and now they're ready to turn. The Sandstorm has to bring down Saberlight. They turn towards Nisha, tries to TP out, but the Tame the Beast was ready from Xinqiu. Nisha had to cancel the TP, try and stand his ground. He's not surviving that. Goes down. Xinqiu and the boys, they take the 2 of them.
Perfect rotations, great stomp and great escape back. They stop the aggression that comes in. Saberlight tries to go for that opportune move, but his team's not close enough. Great box that comes in there from Xinqiu.
Yeah, it came in clutch, Xinqiu.
And then, honestly, I think the Lotus at the end of it, too, saves Ame.
Boxy!
Boxy!
They're taking a lot of damage from these Ancients. They won't quite catch him or see him.
And they're stealing more. XG. Really good early game here.
I mean, they couldn't kill Ame. They tried to play it perfectly right with the arena and waiting the maximum time before they connect with the spear afterwards, but wasn't enough. They couldn't kill him.
Nope. Insania, maybe if he's level 5 there, but he's only level 4, so that little bit of lacking damage, all of that, those things definitely add up there.
Yeah, we'll see it again, that attempt.
Yep.
I mean, did it ever look like they were going to get him? Like, well, it wasn't even that close, right? At this point, Liquid's got to feel like, okay, this is not going good.
Yeah,
this is not going good.
I mean, right here, it looks like they potentially can, but yeah, the box is just perfect, really. Yeah. It actually just is from Xinqiu.
It just takes too much time. You know, enough time for XG to be able to bring the 4 of them up here and fight back.
Here it was scary for a second, because Nisha landed the 5-man Tidebringer, so he actually had the refresh instantly. If he double swings, and actually he almost was getting Ame there. But they played it pretty much perfect there, XG. Reacting to that movement. 3-0. Still only a 1K lead for them, though. We are seeing Mikke get away with absolute free farm in the bottom lane as his PA.
They're going to try and go again. See if they can set up around the arena once more and try and find some success this time round as the 3 of them smoke up behind Saberlight.
You probably wait a little longer next time. You wait till Nisha's right there in order to contribute the extra damage that you need.
Yeah, you need that instant kind of torrent boat follow-up.
Yeah. Ame, it looks like they know exactly where he is.
They want to settle for Tianming.
Nisha is going for Ame.
Yeah, Mickey, he's going to be able to help take down Tianming. So they'll be able to split, and by the looks of it, focus down both targets.
That's a dream move. Two of them taken away. Mickey gets involved and gets a last hit on the kill too. You slow down Ame's farm while enabling Mickey. And you saved Arena. They have Arena for the
they didn't even need to use it there.
Not level 6 on Boxy, so he can't drop the Serpent Wards to clear off this tower as quick, but it should go down. Looks like it's probably going to be a trade that comes out from XG. Going for bottom tower. I say that, they're actually bringing the ET up. So maybe are looking to mount a defense with Gyro as well. They're pinging, so it does seem like they want to, but this tower's dropping low. Okay, Ame's coming up.
The tower's going to be gone, though.
Okay. They're bringing the Sanking through the portal.
I'll see if Liquid stick around and get caught by this.
A bit strange to see them actually try to defend this tower. I mean, he's just dead, so a little bit of wasted movements coming out from them there.
Saberlight. Let's try and start something bottom.
Turns him around. XM is here.
He's ready to help out. Epicenter at the ready in with a 2-man burrow strike. Saberlight, Mickey falling low. Saberlight's gone. Mickey trying to jump out.
They've been baited.
Can he escape them in time? Dive fall from Insania.
Mickey's alive.
He's going to be able to jump away again. He'll get out of there. Boxy won't be quite as lucky. So they're able to save the PA at least, but still losing the two of them.
I'm actually shocked that Mickey's able to survive all that. It's a perfect epi burrow that comes out there. Great bait coming out from XXS. Saberlight kind of baiting his team to go for that play there too. He's really struggling, Owen. Saberlight bottom of the cores by a significant margin now.
A couple of these arena plays not working out. Needs to find something big with it, but yeah, with that slowdown, the Blink Dagger is going to be a long way away for Saberlight.
He's 30. He's even just 30 last hits behind all the other cores, which is pretty crazy. He's got to probably just sit back and hit some creeps for a little bit. Maybe not try to force so much action.
Yeah, it feels like Nisha's going to have to do quite a bit here in the mid-game to sort of carry this portion whilst Mickey gets the space to farm it up on the PA.
He's got the triple smokes queued up on Nisha, so he's very ready to make the action happen.
Yeah, he's like that. I'm trying to send a message there. he really wants to do something.
As soon as you said that,
like, guys, let's do something.
I looked at his inventory and I was like, that's way too clean. That was too good. Oh, man. Blade Mail is done, so he is very strong.
Here we go. Arena in the mid.
Catch.
Escape Pact is there. Xingqiu with the jukes. Doesn't matter. Saberlight still finds the spear connection. Pushes Xingqiu back. They haven't used the X-Bot at the top. They haven't used quite a bit to bring him down. They'll get him finally with the follow-up.
The call down just to push them away a little bit there. A bit wasted there from Ame.
They get a kill
Yep.
off the back of the arena. Not a big one, but it is a kill. And it's a slow-paced game. They'll take it. They'll drop the wards in the mid here, Liquid.
Ame looking to try to hang on to this tower here, but the wards, they're finishing it off. Epi's up in 5 seconds. They really want to try to hang on to this.
He's hanging on from the side here, XM.
The boat is still up, and they have the Blade Mail.
Does XM want to do anything here?
He's considering it.
He's tempted. He's so tempted. He's going to go for it.
He'll just take Boxy. And they'll get the tower deny as well. Stomp actually connects.
It does, and Ame and XM are closing in. They'll get the impalement arts as well. Down onto Nisha. The
What
two
a
of them.
stomp.
Power strike follow up as well. Nisha will get the boat off and the blade mail. Still a bit too tanky for them to fully commit on, so Nisha will be fine.
Great stomp from Tianming, though. Damn. Does force a defensive boat. And now they can perhaps look to pressure the tower themselves, since there's not going to be a boat up right now. How long on the arena? 20 seconds? Can they actually look to hit the tower? Looks like maybe not because of the Phoenix.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Action picking up. 3-6. Still not the most kill-heavy game.
Yeah, both carries pretty much put their farming tool online.
Mikko is going to be that much happier, though. Anytime game pace starts to slow down, if they're not forcing the issue on XG as his PA.
Yeah, because as I say, I think it feels like a good PA game.
It does.
And this was first pick. If they get away with this, you know, XG, they're going to be kicking themselves.
If he pretty much just gets to the point of like S and Y BKB, things are going to be dangerous. At least unless they have the Ame in a very comfortable ahead position, then it'll be good for the side of XG. But if they don't have him ahead of the PA when he gets these items, it's going to be pretty devastating. They're going to look to accelerate things, going for the Tormentor. They should have this one with ease. Ame's got to make sure he doesn't get picked off while this happens.
Yeah,
playing super careful. He doesn't even go for like the last two creeps on the top wave.
And I guess the thing is as well, even when Arme sort of has the items to be able to tackle the PA, they're going to need to have the PA locked down. And that's just not something they do that well, is it, really? It's kind of Burrow Strike, the Tame the Beast coming in, maybe a homing missile, a stomp. It's all stuff that...
He can play around.
Exactly. Like, Burrow Strike's kind of the only guaranteed way of getting the jump on him. After that, Mickey's going to get the chance to be saved.
And they were looking for the same kind of chance to look for an extra pickoff on Mickey, but even though Scan connects, Mickey's got the read. And they'll get the Roche. So that trade-off that we've seen a lot this tournament, that Roche for the Tormentor exchange, Liquid will be able to get that. And Nisha, the Relic is about to be finished. I was wondering if Saberlight even, I mean, this sounds weird, but like, obviously he wants BKB, but it could be a situation where he even wants Pipe. And maybe you just have your Phoenix buy it or something, but it's a good Pipe game too. Anytime you're playing versus tanking, it feels very valuable. If you don't have a Mage Slayer buyer.
I mean, do we never see Mars's buy Mage Slayers?
No, not really.
Well, fundamentally, it should be fine, right, with the Rebuke?
But you're usually not hitting that many of them.
Sure, I guess, yeah, the chance you're getting multiple heroes is maybe get 2, but...
It's probably just more sensible for him to go BKB.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing quite like a Sleight of Fist or anything crazy like that.
Using Q, he'll walk right into them.
They will. Does the team want to try and help him out? No, they'll let him die for that.
Definitely not if he's the first one caught.
Yeah, they'll just let him go.
Tianming will be able to TP himself out as well. Mickey has the Surge. He has a, 1,000 gold difference between him and Ame right now. As you said, Ame does have his Ag, so he's got that farming increase.
He does, so he'll keep not too far behind, right? You'd imagine. Ags on the Jar should help you stay at a decent base. Yeah, we could have the setup here onto Saberlight. He's caught in the splitter. He's having to put the arena to survive this one. Oh my goodness, only just survives as well.
That was close. Bristle swung his mace right through that wall.
Yeah. One more of those hits and he would have had him.
Ever since, it's been a long time. Ever since Slacks told me that Sand King says sand while he's in the sandstone. Oh,
Does he?
Yeah, he goes, sand, sand, sand. That's all I hear every time I see that now. Unless he was just lying to me, but I swear that's what it sounds like.
There's definitely some whispering going on. Somebody's whispering.
Shield Rune picked up for XM. This is a good one. This one could allow him to play even more aggressive. Maybe just wants to finish off the Ags before they look for a straight-up fight. He is pretty close to it. This game has turned pretty far already. 4-6. I feel like both teams obviously feel like they're content with farming with this type of pace, but I have to imagine Mickey's probably telling his team, guys, I'm uncontested.
I think so, yeah. Mickey's going to be feeling very confident about the position and the hold that he has on the game right now.
XXS, he will be going down that pipe route for his team, so they will have that extra damage mitigation on their side. How's Boxy doing? Nothing yet attained. Radiance is done. Liquid with this Aegis, with Radiance, feel like they're going to look for this fight. Is XG going to be prepared for it? XM shows himself. He's got the shield rune. They're on Boxy.
Is Boxy going to get any help? I don't think so. They'll let him go down.
XM, they're on him.
Boxy's gone.
They have the save.
They're going to get the Tame the Beast down. Supernova's there, but they'll be able to kite this out. They're thinking about killing it. They can just turn and face it here with XXS.
Oh, the spear!
It's not going to be enough damage indeed with the spear coming in, locking XXS down. It'll mean the Supernova is a success, but instead he tries to TP out, immediately gets tamed here by Q, puts an interrupt to the TP, and now Insania is going to get chased down by Arme. He will fall.
All right, the escape act, it's wonderful versus this Kunkka as we're seeing. Again, bails him out of a dangerous situation. Pipe is done now too for XXS. That's going to be huge for those upcoming team fights versus, a lot of magic damage. So we see from the Kunkka and from the Phoenix. It's going to negate a lot of it there. And a blink. I love this. Jinkyu. He's going to be able to get that escape off every single time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's not. Oh.
Oop. Nisha. Aegis still for a minute.
I was trying to start something, but XG, I think they're not too afraid at this.
Stop connect.
They try and Serpent Ward block XXS, but he's able to just move out of it. The splitter comes in on a Boxy. Nisha's just getting destroyed. That's the Aegis gone.
Oh, this is looking real awkward.
XG, they're going to be ready to set up for round 2 here with a cooldown and Burrow Strike coming in onto Nisha. Nisha dead.
Huge kills.
These team fights are looking just a little too easy for XG right now.
Yeah, they're looking... It's like Liquid's trying to force these plays, and I think they quickly realize, wait a minute, we have like no damage whatsoever.
And Saberlight's just not ready to join. I think at this point he didn't have the mana right, so he couldn't come in with the combo. He just wants to get his BKB. He's trying to play the catch-up game. You know, and maybe some frustration. You know, we saw Nisha with the smokes queued up earlier. He wants to do something, but at the moment, it's not that easy because XG, they're ready.
I mean, and I got to be honest, the off lane of Liquid is contributing not really a whole lot right now.
It's a tough one from Saberlight so far, yeah.
I just mean both of them, actually. Boxy, too. They're 0
Oh, the off-lane, okay, that's...
The off-lane duo, I mean, not just Saberlight.
So they could kind of blame each other.
Yeah.
Saberlight's like, Boxy, what you doing, bro? Boxy's like, Saberlight, what you doing, bro?
And they're both struggling.
They're having a tough one.
Maybe results of like the laning phase where you have this shaman kind of thing and they both just feel lackluster. But yeah, it's been a very quiet game from Boxy in particular. He's just 0-4-2. Mickey. He's
setup. He's looking very, very dead here.
He's so deep. Trying to be sneaky. 6K lead. Now XG in a comfortable spot.
Just looking at a little bit broken up, really, kind of Liquid. You know, not as much as on the same page as you sort of expect these boys to be.
I know, and
in this game so far.
We framed everything with lots of things to be able to counter Bristleback. They're not getting to the point of the breaks yet, right? But so far, he's 1-0.
Yeah, it's looking as good as Bristles looked. I mean, that's got to show you something, right? As you say, when it's come out first pick, you've had a team, one of the best in the world, picking these heroes that can, technically should be pretty good against the Bristle. So far, at least, that's not happened.
Of course, it's going to start.
Eventually,
they need
if they
15,
can get there, because the lead's getting pretty big now for XG.
You need 15 on Shaman. You, of course, need that shard on the PA.
Yep.
And Saberlight's just been struggling. So overall, even though he's been able to turn the Bristle, it doesn't matter because they don't have the damage, even if he is turned. So yeah, this Bristleback first pick so far. Looking like the dream.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nisha. Still no BKB on him.
Ooh. Jin-Q. Trying to get some sort of setup. Missile's going to connect on towards him.
Another impaling arts.
They have to drop the Serpent Wars just to try and hold XG back. XG might still look to make the move across. Nisha is going to get caught in the splitter, and XXS, he's just in on top of him. Can they keep this Bristle away from Nisha? Nisha's going to get caught by another round of the Impalement Hearts. They have to drop the arena just to try and hold XXS back, but he's still dead. I believe he takes out the Impalement Hearts for Jin-Q. I mean, Jin-Q, he is landing his spells perfectly this game.
Ooh. Almost gets the catch there, too, XM. XXS is untouchable, Owen. He is just walking through them, and they do literally 0 damage to him. Great catch from Tianming again in the backline. These ET splitters are
the splitters are hitting. The Impalement Arts, they're hitting as well. Jin-Q playing it. This isn't some sort of sit back and blink in to save people. No. He's using the blink to initiate here as the Ringmaster.
And XG sometimes can be a little bit more of a sit back and farm passive team. This is not that game by any means. They are making these great responses to all of Liquid's moves. Anytime they show Nisha, Nisha, he desperately needs BKB at this point, but they're starting to fall in a pretty dangerous situation where it could just be, good luck, Mickey. Now the game is just all on you after these last few moments. Liquid needs to get their act together, get these BKBs in particular for Saberlight and for Nisha.
What's the big brain move here? I'm seeing the BKB into Disperser queued up on Nisha.
They really dislike the new. I don't know.
We'll see if he commits for it. Obviously, it's a lot of gold away, so he might change his mind.
I mean, he's probably memeing. Like, that seems pretty weird to go for. I mean, I was checking Insania if he wants to go like Boots of Baron, because it really is this goo is actually dead.
Sure, yeah, they can't run for them right now.
But that would be pretty hilarious to see if he does actually go for that. That would be pretty cool to see, but...
Oh, here we go down bottom. This is a scary place for Boxy and Mickey to be. If it's just Boxy dying, they'll be happy with that. And we'll at least give Mickey the information to get straight out of that.
It's all connecting. Saberlight, is he trying to cut this wave? I guess he is. So he wants to try to prevent some type of push onto the bottom tower. Tormentor, gonna be soon. Set up for it. BKB almost finished up on XM. Yet to die on this Sanking.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they're both, XM and XXS crushing it this game.
They support, they're all playing really well, actually.
I mean, even between them, right, it's just that Jin-Q's died the most a couple of times, but to be fair, he's the one initiating. He goes in on this Ringmaster. It's been a very impressive play so far from Xtreme. Saberlight's sticking around. We'll get a courier. Will he get out? Might have pushed his luck a little too far.
Bye-bye.
Indeed he has. He got a wave or two and a courier, but he's dead again.
This ET thing too, the deconstruction with a Sand King, it really is so much damage. When you have like these just super high magic damage heroes that can thrive off of it, all Tianming really has to just throw a spirit on the Sand King, and it's crazy damage coming out. 9,000 lead. Jumping Insania as well. Came the Beast connects.
Oh, a beautiful follow-up.
IJQ is playing so well.
He might have to pop the AK Insania, and he'll try and see if it's going to be enough to live, and it will be. It will force them to back off and forces the BKB out of XM, so sure. Well, he gets his Supernova forced out, but he forces out the BKB from XM. He'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, good exchange when you're behind at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. You take that as the Phoenix.
Boxy, in no man's land. He's spotted. He's got a blink, but it's canceled.
He's going to be dead again.
Dead again. 0-6 on Boxy.
As you say, maybe they wanted to try this sort of setup in the top lane. It just hasn't worked this game so far, right, Fog?
Yeah, Shaman just... I love this hero.
Yeah.
I do. It's one of the funner ones to watch, but it's kind of just been one of the sadder ones to watch in pro games. It just always has such a tough time because the lane is just pretty miserable. And you're always like, man, I really want to get my level 15 Talon because the Hex Break is so strong, but when's he going to get it?
It takes a long time to get there.
It's almost 30 minutes, and he's still only level 11, so... They'll be able to get the Tormentor, and now they'll also be able to go for that Roche. No exchange that Liquid's able to get this time. Ame, Satanic is finished up too for this.
They're going to try and smoke up for a team fight around the Roche.
I feel like Ame's unkillable now with the Satanic. They have a lot of unkillable heroes.
That's the thing. You look at Liquid's team fight right now, and you ask yourself, is it going to be able to kill them?
Might be desperate moves.
See what they try.
BKB is ready. They have the break from Mickey.
She will slow it down a little bit. XM hunting at the side. He's going to get found. They'll catch him with the spear. And gives him with the jump. They got the burst with the escape pack. Comes out. Gives him a bit of a chance to live. XM's able to break away with the burst strike up to the high ground. Okay. He'll turn over towards the Bristol. Able to come in with the break. BKB's about to wear off it for Liquid. They're focusing Tianming, but XM's ready to come back over with the epicenter. Chases Nisha down. Burst strike comes into play. Nisha's gone. As XG, they'll finally lose XM, but it took Liquid so long to even get the one kill. They're not going to be able to stop Xtreme from getting the Roshan, as Arme still gets the kill, gets the Aegis. They try to bring it all together, but they very much do indeed feel like a team that's 10k behind Volk.
They really do. And they didn't have Egg either, right? It was still on cooldown from the play from earlier. They needed absolutely everything to be able to get a little bit more of a successful fight, but at the end of the day, it's just a Sand King they get. They didn't touch Ame, too. He had literal full HP the entire time of that fight. Again, I mean...
And because there was a position as well in that fight where, they weren't in a bad position kind of surrounding the Bristle, and Mickey got in, he had the shard, he was able to get the break off onto him, but it's still just not enough at this point. Easily able to survive through that XXS.
Yeah, I mean, now at this point, it's not just that you can just break and he doesn't have the Bristle back. He's got Crimson Guard, Pipe, Sange, and Gale Guard. Oh, it's a quickened one. Okay, so not a tough Gale Guard, but either way, crazy tanky.
And as you say, Arme just pretty much full HP the entire fight. And at this point, Nisha and Saberlight threat the whole duration of the BKBs. They're kind of trying to kill off Tianming. They don't get him, and by the time the BKBs are coming to an end, XM, because he was able to escape that initial start, if they were able to maybe kill that Sand King at the beginning, maybe they had a chance. But he's able to get away again because of Xingqiu and these escape packs.
Yeah, Xingqiu is just playing too well. The whole team, honestly, just playing as a whole, just it really is a really good team play. That's, I think, the best team play I've seen so far in this tournament from XG in particular. There's some good team synergy coming into play, and they're enabling Ame very nicely here. 5-1-8 now. Satanic's done, on his way toward the MKB. Then they can just focus fire Mickey.
Which is it's going to be a huge problem because if maybe there wasn't kind of this MKB buyer in play, you could look at this game, look at the net worth, and say, well, maybe there's a chance for the PA to do the old school PA thing where they single-handedly carry the game. It's just not going to be easy to do that because of how good of a position and how farmed Ame is. He's, as you say, MKB, it's going to be there by the time of the next team fight kicking off.
And how poor like Saberlight and Nisha are starting to really be, right? Nisha, not so much. He actually still has pretty decent S-Word, but Saberlight is just, he's literally just a blink and a BKB at this point.
Still got that disperser queued up. I'm waiting to see if he goes for it.
So I was thinking about this actually a little bit more. Right?
What's the idea?
Is it this Dispel as well, because the box? I don't know. Whatever. I was trying to think of what it could actually be. I'm not too sure. Either way, Mickey
He's going to have to BKB and run.
Can he even get out?
It's going to be close. He's going to try for the TP out. He will succeed. Boxy, on the other hand, will not. Dead again.
A defensive BKB needed to be used from Mikke. As XG just continued to hunt. Saberlight playing on the opposite side of everything, does not want to get involved into any of these next fights. Needs more time. The time at this point does feel, even though it's a PA, as you're saying, Ame's in a very comfortable spot with his other 2 cores and his supports. So we do have to just keep highlighting both Tianming and Jingqiu in this game, how much they've been able to do. And these 2 supports scale very hard. ET in particular, one of the best in the game at the scaling, because it's just, yeah, your whole team gets amplified fine. Nisha. He's got backup. Tianming.
Yeah, he's got BKB ready to press.
XM is in the area.
XXS is going to try and force something out of Nisha here. The boat comes out. Still got the Storm.
There's no splitter.
He's going to have to BKB here, Nisha. Indeed, BKB TP will keep him safe for now. Nothing to stop that in the area.
He was probably asking. He probably, wait, he doesn't have splitter, right, guys? And then as soon as they probably tell him, he gets the BKB TP off.
Saberlight also fortunate enough to be able to TP out this time.
He didn't have to use his BKB, so that's nice. They'll at least have that if they do want to look for an engagement. Aegis still for about 100 seconds, so imagine Liquid, they probably want to wait until that expires before they look for that next engagement. But the MKB, it's going to be finished.
Yeah, it's going to be there for the next time they come looking for him. So it's not going to be a simple fight for Mikke to enter into.
No, not by any means. His Satanic is soon coming out. It's actually getting closer and closer toward Ame's farm. I'm still waiting to see Nisha if he's actually going to go this or if he's just going to go AC. Because I feel like the normal build you want to do in this game is just AC to be able to protect the cores.
Because it does feel like, and most of the time it is a good AC game, but it's a good AC game.
It's a very good
It's pretty nice to have one of those for the boys.
Versus Bristleback with PA, absolutely.
Another tower here to be taken by Xtreme. Tier 2 on the bottom to 4. They're bringing in the mid-wave as well here.
Trying to force even more. Still 60 seconds. Liquid. Okay, Saberlight's queuing up that Dispel instead, so he's going to be going the Nullifier, it looks like, to prevent the box in particular. Banner will be abandoned. Make sure you get that last hit on it. Good job, 2 in the gold. Mid tower, tier 2. Ame finishing it off, 30 seconds still. As, yeah, Nisha, he pivoted, so as expected.
No Dispel.
Kind of memeing. Would have been cool, but not the case. Ame queues up his next item, a standard one. The Butterfly playing versus that PA, so Mikke. If they can get to that Butterfly timing on Ame, it could be complicated for them to bring him down too. If he doesn't get that next time.
Guys, it's going to be very difficult to kill this Jara.
Yeah, he's so tanky. And he's got just, yeah, he's got
everything around him.
He's got Crimson, Pipe, he's got the save, the stomps, great team fight. They need the Nullifier before they make the next move on Liquid. Then perhaps they can try to go for that 100-0 play on a target since they can't get saved from the Escape Act. And Saberlight is getting closer.
Oh, that blink might have just saved him, Saberlight. My goodness.
Split second.
Yeah,
They're pinging him. XXS wants him.
Yeah, they might still have a chance. He's still got the BKB. And will indeed not mess around, put the BKB. He does drop the arena, maybe see if they can fight back. They're going to try, they make the jump in, they're in with the break, but the escape hack comes in. XM's ready to go in deep here with the Burrow Epicenter. The Supernova will come out. Can they focus the egg? They certainly can. Arme's in with the BKB, able to shoot down the Supernova. A buyback will come in from Saberlight, but of course he's already used the arena and the BKB. He doesn't really have that much left to offer.
It feels like they were waiting for this Nullifier timing, and then they jump the gun, expecting they can go for this play, but the escape back comes down and just saves him.
They're going to try for the Bristol again, but it's just not happening. XXS is fine. Mikke's gone. It's looking pretty over right now. As XG up to the high ground.
XG just playing this game so clean and Liquid. A bit of sloppiness. Especially, I have to say it again, just this off-lane duo just not
It was a tough game for those two.
The off-lane duo of Liquid having a really rough time, and the off-lane duo of XG having it like the MVP time, right? XXS and Jingqiu feel like they were the X factors in this game with how much they were able to do, these extra saves, especially from Jingqiu.
And it does feel a little bit like the facet for Saberlight did not work out this game. I mean, you have to kill the enemies in an arena to get a benefit from it. That's just not been happening, Fogged.
No. So
and I think in that last one, they wouldn't have had the vision for the escape pack save.
Maybe. I didn't see if the AT Spirit was thrown on top.
Oh, maybe the Spirit, it may be.
That's the one thing.
Yeah.
They always will have the vision potential to be able to.
That's true.
So
I guess that's, yeah, it's probably the main reason, the AT Spirit.
yeah. Either way.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
And it looked like they really were waiting, and then they jumped the gun, right? Saberlight's like, wait, maybe we can actually kill him. They go for the play, but XG's just prepared, as they have been all game, for these type of moves from Liquid. Clean game from them.
Very close to having the full butterfly. I can back off, look to sweep round on the top lane, and look to clean this one up.
Pretty much, I want to say like almost no mistakes from the side of XG, right?
It's looked very, very good.
It's maybe I would say like the initial like trying to defend tier 1 top, but then it ends up working out because they get that great successful team fight afterwards. So everything just ends up working beautifully for them. Even though Mickey was getting that free farm, he can't do it on his own.
No, not at all.
Another Tormentor. How many shards do they already have? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're about to have all of them. So Ame or Sand King will get to get this one. And it will be Ame. And now they're just far from the nullifier, right, on the side of Liquid, because they had to buy back on Saberlight. He's about 1,000 gold away. Mickey's queuing one up himself as well, too, but also very far away. Looking to perhaps just catch them by surprise here, because they're probably just thinking they can't wait for the base setup. Success.
I mean, they don't really want to go on the bristle.
They want to seize in Q.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not going to get anything with that one. And now, XG, they're more than happy to start running back towards Liquid. XXS is charging forward. Liquid, are they going to be able to get out of it? No, XM on the side. He gets the burr epi onto the two of them. Okay. I'll put the BKB. Supernova does come out as well for Incendio. Try and chase XM out of the fight. At the same time, though, Boxy falls. Nisha will put the BKB. They'll get the connection onto Tiamin with the God's Rebuke. Cooldown's coming in. Saberlight slowly but surely getting peeped down by the gyrocopter. Mickey on the run. Can't get out of this one. He'll jump over towards Tiamin. Maybe he can bring down an ET. No, he can't. Mickey's dead. Insania. No other way out of this for him either. As XG, they don't lose anybody again, Fogged.
Nope.
Nobody died. No, Tiamin, he was so close. You know, Mickey nearly got something, but doesn't even get the ET.
They're probably discussing for the next game now after that. They were trying to go for some type of sneaky play, but a complete whiff on the arena. Jinq with the blink again, outplaying. And great spell usage as we see XM, a beautiful epi burrow in the back lines. And Ame comes in to clean up. 9-1 and 12, the final racks. They're probably just going to push. They don't even care about this Aegis.
Yeah, they could just A-click it down a lane right now. Yep. They're in that good of a spot here. They are massive, Xtreme. And Liquid, they've got nothing.
They got a plan for the next game. Ban the bristle back.
It might have to be the case. Because as we said, you know, this is Liquid. We are a pretty good team, getting pretty good heroes on paper against the bristle. They couldn't do anything against him.
He didn't die, Owen. He hasn't died the whole game. I mean, Boxy has hit level 15, but the game is over. Yes, he does.
It's over. Can they hold for 10 seconds maybe for one more team fight? They're going to try. Shackles in onto XXS. See if they can get the 5 of them up for one last attempt at a stand here, Liquid. They've got the 5 of them up. They'll get the spear connection onto him. Everything on the gyro. Can they kill Ame? Ame gets the BKB off. He's healing up. As Ame, he'll start backing away now. He's fine. They don't even get him down more than a third of his HP. GG is called. XG will take this game 1.
Flawless game.
Rough one for Liquid, as you say, a rough one for Liquid's offlane duo. Saberlight ends in the bottom 3 net worth.
They got owned. Let's be honest.
They got crushed.
Those two especially, they really did get owned. XG, just great movements around, and again, just have to keep highlighting these supports. I think they had some insane games, but Bristleback, not solved.
No, not at all. Yeah, 3-0, 22 there on XXS. Yeah, Xtreme looking fantastic in this game 1, and Liquid back to the drawing board on this one.
Yeah, thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. Well, Liquid is going back to that drawing board, and we'll try to, of course, force out a third game to this best-of-3 series. We're going to talk about how Xtreme actually won/dominated this first game of the series, because we were talking after the draft was done. It's like, guys, this is such an even game. It's all going to be about who's going to initiate on the fights, and it's going to be back. No, it was Xtreme all the way, Jenkins.
Yeah, they just played very well. I don't know what to say. I mean, I agree with Fog, the off-lane duo from Liquid. They
1-0-18.
That was an uncharacteristic game from both of them. You know, Blitz will frequently say Boxy is the best player in the world, and I think at the last Wallachia, Saberlight carried Liquid. Like, he was doing extremely well. So uncharacteristic from them, but Xtreme, they got all good heroes. Jinq on Ringmaster was amazing. XXS on the Bristle literally didn't die. XM did so much hero damage. Like, he was carrying these fights, and he still didn't even do the most hero damage in the game because Ame did. So genuinely a flawless performance from every player on Xtreme.
Yeah, let's relive some moments then, Fear, because the first fight that you wanted to look at, around 8-minute mark, a little bit after that, what made you want to see this one again?
Yeah, so I think this one was like they're trying to all in the gyrocopter, right? This could have worked. Then the game may have looked a little bit better, but you do have that big stick charge available. And of course, this is why Ringmaster is one of the best heroes on Dota right now. That escape act, keeping the gyro alive, and this is your first big rotation from Liquid. It fails, and not even just a little bit. This is a massive fail. The gyro doesn't die. You end up losing your mid Kunkka as well on top of it. The Mars dies. It's pretty catastrophic when that happens.
Yeah, it looked pretty rough, and you know, the rest of the game, and most of the highlights are going to be in favor of Xtreme here, as Jenkins. There was another fight 2 minutes after that you wanted to see.
That's right. I think this one was actually in favor of Team Liquid, which, of course, this is a tier 1 team, you know, the TI winning team. I love seeing these like double ganks executed. Sometimes for, you know, less skilled teams, it's like you're biting off more than you can chew in these situations. But you know, you can see the sparks of what makes Liquid such a strong team. But pretty much every other play went the way of Xtreme, and they were doing very similar stuff on the flip side.
Yeah, they were. I will also say, I mean, that was their second kill that they got at that point. I mean, they end the game with only 5 total.
Yeah, they got both at once, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've had some better games here and there. We're just going to keep the moments coming, guys, because Fear, there's two plays you wanted to highlight here.
Yeah, I mean, these are some more fights that went really well for Xtreme. This is the fight where you're fighting to Liquid. They have an Aegis, but they realize Kunkka's not quite nearby. They do commit for this egg, but luckily they don't really lose a Bristleback. This hero is really strong for a reason. He's very tanky. They can't actually end up killing him. So they do end up losing Boxy there, and they will also lose Insania here. But why stop the train there? Directly after those heroes die, as you can see, they're respawning currently, and they take that moment, realizing there's no egg. The heroes are pretty far away. They immediately go on to Nisha in mid lane here. They get another kill. The game was pretty even up until this point. It did feel like this was more or less the nail in the coffin for the entirety of the game. If this is your Aegis use after having like a bit of a comeback and it ends up like that, it becomes very difficult to claw your way back into a game.
I gotta say, in a meta of like big tanky strength heroes, Elder Titan looks incredibly good. And in a meta of team fighting, like every fight, seeing the Earth Splitters, it just looks like such a strong hero. I can see why the win rate is so high.
The impalement arts with the aura percentage-based damage being amplified.
I think that is quite excellent. Yeah. Like there's a fairly good reason why Ringmaster is the most broken support in the game. I'll just say it: more broken than AA, more broken than Coddle. Seems to beat both of those heroes whenever it gets picked against them.
So why is it not first phase banned?
It is sometimes. In this game, Jinq went for a very interesting build on Ringmaster. He rushed Blink. Literally, he went boots, small items into Blink. And I mean, it's cool. Like, this is a hero that has a save. Lots of people would go like Blink on Shadow Demon because he's essentially a save. But you also have a skill shot in his Q, a skill shot in his E, and a skill shot in his ultimate. So Blink will absolutely let you outskill people in fights. You can like blink in, use the Q, push people back. He got a Euls after this as well. He was doing the combo of Euls into the Q. It looked honestly really good. I think Ringmaster still has some tech that is yet to be discovered just because it's such a fresh hero.
Yeah, and then there was one more fight after which we thought the GG was going to be called. It lasted a couple minutes longer than that afterwards. But if you were not yet convinced that Xtreme was taking this game, Fear, this one would have convinced you.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was one of like the final fights of the game. You tried killing this Bristleback, but yet again, Ringmaster with the best save in the game right now, with the box there, being able to just keep this Bristleback alive. Unable to kill him with the Shadow Shaman level 15 talent that breaks Jenkins, unfortunately, but the game does continue to go on, and they end up losing the barracks here. It just came to a point where you just cannot kill this Gyro. You cannot kill this Bristleback. You have plenty of breaks, but it just doesn't matter against the save.
If you put Faith Beyond in a Ringmaster save, what does he become? A box.
A box.
I realize he's not in this game, but I thought of that as you were talking.
But you did it wrong. You should have said what Fear said.
A box.
A box.
Yeah, but a box. That's what I said.
Yeah, it sounded too much like an actual.
Honestly, it wasn't a bad joke.
It was not a bad joke.
The delivery was.
Yeah. I'll work on the execution. A player who did not need to work on the execution because he put Team Liquid in a guillotine this game is Ame.
Yeah.
Did the most damage. He played the Gyro. He got his.
Played a normal hero, yeah.
He got last pick normal hero. So
a meta hero, I should say, not a normal, because normal can mean a lot of different things.
Yeah, and
a meta hero.
And it's definitely meta with the ET and the Bristleback combination of minus armor and minus magic resistance. Like this
Bristle Gyro looked good.
It looked really good. And so did ET Gyro for like the early game magic damage.
Sure.
So this was a just exceptional play by Xtreme and exceptional draft. Like it all came together.
Yeah, so you'd wonder, Liquid, they have to go back to the drawing board. They have to fix things, and it all starts with the draft. What are they gonna do next? Let's find out after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâinii, că ai lăsat tu oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, rudu-rudu-rudu. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, rudu-rudu-rudu. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut. Mi băscuței le-am băscut. Prin pârloage tot să roage la fântâna lui Iordan. Nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț. Nu mai capte din căpriu rudu.
Game number 2 coming your way between Team Liquid and Xtreme Gaming. And game number 1 was very convincing for Xtreme Gaming. Team Liquid has a lot of work to do in game number 2. And it does all start with a draft, and we'll head into it very soon. But I do wanted to touch upon the draft from game 1 just really quickly before going in, because, you know, that was an overall overall first pick, Bristleback, coming out from Xtreme. It was pretty clear that that's why Shadow Shaman was picked up. And PA is considered to be sometimes a counter towards the Bristleback as well. Why couldn't they deal with it? XXS never died fear. Never. Not once.
So there is a thing, right, where you're playing versus the best hero in the game, and you try countering it with the worst hero in the game. It sometimes doesn't work out. And that is a Shadow Shaman versus Bristleback. I think this counter, in air quotes, because you can't see me, even though I didn't do it in person, but it is not a counter. It just definitely is not. We've seen this Bristleback too many times now. It's incredibly strong. I'm not saying it's unbeatable, but I think more than anything, Liquid did not really play very well as a team this game. So it's hard to be like, this draft was bad. They just got outpicked. Not really the case. I think this was just more of an outplay than anything. But yeah, Bristol was incredibly strong.
So, yeah, they need a strong talking to maybe.
Yeah, I think so. The draft was fine. With
playable.
With regards to the Bristle, I don't feel like the green facet Bristle can even be countered. It's too much of a utility hero. You're basically like a glorified support, like a really strong support in a bad game, which is still good, or in a good game, you can like carry the game. So yeah, I don't even know if he cares if he's broken, because like you're getting a Sanj and Yasha, maybe you're getting a Heaven's Halberd, you're getting Glimmer, you're getting all maybe Lincoln's, like all these tanky items. You just like go ahead, you focus your spells on him. This is why I think the hero is so goddamn strong, is that not only do the heroes that counter it are not as good anymore, but even when they do counter it, it just doesn't feel like it does anything.
Yep. I mean, I agree. I did want to talk a little bit about XM as a whole. This player on this team gets overlooked a little bit. You think of like Ame, Jin Q, but this guy has been really stepping up on this squad. His stanking was incredibly good, and I kind of want to like talk about he's been playing a lot of Dota. Like whenever I'm in the client looking at high MMR games, this guy is like pretty much rank 3 in Europe. The only people above him that are pro players is BZM and Satanic. And for him to like primarily play in like China C region, to have that type of MMR to come here, it's very impressive. He's on the grind, and it really shows through his gameplay as well. So far, every time I see him in the game and when him playing, he's a big reason why XG is winning these games.
And usually he's playing really weird shit in his games. Yeah. Like in this tournament, he's been, Kunkka Tiny Sand King. So a lot
he's
more.
Not just the sniper Viper guy anymore.
Yeah, a lot more traditional, but like it's got to be scary to draft up against a guy who's so high rank. He can play kind of like the normal mids right now, but then you always have to be worried. It's like, is he going to jungle Veto? God damn it. Like you can't Huskar him. No. If you Huskar him, he'll Veto you.
Veno's banned. Spoiler. No, just kidding. Veno's banned.
No, because that is definitely a fear, so you don't want to get cheesed like that. So they removed from the pool. Bristol is going to be still in, but the big difference here, of course, is that Team Liquid this time around is first pick. So they get the pick of the litter, as we do have TA, Nature's Prophet, Tiny, Tinker out. That means we still have in... Okay, Bristleback still removed. What usual suspects do we still have in other than the Keeper of the Light? Is the Beastmaster that gets picked up first.
Ignored last game.
Ignored, yeah.
I mean, this makes sense to me. Like, the teams that are winning are the ones that are picking the hero that can go in all 3 core roles.
Yeah,
in the first slot. Like, these seem like 2 of the strongest heroes in the game just because of that.
Yeah, and for sure, there's not a lot, and AA will make it through. I truly do believe now would be an appropriate time to ban the Ringmaster.
If you are Xtreme?
I mean, whoever has the first pick out of the phase.
It's good. Xtreme that has first pick out of the phase.
Then ban it on Liquid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go over there and tell them right now.
They will absolutely take it against the Beastmaster,
yes.
Prime Aurora.
It's really good for both of them. I think the box is great versus stopping the Ice Blast like initiation. Also really good against the Beastmasters too. So
yeah, and the dagger does extra damage to creeps, so you kill the board.
And the hero's OP.
The hero's overpowered. It's
yes.
the best. It's the best support in the game. I think they just took Ancient Apparition because it really limits Beastmaster's potential. He's all about like manning up in the fight and healing, and you literally cannot do that against AA. It's one of the few ways you can actually kill Beast, even if he's very farmed.
Yeah, I will say though, the laning stage is pretty good for Beast though.
Yeah.
So it'll likely be an off-lane Beast, just because AA doesn't have tools to really deal with the boars.
Yep, and Saberlight is a very good Beastmaster. He's
pretty good.
He will always take the summons heroes.
Guys,
if he
they
can.
leave it in, and they don't even pick it. So we got the Elder Titan ban and the Sand King ban, the ban on the Keeper of the Light, and then they picked the PA.
I think this goes back to what Fear was saying, that Beast is likely an offlaner when you see the AA come out. And so knowing that limitation, Xtreme picks PA, which is traditionally like the best hero in lane versus Beast.
Yeah.
So this makes the Beast pick feel a little weird, because do you put it in a like more important core role where now you're countered by AA, or do you put it in the off lane where you are countered by PA?
Yeah.
So they give the Ringmaster away, but I think this limits the Beastmaster, which is very nice, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, PA is one of the better heroes, but they kind of made their choice. Because, like, yeah, Coddle's great. I understand being afraid of that. But at the same time, giving away the Ringmaster, could they not have banned Coddle into take Ringmaster? Would they got PA'd? Either way, whatever. It doesn't really matter. They get the Ringmaster now, which is very valuable. It's great in lane with the Beastmaster. You do have that save, as I mentioned. If you do want to... Luckily, PA doesn't have to commit spells, which is nice. She's very low cooldown, so she can kite around the box. You are a natural nullifier builder. We haven't seen a lot of nullifiers being built against this hero this tournament yet, but PA is definitely one of those heroes where you can just, quite frankly, just go Battle Fury into BKB, and then if you really want a nullifier, you could get it as your third item. If not, you'll get it your fourth item after like some S and Y maybe.
This is exactly what I was thinking, was you let Ringmaster through. It seems like a very obvious pick. What's the catch? You know, what's the purge for the box? Because there's got to be one, and maybe it is that. Maybe it's like you said. By the time the box is a problem, they think that they're going to have a nullifier on PA. But, you know, I always think of SD. I think it's such a bad hero, but... Or Oracle, also a bad hero. That's like part of why Ringmaster is so strong, is because the completely hard counters to it are not good heroes.
Wind Ranger coming out. Wind Ranger featured in our most overrated heroes list this morning.
Yeah. I mean, it is. We often I see Wind Ranger a lot against PA in lane, because PA is very known for killing position 4s on the side lane. And if you just hold your win run, PA can't really do that. So this is definitely a lane response, which means I think we'll probably see Insania play the box man. Boxy will not be boxing people in this one. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. But he can still be boxed.
He can. Boxy can be boxed, but he can't be boxing other people.
No. Really trying to think of a way to segue this one.
So what do we think that Xtreme should be doing in this case? Because they've got one lane set, done. They need to give their draft a little bit more direction. Ooh.
This is like the best nullifier game ever. Okay, this is interesting. Maybe for Mars, they go for the facet where you can't see into the arena, and maybe that's the answer. That you can't box somebody if you can't see them.
What about Spotlight?
It's an ag shard. It's also a little scuffed, the vision on it, like the way it loops around. Maybe you can burst somebody in the like second or so that it takes to set that up.
I don't even know how Spotlight truly works.
I'm not sure. I don't play Ringmaster.
It gives vision, right?
It gives vision.
Kills illusions, I know that.
Yeah, and a little bit of mischance, a small amount of mischance.
Okay.
But
it's something, you know, we'll have to keep an eye out for it. And Liquid, they'll get Mickey his gyrocopter. I remember when this patch came out, Liquid weren't doing very well at like Dream League. No surprise there. But anyway, they started winning all of a sudden by picking gyrocopter. Long story short, his gyrocopter is really good. Haven't seen him play it a ton recently. I'm glad to see him go back for it. I feel like whenever things start feeling a little rough for Liquid, Mickey will take up the gyrocopter and just completely carry a game. Maybe Ame inspired him after last game that this hero is still quite good.
Yeah, I think it fits Mickey's playstyle perfectly. Like he's One of the most aggressive carries in Dota history. He's always making moves. He's in like every single smoke. Gyro is just the best carry for that.
What holes do we feel like need to be plugged with their mids that are coming out last from the looks of things?
I mean, if I'm looking just at their drafts as a whole, there's some obvious weaknesses for Liquid that need to be covered. Gyro is kind of helping a little bit with it. Their team fight wasn't great with Beast and Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger in general, not super strong. And I feel like Ringmaster's conditional team fight, which they don't have the greatest conditions for right now. Maybe you can Gale Force people into the car. What is it even called? His ultimate, yeah. I'm not sure if that is something. Ringmaster's ult.
Wheel of Wonder.
Yeah, maybe we can force people into the ultimate.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
It's interesting.
So, yeah, decent.
But I still give a big advantage right now for the simplicity of Xtreme Gaming's team fight. Drop Arena, you drop the Ice Blast, you drop the Calling.
Loads
a
of
lot
circles.
a lot of circles on the ground.
Gyrocopter has quite a few circles of his himself.
I think that's why they picked him, right? They needed more team fight, and one of the few carries that offer that team fight.
I'm sure there's mids that can offer that.
Definitely. I think right now for the side of Liquid, they are looking at maybe like a Spirit type hero because there's not that great of disable on the side of Xtreme. Like Muerta's probably the best, but everything is like projected, you know? Like Ember Spirit feels like a really good pick right now. Puck seems kind of dead for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why, but
I mean, if you Ember though, you know XM has a handful of heroes that can completely expose you. Whether he wants to play his Sniper, his Viper, some of the classics are still in the pool.
Yeah.
That could be very difficult to play against. So I don't know if they can go that. I mean, they feel the same way on Xtreme, right? They banned mainly offlaners. All right, they're going to pick the Ember anyway. Good call.
Okay,
it's going to come down to, is XM going to exploit this? I mean, Nisha's laughing.
Yeah.
Something's funny.
XM,
like, I can't wait to get
XM's
owned
looking
mid.
excited, dude. He's happy. He's like, I see the Ember. I got a free counter pick here. What does he do? What is our boy, the cheesiest mid laner in Dota? What does he pick?
He doesn't really play Huskar, but he loves himself some Viper.
Yes.
Ooh, XM Viper. That's dirty.
It's a classic, yeah.
Yeah, but is that not a case of it's still a bad hero, or is Viper not?
No, it's bad. I definitely like a Sniper too, just if you can win the lane, because Gyro, in my opinion, my hardest counter whenever I play this hero is Sniper. It's really annoying, but
the best animation. Sorry.
So this hero also counters him mid. It's not as spicy. It's not going to counter as hard as the two mentioned, but it does give him another stun. I like it. I mean, anything that punishes this Ember, I'm a fan of, and this definitely fits that criteria.
Yeah, it's super stable, and it's also really hard to kill. Like, with Liquid's heroes, I'm not entirely sure how they kill both a DK and then also a PA once it's, once PA has like 2 to 3 items. Yeah, I think that was an excellent last pick. Also, one interesting thing about the DK versus Ember matchup is that Mage Slayer does basically nothing to DK, right?
Yeah.
He's doing well. It is spell damage, but it's not like he's.
No, I mean, sure, it'll reduce the flame breath damage.
Yeah, sure.
Who cares? Most of the damage comes from his ultimate, which gives him plus damage.
Real talk. Is this game going to be better than game 1?
I mean, I hope Liquid plays better, but I think Xtreme outdrafted him this game. So if Liquid plays the same as last game, and Xtreme has a better draft, it'll be a worse game. But I think Liquid will play better this game, so we'll probably get a closer game.
Yeah, I'm with Fear. I think the first game was a lot more even, but I think every time we see DK versus Ember mid, the DK just has like such a free game.
Yeah.
And on the patch where Ember was really overpowered, it just didn't matter that Ember lost lane because he would win the game. But I'm not sure if Ember is like that anymore. But it is Nisha. You always have to consider the Nisha factor. This guy can pop off in 1v5.
He can pop off in 1v5. And maybe that game 1 is just what they needed. Maybe they just needed to have a little bit of a warm-up to be able to strike back and force out that third game. We're going to find out, though, as we are ready for game number 2 with ODPixel and Fogged.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time between Xtreme Gaming and Team Liquid. And let's see if they can have a bit of a better time here, Liquid. I mean, looking at their lineup, I definitely took a couple of pages out of the book of Xtremes from last game. I mean, same to be said for Xtreme, of course, getting the Mars and PA. But of course, yeah, Liquid taking that Ringmaster and the Gyrocopter, of course, for themselves this time.
Yeah, looking to get those saves. We do see that the Mars went for the Bloodsport, so he does have the fact that they'll prevent some vision if they don't have the vision tool inside of it. Of course, there will be some with Spotlight and power shots, whatnot. You know, there will be some vision tools, but this is usually what you want to have versus those save heroes.
Yeah, even if it's just kind of that one scenario where their save can't
What if
happen,
they're not there?
it feels good.
Yeah, exactly.
To be able to disrupt that sort of save play.
And yeah, I would say the simplicity approach from XG does look a little bit stronger, but Liquid, it is a nice, well-rounded draft again, if they can get those timings to hit. I think this DK pick was like a multifaceted thing that they wanted on XG, where they wanted a hero that's going to be able to beat the Ember in the mid lane and have an extra form of lockdown, because they were pretty lacking on that still. They had the Mars and the Muerta, which can be a little bit inconsistent at times, so they wanted that just consistent hard stun for the setups too.
And I imagine you're a bit more hopeful about what Liquid's going to be able to achieve with their offlane duo this game.
Yeah, it's a much better offlane duo. Yeah. Overall, they did have some, in particular, the two of them had a pretty sloppy game, so overall game should be cleaner, but I would say XG's looks nice again. And it's an easy one to execute.
Yeah, it's, you know, I've always got a lineup that just has so many ways to set up for a good ice blast, right? They go on someone, they're getting blasted, they're going to have a bad time.
And it's cool to see the approach that they do, because Xingqiu just loves to play AA. They put the 4 AA and the 5 Muerta. So usually, we have seen a couple more 5 Muertas coming into the mix of things. I know we saw, I think it was Snaking and even maybe Insania play it at this tournament, but yeah, to see this type of switch up is pretty cool.
Let's see how it plays out in the lane. Because last game we have from Liquid the Shaman and the Mars. Obviously this game from Xtreme, so the AA and the Mars. This lane's fine. This pretty good, or?
Yeah, I mean it's better than Shaman Mars.
Better than,
a whole lot. Yeah. You actually can harass. But the real reason that they did this, it's not only just because Xingqiu likes to play AA. It's also because AA doesn't want to lane versus the Beastmaster as much. It's not as great playing versus those summons. I would say Tianming at least gives you chances to kill them. PA is excellent versus Beast in a lot of situations because you can help kill you boar, but with Tianming, it just feels better, right, than that AA. So I said, you know, I'm talking about how it is a lot better for the Mars in comparison with the Shaman, but it's still a very strong lane from Liquid, right? Always with Gyrocopter, it feels like it can be a very oppressive approach. And with Ringmaster, and this hero does deal quite a lot of damage. So far, mid lane. Nisha handling the pressure.
Yeah, we'll see if those denies do start to rack up from the DK.
They will, right. The first bracer comes out, Breathe Fire hits. We'll be able to get that extra damage over Nisha. Yeah, but bottom, I mean, this is the one for Liquid that where, you know, you have to look at that's it's gonna be a lot better. Even if they did switch up the lane that you see from Tianming and Ame, it does feel like it is a lot better for them to have these two heroes. They're just, you know, strong laners in comparison to the Mars and the Shaman. Interesting from Tianming, you see that? He actually goes for the Gunslinger. Rather than having the calling, wanting to go for these kills, just, I guess, extra damage for the boards. That's just weird, though.
I guess it must be right, yeah. As you say, deal with the summons a little. I mean, I give you a little bit of, obviously not a high chance of really making that much of a difference, right? But
sure. It's maybe because he feels like he's not going to have mana in a lot of situations to get that both spells, because he's constantly using Deadshot.
Sure.
It's interesting. Definitely an interesting one.
What's the chance level one? It's very low.
It's like, what, 18?
18% chance.
I actually thought it was 22, and then I just set 18 for some reason, so okay, cool. Yeah, pretty interesting approach. Lotus, Ame, gonna go for it. Should be able to get it. On the flip side, Insania will be able to grab that one. Anisha still is getting a good amount of CS. The denies are absolutely there for XM, but Nisha actually has the CS advantage at the moment.
We've definitely seen crazier CS differences between a DK and an Ember. Absolutely.
We've seen some of these DKs completely stop. Yeah. 22 and 7 to like 12 and something. This one is not the case right now. 15-4 to 14-7, Nisha. Top lane, we are seeing some denies also coming out from the Mars. So XXS able to get a couple of those versus Mickey. They need to add something like this on Shaman, I feel. Like a chilling touch ability so you can actually attack him.
Just like a long range
Like you can't hit. Like I feel like when Chicken Fingers is up, you should have like an extra 200 attack range or something. Right? I don't know, like, because I love Shaman. I've been a Shaman player forever, and it just feels like the hero just can't lane very well. So. There we go. Now XM is starting to get 17-11 to 16-4. Starting to get those extra bit of denies, as we were mentioning. We'll get that range creep too. A nice one. So we'll have a good level advantage over Nisha. Does he get the block? He doesn't. So Nisha will get the fill up of the bottle. They actually have not moved the support, so sometimes when you do see this matchup too, and you really want to punish the Ember Spirit, a support checks one rune, the DK checks the other, and you prevent the fill up. That wasn't the case. So Nisha gets his bottle filled up.
Looking at the side lanes, both carries are having a pretty good time, right?
Yep.
This is dead even, really, on the CS. For a moment there on how much they're both getting. So neither of them getting pressured with the setups.
The thing is, top though, Mickey can absolutely get a kill. It looks like much easier on XXS than on the flip side at the moment. Saberlight completely healthy. They don't have the damage to be able to bring him down unless he's super out of position. Well, XXS, he's sitting at 300 HP. He has to be very careful how he steps up here. He gets hit by the impalement. He will be able to back away. Only just...
Oh, it's close.
Oh my god, that damage.
A good job he has the stats that he does.
That actually was so much closer than I expected it to be. Sanya lands a almost max damage Tame the Beast there. So now it looks like Jinkyu is going to do that. Since it's the power rune, he'll check that one instead to prevent the fill-up from Nisha. Supports are rotating over, but that does mean, yeah, XXS is sacked for some time. So as you'll see, Saberlight definitely pull ahead. Power shot connects, XM.
I mean, yeah, they're bringing both supports liquid. We'll see again. Oh, just on the tip as well.
They actually do get Saberlight bottom, too, when this play was happening, when they moved the supports. He moved up a little too far. They have the lane ward.
So if they can get XM mid, they're leading in on him. The tank connects, they will. So they got the trade with the pressure and the presence that they have in the mid with the two supports coming in.
You sacked Saberlight with that movement, but you do get a nice kill, and Nisha in a comfortable spot. Is he actually... Yeah, he's ahead of the DK in net worth now after that. So 100 difference.
Yeah, that's a super solid outcome.
Yep. Not something that you expect in most situations. And he does get the fill up too. And he gets to take the enemy bounty as well too. So another fill up. So he has mana to play down here if he wants to try versus Tianming and Ame. He'll put a deep ward down. Sees the Muerta. He has more enough.
Ame.
He's got a 20 wand and 2 Lotus. He's chilling.
We'll give a bit of a chance, yeah, to pushing on the mid.
Nisha wants to come back mid. He actually catches the creep wave with his Remnant. So it won't allow XM to get that extra damage onto the tower. No contestation for the shrines this time around. Looks like things will be balanced. And how are these stacks looking? We have a triple Ancient stack for XG, a triple Hard Camp, and on the side of Liquid, pretty much the same. So balance in all things. Very balanced early game. Two offlaners, as usual, are struggling. XXS just a bit more than Saberlight at this moment, though, since he's been left alone more. Well, that lane ward's going to get spotted. Jinkyu already has the sentry down.
Easy to ward.
Juicy XP, juicy money.
Bringing in the second support up top as well. So Boxy and Insania, they want to try and make something happen top.
They've got 4 heroes here. They want to dive.
TPs are going to start coming in. XXS looking pretty dead to start this off. Or maybe not the cooldown. No, it will get him. Indeed, he goes down.
And Nisha's looking for another Jinkyu. He dodges the cold feet.
Tianming's here still to help out. Nisha, chains connect. Power shots in. Themselves another, and Nisha should be able to walk out of this one.
The connection from XM is coming in. He hasn't amped damage, but they will be able to distance themselves away. Won't be able to get that connection. I think Tianming was calling for someone to come just because how deep Nisha was diving with limited mana, but nobody able to join the fray. Or nobody wanting to join the fray, it seems.
XM at least able to make something happen here with the rest of the amplified damage rune.
They're rotating.
Tower.
Oh, and they're coming quick. Nisha.
I'll catch Tianming.
Does mean the tower is going to take a fair bit of damage, though. Extra time with this amp damage. It could just die here. XM, a couple more hits on it. Looks like he is going to bring it down. Liquid, the call is actually made to take the stacks instead of defend mid, and they'll dive Insania. They find him and the tower. Nice sneaky move from Ame.
Nisha. Sal's got remnants to play with.
Yeah, he gets himself out. So they deny the stacks away, but they do lose their tower. They do lose their 5 position. Maybe thinking they couldn't defend the tower anyway.
I guess so. All's whilst this is happening, Ame's getting a fine time down bottom for XG. He's more than happy to sit in this lane. Solo against the Beast.
Yep, a little bit ahead of his counterpart of that gyrocopter. Early days, but things are very even across the board here. Nisha. He's caught
gonna get caught by the sides of the feet, gets outplayed.
Tianming.
Yeah, with the setup, Ame with the damage.
What a play.
Did not respect the potential of the Muerta there to just lock him down.
And this hero. Can we actually bring up the win rate of this one? Because I know until yesterday at some point, I think it was 100%. Oh, sorry, the Muerta. I mean, the PA too. That's cool things to see. But I was curious if we could actually see that one.
I think it's close to like an 80% win rate. I want to say on the Muerta.
High. It feels like it's just very useful in most situations.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you very much.
So about a 70% win rate right now.
And a great setup, always versus the Ember Spirit.
Roar. They have to follow up here with the wheel. Homing missile coming in as well. It's enough burst. Tame coming in as to finish that one off there from Insania. Shackle onto Tianming. Liquid. They'll push forward. They'll get both of them.
Great connection there. The wheel is nice with the roar. Whenever you have any type of just initial hard stun, it's great to be able to set that up. Insania doing some big burst damage in this early game here. Still no 6 coming out, as we see on Jingqiu, a little bit behind on that one. Trying to get that Ice Blast online. XM close to blink after this tower.
Yeah, that's going to fall in line, yeah, with the Ice Blast, so they can start looking for those plays.
You can probably look to smoke XM plus the Muerta, and then you can set up with the 2 of them and look for that Ice Blast in the distance if you want to do it like that.
I should kill most of these heroes.
Pretty much all of them.
At the moment, you know, that sort of combo is going to cause a lot of difficulties for Liquid's heroes.
Yeah. For now, they'll do the stacks. They're going to farm that with Jingqiu and XM before they look for that aggressive play. Before he has the blink, of course. Same for Liquid. They'll farm theirs. I always love to see that. I just wanted to point out, I love to see when people do kill some of these Ancients, sometimes near these Hellbears, because people don't expect how much damage.
The Hellbear goes crazy.
The buff up goes crazy on the Ancients. I've seen people die to it. Not going to be the case, though. Saberlight, which is fine. And XM, there's the blink. Jingqiu also has now hit 7, and he moves the smoke into his bags immediately. Any core kill. Probably what they want to look for. And they'll bring X success as well, so they're actually bringing, double cores.
Oh, he's going to find who first. Smoke dispels.
He reveals it.
XM's going to be in with the jump, and he gets caught straight away by the chains. XM getting burst slow, caught by the wheel. He's dead. Now with the homing missile heading over towards XXS. XXS has to run. He'll drop the arena. We'll give him a chance to escape. Nisha's trying to chase down with remnants. Does he want to go any deeper? We'll get the slight chains. Power shots off the mark. XXS is going to whiff the spear. Still enough to stop Liquid from chasing, though. XXS able to walk away.
They read the play. Liquid 1 step ahead there. Quick move from Boxy, and Nisha will be able to get that chain connection. XM was not too healthy at the start of it.
No, he was super low on the HP.
Yeah, he was still like less than half before they even started things off, so dies very quickly.
I was not ready to run into Liquid like that.
Battle Fury done for Ame. Still very good timing. There's Nisha. Silenced.
Another stun in the silence. Now, this time won't be long enough lockdown to keep him in place.
Wanting to have more points in the calling now, of course. So you get those further silence levels will be enough to be able to lock down Nisha. Liquid joining together again. Wheel of Wonder is up in 20 seconds. Mickey's got juicy stacks here. He's going to be able to double farm with the flak. Both the carries keeping that pace. I mean, across the board, it's still a very even game in terms of gold. Experience also, not too much of a difference. 200 difference. The calm before the storm, it feels like. before Saberlight has his Ags, before they have to blink on the Mars. They're going to start making more plays, but XXS is still quite poor, Owen. Still hasn't been able to make too much of a recovery out of that laning phase.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to quite make as many sort of aggressive moves or setups as they would have hoped for.
XXS?
They're not going to find a chance to do anything here against even the supports. Boxy's perfectly fine.
So Mage Slayer done. Mage Slayer done for Nisha. He's got a haste rune now too, playing very aggressively forward to give his team information. He feels confident when he's got this to not die. He's slowing down massively, but Liquid wanting to start accelerating. They have Mikke, who's team fighting carry, wants to get him involved a little earlier rather than just sitting back and letting that PA farm. And they have that timing. The Aghanims on the Beastmaster you're mentioning. So between him and Nisha, they are very strong right now.
XM. They're watching him here in the mid.
Trouble.
They go, they'll drop down the wheel. There's no saving the TK. XM dies very quickly.
He's got to be careful how he shows himself with this blink. They know that he's the initiator at this point. If he's showing in a lane like that, they know there's no move happening, so they can just go straight for him. Easy pickings. They have Roar still for the fight, or for the Tormentor, or for the Roche, depending on how Liquid wants to look for these next 2 minutes of approach. Sania?
He's got eyes on Tian Ming. Tian Ming, has he got any way out of this? He's got the ult.
He's burning.
TPs are coming in here.
We'll be able
Under
to
the
get
tier 2, he might be fine. I mean, Nisha's going to try and poke forward.
He scouts them, so he pokes XM to at least see him. The power shot, almost enough. Buxy's fishing for another one, perhaps. I'm guessing with the power shot.
Yeah, I was seeing if he could find Tian Ming.
He threw the scan. It was actually XM who ends up clipping it, but a nice attempt playing around that ward that they placed down. Yeah, Liquid trying to be the aggressors in this game. XG now looking to strike back. They see Nisha in mid.
They want to get the jump themselves.
Blitz
XM
done.
in with the Dragon Tail. They've got the silence to follow up into the Ice Blast. Breathe fire, but
He's
not
out.
enough. Nisha able to walk to the side, Remnant away, and at the same time, Arme's in trouble. The rest of Liquid, they've found the PA. Arme, he's gone.
Oof, and he can't even get the deny to the Tormentor. They will be able to secure that last hit onto him. And Nisha, it's just not enough control versus the Mage Slayer, not enough damage. If they can land a dead shot and push him back into silence, perhaps, but he gets the Flame Guard off, he survives.
Oh, careful, boys. Oh, careful, they can't do that.
That's awkward.
They tried.
No Ice Blast for 20 seconds. Does mean that potentially Jinq could set up for the defense of that Tormentor since they weren't able to finish it off there, so he does have that ready. Jinq close to his Atos. In Liquid, like I said, ideally they want to accelerate things still. They want to look for this Roche, get that Tormentor since they've got this power spike with that Beast Ags. But XG starting to get these timings together too. XXS, the recovery is there for him.
It is, yeah.
He is online.
It could have very easily been a game where the Mars just drifted further and further behind, but indeed he's catching up with the rest of the cores.
And he is going to go down what looks like the Eul's shard builds to have that extra catch versus the Ember Spirit.
Looking towards the mid again. Amnesia, step ahead.
Jinq, when he has Atos, perhaps, right? When they have Atos and then the stun and the calling and the dead shot, if they bring the heroes, they'll have the catch. And I believe he has it coming out right now. Been having some difficulties lining up these dead shots, though, but double Atos is online. All right, now, surely.
Now they've got lockdown.
Surely for the Ember. No defensive items on the supports is what that's going to mean, though. So we have to keep tabs of that. No glimmers, no force staffs, nothing along those lines since they've gone for this itemization. Well, on the side of Liquid, we do see Atos for Boxy, but Insania is going down Solar. So they will have that extra save. Lords right next to each other. Liquid looking to set up bottom.
I mean, they're ready to fight around Mikke with the BKB done.
He's got it done, and as we mentioned, Saberlight now also has a Blink Dagger, too, to go for the catch if they have the vision. How long on AA Blast? 15 seconds. Doing Tormentor when you're playing versus AA is just always, it's in the back of your mind. You're like, God,
a risky one.
If he just gets like a good timing of a bit of luck, a bit of RNG, it can be pretty devastating. That's probably why we don't see them force it as hard. Level 12 also on XXS has been hit, except Blink Mage Slayer online.
XM going out on his own a bit here.
They've got the BKB now on Ame as well. So it feels like both teams could be content to look for the action early on here. Probably just knowing, like Ame, sometimes you do see them try to stall out this BKB, but I think they know that Liquid's going to try to bring these fights with this heavy magic damage, so he wants this immunity versus it. Since Gyro and Ember do a ton of magic.
Scans hit, they know that they're here.
Ame.
Liquid, can they find the chance to set up on this?
They know where Ame is.
Gonna find Tiaming in the trees. They'll go for it first, but he gets to pierce the veil off. Doesn't matter, the magic burst is there.
Roar used, so XG want to try to catch something off of that, it looks like.
Yeah, they're pushing forward.
And XM, perhaps trying to get onto Saberlight here.
Maybe with the arena, they're looking for the angle.
I mean, XXS, is he going to be able to find it? Does he want to push forward that far too? It doesn't look like it. Very farm-heavy game. Even the support's just hitting creeps. Jin Q doing what he does best. Waiting for that Ice Blast setup. Rose shifts down toward bottom. Nisha with an Arcane Rune and an Illusion, and I think he's got his next timing too. This SNY is finished. Could see them look for another play. Roar back into 20 seconds. Both teams smoking up, looking for the clash. Who's going to get the bigger connection? XXS has switched up the build, by the way. He wants his BKB, since it doesn't feel like he needs the Yules, but he's still a ways away. Who's going to get the cleaner initiation?
I mean, they want to find something sooner than later. XG's XM's Dragon Form is ticking down.
Eyes on Insania's positioning, in particular, for Liquid to protect. XG has to be aware of where he is before they got that jump.
It's getting a bit awkward. His Dragon Form's about to be gone.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to fight without that.
Like, they pretty much spent the entire smoke time with the Dragon Form. They didn't find anything. They're going to re-smoke.
Re-smoke.
But it's, I say, without the ult on DK.
All right. I mean,
It's
waiting
gone.
on the high ground. Nisha.
Ooh,
gets a slide off.
It's still there. They find the Dragon Tail into the spear, into the Ice Blast. Is it enough? No, it's not.
He's alive.
Nisha jumps out, gets away there off the back of the illusion play. They turn. They kill off the Mars, kill off the DK, and by the looks of it, and well,
Well, he's dead.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, for you guys, you don't see it. I see it.
Oh, you see it. Spoilers. Come on, Fog.
Well, he's not dead, but he's dead.
Oh, he's not dead.
But he's dead.
With that case, he's dead.
But he's dead.
They killed all three cores, Fog.
Nisha, the SNY, he just picked it up. The status resist, it's exactly what saves him there.
And the illusion rune in the bottle,
And the illusion rune in the bottle.
Yep.
So the two things coming together, a decisive positioning for them. Like you said, the DK form was ending.
It was ending, and he went for it. But yeah, it finished.
And honestly, this is how Liquid wants to play these fights. Nisha is baiting. He really was baiting there. It looked like they were probably going to get him, but weren't able to. And then Insane is able to get the extra save, and it's a disaster from there.
Yeah, they lose all three cores.
They can't bring down anybody. I'm unable to focus fire any of these cores at this point. That's the strike that Liquid was waiting for. Blowing the game open.
And one that XG kicked off themselves.
They did. And
they jumped first.
It's important timing because, as we said, it's been like this kind of stable stall period around the Roche and the Tormentor where they couldn't go. That blows things open where they can now look to put the emphasis on those two extra objectives too. So they said mid ADC'd, I think, or...
What's going on? What's going on?
We'll see what's going on.
A little bit of lag.
That's gotta hurt, though. As you said, them looking for the fight and you just get completely destroyed.
Yeah, I think sort of back to, I guess back to hitting the creeps right. I feel like, well, if you're Arme here, you die in this situation. You're like, guys, I need to get my next item. Like, does he really want to be turning up to another fight with just the BKB and the Battle Fury right now? It feels too risky.
It's gonna be, yeah.
He wants to be back farming up his next one.
But Liquid now, things are gonna accelerate. You know, they're gonna go for these extra objectives, these next two, and then they can even look to bring the fights. And Xtreme, at some point, you can't just never. Right? You have to at some point fight around your tower. So, Liquid quickly gonna go for that Roche. Jin Q, the Ice Blast is not available for 30.
not ask for more ideal timing of all that for Liquid. The little
there we
things.
go. And just on to Mickey.
Even though Nisha's been baiting, he's like, I don't need it.
That's true. I mean, they couldn't kill him. He's like, well, they're not going to be able to kill me next time.
And it really mostly has just been him surviving. It hasn't even been like an escape act that saved him. It's just been with the flame guard and him just being able to remnant out before the chain stuns come out. And yeah, absolutely that illusion tripping them up, being able to get that multiple Atoses and catch onto him.
XG, they've got to be careful now.
Yeah, 5.
These next 4 minutes playing into Mickey's Aegis are going to be pretty scary for them.
And he's going to have his Aghanims as well, too, to increase that farm rate. He's gone for the full fighting build, and it's worked out perfectly for him after that last engagement. And Nisha, too, so far. This is one of those games, and we talked about the DK versus the Ember matchup and all that, but Nisha has just been, he's styling. He truly is. Top 3 net worth, and the DK is actually the bottom 3 net worth of the cores. Still no BKB for XM either. Still quite some time till he has it. XXS looks like he'll actually have his beforehand, so maybe that next fight that they look for is a triple BKB timing, but Liquid's going to get so much out of the map before that. Full BKB for Saberlight will be finished. They're getting the Tormentor too. I like this pivot from Boxy too. He goes Glimmer now too. So rather than going for selfish itemization on the Wind Ranger, goes for the Atos first, but then Glimmer, since the idea of XG's draft is about popping a target, now they have multiple saves. And he will be able to get himself that Gale Force. Very good one. Starting to look pretty difficult for XG as it's only Ame with that good farm now at this point.
Yeah, they really needed to find so much more in that period where they would have been able to exploit that combo that you should say that is being itemized against right now.
Yeah, maybe. And just overall, you know, we had the critique for Saberlight in the last game of the Mars. Sure, XXS isn't like dying all over the place, but the same thing. He's having difficulty just finding any type of success with it.
Hey, it's not been a great series for Mars.
Oh.
And Mars enjoys out there. No, it has not.
It's about to have BKB. And they're about to have BKB on Dragon Knight too, so yeah. Triple BKB timing, probably going to be the call to players, but yeah, into the Aegis, not an easy one. And Liquid. Pretty much ready for any fight that comes to them. How many of these power runes? I think Nisha's gotten almost... It feels like he's gotten almost all of them.
I think so, yeah. They've had great control on the river.
These all matter, you know, pointing out the Invis one as well, too. The damage reduction, have to always talk about that one. I don't know how much it is at this cycle. It doesn't even say it, unfortunately, but it does give damage reduction, so just remember about that if he does get that popped off during it. Push on bottom. I was going to say, did they forget to glyph? They will not. They will get that off. Doesn't feel like they can defend it. Looks like Mickey can just walk up, finish it. They're starting to itemize, at least on the supports. I see a Lotus has been queued up for Muerta, so looking to prevent the roar. Let's try to get some reflections of that. But XG not finding a whole lot, Owen. 3 to 14.
It's a slow game from them.
Slow game, and Liquid just getting a whole lot more out of the map.
Yeah, Liquid's getting everything right now. Moving over to the mid.
Jin Q is, see what he queued up?
Going for the dagger.
Going for the dagger.
He's ready to carry. He's like, right, boys, if you're not carrying this, I've got to get the kills done myself.
The old school way. Everyone buy Daggons, work with the Ice Vortex. The EG, what was it, 2015?
Oh, Saberlight's in.
He's in. Gets
he
the
goes
roar.
straight for it, up to the high ground, finds Xingqiu. Xingqiu's out.
Oh, Chunming almost dies. Also the secondary strikes.
Oh, XXS. He's gone in with the arena. Ame's coming in as well. They're going to try and find some kills in return. They're looking at Insania. They'll bring down Insania and turn now over towards Saberlight. They kill the Beastmaster off. Ame, he's able to blink out for now. XM, he's in a bit of a spot of bother here against Nisha and Mickey. He cannot battle his way out of this one. XM goes down. The dagger. Not enough to finish Mickey's Aegis, and indeed he'll have that ready to heal him back up in 20 seconds.
Cool little jump,
They make a try there.
Yeah.
They see this sort of aggressive move from Saberlight. They try to punish it. They get a couple of kills, but of course it's still them losing 3.
At this deficit, you know, it's a trade in a way. So you'll be like, okay, rather than us just getting dominated in a fight, we at least get something out of it. I think it's because they saw Insania so far up that XXS was like, screw it, I'm just gonna go for this opportunity because for the first time the Ringmaster's actually caught my ult. As you see, I think Insania steps up right here and he catches vision him for a quick second. But Mickey just too strong. You see him in the back line, he's just shredding heroes. They have to disengage after that BKB falls off.
Yeah, XM was able to do a decent amount of damage to Mickey on the way down here.
Was. Definitely was able to.
Still not enough to fully punish the Aegis. But at the least, you know, it's also XG pushing Liquid off the high ground siege for now.
That's all it quite is, really. Not. Ame does have to be very careful without his BKB up 10 seconds. He'll be okay. Another big item being finished for Liquid. The Shiva's now for Nisha. I'm looking for every single one of these battles. Saberlight. Seem to know where Ame might be. The Shrine of Wisdom is what they're going to take away. Try to get that roar. He was predicting somebody. Amp damage on Nisha.
Oh, in the mid they tried to get the setup onto Boxy.
Oh, Tianming is in a dangerous spot.
Yeah, he's very, very dead for that one. They tried to make a little bit of a go to see if they could kill off the support. Doesn't work out.
Oh, and they're still under vision. This ward was not taken away. Liquid has the high ground ward.
The slow on to XXS.
Saberlight, he was thinking about it, but not wanting to dive the base again. And there's the Dagon, Owen.
All right, so what's the strat here?
Burst the target, Owen.
Okay.
Okay.
It's, well, let's see if he's able to do that. See if this Dagon can do the work.
Pretty interesting.
I guess, yeah, a counter to the kind of the Ghost Scepters that are coming out against the PA.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Guess,
the PA can't hit me.
I mean,
but the AA can Dagon.
I feel like Gleipnir in most... he loves his Gleipnir, but I guess in this game, for some reason, just really wanted that extra bit of burst. Maybe just feeling like Ame can't do it on his own. I don't know. An interesting one from Jinkyu. Shard on XXS now. Does have that for the double spear. Liquid, ready for the fight. Satanic is about to be finished on Mickey as well. And they give Mickey the ward to place, so the support's wanting to play very far back.
Oh, XXS doesn't want to go for it.
Insania instantly boxes himself, just in case. Tough to walk into this area now for the side of XG. As we see Nisha, you mentioned, the amp damage is popped. Another power rune in 10 seconds that he could look to grab. So similar as, I guess what Liquid was kind of looking for last game, we could probably say for the side of XG is wait for the nullifier timing. Right before they look to like burst the target, because it still feels like it's going to be very complicated in these straight fights to just pop that target because of the escape act. But that is a long time away still.
Yeah, they're just struggling to get outside of the base right now. You know, Liquid's been pretty much consistently on XG's side of the map.
I mean, Ame is still very farm, and he's getting being in this sneaky position to get this extra farm.
Light. They should get this kill. As the roars there onto Tianming.
Backline, Nisha.
The rest of them have got to run here on XG.
He's trying to force the BKB of XXS, but wasn't quite able to. Foxy.
Whoop.
Tries for it.
You get the chains.
Can't quite. Just poking, trying to get the BKB. Roche, back on the mark. They're gonna go scout it. Looks like the board is about to check that out, so Liquid ideally wanting to set up for that one. XM did just pop Dragon Form to the farm. Yeah, Liquid looks like they can set up for that Roche now.
XM's got to be careful that he doesn't show here.
I mean, they saw him somehow. I think they saw some of the splash.
Well, they're going to see him now.
The roar is up in 3 seconds. XM.
Is he going to read and blink out in time? He is.
He is. But he's caught by the chains.
Chains do still grab him.
Saberlight, blink is not up. They're trying to pull them closer.
They want to try and force someone out of the mid. They'll get the setup onto Xingqiu instead. Xingqiu Will be able to get the Ice Blast out onto the two of them, but Sableye pops the BKB, moves forward, takes down Xingqiu. They're in onto XM. XM trying to run with the remainder of his BKB. He'll survive.
Can't quite bring him down. The power shot. Close. Another aggressive move, forcing the BKBs from the side of XG. Ame's like, good job, guys. Make that space for me.
A time and space, that's all he wants. He's got a lot of money as well, 3,200. Do you imagine he indeed will just commit him for the Satanic next?
I feel like, yeah. I mean, does he really want the Abyssal to just stick on target, or does he want the extra sustain? Because right now in the fights, it feels like he's completely relying on the 7 seconds of BKB. If he has Satanic, he can actually play around things, it feels like. So I feel like he might just commit for it. Nisha, another power rune he'll get. That haste rune. There's the Roche. They've got the banner. Aegis on Mikke. Queuing up the MKB next. Probably for Liquid wanting to wait for that before they force that next big fight as well, since it will be a pretty big timing.
Ame's
scouting.
Found.
Boxy's on him.
Ame.
Boxy. Being sneaky.
Yeah, Boxy.
Not sneaky enough.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that he's going to have enough backup, and indeed, it was just him and Nisha in the area. So not really enough to do too much about Ame.
Mikke's still playing in a very aggressive position to get this extra farm. Gets the outpost as well. Saberlight buys Boots of Travel. Probably feels like they have great control of the map, so he wants to be able to join anytime that Ame is doing what he's doing, right? He wants to just be able to be there to set up for that BKB piercing roar. He does commit for that Abyssal.
Okay,
right.
Goes all in on it rather than building up on the Satanic.
Okay, I mean, you have that extra lockdown to be able to burst that one target, but that does mean you're all in on that 7-second BKB.
Saberlight. He's got eyes on XM. As XM.
Easy kill.
Out for 7. He was getting very close to having the nullifier gold, but we'll get held back on that now.
When you've been playing like this for what feels like 10, 15
it's going to happen
it's gonna
eventually,
happen.
right?
People are going to get caught on the side.
And indeed, he was farming up quite a treat. He did catch up, get quite a bit of gold from that bottom area of the map.
I mean, look at just if you look at the map though, like right, Liquid has control of everything. They just are completely surrounding XG from escaping outside. And that MKB is about to be finished also now for Mikke if they want to start to force the issue a bit more here. 3 minutes still on the Aegis. See how they want to approach the high ground.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Liquid's in. Tianming.
He's got the Lotus for himself.
He's getting dragged back here by the Gale.
Quite a bit of damage from the flag.
XXS will get the spear back on towards him. It's pretty good what happens with the follow, but the Roar's back up. The Ice Blast comes in. They've killed Mikke the once.
That's Ame's BKB.
So what they can do on the second life. XXS puts the BKB, Arena's out, but Mikke's ready with the BKB, so no spear connection.
And Ame, I mean, without BKB, can he really look to jump back into this? Looks difficult for him.
Put the fortification. No XXS for 45 seconds.
I mean, nice opportunity spear that he gets there, but
XM's in.
Jump, he's too far.
He's going to try and make a move here, XM. He has to put the BKB himself now. Tianming getting dragged back. They get the Atos and Silence in on towards Nisha, but Tianming's gone. A second hero dead without buyback on Xtreme.
They can't threaten Mikke here. Insania's just waiting if they do try for a jump with the escape act. Get him the once with the Ice Blast, but without it now, can't go for that follow-up. They do have a secondary Ice Blast up now. But as you said, Ame, 40 seconds, no BKB. He's looking to go elsewhere, but I think he was spotted. This ward they have, Saberlight.
They're swinging over towards him.
The boot to travel.
Oh!
Gets him split second. And they've got more than enough for him. 90 seconds.
Doesn't have the buyback.
Saberlight with the boot to travel. That's why he bought them.
300 gold short of the buyback on the P8. Oh!
Tries again.
He misses. Doesn't get the pushback. Doesn't get the connection. He's dead. Xingqiu getting dove under the tier 4s. As they'll tap out. GG is called. Liquid coming back hard in this game 2 after a rough game 1. This game 2, they didn't let Xtreme do anything.
No, Nisha overall, these little plays that he was able to do. In particular, it all snowballs massively up to that bottom situation when he's able to have the SNY picked up, the illusion pops. They still go for the play on XG and they get wiped. Liquid afterwards just plays it clean. Nice game.
Absolutely, yeah, very, very smooth stuff from Liquid after, what was a rough game one. So maybe something about this series, Fogged. Maybe Mars is just a cursed hero. Do either of these teams want to touch Mars in game 3?
I don't think so. Shelf it.
Like, it did look great in game 1, and it looked just as unimpressive in game 2. Not been a good day for the Mars enjoyers out there. But as it stands, it's a good day for the Dota enjoyers. We're going to get a game 3. It's 1-1 right now between Liquid and XG.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fog. This was, as my panel predicted, indeed a better showing of Team Liquid. They just needed that one game. Warm-up done. Game 2, they actually played some Dota 2 and Xtreme. They did not have what it takes to take this one 2-0. They'll, of course, get another chance. Game 3 coming your way soon. But let's break this one down, Jenkins. This was a little bit more smooth than game number 1.
Yeah, this was great. We were watching, and Nisha was doing the typical Ember Spirit bullshit where he was... It's just so annoying, like always in so deep in the enemy jungle. Sometimes he did die for it. It happens. But the amount of pressure that he was putting on was insane. And in these fights as well, I think this was one fight where it did look like it was going XG's way. They got a pretty nice pick off because Saberlight did dive a little bit far, but Mickey and Nisha, like they were just so farmed. Look how tanky Nisha is here, by the way. He felt like genuinely unkillable in all of these fights.
But he wasn't.
He was not.
The only unkillable people was Boxy and Mickey. That was a pretty impressive show by them. I think Mickey, this is why this guy's gyrocopter is their fallback whenever things are going rough. You know, 2-0 by Falcons, lost game 1 against Xtreme last game. Like, all right, we're going to go back to the Mickey gyrocopter. This always works for us, and indeed it worked this game for them. I mean, Saberlight played incredibly well too. Insania, I think this hero kind of fits his playstyle, right? He does enjoy playing heroes that save, sit in the back line.
It's a better Oracle.
Yeah, it's the new Oracle, a bit more aggressive as well. So I do like the fact that he is playing that hero now. But yeah, the Wind Ranger you talked about this morning, saying it was a dog shit hero, looked really good this game. Jenkins?
It did. Boxy, one of the few players I think that can make heroes that are not so good on the win rate stats look extremely strong. He does the same thing with Hoodwink when Hoodwink is not super meta. I mean, there's a reason that Coach Blitz will say that this guy is the best player in the world. I mean, he makes things happen. This time in the offlane, Boxy and El Saber Lido did do extremely well. It kind of snowballed them into the game. And for me, El Saber Lido, he was doing all the pickoffs around the map. I mean, just another game where like all of Team Liquid played extremely well. I'm excited for game 3. If we can have Xtreme from game 1 and Liquid from game 2, we're gonna have a banger. We're gonna have a 70-minute.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, let's get it.
Mickey indeed did not die this game, but he did come very close to dying at an attempt at a Tormentor. Jenkins?
That's right. I picked this clip when I thought Liquid was going to lose, so I wanted to flame them. They went to a Tormentor after a very well-executed fight, I might add. Like, this was when they first started snowballing into the game. This can be quite devastating if you go for the Tormentor and do it unsuccessfully, give up your whole, your map position for that. You have 2 heroes who have to go back to Fountain and regen. But the same play that let them get to the point in the game where they actually can take the uncontested Tormentor or try to is what led to them like coming back and not coming back, but continuing to have a lead in the game despite that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a Liquid game 1 play in game 2.
It was. It happens. There's always one.
Yeah, and this time they didn't die. They were covered. It's all good. Let's take a little bit of a closer look at the carries of this game, as that will be the story here, Fear.
Yeah, I think whenever you see a Mickey gyrocopter, it's very interesting to see like how he's going to perform. Always seems to be very good, but Ame was also playing on the PA. You notice he has an MKB, Revenant's Brooch, Satanic. He is so incredibly farmed in this game, and Ame, he just couldn't keep up. We talked about him potentially needing a nullifier, but he decided, I need to get an Abyssal Blade this game instead, just because we can't really lock down targets. And then this is the fight where if you allow Gyro to be the net worth he is, this is what happens. Beautiful spear back by XXS there. They use everything to try and kill the Gyro, and they do successfully, but you're so far behind that you have an Aegis on this Gyro. And once that spear is down, the arena is down, you no longer have any tools to deal with Mickey in this game, and then the game just ends. So I don't know what you're going to do in this next game, but Gyro won both games very handedly as a carry, so I think this is a hero both these squads are going to have to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, and then there's actually one more little pick-off.
Ringmaster also won both games. But yeah, I did want to look at a pick-off. I'm pairing up the highlight here of El Saberlido, of course, doing El Saberlido things where he finds the enemy Giga Farm carry in the jungle with no buyback. Like, this insta ends the game.
This game.
Yeah, this is the game. And I wanted to show that because basically, like, a lot of the fights that we saw either started with Nisha, like, going in and going ham, you know, tanking spells, like forcing the counter initiation, or El Saberlido finding the pickoff with Beastmaster in the side jungles, which is exactly what we have seen from Liquid when they win tournaments. Is Saberlight looks on point, and when he's looking on point, he's running around the map and making plays like this.
Yeah, and then we can obviously say, like, oh, Mars didn't win a game, PA didn't win a game, Ringmaster won both games. But is this series so far, is that the takeaway? Is this really hero related?
I think Ringmaster is. I don't know about the Gyro too much.
Let's just say Mars versus Gyro isn't working out.
Okay.
And Ringmaster, it's OP. I said in the draft to just ban this hero. Like, it's too good, and they didn't. They give it away, and they lost. Not to say I told you so or anything, but I did.
You can
tell
say
you so.
You can say it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say that like this Ringmaster performance was like insane. I don't think he did a lot on Insania this game.
Would you say
it was not Insania? No, I terrible pun coming. But
that's not what I was going to say.
With that out of the way, we're going to take a quick break. But when we're back, it is time for the deciding game number 3 of the series.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A third and deciding game here coming your way between Team Liquid and Xtreme Gaming. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and one of these two teams is going to take this series and be on match point tomorrow. Let's take a look at who is going to be. A lot of it is going to be dependent on draft. I hope so for this game number 3. We've seen both games so far very one-sided, one for one and one for the other, Fear. But if we look back, the draft did have a leading voice in it, especially if we take a look at the last pick from Xtreme previous game. You weren't too happy with the Dragon Knight, I've heard.
I mean, I was very happy with the pick. I was not very happy with the play.
Okay, fair enough.
So I think in both these games, like, these teams are good at drafting. I don't think there's any issues. In fact, I thought Xtreme's draft was better, but Nisha somehow went even. You could argue one mid in a matchup where he should have potentially just got destroyed. And the bottom lane as well, like, I thought this Morta is supposed to be a strong laner, but Morta got Gunslinger at level 2. I'm not sure if that was a misclick or new tech, but either way, that didn't work because Beast had a free lane. I feel like whoever plays better is going to win this series. That's been the trend so far. Game 1, Xtreme played very well, and Liquid was a bit sloppy. Game 2, Xtreme, I mean, they definitely, I'm going to say they played a bit sloppy, especially this mid lane matchup did not go the way it should have. And Game 3, hopefully both these teams are awake and ready and we see some top tier Dota. Yeah. But the drafting has been okay.
Well, okay if you assume that everybody can play every hero, which just is not the case, as proven.
I guess that's a symptom of having Zhao 8 as your coach.
Okay.
I hear he assumes that you should be able to play everything.
Okay.
So you got to get with the times or get left behind.
Well, let's see what happened in the
Rip
break.
on Dyne.
All right, we got ourselves Xtreme Gaming. They got themselves first pick. They got Ringmaster. We got Liquid once again with the Beastmaster. We saw Saberlight having a great game on that previously.
Wowee, they picked Beastmaster into the Ringmaster.
If I could clap, I would right now. Can I hold your mic?
Yeah, you can clap.
Why are we clapping?
They took the Ringmaster.
Oh, I thought we were clapping for picking the Beastmaster into the Ringmaster, because that doesn't seem smart.
No, it's the Ringmaster we talked about and how important it would be. They didn't really understand how important this hero is, especially in, like, just in general the meta, but Beastmaster too. But yeah, they finally got this hero into the draft. They didn't really want it in the last game. They've got owned by it, so they're finally realizing this hero, it's really, really strong.
Yeah,
we're gonna first pick it.
I think it's the sort of thing you play with it, and you're like, oh yeah, that was decent. Like, it did all right. And you play against it, you're like, this sucks, dude. Like, I don't want to play against this shit. I can't kill anyone. He's constantly daggering you from like 2,000 units away. Yep. You know, 5 screens away. Yeah, I think this is definitely the best support in Dota right now.
Yeah, I mean, normally if you look at supports, they're good at one thing. Like Tinker, for example, he's really good at defensive item, healing you, defense matrix, you know, Jakiro, some team fight, a little bit of stun. This dude has a stun, percentage-based damage, a save, a big team fight ultimate. He has a little bit of everything. Like,
it just sounds like you're describing Omni Knight, but good.
Omni Knight?
He
doesn't do damage, though.
No, but, like, he does a little bit of everything.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, he's just like, yeah, whatever. He might be Omni Knight on steroids. Yeah. This hero is insane right now.
I always respect the, you know, picking into a counter thing. I mean, I think we often see this with Beastmaster in general, is that, like, some teams, especially Liquid, I know Blitz has said this in interviews, that, like, you know, people see a Liquid draft and there's some a bunch of one-to-one counters where like they're the ones that are countered, but they just like the tempo that Beastmaster provides.
Sure.
And they're fine playing it into a counter. The thing is, it does mean that they give themselves a smaller window to win the game, but this is the type of team that's just so confident they can win the game in that window that they do it anyway.
Yeah.
So it's bold, but it's very in Liquid style.
But speaking of counters, so this is a counter to the box, right? Whenever you see these save supports, whether it's like some Tusk or Oracles, Shadow Demons, Silencer has always been a go-to. That way, when you do blink in and roar a target, you just press global, and then you can't box anyone. So,
but we did see the abysmal win rate of Silencer, and we have seen it picked quite a few times. 25% win rate, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with Silencer in a lot of the games have been it's been just a casual Silencer pick. This one has a purpose.
That's true.
And I think that matters a lot.
Fair enough. We got another Gyro coming out, by the way.
And
Gyro ET, like this is such a strong
This is their game 1 draft so far.
Yeah, same thing.
Minus Bristleback.
Mm-hmm. And we talked in game 1 about the Gyro being amplified in both ways by the ET. Like he enjoys both the magic amp and the physical amp later in the game. And ET plus Ringmaster at any point in the game, the magic amp with the percentage damage that comes out is pretty devastating between these two supports. Like they are not going to have damage issues at any point in this game. And they have a lot of team fight. These are 3 team fighters as well. And it's a beast counter too. So now Liquid is less incentivized to run the Beastmaster in the offlane. Gyro can easily just flak and kill the boar.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nisha will probably play it this game. I have not seen Mickey play it yet. Not saying he can't. He might, we'll see. But I think the pecking order for Beast is going to be Saberlight, Nisha, then Mickey for this particular team. And we all know Nisha, he does not really care what he's laning against.
No.
The Centaur, and that does kind of lock in the Beastmaster as a mid or carry.
Yeah. I mean, the worst matchup, we talk about PA being one of the worst matchups for Beast, but PA might be top 3. Number 1 is Gyro. Well, it's between Gyro and maybe Bristle. Those are like his worst matchups by far.
I think this is an S tier Centaur game. There are so many ground targeted things on the side of Xtreme to just run away from. Ringmaster ulti, you can disengage from that. You've got Ringmaster slows. Even his Q, you can run away from that. Eldor Titan, Stomp, ult, Gyrocopter, you want to run away from his flak, you want to run away from his ult. Like, legitimately, this is one of the best lineups to just disengage from. If a fight doesn't look like it's going to go your way, you just press R and run away.
You know what counters Centaur?
Mars!
Yeah.
Woo! What happens when you combine the hero that won all the games so far with the hero that didn't win a single game so far?
The game never ends.
There you go.
It's the unstoppable object versus the immovable force, Shiver.
Yes.
As they say.
I'm sure there's better offlaners, though, for XSS.
I mean, that is the Mars, or not the... Mars is the Centaur counter. So we'll see if they want to go that route. I mean, you could always, like... It does have a cooldown, right? Stampede won't always be up.
Yeah.
So you can kind of, like, force it out. Ooh, that's also very hard to run away from. And maybe he goes Collapse Facet?
Yeah, and maybe Atos Gleipnir build.
I like how we say that every single time Underlord's pick.
And he never does.
And they never do it until it's like 5th item, maybe.
He's going to go like Crimson Guard, Greaves, Pipe.
The good items that allow you to fight.
Yeah.
It does look very good when he does get it eventually.
Dude, this is a beautiful Underlord game. Like, you're playing versus Dark Willow. She hates ground-targeted spells.
You're a Greaves builder against Silencer as well.
Greaves builder, if you want to get that. Lotus is great versus, like, a Beastmaster. You have that gigantic pit that you can't really reliably disengage from.
10 seconds remaining.
Very cool pick. I like that much more than going for the hero that's lost every game. All right, so what do we need then? We just need a mid for XM, and then we also need most likely a carry for Mickey. And so, yeah, I think you definitely are banning... Oh, you 100% ban Lifestealer if you are Xtreme. There's no way they let that through. Gyro Underlord. So Mickey is going to play... I'm going to be a prophet here. He's either going to play Lifestealer or Razor.
What about...
Nope.
Morphling against Gyrocopter. They have an ET, though.
Yeah, I mean, Underlord's a hard lane for Morph, though. That's the only downside. He's one of the few heroes that can out-CS him. By his aura. Because, like, he could maybe just buy Crimson and the Morph might not kill you with the Atrophy aura, too. I don't know. I think it's okay. I don't hate it, actually. So I'll add that to the list, too. So they have one more ban. I think Razor is up there. Morph was one of them, but I feel like Lifestealer looks insane. I mean, you're also playing Morph versus ET. That's kind of like...
That feels pretty bad.
What do we want XM to play? Because they have to pick before Liquid reveals what they're doing.
True.
So it has to be something that is good against the Beastmaster.
Is Kunkka... Kunkka's banned.
Any other thing that might come out.
XM heroes. Yeah, Jenkins? What is
Viper, Sniper. It's the Ipers and yeah, I wouldn't OD this game.
No.
Not knowing what you're being picked against. Puck is good, but maybe not against Silencer. He honestly could. He could just Sniper. Yep. I mean, nah, you don't want to do it into Centaur. Actually, you can stampede the whole team on him. Shrapnel.
We'll see.
Cheer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna copy that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe he just picks a normal hero. DK again.
It could be. They got one more ban. Of course, they still ban.
Oh, they banned the Morph. That's respect. Even with ET Underlord. Don't know if that was necessary, but Morph is a good hero. Definitely good versus Zhao. All right, what has he played? So he played Sand King, Tiny. Tiny in the pool? Tiny's banned?
Yeah, every hero he's played is banned or DK. So I'm looking at the old XM classics.
Yeah, I mean...
Sniper, Viper, Puck.
There has to be something better. Like, he doesn't really play Pango, right? That could be pretty cool, too.
Ooh, a Storm.
Oh, I was...
That's good.
I mean, yeah, it's there's not, like...
For Silencer?
Excellent lockdown other than Silencer.
I mean... Yeah, I mean... It's not a perfect game. Like, Beast has Roar, Global, Bramble's very annoying. Hoof Stomp is still a stun, even though it's very slow.
Now that there's a Storm, though, do you still want to put the Beastmaster mid?
You are tempted to pick Puck and just Beast carry.
You could. It's just, I don't know if... Is Mickey going to play it, though? I mean, that is one option. I think that could work. If not, it is... I mean, I still think it's a really good Lifestealer game. Don't think they have anything. That hero will carry this game.
Yeah, he will, for sure. Beats Underlord in lane, wins the 1v1 against Gyro.
They'll go for a Monkey.
Is that mid? Or I mean, I guess that is a counter to Underlord too. The only problem is the volatility of this hero, right? But is it volatile if Mickey plays it? That's the question.
I do think that there was a stat last week where his Tiny was insane for Mickey, but his Monkey King not so much.
He was like 1 in 8 or something.
Yeah, it was really.
But then in the 2 weeks before, he was like 10 and 1 on it. So
which would have been during Wallachia Season 3. So maybe the magic of being here in Bucharest.
The pendulum has swung. I mean, my take on Monkey King is that he's probably a better mid, and also I think people were first picking it, so that's why the win rate was so bad. A last pick Monkey King into what a Monkey King player decides is a totally free game is completely different from a first pick blind Monkey King.
For sure, yeah. I mean, it can definitely carry the game. It can definitely win its laning matchup. I'm okay with it. I think it definitely is good enough. So it really just came down to Mickey's, like, what do you want to play? It does come with the risks of all Monkey Kings. Like, the lane isn't easy necessarily, because no lane against Ringmaster I will consider easy. He can always like throw the impalement arts on you. He can use Tame the Beast to disengage, use Firestorm. So they have to play the lane really well.
Is everybody comfortable on their heroes? Important.
I think so.
They should. I don't know about this Underlord, but level 7 Dota plus. I mean, it's an easy hero. Anyone can play Underlord.
I believe in XM Storm as well. I feel like we do forget that this is one of his classic heroes. It's when the other ones are banned, he picks this one, but he always looks pretty good on it.
He does look pretty good on it. We're going to find out if he looks good on it this game as well and who's going to take this third game. We're heading over to ODPixel and Fogged for game 3.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, the deciding game 3 now, ready to kick off here between Liquid and Xtreme Gaming. Fogged.
So
we've not got any Mars this game, so who
Bristol.
knows?
I'm so happy, honestly. This is
Get
great.
rid of those heroes. We're getting to see some different stuff. What do you sort of make of the last pick there from Liquid going with the Mickey Monkey King to round this one up?
I'm very with what Jenkins said at the end. I think sometimes this hero does get forced into positions where it's very early and it does get countered, and we've talked about a lot about the volatility of it. I think a last pick Monkey King can have a lot more merits. So, and Mickey, I think he's, as I said, you know, he did have a bit of a rough one these last couple of days, but I feel like he's been the most stable Monkey King out of almost all of the ones that I've seen anyway. So, let's see if he can do it there. And the thing it does give them is another stun. So I know they were kind of saying like this last pick Storm isn't into a lot of easy to land stunt, but now everybody has disables again.
Yeah, they've got a way to mess with the Storm.
Roar, they've got Brambles, Curse Crown, they've even got the Hawk stunt, the Hawk route that can come out. There is a lot of different ways to trip XM up. Just a couple missteps, and he will definitely get caught by these disables. So I don't think it looks like the easiest Storm game, that last pick. But it is the one that they wanted to hunt the backline, right? That's always what you want to have when you're playing versus Global, is somebody to get to him and prevent that from happening.
And how should this lane sort of go down between him and Nisha's Beastmaster?
I think Storm maybe has a slight edge, but I've seen these beasts just do good versus everything. So I'm going to say a 50-50.
Yeah, we have seen Nisha do some good performances today as well in some tougher matchups.
Yeah, he's good with his... What I noticed with his Beastmaster the other day is he's very good with his Boar Micro when he's playing into these lanes. He gets a lot of extra CS, a good extra harassment, but... Let's see how XM does, because you can constantly force the wave in. And let's see bottom. This feels like the hardest lane for, I would say, for the side of XG. You're playing versus Silencer and Monkey King, and Silencer gets to go Glaives in this lane, so pretty devastating for the Underlord to walk up every single time.
Yeah, true. Difficult to use spells, and but has to be careful and potentially getting run down by the two of them.
Even like Ringmaster, he's one of the better heroes in terms of 1v1ing in these side positions, but Silencer, when he's playing versus an int hero in the side lanes, you can't trade. In the past, it was Muerta being picked every single game, and Silencer was the response, because you just glaive him, and you can't trade. You lose the trade 1,000,000% at level 1 and 2.
And what about this top lane then? Chance to put pressure onto Arme, or should Arme do fine on the Jara here?
XXS, they're looking to actually kill him bottom. They throw a Blood Grenade really early, but don't have damage. They actually hit 2 first. What were you saying for Ame top?
The top, yeah. Is it difficult up here?
Ame should do fine up here. I don't think he should die with the backup of ET. I think every time we see this lane, the ET and the Gyro just have such a good time. Maybe, ET can definitely die if he steps up because he puts himself out in that position too, but Ame, I would say, should be fine up here. I say that a lot, and Ame sometimes steps out of position, but he should be pretty okay. That being said, Centaur, I feel like we've had a lot of throwback kind of things, but Centaur back in the days used to be the counter pick versus Gyro because that base damage advantage you have in the laning phase.
Yeah, I guess we're really seeing that these first few waves. 10 and 6 on the Centaur.
He's 75.
Only 3 last hits on Arme.
Yeah, it's 75 base damage to 53 of the Gyro.
Well, bottom, Insania, a little too far forward this time. They're able to chase him down and catch him in the pit.
I mean, that's huge. The fact that they're able to punish that initial go that they made bottom. Liquid. We're getting the bullying, but they do end up getting that kill. Power of Ringmaster. Still Mickey is free farming. And now boots are online, and he's about to hit 3. So it is when level 2 Jingu's online is when it becomes quite sad for XXS, but good that they're able to get this kill.
There we have it.
Tianming goes down. Ame has 4 CS on.
He's not having a good time. I guess that Centaur right-click against the Gyros really is quite something.
I was thinking, like, most time you just flak, push, and you're able to just get that extra, but dude, he's getting nothing. Saberlight, 79 base damage, it's just too high. That's great. I mean, this is the best lane I think I've seen Saberlight have.
Yeah, this is quite the difference. Oh, what do you do with the Gyro? I mean, if you have a slow start in the Gyro, it can feel pretty rough, right? If you're not able to kind of get yourself off the ground, get those first few items, it's hard to farm. And Nisha,
he solo kills him.
What's going on?
And bottom, brain drain.
They're having issues in all 3 lanes.
They are winning all 3 lanes.
They are.
on the side of Liquid now.
Nisha, he's been, we've kind of been watching him, and he has been fantastic, as you said, with the micro, using these balls consistently to keep him low. And I don't even think he's fed up even one of them. He's been able to get the denies in and microing them, and to the point where he kept him that low, he was able to step forward and finish off the job.
Insane stuff. He doesn't even lose this board. He's down to like 1 HP, wasn't able to finish it off.
Look at that, all 3 cores, 21 CS right now in Liquid.
And the denies too, 7, 7, and 5.
Having a great
That's a fair
time.
bit. That's 19 denies. Let's add up the 2 supports. They're sitting at 23 denies. Across the board here too, with this CS advantage off of the laning phase.
The only lane where they're getting comparable farm is the mid, but he's just died in that matchup, XM. So yeah, all 3 lanes in a not great spot here for XG.
No, and in the meantime too, Box is getting stacks going. So they'll be able to go back to those and farm afterwards too. This is a dream start. And Saberlight, he's just gonna keep the Blade Mail since he's playing versus the Gyrocopter. Super natural to build that. And yeah, bottom. Now we're seeing the true difficulties. XXS, of course, he does have this, the Demon's Reach, but he doesn't have a point in it yet. So he already has been pushed out of the lane before he has this potential to go to jungle and farm nicely. And how do they turn up bottom now, Owen? Does anyone even want to go to this lane?
I don't think so, right? Tiaming doesn't want to turn up, and XM's not going to be making any sort of move anytime soon.
It feels like anyone who walks down here is just pretty much immediately dead unless you bring 3 heroes to Mickey. Yeah, so just jungle it up. But yeah, it's not going to be the fastest one without the Demon's Reach at the moment. And XM now at this point actually has to go to the jungle because it's level 6 up on Nisha already. So don't think you could have asked for... actually, you could have. You could have not given the kill on Insania probably, but besides that, you couldn't have asked for a better start here for the side of Liquid off these lanes. Stupendous. Looking to pressure mid too. They're swinging the 2 supports. They're going to put tower pressure on.
And Boxy could try and mess with XM a little bit. XM's low on the mana. Does have stick charge in Mango, even if Boxy found him and has hit the 6.
Jinq will swing over to try to get some of this tower pressure alleviated. But the supports are here. Insania will push him away. Looks like that'll be it for the push there with the catapult. Power rune. Nisha's got the roar. He's got mana. XM will be able to get it up top. But actually doesn't have the bottle in.
Oh.
So it doesn't refill.
Yeah, but hadn't got it switched into his inventory.
Nope. Oopsie. Doesn't get the refill. Uh-oh.
It would have been a nice rune to have as well. You know,
absolutely.
Dispelling what the 2 supports in particular would be throwing down on you if they make a move.
I mean, even just a trip up of the roar animation, you can pop the illusion and kind of play around that. That's XM. Bit of a slip up here in this early start.
Panicking a little bit on XG. They got to focus up.
They sure do. All 3 cores, top of the net worth at the moment on the side of Liquid. A 2K lead off of these first 6 minutes. And as we said, they have the stacks. So Nisha, max axes. He's going to be the one to claim those. And Saberlight top is... It looks like they want to try to punish him.
And can they kill him?
It's 800 HP. If they can keep him locked down...
7 minutes.
Stomp, but... Mickey's here. He's got Wukongs. XM.
They're going to make the jump onto Mickey. Okay, the Wukong's command down, gets the balance strike down onto the 2, and then builds on the Jinga, but not in time before he goes down. Insania will manage to take the Shrine of Wisdom.
Is he going to kill them all?
He's picking up the kills.
Is he going to keep going for this?
Hey, don't run, Insania. Kill him.
Hit him.
Hit him. he can take him. Come on.
Oh.
What's he doing? Oh.
I thought he was going to fight him.
He had him there, Insania. he chickened out at the end.
But he got the Shrine, Owen.
He did get the
stood
Shrine.
his ground. They may get that kill onto
And he got the Imp, right?
He got both, the Brain Drain.
Up to 3 right now on the Brain Drain.
So double Shrines after winning the 3 lanes. A very good positioning for Liquid. Saberlight, they're looking to go for him again.
With the stomp there, they'll have him this time. No Stampede at the ready to save himself, so... actually able to make the move up top.
Jinq does end up getting that last hit. I think he ideally would have wanted to give that to Ame with this type of...
Well, look at that Nisha.
He's stealing stacks.
He's trying to.
He's got another axe up. He'll take the majority.
They just sniped quite a few of those.
Power rune, where's it gonna be? Does XM get lucky? Does he have his bottle in? He does, and it's amp damage. His camp is blocked though. So he's gonna back up, he's gonna be sad. Not even a camp to farm. They're all gonna have to jungle for a little bit here on the 3 cores to catch up for XG. Liquid in a really comfortable spot in this early game. Insania's now 6. at 8 minutes. So Global's online for the aggressive move, so whoever gets roared, there's no box that can come out to save them. He actually doesn't even have it skilled yet anyway, but the Global being online this early could catch XG off guard as well for the next move.
Yeah, it does feel like it makes it almost impossible for them to make a play.
Yeah, like, if XM just goes for an aggressive play, which it looks like they're doing with they bought a smoke, he could just get completely locked down. Saberlight has Stampede. Looks like they're considering for Ame. They kill his courier. Mikkei's here too. They're bringing the squad. The trees.
Been spotted out. Not going to get anything done here, XG.
Liquid hesitant to go for the full dive play here. Under the call down versus the ET, just maybe a little bit afraid, but Mikkei still waiting. They really want to get this. They want to get a fight here on the side of Liquid. They'll take out that Obs ward. And the Global always at the ready. So XG's got to be ready for this. The box is online now, so Jinkyu has it ready, but Mikkei will leave. Spent too much time up there.
Nisha looking at the mid.
XM.
Trying to get in range for the roar, won't get it.
Nisha still just fine. The Global's behind him, XM. Xtreme.
Cute.
There's that roar.
Yeah, he gets the roar out of him. But can he really live here, Jinkyu? I don't think he can. He's buying time with the escape act. But indeed, he will fall. XM trying to fight back, but now the Global comes out. They'll just turn and look to kill him as well.
He's
gonna live.
Here comes XXS
They'll
with the
get the pit down onto the two of them. Stampede is popped with the root, holding them in position. This is giving XG the chance to maybe fight back, but here's the Wukong command from Mikkei. Turns his attention over towards Ame. Ame trying to juke it out.
He's speedy.
Liquid, can they stay on top of him? The Shadow Realm hit comes in as well as the axes. Ame will die there for his efforts to try and get involved in the fight around the mid.
Decent Fiend's Gate to try to bring them in with the fight, but not enough. Even bringing those numbers, Liquid just a bit too strong here. The haste rune from Nisha gets him out. Ame really wanted that kill, but ends up getting himself killed walking up versus Mikkei.
At the least, they don't lose XM.
They don't.
XM able to survive through the silences there from the Global.
Yep, definitely important. Don't want to start losing these galvanized stacks. He's up to 4 at the least right now. The 3K lead, though, still. The 3 cores having an excellent time on the side of Liquid still. Blade Mail is done for Saberlight. Gonna go for that blink to join into the fray next. Jinkyu is farmed again on this Ringmaster. I mean, this hero seems to just be insane. Probably going to see it every single game. Probably 100% pick ban rate at this point forward from the tournament. And it does feel like he is going to be that X factor in a lot of situations, but we do have to always say that the Global is going to be very hard for him to play against to get those saves.
Dire's top tower has
4K lead. Tower drops.
See what they go for now.
Was that the Willow saying whoops? I heard a little whoops in my ear.
Yeah, I think it was a Willow deny.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was looking top, so I was like, wait, what the hell? Who said it?
A little whoops.
Nisha, power rune.
Nisha's pretty low, but
they walk into it.
They do, and now with the pick coming in from XXS, they've got the trap on Nisha, but Nisha's actually able to get away. Pops the roar with the boosted move speed.
Boxy.
He's up to the high ground. He's out of there.
And Boxy's able to get away too.
XM just doesn't have enough mana to really get in and finish this off. Ame with the cooldown will make sure they don't come out of this empty-handed.
But Ame, can he get himself out? He's a little deep.
Okay.
Spring.
Thinking about the chase, but yeah, Ame just far enough away to stop Mikkei from being able to follow up.
Looks like Mikkei had like a second or two cooldown when he TP'd in from it.
I was close there for Liquid though. They nearly lost Nisha.
They did. They turned and faced the wheel, right? At the last second, someone turned and faced it because it wasn't.
Oh, we'll be able to get that up on the replay.
I think Boxy turned and looked at it at the last second there, but either way. Global is up. Stampede was used. Roar was used. Nisha wanting to farm. He wants to finish up that Ags. He's probably has it done after these stacks. It's gonna be very close.
There we go.
Because I wasn't blind. I didn't see it doing the taunt until afterwards. Like, look, the fear, and then. Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's just that it was the tame the Beast Rise that forced
it wasn't
Boxy
actually
to
what
face
pushed
it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think
it looked like he
whip that pushed him into it. Yeah.
Okay. Either way, Boxy also miss attack with the Shadow Realm while exiting there too. But either way, it does get caught there from Ame.
I mean, we're definitely seeing, despite the lead that Liquid have, Ame has not been scared of turning up to these fights.
No. But does have to be careful a little how he runs in versus this Wukong's, because they do have a lot of ways of getting on top of him, and they have good damage versus him too. I believe that is the Ags done. So Nisha, he's got it finished. They've got global at the ready. They want to look for a big catch here, and it looks like it is around the triangle. XXS has Fiend's Gate up at the ready, so if they're quick, they can react to the numbers.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Power rune for Nisha. Meanwhile, Saberlight looking for mid.
Are scanning.
I don't know if he wants to. Okay, he's just going for it. I was like, it looks like he was saving it for a second, but we'll end up just throwing out that roar for the tower. They're going to take these stacks. How many are there, actually? It's just a double ancient, but that is going to be taken away, Liquid.
Yeah,
walking forward.
So I don't think XG is going to want to do anything about this.
No, they need more time for Ame.
Can't fight into Liquid right now, especially when Liquid's got the ultimates up.
It feels very hard to fight into Liquid at this current moment. Unless you bring the numbers, it does feel very complicated versus all this team fight for sure. Mickey Maelstrom's done. BKB next on the horizon. Having a clear separation in gold between him and the Gyro still. 1,800 difference. And it's Tormy time.
And not a lot that XG can do about it.
And I mean, Saberlight is also having one of these games where it's like he feels so happy and free because he's able to do this. He can show on lanes. If they go for him, yeah, they might kill him, but he will probably bring them down to like 20% HPs with this Blade Mail. So he gets to have a very free time of showing himself in lanes. I believe he has the blink now done, so he hides himself, so he doesn't show that he does have the blink here on the Centaur now. So we'll probably look to get involved with the team now too. 7,000 lead.
Oh yeah, XG almost certainly just going to do their best to avoid any sort of showing that Liquid bring to a lane. I don't think they're going to want to try and hold on to tier 2s right now. It seems too risky, at least until they get their next round of items done.
They have good ways to fight at the tier 2s, right, with all their spells, but it's just, they're not going to be able to get the spells off because of the global. Someone's going to die before they...
Like, Liquid will dive the tower.
They absolutely will.
With the Stampede and the global.
Yeah, actually just still needs quite a bit more time. Underlord still very underfarmed to XXS, and having one component of the pipe is a good pipe game once he's able to get it. XM in an aggressive position here. McKay. He's walking up. XM's going for a solo play. He's got the TP in.
Here comes the Stampede. McKay, he's able to get away. XM not able to finish the job, as XM has to pull back, and it was close.
No fine timing. They'll get brought down. The congregation's assisting them as well. I can't believe I thought Insanio was going to pop global to maybe assist Mickey for a second there too.
He was like, "You're fine."
He's like, "Yeah, you're got it.
You're fine." And he was.
He was indeed. The Stampede, everything coming into play, and that portal now is on cooldown. The Fiend's Gate, so they know that they can outnumber. They get a deep ward place too. Boxy able to get that one behind the tower. Down a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. So that one's going to be really nice to scout whenever they do want to set up for the siege on this T2. Searing Signet, of course. There's no TA in the game. Everyone gets Searing Signet instead of Gossamer. The usual. Low kill count game, but a very methodical approach as we see Liquid going from objective to objective.
And they can get back on with the tier 2 push top now with the Aegis on Nisha.
Yeah, and with this ward behind the tower too, this might catch XG off guard. Blink on Nisha, blink on Centaur. Ways to bypass. Mickey getting closer toward his BKB too. He didn't go the shard this game though, so not yet at least. Ame. They've got the roar.
Nisha's in.
And they've got the global.
Globals as well to make sure there's no chance of saving the Gyro from the rest of the team. Ame's dead.
Feels like that's going to be the story of the rest of the game.
They'll get more from this.
Tianming also found out. Making it look pretty easy. Mickey. He's down bottom. Can they set up an approach onto him?
Does anyone want to TP down and try and make a play?
Mickey himself is setting up. The Remnant catches him.
There we go. They've got Saberlight. is in with a hoof stomp. Boundless strike to follow up. It's enough lockdown. And now with the Stampede up, they can even try and chase down Xingqiu as well.
They sure can. They've got another stun in 2 seconds. Xingqiu.
Liquid. XXS is going to turn up. We'll get the pit down.
Does he want to turn up?
Xingqiu Mastery has been built up here. Boundless strike back up as well as Mickey is able to slam down Xingqiu.
He's gone.
And now look to chase down XXS. Tianming is here.
Oh, okay, they're
the
hesitant.
tier 2, they'll pull back. They don't quite have the full lineup here. You know, Nisha and Boxy on the top lane still, so they won't try and force their luck.
Trying to set up at the top, but can't. Mickey able to set up for this because we said there is quite a bit of disables, so XM does get caught in Mickey. He's looking to re-go. He still has Jingu stacks. Tianming.
He's in on top of him. The damage shreds Tianming. Saber lights him with the jump onto Arme. TPs are coming in, but not in time to save the gyro. It's going to try and fight back, but the roar's up. They turn towards XXS. The Underlord's gone.
It's a beatdown.
They have to run it. They were able to get in onto the backlines and pick off Saberlight, but they're going to lose 4 heroes as Nisha cleans up a double. It's getting pretty rough here for Xtreme.
They can't make plays. They cannot make aggressive plays, and they can't make defensive plays because of the global every single time. Sanya just at the ready with it. And that one wasn't, of course, with the global, but the next one in 20 seconds, it's going to be back up.
Yeah, and it's going to be into pretty much with these BKBs now. You know, Nisha's nearly got his, as we saw. You know, Mickey's just picked his up. There's also the pipe done on Saberlight. It's just getting harder and harder for Xtreme to be able to find anything against Liquid just running them down.
Yeah, and we're seeing this last pick Monkey King, the reason why they've really wanted it, right? It's preventing Underlord from doing much of anything. It gives them an extra stun for the Storm Spirit, and yeah, Mickey very comfortable on it, as we see. Top, XM.
They've got the setup.
It's the supports.
They're doing it. They've done it.
-1. This is painful. Most one-sided one that we've seen so far. Actually, I mean, the last one, too, was actually pretty one-sided.
It was. You know, something about the game 1, right? Liquid, they just needed 1 game to warm up.
Does seem like it.
And then coming into this game 2 and now this game 3, it's not even, it doesn't even look close.
Nope. And it seems like it's not only just, you know, the back-to-back we did see Ringmaster win. This time around, he is having a really tough time, and I do think it's because of the silencer, right? He can't actually do these type of, he can't even be in the position to go for these saves that we did see happen so many times in the last 2 games.
Okay.
He's eyeing his target.
They have Global, they have Stampede. Mickey starting the play off. Armin will get the missile out of the way, and Mickey, missile does connect onto Mickey. And he's keeping his cool though, Stampeded forward. At the same time, XXS gets caught out by Nisha. They turn their efforts over towards the Storm here as well, but the global silence won't quite last long enough. Nisha jumps over to try for Xingqiu instead, as Mickey kills off Tianming. XM and Xingqiu have to scramble back to base, and they're done. They're out of this one. GG's called as Liquid will take game 3, and with that, the series 2-1. And yeah, this game 2 and game 3, I don't know what happened in game 1, but the game 2 and game 3 look like a completely different Liquid, folks.
Well, I'll tell you what happened in game 1. They picked Mars and Shadow Shaman. The lane went horrible. I'm just kidding. It's not just that. They cleaned up their act completely. It was a very clean approach. Pretty much no mistakes coming across the board except for Xenia dying level 1. But Nisha with this Beastmaster absolutely dominating things in their draft. It looks so well-rounded.
Yeah, this was... Yeah. There was, I think, a lot of hope for XG after we saw the game 1. XG just looked really good.
They were really clean
They
themselves.
looked really good. Game 2 was like, oh, okay. And then game 3 was like, oh, well, I guess that game 1 was kind of the odd one out. Because they struggled big time here. Just all 3 lanes, right? This
all
game.
3 lanes got
All
stomped.
3 lanes having an incredibly rough start. No farm on the gyro. Dying solo as the Storm against the Beastmaster, and not able to put any pressure onto the Monkey King bottom. It was a tough one for XG. Liquid looking fantastic game 2 and game 3. They take this series 2-1 against XG.
Yeah, that was a incredibly fast game number 3, and to be honest, I was hoping it was going to be a little bit more back and forth than what it turned out to be. But Xtreme Gaming just didn't get their footing in this game because Liquid was oppressive here.
Yeah, I tried to tell Jenkins it's not about the Ringmaster. It's not about the gyrocopter.
You did say that. Yeah, you did say that.
But he wouldn't listen. But yeah, I think this game as a whole, like, Liquid just woke up. Like, game 1 looked a little sleepy. Game 2, there was moments of sleepiness. But game 3, damn. Like, they won all 3 lanes. They completely crushed this game. It was rough. This is one of the moments where, if you're a silencer, these are dream scenarios, you know? Your carry dies, and then you get a kill, and then you get the wisdom, and you get another kill.
At the start of this.
Yes, he was. And like, he'll take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah.
And he gets to just walk away from it. You know, something about Liquid, they just never like to make it easy on themselves. They always like drop a game in a series or almost lose the group stage and then end up winning the tournament. You know, Peanut Gallery always blames Blitz for this, but it's just Liquid. It's just their curse, where they just have these games where something looks off. And in this game, everything was on point. They won in a very Liquid type of way, which is you have these fights where the right heroes show up at the right time. You know, it's not like they're doing this gameplay where they're all 5 sitting somewhere. It's like the 3 heroes that need to be initiating the fight are the ones that are starting it, and then Mickey's maybe close farming, and then he jumps over, and then they have the Centaur ulti to get in on the other side. Like this is just how they do it. Like they just play the map in a formation where they can all 5 be to fights, and against a weaker team, I think XG just snowballs the early game, honestly, because Liquid was always there with everyone.
I feel like all 3 games, our end kill score is about the same. 20-something against 5 and 6 in this case. It's like all 3 games were pretty one-sided, with the last 2 going the way of Team Liquid, of course. I feel like we did not get to see Xtreme play Dota this game. It went too wrong too soon.
Fear, I want to quote you. You said, "God damn it, XM." Why did you say that about 15 times in the green room?
I did not say that 15 times. I don't.
At least a couple.
It was a few times.
I mean, well, I'll get to that very soon.
Has anybody told you you're a very literal man? And a very literal man that we see on the screen here, Insania on the silencer, of course.
You're like a spoiler. Like my whole bit, you always just like say it early.
Is that
when it's not time?
Your bit is XM related?
A little bit, yes. Like, what is your problem, actually?
Okay.
Get your head in the game.
Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, yeah, Insania. He played an amazing game on Silencer. We saw that one clip of him getting 2 kills and the Wisdom Shrine. That definitely helped him get that early level 6. And we talked about how much of a menace this global would be versus a Storm, and more particular at the Ringmaster. So I would say this was a smashing success, Silencer pick. We did say this hero's not very good, but in the right game, it could be. And it was.
Yeah, I agree with your take that I think like most of the teams that have been playing it, they just slam it in for like no reason because all the other supports.
Phase.
Yeah, all the other supports are banned, but it seemed like a really nice answer to the Ringmaster, honestly. Like these big AoE disable spells, whether it's like a Global Silence or a Tidehunter Ravage where you can catch them on the backline. I think that is a better answer than the Purges, because you can't just get a Nullifier every game. Sometimes it's bad.
Yes. Let's relive a couple moments from this game. I believe, Jenkins, the first one, you wanted to see this 10-minute moment once more.
Yeah, this is basically what I was saying earlier, which is that Liquid, the way that they play Dota, whenever they are, not sleepy, as Clinton mentioned, they will bring all of their heroes to a fight, but they will usually start with the right heroes, which at this case, at this point in the game, is with the 2 supports and their mid. And like this looks like a fight where it's like, oh, XG, they're showing up with all their heroes at the right time themselves. This is good Dota, right? You want a 5-man, but you don't want a 5-man to the point where you're not farming. But of course, Mickey playing his Monkey King, he's able to jump across the map and be mid and kill the Gyrocopter, who, if Mickey's not there, Gyro gets a bunch of kills, and then Xtreme Gaming, we might just see another game 1, honestly. But the way that Liquid played, exactly in Liquid fashion.
Yeah, they did win in Liquid fashion, and now is the time, the moment that Jenkins already spoiled. But Fear, let's take a look at that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one, and this is where I get to be like, damn it, XM, why did this happen to you? I mean, I think one of the big things that happened in this match, I want to look at the timing. It's 14 minutes in the game, which means this was already in his inventory. The Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster. This is a crazy timing for this hero. And this isn't a mid matchup where you're probably supposed to lose as a Beastmaster, but he got a solo kill. But besides that, as soon as he got this Aghanim Scepter, what did he do? He was smoked immediately, then makes his play towards the mid lane. Then directly after that, they get another play, a great Observer Ward placed by Insania. We're seeing the power of the Global Silence here. Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster. Now, this is where the wheels fall off the bus entirely for Xtreme Gaming. And I have to say, a lot of this does have to do with this Beastmaster getting that solo kill mid lane. This hero he's one of the best snowball heroes in Dota. And if you lose a matchup in which you're supposed to win. This is the last pick of the game, Storm. You're supposed to be winning your lane. You're supposed to be having some tempo for your team, but you have that uncharacteristic death. Now all of a sudden this Beastmaster is killing everything on the map and you can do nothing about it.
Well, luckily for Xtreme, they have a day to ponder what happened here today, because tomorrow they'll play another match. The same thing goes for Team Liquid, as the Liquid now sits on a 2-1, with Xtreme sitting on a 1-2, and that means that they're going up against teams with similar records tomorrow. That means Liquid will be playing for advancement potentially, and Xtreme will be potentially playing for elimination. So tomorrow we'll have more of that. But today, the rest of the day, it's only eliminations and only advancements. I know. If you're staying here, right here on this stream, that is where you will see the first two teams that will be locked into the playoffs. So Richard will tell you more about it together with this panel, but I can't already spoil. It's PARIVISION taking on Falcons for the first one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I am here with a team that's currently on a bit of a hot streak, PARIVISION, and I'm joined by DM. DM, how are you feeling about the tournament in general? Do you feel like another win is pretty achievable now?
I think nowadays every team from, like, let's say top 6 EPT can beat each other, and every team is like going to be one of the victorious. So it's not an easy win, and it's not going to be. I'll just do my best to achieve a victory against every one of them, right?
I feel like you probably have a much bigger impact on the team than you're making out, because I've seen you on stage. You know, you're always in high stress situations, whilst everybody else is like serious and locked in. You laugh, you like to have fun. You're a very lighthearted guy, and I think that rubs off on your team. Do you feel that when you're playing, like you're just having fun?
Depends on the heroes, to be honest. Like, some heroes I'm not really getting fun. Let's say game 2 against BetBoom on the playoffs, it was like super boring, to be fair, like insanely boring, so it was no fun. But the moment I got Necros and I can put Eidolons plus Necros to clear up the waves, it was fun.
Okay.
Like, so game got fun like minute 50 for me. Before it was super boring, and you know, sometimes it's what kind of situation you just accept. You don't have to be like, oh, I got bored, I'll go die. No.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. No, I think you've got a great mentality, and that definitely shows in your gameplay. So what heroes are you enjoying playing at the moment then? You mentioned, do you like your Brewmaster?
I mean, Brewmaster is fine, but it's not like super fun. But it's more fun than average heroes. I think Tide is quite fun, because it's like super like simple hero. You're like just going in and like you're not dying because you're Tide. It's fun. What else? Bristleback, same as Tide. Like, you're going in, you're not dying. It's like mega fun. Yeah. Underlord is incredibly fun, I think. Because you can go with push waves, you can join an Teamfight from like other part of the map. It's super cool. What else? Let me think a bit. Anyway is obviously fun. because like micromanaging the Eidolons, like running around, you know, it's really cool. And maybe a Lycan also, yeah. I think Lycan is cool. Because nighttime you just press Howl, and yeah.
Whole map
is getting pushed. It's like insane.
Yeah, it's half an ability. All right, so coming into Wallachia now, you know, are you feeling like there's any big teams which might get in your way? Who do you think is looking like your strongest opponent at the moment?
I think there are a lot of good teams, like, to be fair. From like the most obvious ones, Team Spirit are a great team, obviously. And I think we just were ahead on ideas in terms of the finals in Riley. BetBoom Team for sure has a good understanding of the meta, and they're like in a good state right now. I think, let's say, earlier months, Pure was having less highlights, you know, in terms of his gameplay. Now he's doing really well, in my opinion. He's like back to good shape. And obviously every single player of their team also in really good shape. What else? Tundra Esports. Tundra is like a bit on like, how to say it, like downtime from their victories with the ratio, but they're still a great team and they're smart enough to adapt. And against them, Sirius were insanely close also. So for sure, these teams are like obviously the ones who are like first coming to my mind. And there is also Team Liquid with Nisha returning. So now it's like Team Liquid is back.
Full strength, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So would you say it's shaping up to be...
Maybe I forgot some. Obviously Falcons.
Oh, Falcons, of course.
Because now they have like their main player. But in terms of meta, they had rough time recently. So now it's just like time will show. Are they back into meta or no?
I guess we'll find out. So you're saying this is probably shaping up to be one of the most, like, the closest events of the year, this one?
Yeah. I think every event in this year is like super close, to be honest. So, you know, sometimes it's like Falcons winning, sometimes it's Liquid winning, sometimes it's us winning, sometimes it's Thunder winning, you know. You never know who will be this time the victorious one.
Yeah, so it's shaping up to be a good year. It already has been, and yeah, I'm very excited for this event. Excited to see you play in it. And yeah, I think that's it from me. So thank you so much for coming to talk to me, DM. Best of luck at the event, and yeah.
See you around, and cheer for us, guys. See you.
Yes, welcome back. We're about to have a clash of the Titans, PARIVISION versus Team Falcons. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me in the studio, it could be Mythbusters, in a way, because we've got Lizard proving that the reptilian overlords aren't real, and of course, T-Gov proving that you're never alone with a clone. How are you doing?
Hello, my bald fellow. We are here at another day of PGL Wallachia, and one day Lizard will be bald, as I can see from the back. But
it is happening.
Not for broadcast. No. Yeah, it's a good day.
Yeah, it is.
See you in Turkey.
I didn't see that.
Okay, well, look, we'll haven't got a lot of time, so let's get rid of the banter and let's get straight into the action. We're going to be talking about PARIVISION. Obviously, they won in Raleigh. They've had this ascendancy. I think they're like the 5th team to win a trophy in what's been an awesome 2025 for Dota. Tell me about them, Lizard. Why are they so good?
So PARIVISION recently have been looking incredibly strong because of multiple reasons, and they've been winning all of their games, all of their series. This is, I believe, 10 series in the past that they've played, the last 10 series. One was lost, that's to Tundra. And when you look at those 3 heroes on the right side, they never moved away from them when it comes to the opening. Like when it comes, the drafting for them is so simple because you just go in, you ban out some heroes, and you have 3 options. You either pick the Ringmaster, the Beastmaster, or the Jakiro, and your draft is already set for success. I feel like that's something that's making them so strong because they have this cornerstone, this foundation that they've always built upon, and they don't stray away from it too far or too much.
No, I think you just got to praise PARIVISION just for their consistency, right? In the 2024-2025 season, they've been in, what is it, like 10 tournaments. They've had top 4 in at least 8 of them, 2, sure, but they're still finishing top 8 as well. So I think it's just the fact that you have a team to kind of enter the scene from that region, to be able to show, of course, they were playing in, you know, other names, other orgs beforehand, but yeah, I just think the fact that you are able to do that, and I think one of the main facts is because of 9 class, right? When you look at his hero pool, it is so annoyingly toxic, where he's got, like, of course, the Tinker, which everyone's playing, but he's playing the support Slark, he's playing support Terrorblade, he's dabbling with the techies. You could argue that PARIVISION were the true inventors of the most recent iteration of the Veto jungle, but I think it is just testament to 9 class. He's so good at understanding the map play of the 4 role that it doesn't really matter what hero he's on, because he understands the map, he understands the positioning. So as long as his hero has a kind of niche objective to obtain, he's going to be able to accelerate it.
And speaking of 9 class, by the way, I feel like I think he's one of the pro players with the highest win rate in the pro scene. Mostly because he got into the scene and already got into really good teams. But of course, he's obviously performing well because he's playing a part of that win rate. It's around 65% at the moment, which is also the win rate that no one has with PARIVISION. And he's a shining star, I have to say. Like, everyone expected Satanic to do well, but no one, I feel like he picked it up. Like, maybe a couple of years ago he was kind of lost. Maybe the motivation wasn't there, maybe the teams weren't right, but we didn't see that guy that was just dominating a tournament one after another, and he's seemingly back. At the moment, at least.
Well, tall order today, although I will say Falcons in 2025, they've been a faltering Falcons, not the Falcons of 2024, by their own admission, as we heard here in Wallachia.
But when you say that, it's still... Right, I'm going to list their positions, right? Second, third, fourth, fifth, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Still pretty good, eh?
It's still pretty good, but then when you rewind the clock, you know, maybe a year ago it was first, second, first, third, first. So yes, we understand that they went from winning everything, grand finals and everything, to now kind of lucky to get close to a grand finals, always falling, you know, that one series short. But at least from the games that we've seen so far, it does feel like they are getting closer to returning to some rhythm of eventually getting back to a grand finals. I feel like they're a tournament or two away from them being one of the top 2 teams. It could even be this event.
Yeah, they looked pretty solid in the last couple of days. And speaking of tournaments, when it comes to Wallachia, these 2 teams never met, and Falcons also never won it. So maybe there is a chance for them to finally take the crown in this season. Keep in mind that when it comes to the matchup of these 2 teams, by the way, they are 3-3. So 3 wins on one side, 3 on the other. When it comes to all series, all time played, a very close matchup in general.
And I'll bring us back to the word of the tournament so far, identity. Obviously, we've talked a lot about this. This is kind of the identity of Falcons. You can kind of see it a little bit on there with the heroes that Skeeter is playing, these kind of almost unorthodox carry picks. They take their 3 tanky cores, they farm the map, they squeeze you out, and they win very slowly. And the fans go, God, this is awful, make it stop. But it's winning Dota, and that whenever they stray away from that, I know they can, but whenever they stray away from that, that seems to be when maybe the bumps in the road occur.
I mean, they have to just find their kind of their limits, right? Skitter traditionally is the active carry that makes more moves and space on the map than Maureen or Amar will kind of relish with that farm. Then you compare him to Satanic. Satanic will utilize the space made by DM or 9 class or the active nature of no one to then be the farmer. So I think just the farm distribution on the cores between PARIVISION and Falcons is very different. And that is something that might be exploited in the series. Like, will Satanic get shut down due to the tri-core Falcons? Will maybe Falcons get a little bit too farm heavy on Skitter, right? They tried the Templar Assassin. Yeah. It didn't really work out. You could argue that maybe there are other factors and it wasn't really Skitter and the TA's problem. But yeah, I think they are the small things.
The tri-core is where they look the strongest. And it's not only because of the heroes that they play, that they're so comfortable on those 3 cores, it's also the way they sync up with the supports. Like these 4 and 5s, like Snay and Crit, they like to play these outskirts heroes, not the heroes that necessarily go in first, create chaos, give vision. They like to play these Hoodwinks, these Dark Willows, these Ringmasters, these Kottles, you know, always sitting on the back lines. And when you have these 3 bulldozers up front, they enable you to play that way.
It's easy life for the supports. We're about to get into the V.
No,
I caught it.
No, but no.
Do you want to know what? Do you want to know why I keep saying the V word? I've been watching The Sopranos. I've been rewatching The Sopranos.
Oh, sure. It's not the multiple years of working in CS.
Definitely isn't.
Definitely isn't.
It's the Veto storyline.
There we go. Well, the Vetos are beginning.
And the draft.
And the draft.
Yeah, and speaking of the heroes that got vetoes, by the way,
yeah,
we have the Beastmaster. Out of those 3 that we have showcased, It's the Beastmaster and TA right now. So Ringmaster, Jakiro still left in the pool, still a possibility for Pari. But keep in mind that also there's the Tinker that Tigav mentioned, and that's a hero that they won't stray away. If it's left in the pool, I'm certain they will pick it up. But it won't be left in the pool.
And we're probably going to see a Ringmaster, of course.
Yeah. Oh, there's just not enough bans, right? The Ringmaster's available, Slark's available. There's plenty of nuisance heroes. Even, you know, when you think about the bans teams did against PARIVISION, there was Medusa, there was Slark, you know, there even Enigma, depending on pick order. So there's a lot of the kind of specialties for PARIVISION available, but again, you only have 4 bans.
There's a Prophet left in the pool, by the way, as well.
Yep. And it gets picked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they let the Ringmaster through. I guess maybe this is a chance for Falcons to pick it up. But yeah, if you see the Prophet, you're taking that hero.
Yeah, I mean, Crit said that he's been enjoying playing it, but obviously they can flex it, put it at 4 or 5, I guess.
The thing for PARIVISION is in their Game 1 victory against Edge, when they had the Nature's Prophet, it really felt like Santadic was untouchable. Like, he was getting ice blasted, he was getting jumped by Monkey King, yet he was still somehow living. And I don't think those same events would occur with Falcons. Like, I think they got a little bit more discipline. When they see a hero, they're going to layer the correct spells, and got to be a little bit careful. There was some very dicey moments in that game where you could have argued maybe Edge could have won that one.
Yeah. Whenever you see the Prophet, though, what do you like to do? You like to pick these heroes that get on top of him easily, right? Or supports that can see him through the trees, your Hoodwinks, your Bounty Hunters. These kind of heroes are always nice. We'll see if Falcons pick something like that up. For now, they get the Doom. It's always nice to be able to deal with a
good solid pick.
Yeah, good pick. Can deal with the trees as well.
That was the specialty of the Liquid series. 2 games, 2 wins, and they didn't play it in the series beforehand, but it kind of, I was like, you know what? Let me play the Doom again. There was an era where Falcons, no matter what draft, if Doom was available, they just first pick it. They kind of shied away from that, and now they're kind of returning to that draft pattern. Yeah, perfectly fine. It does exactly what you mentioned.
Success as well. Like yesterday, it looked incredibly strong. Doom was a major part of those wins.
Yeah, I think it was Giannis was saying the other day there was some interaction with the Doom and the Silencer, which he thought was kind of OP.
You've been so vague there.
Yeah, I know. I can't remember what it was because I haven't had time to even play the game while I've been here.
That's fine, no worries. But it's very obnoxious.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, maybe bonus damage or something. But that's the old Silencer. So I think you're. Wait, when did he tell you this? Is this Wallachia season 2 or 1 or
Wallachia season yesterday?
Oh, season yesterday. All right, cool.
We'll ask him.
We'll
later.
WhatsApp him.
Yeah, get on WhatsApp, Giannis, wherever you are.
Another really good interaction for Falcons, if they snatched it, would have been the Timber Saw, right? Like Timber into the Prophet as well.
We saw Malrain have a monster game with that. Yeah.
And it's like, you get sprouted, it just adds on to the damage of the Timber, so you usually don't want to hide into trees versus that hero. And the Bristleback. So the only hero that they did get out of these big cores, these big boys like that are left in the pool, I have to say though, there's one. Never mind, DK is banned. I was gonna go back to the DK, but Timber, Bristle, DK all banned out.
Yeah, they've been taking the DK when it's there. You know, I think it's just a hero doesn't really worry about too much.
In PARIVISION, sorry, need to make sure that they have the kind of the map heroes to set up the engagement. Nature's Prophets, they can struggle if your team isn't successful in starting the fight. When you have these like awkward skirmishes and you don't have that kind of like, we own this position on the map, TPing in without a BKB, without a Satanic, without a, all these big items that you require can be a little scary. And against Falcons, that is going to be a big problem.
They snatched themselves the Jakiro, by the way. The Ringmaster banned out, of course. Jakiro just looks very good even into the Prophet. You get another way of dealing with the trees as well. So a lot of spells that do not care about the Sprout.
Hasn't had a great win rate. It was on 45% here in Season 4 of Wallachia.
Just, generic support. Going to lose some games. It's not OP like other supports. Very good, though.
Yeah, still.
And PARIVISION, Terrorblade. I'm going to just blindly assume it's going to be the position 4 Terrorblade. Nice little counter to the Doom as well. When you put that Doom, often you get the hero to low HP, you disengage, and you know they're going to die. But if there's a support Terrorblade running around, you just go sunder that guy, bring him back to full HP. It's going to be pretty good. And of course, we already praised 9-class the way that he plays out the game. On the support Terrorblade, you have the illusions, you're just blocking camps, you're always playing kind of the kind of the lane set up to enable your supports in a Mirana. We don't really...
Damn, that's a cool pick.
Yeah, we don't really see it at all. This morning, actually, in my pubs, I did see a high-ranked Mirana player in the mid lane.
There's a...
Maybe, don't know.
Most of the games that I have played with or against Mirana, and in the pro scene that I have seen, it's a support still with Starstorm Facet that makes you miss, right? The blind thing. So I do think it's nice. I feel like if you are playing some position 5 Mirana, maybe it's all right. But the way I see it is, if Mirana or TB are supports, whoever runs into that Jakiro is in for a really bad time in the laning stage.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree, actually. Why am I saying sure as if I was about to disagree? Yes. My concern for PARIVISION is they do need 2 kind of big, beefy heroes to tie the draft together. Because if your support duo is a position 5 Mirana and a position 4 Terrorblade, smoke ganking isn't really that fun. You're not entering the enemy jungle and instantly killing a hero, right?
Yeah,
like,
you're
setting up the map. Yeah, like you're pushing waves, you're getting vision, you're utilizing the invis on Mirana, but you're never kind of killing heroes. And that's why I think Falcons, they see that and go, you know what? We'll go for high pacing. We have people like TP, Storm, Zip. There's no stuns currently. Let's keep pressuring you.
It's an incredible Storm game.
Yes.
If we roll back all the way to the Nature's Prophet first pick, what did we say? We say we liked heroes that get on top of him easily. Storm is the best hero for that. Throughout the game, you're good into the Mirana, you're good into the TB. They need a lot of ethos from these 2 supports or something, if they are the supports, because this Storm is going to have a blast. And he's playing together with the Coddle.
Exactly.
Recall Facet, amazing. Solar Bind as well with the Storm, with the Doom, amazing. He can go for whatever, but
it does set up for like an Ember for PARIVISION, right? Like we want some kind of control. Then you have Ember Mirana lane. You can actually gank the Storm through a little bit.
There's a Puck as well.
There's Puck as well. Yeah, there's plenty of these. I see the Storm Spirit. I can instantly pick a no one specialty. He loves playing all of the heroes that obviously go against the Storm quite nicely. They, to be fair, would help the draft, and they do go for it. And kind of, I feel like if anything, Falcons, when they pick Storm in that position, they already know we're going to play against one of these 2 or 3 heroes. It's not like, wow, we're shocked by the Puck.
Yeah, absolutely. A standard Puck pick. Nothing crazy about that. If I could call it, I'm sure that they knew what was coming their way. It's like Puck, Quap, Embers. We saw a couple of Rickies as well recently. But yeah, I think Puck here is not only good against Storm, but it's nice that it kind of ties the draft together. Because right now, what T was speaking of, they don't truly have the nicest setup. Puck does help with that. It's not like the best combo with one of these 2 supports, but these 2 supports don't, if they are supports by the way, which most likely is the case, they don't combo well with a lot of things. So they're kind of their own, on their own island, doing their own thing, creating their own plays. You need some special player to make them work, but they do have them.
Yeah, and I think for Falcons, this is the correct way of banning, because you could argue that Terrorblade could still be the offlane, and then maybe it's the 4. But I think if Terrorblade goes to 4, the pickup of an offlaner is the highest value for PARIVISION. So banning those out, additional stun initiators from the offlane role. So Centaur, you could argue Mars.
They just played it as well, right? Like the Centaur they played, getting away from the Doom. 3 positioning would be pretty good.
Yeah, how annoying. You Doom a guy, he gets stampeded, then he goes invis and he gets sundered. It's like, yeah, it's going to be a pointless spell to be thrown out.
Out of the other offlaners, though, I don't see anything that, I mean, out of the last 15 games, they played maybe a mag and that's it. Everything else has been banned out. It's already in the...
I mean, he's been playing
the ban pool.
Brewmaster on PARIVISION.
I didn't want to say Brew because that hero is...
I mean, it's a flavor of the current tournament. The only team to truly have played it in the previous one was PARIVISION. They had 3 games, 3 wins. Another team tried it, they lost. And now suddenly, Wallachia, it's like, or at least yesterday, it felt like it was in every other game.
Yeah.
But for the philosophy of what PARIVISION is trying to install here, it's just, push the map with your Prophet, your Puck, your Terrorblade. Like, the creep waves will always get shoved into Falcons. So for Falcons to make a move, they have to show a hero, push the wave, then make the kind of the obvious move into PARIVISION. So they should always be able to choose the correct location.
That was one offlaner that wasn't banned, by the way. I mean, he's played as carry sometimes too, Wraith King. Yeah. Like that was played by them and that wasn't already banned. Yeah. And it would have actually done the right thing, right? Like you have the setup for the Mirana as well. It would have been kind of cool, even though it's very low when it comes to utility.
Yeah.
Anti-mage ban into Medusa. Okay. Very nice. But based on the kind of the Wraith King ban from Falcons, it's the same logic. It's a hero that exists in the offlane, will eventually take a tower, kind of move through the map and at least kind of absorb your time to then kind of open up that farm. We already mentioned how in this type of game, if Nature's Prophet can get to 3 or 4 items, he will be the king of the game. But getting there is the hard part if he's, dragged into fights that he doesn't want to be part of.
What's the carry here though now for Skitter? Like he needs to pick something into the Medusa. Not a lot of heroes that are that amazing, and into the Prophet carry.
What's his laning partner, Jakiro? So you already have kill threat on lane.
In the lane, you'll be kind of, even though Jakiro into Medusa isn't that amazing. Like you don't, nothing works. None of your slows work. Like you deal the damage, but you cannot follow through. Because, usually what you want versus Medusa are roots. Like these kind of spells, fissures, roots, some block offs.
Naga Siren again. Got banned yesterday.
Okay.
It is a root.
Yeah.
You could buy Diffusal. Probably don't
Decent
want
into
to.
the Prophet as well.
Not too excited, but there you go, Gyrocopter. Keep it simple. At some point, we'll see the hero return.
Yeah, so you don't have a lot of slows in the lane. You might have the homing missile, but you have an incredible amount of damage into the Medusa.
And you have ways to just continue to choose the fight you want to take. I think that's the theme of PARIVISION's draft is they expect the aggression from Falcons, the jump from Storm, the Doom from the Doom, but they've got Stone Gaze, they've got Coil, they have Moonlight Shadow, they have Sunder. You could even argue the Nature's Prophet with his Shard Slow or even Sprout. Like they have plenty of ways to go, you know what, this is not the fight we want to take. Let's reset for a second. You've wasted a key spell, then they take the engagement. So I'm expecting PARIVISION to show a lot of discipline in their fights compared to where Falcons with the farm, it is just going to be mid-game brutality. Everyone's going to have to be these tankiness, another theme, another keyword for Falcons, but they're going to be throwing themselves in, trying to, execute the hero, the Storm jump with the Doom on top.
On one side, we have full-on meta. I'd say from PARIVISION, what they're playing is like top-tier heroes that you see in your pubs and all the pro games. On the other, you have a strong draft completely within Team Falcon's identity, but you also have a S-tier combo. What T was talking about is the Kotal and Storm. Storm, probably the star of the match if Team Falcons win.
The Morana's the thing I'm probably most excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, he's just a casual Morana. Might hit an arrow, might not, but I think, he's going to obviously set up the lane quite nicely, and then we're going to look at, the map play with Moonlight Shadow. That would be the key thing.
I'm not super...
Right, question. You think Marine will go for Orchid and try and punish no one if he gets it early enough? Or will he go for like a BKB for more for like the survival? Like, let me get into the middle of the fight and open up the fight. Like, aggression or defensive?
I think Orchid is fine, but it is a little bit... like when you go for Orchid, if the timing is wrong, and if he already has a defensive item, you kind of blew your timings completely.
You know who likes answering questions?
Who?
Our commentators, B-Cop and Lacoste there on the big screen. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good. I think I'll speak for Lacoste as well. He's doing pretty okay. I'm kicking his butt in Magic right now in the green room, but he's doing all right.
Yeah, it's fine. You don't need to brag. Be humble. Stay humble.
I played like 3 games. He knows.
Yeah, there we go.
Card and also making shit up. He's making up the rules in his favor, so kind of hard to play against that. The score is 2-1 for me overall, so I'm still.
Let's talk about the drafts, guys.
I didn't like the first 3 of PARIVISION, the way they open it up. Morana, TB, and Nature's Prophet. This doesn't scream to me like it has a lot of purpose in the game. They managed to salvage the draft with Coil and Medusa as their last pick. We saw yesterday Medusa not doing so hot, but this time around it's not going to be against Anti-Mage, but I'm still favoring Falcons draft. I think they have a much more...
What about you, B-Cop? What do you think?
Yesterday, I was going to back you up for anything you said. Today, we're having that skirmish in the green room. I'm going the opposite. I'm going PARIVISION.
Explain why. We've got time. I think they're changing a headset.
I was
pressure. No, I like
it. Unpause the game, guys. I wasn't prepared for this follow-up.
They paused just for you to answer.
Yeah, please unpause. My reasonings,
you're a little bit red.
Yeah, I'm freaking out here. I never really have to be the analyst guy, so...
I'll tell you what, I'll spare you blushes. They've unpaused the game. Go on,
yes,
commentate.
Thank God. Just get to commentate the game. I don't have to explain any reasonings ever. Whew. I appreciate the F9 for the unpause, but let's get into this first game. PARIVISION, what don't you like here? You kind of gave a little bit of a spiel, but what's the whole monologue?
Yeah, these two supports, if they start off with a really bad game, TB, sure, he's fine to one extent. He's anti-carry with Sunder. This is 9 classic, I would say. 9 classic, we could call him. During Rally, he had some good performances. He had some of the meme moments as well, where he blinks in with the armlet, wants to go for the Sunder, dies to the Iron Shell. This time around, there's going to be some ground damage as well, like you legit blink into Remnant, blink into some Illuminate, Scorch Earth, and die. But yeah, if he manages to get the Sunder off onto hero like Gyrocopter, then you're not going to have a problem killing it. And I think there was a point during one of those games where he was playing Terrorblade, where he understood the assignment. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to be using aggressively, try to go for the kills. Instead, I'm going to use it on my carry, and suddenly they start winning some of these fights. So very interesting position for Hero that he loves to play, but it's a bit on the slower side. Same goes for Murano.
Now we'll see how those supports end up doing, but what about the mid matchup? You've got no one who, honestly, the last couple months or so, it has felt like prime time no one. He has really not missed a beat. He's going up here against the Storm. How's that matchup play out for him?
Yeah, we've seen Storm Spirits do good, especially yesterday. It's more about relieving the pressure. So the way you can play against it as a Storm Spirit is that your supports either make a rotation, knowing that there's going to be a coil plus the support rotations. There's also going to be potentially Nature's Prophet, him hitting level 6. So a lot of global presence. Problem is these two supports from PARIVISION, they don't really do much. Like, what is TB gonna do? You coil the Storm, he comes in, throws a blood grenade. That's like something you can do. So my point is, as a Storm Spirit, when you're playing against Puck, you can put the pressure on the other side of the map, keep the supports busy so they don't come to the mid lane and you can't die. And also the itemization for Storm Spirit nowadays, especially in this matchup, is you pick up a Raindrop, you get Magic Wand, you have your Soul Ring, which makes you relatively tanky, go for the Power Treads. Panel also talked about the itemization that could come out on the Storm Spirit. If he's having a good game, pick up that Orchid afterwards. Very good against TB, very good against Nature's Prophet, even Puck. So yeah, this could be the item that Malrine is going to be looking into, and of course he does have Coddle playing with him, so that's going to be a big buff to him.
Yeah, we've seen some of these Coddle lineups be pretty devastating, and he has gone into the recall facet. You can ball lightning and maybe set up with a recall. If Coddle's already up there, he brings somebody in, or maybe he brings himself to another fight in another lane where, you know, yeah, you've got global presence with Nature's Prophet, but Falcons kind of have a little bit of a global presence themselves and can kind of mirror those movements if they need to.
Yeah, they do. They do. I'm just looking at PARIVISION's offlane. Medusa, Terrorblade, this is basically a Grief in Herald, where you have two carries, pretty much. They're just playing a different lane. For now, DM, he's doing okay. 7-2 on Medusa. This time around, I think it's going to be a much easier game for Medusa because she's going to be much tankier. She also doesn't care about Doom, and also the game yesterday when 33 played it against Anti-Mage, it was just a disaster, unplayable matchup. This time around, they also don't have the heroes who can build into the Fusel Blade. Skeeter could potentially on Gyrocopter, but other heroes, they really can't. They're not the Fusel Blade carriers by any means.
Yeah, so Medusa should have a much better game, of course, and we originally, I want to say, saw this at Fissure Universe with Bach playing it in the offlane.
Yeah.
This Medusa, and this has become a very popular offlaner. This bottom lane now with Crit getting hit by that blood grenade, but will have that Fairy Fire to survive.
Yeah, if Keeper of the Light has a mana leak against Medusa, that'd be great. I don't know. People didn't like that ability. We had it removed, but
I like it.
I was fine with it.
I think mana leak should come back. Gorgon's Grasp attempt, but not going to land in this situation. DM not exactly working with a lot of mana. He does have a mango and a stick, so he will devour that mango. But a leap over from
Devour Mango.
Very tasty name. But Amar is going to drop here for First Blood is satanic. Giving First Blood to a Nature's Prophet, ill-advised, if I had to say so myself.
This is not the laning partner that Doom kind of wants to play with. Keeper of the Light doesn't really do much. He's also slightly Keeper of the Light position 4 kind of graced the lane for the offlaner in terms of stealing some of the CS, messing up with his CS as well. And now Crit, he's going to go into triangle. This is what the hero is very good at, stacking. And we see the Ducalis immediately placing down a center ward, blocking that big camp, and is also going to be stealing away Water Rune. So this is pretty big.
Stops
going
it, not
in
only
for the
that,
kill.
yeah, he wants to get this kill in a crit will.
And they're not done.
Yeah, Malrine, he is low. Skeeter's also dead to DM. All of a sudden, it's 4-0 here in favor of PARIVISION, making 4-1 with the death of Ducalis, but...
He also left the Water Rune in bottom. Snaking's also dropping very low. I mean, we've seen Falcons lose the lanes in a couple of their games, and they do manage to pull it back. Ducalis, quick pause. Too many lights. We're going to use this opportunity as well to tell production to turn off the lights in our room as well. We love to have it a little bit darker in here.
You just got to get into Goblin.
Yeah. Now, we want to have the same setup as the players.
Yeah, if you could see our posture, we're very gamer posture in the dark.
Why does my back hurt? I sit like a shrimp all the time. I've been sitting like that for a good 35+ years, you know, and...
You've got that tail getting made. You're shrimping up. You miss your shrimpina.
I could eat a shrimp right now.
Ooh. Nice red sauce. That'd be good.
Nah, just garlic, olive oil, garlic.
Just sauteed?
I just ate. I'm hungry.
Well, you know, if I get access to a kitchen, I'll cook you some shrimp, make you some stuffed squid as well. It's my go-to. I'm trying to impress. But just like I could feed you right now, PARIVISION players are being fed a little bit. Their bellies are full with the 4-1 advantage they have over Falcons, at least for now. But we'll see if it continues that way. With what happened on over mid, Puck will just about be level 6. And could see another rotation come over. Especially, we saw it a couple times with these Nature's Prophets. You see the opportunity, even if you're not level 6, teleport in, give that extra bit of damage, and that could start. If Malorine's not too careful, Dream Coil comes out, and then they've got the extra bit of damage from Satanic to get that kill. But Satanic's working alone right now, so he's getting solo experience. He'd love to get into that Wrath of Nature, that level 6 as quickly as possible.
Ducalis left him alone, knowing that position 4 Doom can't really get a kill. Same goes for Keeper of the Light. He can almost always TP.
There's that coil.
Coil. Storm Spirit's still level 5.
And he doesn't have a way to zip away, and here comes Satanic, exactly what I said. He gets the kill on a Malrine and crit. Doesn't have a lot of life, but, I mean, they're much more okay getting this kill onto the Storm Spirit if they had to pick or choose.
They needed to have Jakiro there ready. They brought in numbers, didn't respect the fact that Puck got that kill, got that extra bit of XP, getting him level 6. PARIVISION, pretty textbook example movement coming out from them. Very easy, very telegraphed. These are the heroes that they needed to win the lanes with, because you have the Steroblade, Marana. I said that if you're playing from behind with these heroes, it doesn't really feel good, but they're putting a lot of pressure, and we just saw Nature's Prophet as well, Satanic being active, TPing in tower, good tower damage. Down to 1000 HP in the mid lane. With the next coil, with the next TP rotation, the tower's going to go down.
We'll see how quickly they can put that damage on. DM also having a very good time. Earlier, he got that kill on a Scooter, so this Gyro slowed down a bit. He's almost level 6 there, too. I mean, the experience lead for the side of PARIVISION is already about 20% more. Not a lot when it comes to numbers this early on, but they're going to be hitting their 6s quicker on everybody, I would say, but 9 class, but he does get that Shrine.
Yeah.
Throw some experience over to another hero as well.
And if we show network, you can see that Nature's Prophet, he's on top of it. 3.5k gyrocopter. Not even... They don't even need to use the coil or do anything because no one had amplified damage. So he just takes the tower, which is going to open up the map right now. Storm Spirit, he doesn't really have that hero to play with. Keeper of the Light is only level 3. He can replenish some mana, 2 points in Chakra Magic. Jakiro is also, not going to say struggling with levels, because Keeper of the Light definitely is. Doom is a bit on the slower side before he gets level 6. Gyrocopter as well, considering that he did die, and they're also going to be putting pressure in the top lane. He's not going to be able to do what Gyrocopters usually do, you know, be that lane bully, get the most out of the lane. Right now, Skeeter, he is falling back to the jungle to get some extra farm.
Yeah, he's falling back, but he may not be too safe. They did post knobs that gives them some vision on the jungle, and it's near the point where they'll have Mirana at level 6 have that Moonlight Shadow, and they can move deep, especially without that mid-tier 1, to try and shut down this Falcons lineup even more. All three of their cores at top of the net worth. There was a smoke used by Falcons as they'll try to come through towards bottom. Gotta try it and slow down Satanic.
Let's see if Satanic reads the situation. He tried to block them off, but they're already in.
And they're going to try and get this kill. Wrath of Nature's going to fly through the Ice Path, but still, now a call down. That'll help get the damage out. They'll get the kill, and no one shows up. There's a Dream Coil, but he'll die too. With 4 heroes here, Falcons are able to make PARIVISION pay, and they might even get a +1. Ducalis has got one more leap, but he doesn't really have enough space between him and the side of Falcons to get away. So Malrine will get a double kill, get himself back on track, and the rest of Falcons are there too.
Desperately needed move from Falcons. Lanes didn't go too well for them, so they bring in the numbers. And this is also the fight where Amar didn't use Doom, so he's going to have that ready. Maybe use it on Nature's Prophet, maybe even use it on Puck, because Puck already used all of his spells. He did not have to pop it, and this is a nice, really nice wraparound. They were so ready. Twin Gate rotation perfectly for Skeeter. He comes in, gets the big ulti off, and it looked like Malrine was in a little bit of a trouble, but yeah, the damage as well. If it's not Coil, if it's not your Nature's Prophet hitting the Storm Spirit, he's not gonna die. Damage from Mirana is kind of okay-ish, nothing too crazy. Terribly, it wasn't even in that fight, but his damage is a little bit on the lower side. For now, he's gonna continue to push the top lane with the DM.
Got some vision there. They had that Watcher. They're actually gonna TP the Doom up towards top. And immediately they'll go to the Doom of the Terrible. Gorgon's Grasp slows down this Doom,
classic
but
Amar move.
Yeah,
Doom into high 5.
Gonna get that kill in a 9 class. Looking for the high 5, nobody's gonna reciprocate. But they go to the Dream Coil, and now you've stayed a little bit too long. Arrow connects, and that's a trade. And 9 class even giving the tip right on over and hitting him with the voice line. All right.
And that's what you get. Catapult waves are available. They're going to be playing in the mid lane. Malrine, knowing that Coil is down. Let's see how he's going to approach it. And seems like the itemization is going to be pretty standard for him going into Kaya after having those 2 deaths. We'll see whether he wants to opt to go for Kaya into BKB or if he thinks that they don't have enough damage, so we'll pick up Kaya's Sun and just be able to survive through the Coil.
No one playing inside the river. Dire River. They do have Moonlight Shadow, so we'll see if they do like a smoke Moonlight Shadow play to try and get a kill once they have Dream Coil back available, as well as Wrath of Nature. Dream Coil at 19 seconds, Wrath of Nature 16, so they'll come back up at the same time. And if they could catch Skeeter and get this kill on the gyro, slow him down again, that could be pretty massive. Meteor Hammer on that tier 2 tower. DM putting some early damage, looking for the Rod of Atos afterwards. And Skeeter is by the tier 2. No one not willing to go in by himself. Not really a position that you want to put yourself in 1v1 against that hero, even if they get a little bit of late help. Staking though, one more shot. Satanic's got a kill. But DM just sitting here mid. He doesn't feel much pressure at the moment to walk away, and he wants to put the damage on with a Meteor Hammer.
This is the build on Medusa. Double Null Talisman, Magic Wand, straight into Meteor Hammer, and then into Gleipnir. Gets pulled in.
Do they have the damage? Gorgon's Grasp doesn't connect. And Ducalis nearby to just throw some Mana Boots out there and bump up DM just a bit. That will be Kato recalling towards bottom. That was over to Amar.
Oh, I'm looking what Snaking has in his quick buy. Knowing that Snaking is a very greedy position 5 player. We saw yesterday crit on Jakiro rushing Ags. This time around, Snaking's like, that was great crit, but you know what? I'm going to do it from position 5. It is a lot of damage, because Kato does go for 1 defensive item, maybe sometimes even 2 of them. 4-Staff Glimmer.
Call down used, and
that's way too deep.
Lands on the Satanic, but it doesn't matter. They use that Moonlight Shadow to get their positioning to get this kill on the gyro. It'll be nice when they have that Axe from Jakiro, but I'm wondering where he's going to be able to find the farm with how much the map is being farmed by Falcons. Does he have space to get that gold? Obviously, the map is huge, so there are pockets to get gold from. But it's not going to be nearly as quickly as what Crit got.
DM, he found the spot in the mid lane. This is the second meteor that he's going to drop on the tower. Tried to go for the third one, got interrupted by Storm Spirit, but this is the power of the hero. With this build, especially with the damage that they have on Falcons, it's not a lot. So DM should be able to get his ulti off in the middle of a fight, try to reset, and they also have Sunder as a saving tool against Doom, which is always going to be good.
Looking for this 14-minute shrine, so they're going to bring over Storm. Nature's Prophet nearby. 3 seconds till it's on, and it looks like they're going to be able to swipe this. Not only are they going to look to swipe it, but if they can get a kill on a Satanic, that would be huge. Instead, they've elected to not go to the shrine. They're backing up now. Can they get into it in time? No, they're going to leave the shrine again. Kato will go back in. He'll swipe it, but this is going to cost Crit and Malrine both their lives for just this Shrine of Wisdom and an attempt to go and get that kill on the Nature's Prophet.
I don't know if they expected to find Nature's Prophet there. He is very tanky. Strength Treads, has Magic Wand, did have Raindrop on top of it. They also had Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers, so they could TP with the 2 heroes instantly. Gyrocopter's going to be the one picking up the XP rune on the other side of the map. He definitely needs it. He's going to push him forward to level 10, closer to 11.
That mid Tier 2 is gone, by the way. You were talking about it. Looking at the building damage, yeah, Medusa's got double what Falcons have for building damage. Feeling pretty good. 9 class, he's going to grant himself that shard. Work towards maybe getting the Tormentor afterwards. He picks up this shard, then he's got Demon Zeal. His farm's going to start to get pushed a little bit quicker.
Position 4 Terrorblade is a very greedy hero. It's not like he becomes active. He can be fine in the lane, try to get some advantage, maybe kill the tower in top, which he did with Medusa, but he does play for himself. He pushes out the waves with his illusions, and then he starts to scale. Falcons, 4K gold down already. They're not in a good spot. In terms of damage output, they don't really have that much. You saw, because they paired up 2 heroes. Now Storm going to get recalled by Crit. And let's see if they're going to be able to find something. Because this Medusa is not the hero that they want to find first.
They're going to make something happen potentially with this Doom, but they start with the Rod of Atos. They go to the Gorgon's Grasp. They do a lot of damage onto Amar. And now he's on the run. Moonlight Shadow is used, Stone Gaze comes through, Amar is super quick, so he's able to try and run away for the moment, but the Dream Coil gets placed, he snaps it, still alive. Illusory Orb goes left, but Ducala's trying to stick with him. Meanwhile, Satanic gets a kill on a Snake King. They finally find Amar. Malrine comes over, he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, so he has to get onto the low ground and avoid this fight. But in doing so, no one's still able to grab a third for the team as he gets his second on Crit.
It does feel like Falcons need to bring the whole squad if they want to have enough damage to kill the heroes. They are really struggling putting up the damage. Medusa, she's not going to die. Puck also, if he doesn't get doomed, he's going to be fine in terms of the control that they have. Electric Vortex, only level 1 at this point. 2 points in Ice Pad. Definitely not enough to kill him. PARIVISION playing a very clean game.
That'll be now shard for Ducalis as 9 class purchased his own. So you get that fight win, you get this objective of the Tormentor as well. You know, PARIVISION, they're playing very quickly, and what we've seen so far from Falcons has definitely been a much slower pace play so far up to this point. And I mean through days 1 and 2 as well. So PARIVISION kind of feasting on that maybe slow tempo that Falcons are trying to accomplish.
They don't want to allow them to play this slower game with 3 strength cores. A lot of these strength cores have been banned out. And looking at the items, Searing Signet, 3 of those on side of PARIVISION. Very good item. Might be the best tier 2 neutral item in terms of the damage output. On Medusa, you get the Snake It's really, really nice. We're trying to go on 9 class.
Stone Gaze again, though. Even if it's just a deterrent.
Respectful about that Sunder.
Searing Signet, can he get a Sunder off? He's looking for a target, gets it on a Malrine. Now the Dream Coil, Gorgon's grasped, and he's dead. I mean, this is the offensive play that you want from a Terrorblade. And now Amar throws the Doom onto no one. But
no
is it going to be
follow-up.
worth it? He goes in and dies for this, and this Doom's not even going to get a kill into the puck. So you lose 2 for 1, and it's 2 big ones.
And 9 class spamming it in the old chat. 900 damage to Storm Spirit. Definitely worth it for him. He did a very good bait with Powered Treads. He also did have Gossamer Cape, Brawny, so extra bit of regeneration and HP. Then he uses 1 Lotus that he had, plus 21 charges, and suddenly gets the Sunder off. That's all the damage that he did.
Yeah. Spent the rest of the entire fight running. Body block, Satanic in. And this is a very, very dead Gyrocopter. No Boglet can save him there. This is brutal for Falcons at the moment. Their wings have been clipped so far in game number 1. There is just no way around it for them at the moment. They need to find some farm, but the map is just so full of PARIVISION's influence.
They have very good heroes to push out the lanes. Nature's Prophet, who has Mjolnir, sending out Treant, using his ulti. Puck one-shots the creep wave. Terrorblade with the illusions. Medusa as well. So the lanes are always going to be on the other side of the river. And in terms of heroes that can creep skip, sure, you have Storm Spirit, but before the BKB, you can definitely get punished. One type of a setup. Medusa has Gleipnir now, so that's going to be your setup for Meteor Hammer, for your Gorgon's Grasp.
Early Clip Clop. Also looking for the Shard. Dream Coil placed down. Macropyre Ice Path, the Ag's Light, is not going to be placed perfectly, and they've got the stun. The arrow connected on the Malrine. Satanic with the double kill. Radamato Stone Gaze trying to get a kill here on a crit. Gorgon's Grasp not going to catch up in time. He is pretty speedy. He will recall out.
Another Rod of Atos on position 5 Mirana. Storm Spirit, he doesn't have any way of defending himself. He did opt to go for after Kaya. He's looking into Orchid, but yeah, that's very far away, and then we need to start thinking about him getting a BKB so that he can get out of trouble. Glimmer Cape still not finished on crit. This is a defensive item that Storm will definitely need to have to be able to survive, but most likely, if he gets jumped, he gets hit by a Silence Coil, Rod of Atos, Gleipnir, he's gonna die.
Sleet is just ever expanding for PARIVISION, and it's, you know, we were talking about it very early, like you were just saying, you know, he wanted that Orchid on Storm, but when the game just spirals out of control so quickly, there's no real opportunity to kind of bring it back at the moment. You look at the net worth differences in Satanic. I mean, he has 6,000, almost 7,000 more net worth than the Gyrocopter. He has been very involved as well as very farmed. Currently sitting at 9-1-4, so 13 of the 18 kills he's been involved in, and it starts with him not being afraid of TPing over mid to get those kills early on when he's only level 4. Gets the Shrine, and we'll look towards Roche. This should be an Aegis for PARIVISION, barring any crazy play from Falcons.
They can't. They just don't have enough. Could be a disaster. They go in, try to contest it, maybe kill one hero, but they're gonna lose many more. There's also Gem now on DM. The Collis did purchase that one. Let's see what Medusa is gonna be buying. He just purchased a Shard, so he gets targeted by any spell. Mystic Snake comes out, turns him into stone for 1 second on a relatively short cooldown. It's a 12-second cooldown ability.
The only one who doesn't have their Shard right now is Nature's Prophet, so you'll know who has it come next Tormentor, which will be in 2.5 minutes-ish. Casual Treant. Mjolnir armor pushing the wave, the entire wave.
Isolated for a couple of seconds, but the rest of the team is going to be ready to back him up. They were thinking about maybe jumping in.
Mar? He's fine for now. Rest of the team nearby, so he's kind of trying to bait them past the tier 2 tower. Arrow will fly through, not catching anybody, but Malorine's going to go in. Ball Lightning Vortex and an Illuminate, but nothing more at the moment. They're going to get this tier 2 tower. Skeeter actually taking a lot of damage from that reflection, and now BKB Satanic in right into the face of Skeeter. They're going to get the kill to the Gyrocopter. The look at the rest of the Meteor Hammer's trying to get dropped down. They'll get the kill onto Crit. Gleipnir thrown over. That locks down Amar, and this is no fear from no one as they'll go in for more. Waning Rift pulling him forward, and then they'll try to get the control with this Radamatos Raducalis. The Macropyre laid down to the Satanic as well as this Mirana. They do get a kill there, but they'll lose Amar for it. Godlike for Satanic. Malorine doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but has enough to get away from the side of PARIVISION.
They have nothing to stop it with. Snaking did not have his ice path ready, and they're going to call it. 23 minutes in. We saw previous game, very short, similar duration. Xtreme Gaming against Team Liquid, but yeah, PARIVISION, they really stepped it up in this one. They were so ready. The lanes did go really, really well for them, and they shut down Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit was unable to play the game. Road of Athos came very quickly on Medusa. The lanes did go really well, especially the top lane. They managed to kill Gyrocopter, push the tower. Same goes for the mid tower. Mid tower has fallen at like 8 minutes, and yeah, PARIVISION really speeding it up. I think Falcons, the playstyle that they do have is relatively slow in terms of entering the game. They're very farm heavy, but yeah, I want to see how PARIVISION is, so how Falcons are gonna come into the second game and what they have prepared against the speedy team like PARIVISION.
Yeah, PARIVISION taking game number 1, and we're going to hear more from our handsome panel. Take it away.
You were right, B-Cop. You just couldn't articulate why. But yes, what a performance from PARIVISION. I guess Falcons can't do that slow, grindy farming style if you just play that up tempo and get in the face.
Absolutely. Like, they had this beautiful draft. Most would go after their draft, like if you were asking which one is better, but on the other side you had this full-on meta with a little bit of geniusness as well, and the way they moved across the map was beautiful. I feel like that's basically what broke down Team Falcons. Like, all those moves, that everything worked out. I feel like you can have one mistake or two, but there was a succession of moves going on that mid lane. This is a little bit later, where Mirana just won the game, I feel like.
I mean, this is the highlight where Falcons, if they could replicate this a couple more times, you'd see them enter their farming groove. But after this highlight, that's kind of it, right?
That's it, yeah.
Storm looks for a pick off of Coddle, then they die. Gyro's farming. Doom throws a couple Dooms out just for, you know, quick solo kill. But there was never that let's play together. Meanwhile, for PARIVISION, it was just shove the waves, push it into your face, keep poking and prodding your enemy, find the guy who's out of position, and move together as a team.
Yeah, the problem is, like, you want to get pickoffs, but you don't have the time. Like,
yeah,
you just don't have the time to do that, because there are these illusions pushing in together with the Meteor Hammer. Like, he didn't waste a second. Goes to one lane, Meteor Hammers all the towers down. Goes to the next lane, just Meteor Hammers from the fog. When his Meteor Hammer is on cooldown, he just chills. He's like there, like maybe hitting some creeps, but he doesn't go away from the tower. And you just don't have the space. You have to defend. You have to react to that in order to at least save some map space for yourself.
Yeah, and like you say, just brutally oppressive, especially with the natures. I mean, you can see on your screens as well, just the net worth.
No, I mean, yeah, they farmed. I mean, they won the 3 lanes as well. Yeah. It helps immensely, right? Your Prophet's doing well. I think the fact that Medusa was able to create so much of this tempo that Lizard's mentioning is most of the reason why PARIVISION is commanding this game. Like, if your offlaner doesn't have a way to, you know, hit towers and make the move, your Prophet's going to farm, get to his BKB. Your Pucks might get a kill, but you reset. So I think just after the first 3 picks, they needed lockdown, they get Puck. They needed some way to create tempo, they pick Medusa. Like, the last 2 picks really brings the draft together. And against Falcons, if you have ways to break the map early, then your like their greed is not a praise. It's like a kind of like a hindrance, if anything. Like, there's the playstyle difference between the 2 teams. It feels like unless Falcons either respect certain heroes in the draft or fully change their playstyle, it feels a little bit of a mismatch.
Yeah, it's like a rock, paper, scissors, but Perry is the rock. These guys are the scissors for sure. Like,
we haven't talked. We didn't talk about Satanic. Obviously, the young star of the team that everyone's talking about.
He played all right. Yeah. He played well. He played the casual Prophet game, I have to say. Like,
Sure.
They went on him a couple of times. He did die once, but it didn't matter. Like, he made all the right moves afterwards. He was active, and every time someone was setting up, like, you can see puck goes in, it feels a little bit too deep, then suddenly you see those hits from the Prophet, like going from some high ground, pew, pew, pew. He's hitting because he took some time to TP to get in the right spot because they overcommit on the puck, and then he finishes them off. So for me, Terrorblade, of course, decent match as well. Like, he was all over the map, creating all the space. Once again, I have to say Ducali's, like, his mid-game rotations were not mid-game, mid-lane rotation, I should say, where he kills the Coddle, then they go on the Storm, they take down the Tier 1 tower and just dominate the map off of it.
Yes, back to you.
No, but I mean, look, 9class stood out, and obviously you highlighted him. I thought you might.
I did. He's a good lad. He does like to be annoying, and I actually have a clip talking about that same thing as well.
Why don't we take a look at it?
There we go. No, so it's going to be about the kind of the way that they kite. Sure, this is a point where 9class is deep into the enemy jungle, but he's able to kite the fight back. He's, poking Falcons. And the key thing is, like, Falcons, they do actually have heroes in the area when you look at the mini-map, but they just don't have the way to get the kill. 9class, again, using the Sunder, dragging out the fight, and PARIVISION, they're not overcommitting. They understand that this fight in the original location, that's not the place they want to take it. They just drag all the way into the river, then they bait the Doom on a Mar, and they're never giving Falcons a sign of hope. They keep baiting their opponent, but then as soon as they make the mistake, that's when they punish. They don't go, oh, Storm's jumped in, kill, kill, kill. No, Storm's jumped in, wait, hold, then you get the kill. And I think that just level of understanding in the fight, that happened every single engagement. They're just outplaying each fight.
Yeah. I feel like the big problem are the two supports. The thing that we usually praise Falcons for came as a hindrance in this game, because you have Jakiro, you have Keeper of the Light. There's some ability from the Coddle when it comes to the movement speed, but no space control. Like, you have the Ice Pad, but it's not good enough. Ringmaster, if they could have picked it, is a different story.
They could have picked it.
Well, it did get banned in the end,
they
right?
Banned it.
Yeah, they could have picked it then, yeah. They wanted Jakiro instead.
Yeah.
Wheel of Wonder could have prevented all these kites from happening. So, unfortunate, but I have to say I'm impressed by PARIVISION.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Well, look, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see if Falcons can make the adjustment. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Climb the Ranks, where we are going to be asking some Dota players some Dota questions and find out what they know. But it will not be easy. These are not easy everyday questions. These are hard questions for the best players. I'm here with one of those best players, Ducalis from PARIVISION. How are you doing? Are you ready to do a bit of quizzing?
Doing well, just a bit jet lagged, but it's fine.
We're going to start off nice and easy with some hero questions, and things will get harder very, very quickly. So question number 1. Throughout 2024 and 2025, Dota had a multi-part event featuring a story many cosmetics and minigames, but what was it called? Was it hat drop?
Okay, it's crown.
Or crown fall, it absolutely is. Yeah, that's your hero question out the way. Nice and easy. All right, let's move up a rank and see the next question. Which of these removed items was never in the game? Which of these never existed?
Yeah, first one, Obsidian Knife.
Of course, you are correct. Obsidian Knife never existed in the game. All right, let's move on to the next round of question. Which neutral camp has the most spells?
Okay, so Satyr camp has active spell on Big Satyr and passive and active spell on like medium Satyr, and one more active spell on Satyr just like this, so it's like 5. Then Troll camp has spawn Skellies and 2 nets, so it's like 3. And then Kobold camp has like 1 or 2 spells, or maybe 3, so it's like large Satyr camp, I think.
Yes, indeed, the large Satyr camp has the most spells out of those.
But you know, I was thinking like maybe it's like some trick, maybe it's like Kobold camp, because it's like a lot of them.
They do have a lot of passives, those kobolds, but the large Satyr camps have a few more. Let's move on to the next question. Which of these heroes is not universal? So which of these heroes isn't a universal?
That's easy, because I just tested in lobby, like DP universal, Spectre just become universal last patch, and Invoker they remove from universal.
Absolutely.
Because my mid player, you know, always like, when we discuss Invoker, he's saying, guys, this hero has 30 damage, you cannot play this, so it's Invoker for sure.
I see, you've discussed it very well, and you're absolutely correct. Good knowledge there. Invoker is no longer, now moved to Intelligence. Well answered, well worked out. Let's move on to our next question. What flooded camp creep is the lowest level?
It's the hardest one.
It is hard, this one's very hard.
Okay, first one is big, like big name. It's not for sure. Polywog, it should be this, because it's like this small guy with the
little
Boglet, I'm not sure what is it. I think Boglet, it's like the bigger one. I think it's Polywog.
Going for Polywog, going for option B. Let's see if Jukast is right. You absolutely are. Yeah, it is indeed the Polywog. Well answered. Let's move on to our next question. Once again, yet to get one wrong. Can he keep this up? What hero has this description? Stalks invisibly to ambush lone enemies. Is it Clinks, Ricky, or Nyx Assassin?
It's for sure description, not about vulnerability. Because Nyx vulnerability was just added in game, for sure. It's Ricky. Because like Clinks, okay, maybe Valve was not thinking Clinks gonna run and kill people one by one, but Ricky is a hero who is like designed to kill people one by one, so it's Ricky.
I'm afraid you're not correct this time around.
Isn't it?
It is actually Clinks, yeah, so your working out was almost brilliant, but yeah, it is in fact Clinks. 2 more questions to go, Jukast. Which of these spells does not affect Roshan?
I mean, I would instantly answer, because I think it's Batrider Firefly, because I remember in my games people flaming me for using Firefly on Rosh, so it's A.
That is a really good anecdote, and yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, let's get around to our final question, the hardest question, especially for you to cast, because this one's a bit about history. Which of these heroes was not included in the very first version of Dota 2 in 2010?
But I think it's easy. I mean, maybe, because like, okay, Enigma was, I remember someone play, okay, no, wait, Dazzle was for sure, I remember, because it was super weird, like, icon.
These are all released in the first year?
Yeah.
This is just about what?
Okay, I know actually. Dazzle for sure was in 2010, and Morph was in 2010. And Enigma was added later, because Enigma was on second TI only picked. On first TI there was no Enigma, I think. So it's Enigma.
All right, let's see if you are correct. And you absolutely are.
Easy.
Very well worked out, Jukast. That was very, very impressive. Only getting 1 wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's a great result. These were tough questions. You absolutely nailed them.
But I'm now gonna be divine.
You are going to be divine, yeah, but trust me, there's been worse. But no, I mean, you did great, Jukast. Thank you very much for joining me, and yeah, good luck in Wallachia.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back. PARIVISION are up against the Falcons. We're going straight into the veto, over to the panel.
You're doing it on purpose now, mate. I'm just triggering you. You're like, I think this is a refine joke, mate. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just going to keep saying veto every time. And, I'm just going to ignore it from now on. I'm just going to let Twitch chat react.
Listen, the Twitch chat, I can't see Twitch chat.
Oh, no, I can load it up for you if you'd like.
All I care is about annoying you now.
No, that's right. No, I am seething, and
the vetoing of the champions is about to occur. There you go. That's really true.
One line.
There it is. There it is.
No, it's too much.
I'm gonna go on strike soon, just so you're aware. You're gonna have to sit here and do the draft alone.
I kept silent all this time, but
don't you
champions? That's.
Thought you had my back. Thought you had my back. All right. Okay. My
right. We champions are gonna get vetoed.
Yeah. We just like to make a healthy work environment for T.
Very healthy. Love it lots.
Yeah. Ringmaster left in the pool. Beastmaster banned out. Jakiro left in the pool. I'm thinking one of these two is going to be picked by PARIVISION. Like they have the first pick, right? So one or the other is the way they opened up in most of their series. Even though I have to say what they've picked in that last game was pretty impressive, so I wouldn't mind the Prophet once again. Instead, the AA.
Yeah. And I think for Falcons as well, due to their kind of specialties for their players, and I don't want to say lack of depth, it's more like, for example, Amar, you don't see him as like the Zoo player, right? He'll just play his hero pool very well. But then for Ancient Apparition, the best way to exploit him in lane is often leaning more towards Zoo and summons and stuff like this. So now for Falcons to not ban the AA, to give it to PARIVISION, it will be interesting to know how they're going to try and punish it in that laning phase. Maybe they have like a kill combo between Crit and Amar instead.
I liked your point yesterday as well about how when you have just one stun support and that and the AA can move around the map and it just creates so much space to farm as well. So
you can create space with AA plus anything.
Yeah.
Literally AA plus any hero. He's so-called tank breaker. It doesn't matter how big or tanky the hero is, such as Bristleback, let's say. Like you can take him down as long as you have anything to follow up. We were talking about Hoodwink yesterday. We have seen, I believe,
were talking
one.
about Hoodwink mostly.
Yeah, I love the hero. I really do. I mean, Sharpshooter, pretty nice. Like getting that break in as well could be useful.
The cool thing,
teams, by the way.
Yeah.
I think the cool thing with like Bristleback and AA is like if you think about Dota 4 or 5 years ago, it's like, oh, AA is a hard counter to Bristle. He's a tanky hero. AA counters it. But due to just the natural itemization shift of heroes, you buy SMY, you have Glimmer Cape on the hero as well. Like you can very easily kind of tank the spell for your team, not die, and then enable other people to thrive. So I actually kind of like the Bristleback into AA matchup. But
really,
in a difficult game, obviously you can just get eaten alive, right, with Bone Chill and stuff. But I think just his natural path of buying items allows him to just maybe even outplay in certain scenarios.
I like as well that because it's likely to be an Amar Bristle, we'll get to see the Seeing Red facet as well.
Yeah. Just be very obnoxious. And that's the key thing. It's like, I think when you're an AA that has freedom in the game, then you shine. But if in your gameplay, you have to deal with like a Bristle running at you, then once you've killed him, there's Malring maybe jumping on a Storm or something on top of that, or Skidder wrapping around with another, jumping here like a DK or something, short spanned out, but this kind of logic, it complicates the game for the hero.
Wait, so you play a lot of AA and you find Bristle difficult?
Hard to kill, yeah. Not hard to kill, but
that might be due to your facet choices, my friend. as well.
No, Lizard, you are politely wrong here, my friend. When, again, like, yes, if you were to talk about AA in a simple form, Ice Blast hero with damage, anyone's going to die, right? But you have to think about what heroes can at least find ways to prolong the inevitable. Your death will occur, but it's like if you tank 7 spells in an Ice Blast, that's higher value than a hero that can only tank maybe 2 spells before you die, right? That's the logic. Not the facet, Lizard.
Yeah, sure.
You're being a real veto right now.
Yeah.
I'm putting a veto on his facet versus Bristle, by the way, because it does apply a quite chunk of extra damage versus the Bristle later on. But we had the Ringmaster on the other side. Ringmaster Bristle pretty solid. Like you get that box escape art to play into the AA as well.
I think in retrospect as well, obviously easy to say with hindsight, but taking the Jakiro over the Ringmaster might have been a bit of a mistake. I don't know.
In that last game, of course, Jakiro is banned out. I'd like to see a PA, by the way, from Pari. Perhaps not immediately, but it looks like a hero that could do wonders for them already.
It's just a lot of tempo that you're trying to throw at this first pick AA. You, like you said, you got the box with the magic resistance and the Bristleback with the items that I already mentioned. It's like get into the middle of PARIVISION, try and be as annoying as possible. They ban out the puck because this playstyle from Falcons, one Dream Call, you're going to get exploited, you're going to get, deleted.
I'd like to see Falcons' win rate when they have Bristle, actually. I bet it must be super high.
Bristle's win rate in general is really high in this tournament, I feel like.
But like, Ahmad just seems to elevate the hero even
And
beyond.
he's one of the reasons why.
Yeah.
Because they win with the Bristle quite often.
Surprisingly not their best win rate hero. It's 63%. Like Enchantress and Mars and these type of heroes are higher for them, but still.
Pretty good.
60%.
60, yeah.
Very, very good. But they do win a lot, to be fair.
Thanks for checking that, analyst.
No worries, host. I shall answer any question that you provide.
Any?
Any.
I'll put my thinking cap on.
Cover that bald head of yours.
Yeah, well. Told you I'm going to get a hair transplant. It's going to shock the world.
I was expecting a quick pick here, to be honest, lads. That's why I went quiet. But they really are teasing.
I didn't want to break this intimate moment between you baldies.
No, it's fine. The camera will come back.
I don't know why you're saying it like it's not happening to you right now. I used to be like you. I used to have a wonderful head of hair. Once it starts, it goes.
It's been like this for the last 10 years.
Everyone can tell at home, by the way, with that comb forward. Fooling no one, bro.
Monkey, by the way, the hero that isn't having too much of success right now in the tournament, especially because he's being first phased most of the games, at the beginning at least, and then countered.
Has high draft value here for sure, right? You're going to Falcons with 2 picks. You decide if the Monkey's going to be mid or carry. Both Satanic and No One love playing the hero. Into Bristleback. When Bristle wants to run into the fight, when you get that Wukong's down the line in regards to itemization for Monkey, you can obviously counter the Bristle, but yeah, you can stand your ground. You can enable your team to play around it. So good laning, good ways to take fights that you want. And it continues down this theme of how did PARIVISION beat Falcons last game? It was good map play, pushing waves. Here, A can push wave with Vortex. TB has an illusion. Monkey can just jump around with the trees. Like, it's very, once they get their foothold in the game, they will remind you how strong they are. And you mentioned, like, what's the pairing with AA? Monkeys in the tree line on the other side of the map. Hey, can you complete
Ice Blast.
Ice Blast. Oh,
That was
forgot as well. Can you Ice Blast across the map? Thank you. I get a free kill. Thanks, mate.
That was such a quick 2 picks, by the way.
Yeah,
the animations went over one another almost. Snap and Tide, yeah.
Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of Snap. Kind of heroes fell out of favor a little bit.
I think it's threatening the potential safe lane Monkey King. Lil Shredder, even one casual point, plus a Bristle with Goo or a Tide with Gush has enough to threaten his HP pool. And then just the Magic Burst from Scatterblast is, again, enough to put Monkey King in a, maybe I can't stand up, get my 4 points in Jingu and Boundless You. I need to maybe disengage. So really respecting that laning phase of the Monkey King if he is the safe lane. And then just 2 supports that are very, very strong. If you jump onto a hero, behind that, you're going to have the Wheel of Time, or you're going to have the Wheel of Wonder. Why would I say Wheel of Time? I'm saying so many different words today. Either way, the supports will throw a shit ton of damage. There you go. I'll keep it that way.
There's way more control for Falcons this time around. Kiting them is next to impossible.
Back for the Medusa.
Back to the snack. I don't know, like looking at all of these heroes, if Monkey is played mid, PA still looked decent to me. Fan of Knives looks pretty damn tasty later on in the game.
I think the difference here is PARIVISION won 3 lanes, which made the Medusa feel untouchable. Here I'm expecting the Monkey King lane to be somewhat difficult because of Snapfire. Still good, but not like, oh my god, I'm 5 kills into the lane, I'm crushing everything, right? So if the lanes aren't as good for PARIVISION, then this Medusa pick might not have the same value. But it's still Meteor Hammer, take early tower, try and kind of take over map where Falcons play the opposite side. It just feels like the game plan's somewhat identical for PARIVISION at least.
They still have a lot of flex, right? Like this TV has been played on 4, but there's it's not set in stone, of course. It still can be played as a core. Is it great into Snap? Perhaps not, but into Bristle, you get a lot of armor. Your sticks have a lot of value. It isn't that bad, so we'll see. I still like the position 4 TB out of them, just because it's very difficult to adapt to play against it. But PA would have been, yeah. I'm surprised they didn't go for it here and then save the last pick, because it would be still a little bit ambiguous. But it was such a high value hero versus the Tide and the Bristle. And these supports as well. They can't really get away.
Ursa's probably going to be another ban then with this logic. You already got good control. You buy Basher, you blink on top of them, tanky heroes, eats them alive. Support's not the best lockdown to try and kill off an elusive carry. PA, elusive carry, Ursa, elusive carry.
Yeah, it's a pretty good call. I like Ursa as well. Doesn't bring the break in, but he breaks you anyway. He doesn't need it. He's got claws. Yeah. Okay, so banning out the Kunkka instead. Also a hero, by the way, that has been picked, same like Bro, in this current tournament quite a few times, and his win rate is really low.
The thing with Ursa, by the way, is like the lane is so weak that into Snap or Ringmaster, both potentially could dominate him in the laning phase.
Yeah, I feel like the same could be said for all of these cores that we discussed, even PA, right? The only benefit from the PA is maybe a little bit more elusive when it comes to... And you can recover a little bit nicer.
Let's go for Slark. God, their drafts are so obnoxious to play against.
Okay, which one is the support?
We're about to see.
Slark looks like a really good core here.
The old position 4 and carry flex.
But they also play the 4. They also play the 4.
I think I prefer...
Imagine, I mean, this patch and this tournament has had more of these kind of drafts where I say this is a Herald. Like, this is literally a Herald draft. Like look at this. This is like when you play a game, this is like when two guys want the same role and one of them doesn't roll for it.
Yeah.
They take a Chen.
And the Chen.
Ah, the snap mid. Ah. Forgot about that. Yeah, Maureen has been playing that.
I mean, they're playing the tempo now, I feel like, on Falcons. And they might be able to do it. Because looking at these heroes on PARIVISION, it might be a little bit too cute this time around. Especially versus a Chen.
I just like the fact that Terrorblade went to carry. I think when you see... Bristleback, Tidehunter, an eventual Terrorblade that can stand your ground with Scardy and Daedalus, even Broach or whatever, you can just rip through some of these heroes from a distance. But I think for PARIVISION, it's if they get up through the lanes and set themselves on the map, they're very obnoxious. The Slark dewarding everything, Satanic pushing waves, no one finding kills with the Carlos. But then on the flip side, Falcons, you get an item or two on each of these heroes, Chen just shoving them down the lane, like, go, take this objective quick. Is there time for PARIVISION to win the lane, to set themselves up to play the map?
It feels like they need some sort of an advantage from the lanes, and I'm not sure if they can get them, because these lanes from Falcons are looking pretty damn good.
Well, to your point, Liz, as you said, against the Chen, you highlighted the Chen pick. Yep. So just tell us a little bit about why Chen's good in this game.
Plays the tempo ridiculously well, like especially with the twin gates, the way you move around the map with Chen. All these creeps that are running at you, it's very difficult for the supports of PARIVISION to deal with them. Like Slark, he likes to play the map in a way like he's positioning himself, giving vision, you're dodging ganks, meanwhile you're making space on the other side of the map. Chen, he literally overpowers you just by sheer force. Like you can't stop the army.
I'm just intrigued to know how PARIVISION will defend a tower. Because I think if you looked at this outside of a pro game, it's like you don't really have that hero to, this is my defense. And Chen excels when there's no natural defense to a tower. And then you have Snap versus Monkey King. Snap, you honestly could obliterate Monkey King in the mid lane. You just keep putting spells on him, you rotate one support, you Morn him a kiss, you kill him, you take his tower. Now he doesn't have a place to farm. So if PARIVISION win this, then they just respect and understand the map to such a high level that they can dodge this aggression that we expect from Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm in Team Falcons camp this time around, but I kind of was the last game as well, and I was wrong. I want to see what they can do.
The thing with these Herald drafts is they either win in 20 or lose in 20. So
I mean, they're just too big brain for me. I feel like they need to. I'm gonna learn something regardless, and I feel like if this game does go late, it's going to be a lot of fun. Like, we do have a carry tide. We have seen it a couple of times. Sometimes Skitters shies away and goes for these normal builds. I'd like to see something spicy from him as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the race for farm for PARIVISION. Terrorblade's damage after laning phase is locked behind, what, 10, 12,000 gold. Medusa, she wants Media Hammer, Gleipnir, and more items. So, again, can PARIVISION find the farm? If they find the farm, we have a really good game on our hand. If they don't find the farm, we are just going to talk about a game 3, and then we'll use hindsight to break it down a little bit. But yeah,
we do have a tendency to do that on the desk. Just in case you're wondering why we haven't gone to the game at home, it's actually paused on our screen. So we're just waiting.
Who are we blaming?
We're just waffling, yapping. And now, there you go.
Casters, on pause, please.
Timed it perfectly. I can now throw it over to Budget and Lacoste Effective.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2. It's this safe lane Tidehunter. We've had a bit of a discussion in the green room about Lacoste, and sometimes I feel like we don't feel like Tide safe feels amazing. It still kind of offers similar things. I agree with Lizard. I want to see it do a
Was
little
I
bit
in
different.
that conversation? Because
I swear you were.
Because I don't remember that conversation.
So, sometimes I speak to you and you don't listen, or you're not
I
there,
zone
you're
out
not
a lot.
home.
That is true. The older I get, the more filter I have, what information I want to have in my ear. But yeah, Tidehunter, again, Skeeter's going to be playing it, so more like off-lane build from the Tidehunter, and then you have a lot of the times you will see this Tidehunter being played from the safe lane when they have other heroes who can scale. So this time around it's going to be Bristleback, and they want to really push the tempo, something that they were lacking in the previous game. They were unable to punch back. This time around, if they get off to a good start, Tidehunter, Chen with 1 aura item, Bristleback with like 2 items, Snapfire as well. This is the hero that deals a lot of damage. You have Terrorblade, you have a Stark. These heroes die relatively easy to any kind of magic damage, and they definitely do have a lot coming up from Snapfire. I also want to see if he's going to be building into Road of Athos. This is a kind of a, I would say, natural item progression to Snapfire. The old Road of Athos was better when you were building into Crown. When the old Gleipnir gave you damage, we have a little bit of a Kale happening here.
I think so. Nobody's moving at the moment. And I think that we are finding ourselves in a situation where everybody's stuck. Did everybody disconnect there? No. I don't know. I think it's just a little bit of Kale. We've seen this before.
Yeah, they should use Unstuck. Doesn't do anything. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if that was Dota 1 or Dota 2 thing where you got your hero stuck, you used the command, suddenly I believe you were brought back into the base. You did not want to use that lightly, but
I use that in my console. I'm unstuck from this bracket of rank that I'm in.
Doesn't work. Yeah.
But I have been hard stuck in my MMR. We'll just call it my MMR. I don't need it.
Yeah, we don't want to do you dirty on camera in front of the viewers, but this draft from PARIVISION, it does look like they have 4 carries and the Ancient Apparition, pretty much. Slark position 4 is something that other people have been doing. This is also one of the 9-class classics. Terrorblade carry, Satanic, pretty much standard hero for him. Medusa, going to be, again, played by DM. I think there's going to be an issue for PARIVISION in terms of if Falcons are going to be grouping around with Chen, with Tidehunter, how they're going to be able to defend. Because Terrorblade, he doesn't do much. Neither does Ancient Apparition, nor Monkey King. So you need to have pretty much Medusa. Whenever they're going to be pushing, you need to have Medusa in front of the tower to be able to defend, and I don't think it's going to be enough anyway.
What about this Snapfire? Because we don't see it mid much at all. I mean,
don't see
this
it
is
mid
it's
almost
been picked what 3 times this event, or 2 times this event, and only been in a support role. It's been a 4 position. That's about it. Looking at my computer, it says no Steam log on. I got kicked from the game. Oh, I'm not the only one. All right. Well, anyway, you could see this and this. Much better to look at than Dota anyway. Well, we'll figure it out. I feel like maybe there's an update happening. Put Warlock back into the game?
Maybe, yeah. Warlock has been bugged. Warlock has not been allowed because we did have some bugs with Warlock being like level 28, 10 minutes into the game. I don't know how people figure out all this stuff with items. There's always some kind of a Midas bug, but now with all these like Gree and Black Grimoire, people started to figure out how to abuse that as well. But
I don't know where they find it, because they're like, oh, well, you have to drop the Grimoire and then like spin around 4 times.
On
stop on your right foot.
Like,
don't forget it.
4 p.m. It only works that way. I don't know. I just queue up Dota, play Dota. I don't try to.
I don't do anything else but
theory craft a little bit
rituals.
When it comes down to heroes, combinations, the lane combos, maybe some item combinations. But yeah, this is some next level.
It's really crazy. I mean, they're bringing it around town. They're doing all these things. They click like QX, up, down, left, right, select, start. It's just, I don't know. We'll get Warlock back into the game. Look at that face. Looking at a pause screen right now, I believe, because we're both still offline mode. At least my computer is. It looks like you clicked reconnect, but they're all hands off the keyboard and mouse. Oh, what?
I just clicked the button. I think you should do the same if you want to be in-game. It does help a lot.
Your computer literally said offline mode. I don't understand that. You're breaking the way that internet starts and works. I don't know how you do that.
Players are reconnecting. I believe shortly we're going to be able to hop into the game. But yeah, Falcons, after seeing what happened in game number 1, they definitely did not have enough of punching back power. The lineup was very slow. This time around, I would say, if we think about Falcons as a team, you would probably a lot of the times think about some, Pangolier from the mid lane, some Enchantress position 5, something from the off lane, some like Dragonite. These are the heroes that have been very popular for them in the last year or so. But this is also a relatively recent strat that they tried to run with Chen, with Tidehunter. These offlaners playing from carry role, where they hit an earlier timing. They're taking the Tormentors. A lot of minus armor coming out from Lil Shredder, Tidehunter's Gush, of course, Bristleback as well. He does play Bristleback slightly different. He doesn't go for Seeing Green facet. Instead, he opts to go for red facet.
Red?
Yeah. Seeing Green is the Snot Rocket facet. So that does give him more damage, which, of course, have a lot of synergy between all the minus armor.
Yeah, Seeing Red more so when you're kind of carrying from the off lane, right?
Yes.
And you've got this Tide in the safe lane. I'm not the biggest believer Tide safe just yet. Maybe Falcons can kind of change that in me. A lot of players joining the lobby again, reconnecting. But I think we're, 1 or 2 players short. They're just trying to see if their ping's good. When you reconnect, disconnect, I know ping issues do happen. Sometimes you gotta disconnect, reconnect again. And these players trying to figure out, what are they saying? They're saying, let's go. They're looking ready to go. They're looking like they want to play some Dota, getting back into game number 2. But no one, it's crazy because his facial expression hasn't changed at all. And he's ready. He's very calm. When you look at his camera, when it comes to mid lane and playing the game, zero change in emotion.
He gives some, chuckles. Sometimes he's going to be like, oh man, what the hell happened? I should not made this mistake. This is going to be the matchup that I'm going to be looking into the most, because Scatterblast is a lot of damage in the mid lane. He also opted to go for Ricochet 2 facet, so not going to have more damage, because he wants to have Scatterblast point blank range. He wants to have that extra bit of a damage, knowing that he's playing against the melee hero, so wants to be able to get that in. But I also want to see what the next item for him is going to be. Usually it is some Boots of Travel, so that you can be anywhere on the map trying to set things up, TP to Chen's Creep. They have a lot of teamfight. On one side you have Wukong's Command, Ancient Apparition Blast, Medusa as well, but overall Falcons teamfight is, I would say, much better with Hand of God, Ravage, and also Wheel of Wonder, or Wheel of Time, as we called it.
Yeah, the Wheel of Wonder could be quite big, and then of course you're throwing Quills out. If you get that Ags, you're activating that Bristleback. Taking the Cedar Convert facet on Chen. He doesn't have a Boglet facet, right, yet?
No, I don't think we added that one yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering when we're going to get the Boglet facet. Actually, no, he does have the Marsh Mage Convert. It's similar. Lanes, we'll see how the pace works for PARIVISION, because, well, right now, it's solo First Blood for no one, and this kind of goes to my point. You know, PARIVISION were able to outpace Falcons in game number 1, find farm all over the map, and really just shut down what Falcons have, and this isn't exactly the fastest lineup from them, and I do kind of worry that PARIVISION might, again, just bring it to Falcons to the point where they don't have an answer in game.
If they're going to be getting, I would say, even free kills like that, it's definitely going to help out quite a lot.
Crit? He's getting pretty low. One more shot would have done it.
Not enough. Fairy Fire underneath the tower, getting that extra bit of regeneration and armor. And now you have no one who does have Boots of Speed plus Orb of Frost available, and Snapfire is range hero, so that's going to slow her even more. No one playing very aggressive. Gets that Jingu up.
Already level 4. This is a problem for Malorine. And you can see just on the edge of being in tower range, putting a couple of shots in, getting him down to half health.
Nice dodge.
Becomes an Ironwood branch. Still has that Jingu, throws a Boundless Strike, and Malorine just, it's not an easy lane by any means.
Not after what happened. That first blood gave him 350 gold. 9 class. Tipping Skeeter. This is what 9 class does in the top lane, dragging the creep wave with Medusa. This is not a killer lane by any means for both of them. Tidehunter also, if he doesn't have point in Gush, Chen, not that much of a kill threat anyway. So, gonna be a lot of farm fest. Same goes in the bottom lane. I could see some trade kills happening. Falcons definitely want to play slightly more aggressive compared to Terrorblade and AA. These are the heroes that kind of want levels. They want to take it down slowly. You don't really have a setup for TB to get the meta, as we've seen. Crit running away from a fight. Not many slows. Maybe a Blood Grenade, Electric Vortex, but that's about it.
Took level 2 in the Cold Feet, so no Ice Vortex for this Ancient Apparition just yet. Courier was dead, but he's got a salve to work with. If he needs a little bit of health regen, but he hasn't taken much damage bottom lane. I mean, what they did last time was understand that Satanic was able to stay in the lane alone, but it may not be the case if both heroes stick around for Falcons, where Satanic might not be so comfortable. He was able to move around with that Nature's Prophet as well. Of course, not being the same hero. Maybe he goes through the Twin Gate. We could see him Metamorphosis, go top, and try and get a couple kills there if he wants to get involved in the early game like he did in game number 1.
Double hit. They're going to get the Observer Wards. Satyr in the top lane is a little bit annoying, playing against Medusa, having that mana burn, and now they're going to start to play slightly more aggressive. No points in Gush. Maybe with a Gush they could have tried to play a little bit more aggressive, and they're also going to stop the TP. I don't think he would be able to get the TP anyway. DM does have that root mechanic from Gorgon's Grasp, and yeah, grabbing another kill. No one, 2-0. Mid lane is becoming a disaster. 1k gold lead already.
Yeah, we have said that he has looked like primetime no one. And he just has so many games like this.
He's level 6. Snapfire is level 4, and he's walking back to the lane.
Highest level in the game by far. Cold Feet used, Amar slowed up, and he is gonna freeze over. They should be able to get this kill, and Amar will be run down. Satanic not caring about the 6 stacks of quills on him. Not much crit can do to defend, especially because he doesn't have Escape Act.
Ooh, that healing salve that Ducalis gave him did get cancelled.
Forcing him
Gate
to
rotation, snaking. He wants to make something happen here. This could potentially be even a double kill. Blood Grenade is available. He has Harpy Stormcrafter. Remember when Harpy Stormcrafter had that flying vision when people were buying Helm of the Dominator and just scouting things out? Seeing inside of the Roche Pit, then you take a fight. There's the backstab. It's coming.
Satanic.
They have Glyph available. Good positioning. Maybe they're respecting rotation that can come out from Monkey King, who is super high level. With Wukong's command, he's level 7. Also Satanic in the lane. He doesn't have to care too much about the Bristleback, because, of course, he does have super high armor, so that it doesn't deal as much damage, having a magic wand. So lanes, again, going in favor of PARIVISION. 9 class is going to destroy another Observer Ward. That's the power of the hero. Some of these early rotations, you leave your offlaner alone, knowing that enemy team doesn't have that much damage to kill him. No one is so ready with the TP, and he's coming in now.
Primal Spring looking to get Amar. Cold Feet again. And we'll get that Jingu Boundless Strike, keeping him with range of that Cold Feet, freezing him over, and will. And then 9 class coming over here to try and get this shrine. I mean, this is only going to go 9 class's way. You can't stop him from
No one is also
this.
coming.
Snake King comes in with a Blood Grenade, but this is going to be a double kill for no one. It should be a triple. And that will be a kill for 9 class, but Malorine comes over and throws that ult to at least get 9 class. However, he already got the shrine. No one. Wukongs.
No one's in trouble.
He's not in the best spot, but he's within these trees where he's kind of staying out of vision, at least for the moment. He needs some help. Balanced strike, goes after Amar, gets the Jingu, goes back into the Wukongs, but eventually he'll fall, and it's a 4x kill streak going the way of Crit.
And no one on camera, it's like, I need to find something below my desk. I went in way too deep. I mean, he got the good amount of XP, good amount of gold from that one, and they also did pick up the XP rune. So
yeah,
2 supports are going to be struggling, and these are also supports that kind of need the levels. Level 6 on Chen, definitely needed. Same goes for Ringmaster. And on the other side, you have Ancient Apparition, who's about to be level 6. He needs 1 CS compared to supports on side of Falcons, who are only level 3.
Yeah, getting that Ice Blast, having that Balanced Strike or Gorgon's Grasp should set it up, but you see these heroes top of the experience chart are all on PARIVISION. There is the Pounce leash, and here comes no one to get a kill on a Snake King. Not happy with the way the game's going so far for Falcons. Only a 2,000 net worth lead, but Satanic not afraid of coming in and pressuring these Falcons lanes. He's pretty deep, all things considered.
Playing behind Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower. 9 class. Ancient Apparition ulti is ready.
They find themselves the Chen again. Snake King gonna die here to no one.
No chance for him to survive there.
Not at all. TPing in Amar, but
they have very limited amount of stuns. No control whatsoever. Tidehunter has Ravage available, but DM, he's chilling in the top lane. Doesn't have that much mana to work with, but in terms of farm, he's doing really good.
He's all alone here. I mean, once the Chen left the lane, DM could kind of stay by himself. And 9 class has been roaming around, helping to get some of these kills and some of these heroes over in the mid lane when they've roamed over.
This is going to be such a fast Diffusal Blade on No and Power Treads. Orb of Corrosion needs another 300 gold to finish it off.
They get the D ward, but how long are they willing to stay here? Not exactly the easiest position to be in when you know you could get dove by this Monkey King, and the 9 class comes in with a pounce. Ice Blast ready to go. Amar's just in the triangle, trying to farm up as much as he can, but things are not looking good overall.
Satanic. He's second on the network chart because no one has way too much farm for this stage of the game. 5.7k at 10 and 30. This is just way too much. They need to synergize this Tidehunter with Snapfire, double Ravage or 2-man Ravage into Snapfire ulti. Should be able to get them to kill. Ringmaster doesn't have level 6 yet available because his XP rune got stolen. Lineup from Falcons is very good once they group up together because they have this overwhelming team fight. It's just that the lanes didn't go too well, and now Monkey King is a massive problem for them. When he makes a rotation, he finds pretty much any of these heroes. The heroes are gonna die. Snapfire, maybe Bristle and Tide will not die. He will need +1, but other than that, the heroes need to be very careful. And now no one's gonna start pumping on this mid tower. Also finds a very good neutral item for himself, or destruction, extra minus armor.
They try to get a gank there on the Terrorblade, but don't find Satanic. They use all this time, they bring 4 heroes down there, never get that kill, and it's just opening up more space for no one to exacerbate his issues that Falcons have with him, and honestly, DM, who hasn't been touched at all. All this space is pretty brutal. Ice Blast off the mark. Maybe in anticipation of Amar sticking around, but he leaves. Joins up with the rest of his team. Not sure, though, what they expect to get. They've got some stacks that he could take. But it's buying some time. PARIVISION, they're at a point where they could fight in the next few minutes, then get Tormentor and kind of do what they did last game and ultimately pick apart each point of the map to close it out for Falcons where they just don't have the space to farm. DM's got this Meteor Hammer, of course. He'll be able to start pushing some towers even more quickly. Wukong's Skeeter.
His mana's gone. Does have a medium Lotus plus a couple of Magic Wand charges. Try to bait something. But as we said, he needs +1 to be able to kill Tidehunter. He has way too much tankiness. 3 points in Kraken Shell. Another Meteor Hammer is ready.
Not throwing it yet, as Skeeter's going to come forward, has all that mana once again. 19 wand charges for Medusa. Not scared either, and no one's actually behind. Where another Boundless Strike, the Ravage committed. Wheel of Wonders there.
Kisses.
Is it enough damage with the kisses? It will be. If he was able to get that wand off, maybe they end up surviving, but everything's there for them, and they do finally get their 3rd kill of the game.
I'm looking at what 9 class is buying. Power Treads, that's his main item. And now he's going into Shadowblade. Position 4 Slark basically wants to scale. It's a very good break, and this is going to be another death of snaking. Only giving away 280 gold. Satanic, he's in. Bristleback.
Oh, more. Cold Feet's not going to go off, and he's actually alive. This ends up being A-okay, but again, DM alive. And continue where you left off. That's Meteor Hammer on the towers.
It's a very good break game. You're playing against Bristleback and Tidehunter. So Silver Edge, I want to see if they're going to be picking it up. Maybe 9 class is going to be upgrading that Shadowblade that he wants to get. The Monkey King could also get it. Even Terrorblade. Ice Blast going to connect one more time. This Snapfire, it doesn't feel like it's a core anymore. 4.5. He's also going for Kaya, so wanted to have more burst damage, playing off your magical damage. Slark is going to take over. One more fight like this, and he's definitely going to take over your mid-Snapfire. He's farming a lot.
He's farming a lot, and again, PARIVISION take both shrines. So the experience is just... it's massively in favor of PARIVISION. I mean, supports especially. Ducalis has more XPM than the Snapfire. That's a great game to have for an Ancient Apparition, that's for sure. What does he have? He has Bone Chill, I assume, right?
Yes.
All right.
You're always disappointed by that one.
Yeah, I started using it, though. I realize...
Have you noticed the difference?
No, I'm still bad at the game, so it doesn't really...
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Maybe you need the 3rd facet.
You mean access to 2 at the same time?
Yeah, that would definitely help a lot.
Yeah, exposure.
It's not fair. Some heroes have multiple facets, 3 facets, and then
Chen has like 5
facets.
Yeah. This guy has so many choices. How fair and balanced is that? I'll tell you, it's not. Skeeter again in the same situation that he was just a second ago, where he sees a tree coming his direction and realizes he's about to be under the circle of Wukongs. Instead, they focus on the tier 1 tower top. They get this tower. And life continues to stay positive for PARIVISION. DM getting chased, but he's got Radametos, he's got Meteor Hammer, and eventually he can just turn around and Stone Gaze. Instead, he's got the Ice Blast and help from no one, and he's baited Amar all the... I don't know if he was even baiting Amar, or if Amar kind of baited himself. He just kept running at a Medusa.
And they're not done. No one. He wants to keep chasing, has the Tree Dance available. Skeeter, he's ready with the Blink Dagger.
Blink Ravage. But is it enough? It is. All right, they get no one. That looks pretty good. 9 class goes in with the ult, and now the Gorgon's Grasp, but they've got the root. It's on him, Elreed. Do they have the damage? DM's Meteor Hammer thrown down, lands on a Skeeter as they've got Satanic with some damage, but not enough as they get under the tier 2 tower. So they do get that kill to the Monkey King after losing Amar earlier, and they don't lose anything after all. That looked like it might set up well for PARIVISION as 9 class goes back in and does not have this ult. So he's in some trouble. Tame the Beast, they've got the Fear. They have some control on him. They should be able to get the kill there. That makes it a second. And Amar pops that Blade Mail, so they have to stop hitting away at this Bristleback. They will have Ice Blast if they turn around and maybe throw it onto a couple of these heroes to start this fight if Gorgon's Grasp does align with it.
Well, they also got to give respect. Without Tidehunter's Ravage, without Snapfire, their damage output is very limited. The Mage Slayer is available on Monkey King, which is going to be... This is the best item in the game besides Break, of course, to be dealing with Bristleback, reducing his damage output. And also, you got to be careful. You have two very tanky heroes, Tidehunter and Bristle. Sunder is what's going to kill them.
They were kind of wishing they had Satanic a little bit earlier in that fight. Still, though, they hold on to a 5,000 net worth lead, and this is a Slark that doesn't anymore have more gold than the Snapfire, but he's coming back with the Shadow Dance, Boundless Strike, Ice Blast. Coming through, they finally have that escape back, but the Ice Blast, only level 1. It lands, it won't really do much. Not really having the follow-up for it.
You know what's the item that I want to see in this game on Medusa? Kanda. I don't think I've seen Kanda, at least from the games that I watched, because this item has been heavily nerfed. It got debuffed by a little bit in 38B, where debuff duration has been increased from 3 to 4 seconds, and cooldown down to 10 seconds. But we also did increase the duration, so that's the big one. 4-second break on 10-second cooldown. Could be really good, and this is something that Medusa, not gonna say needs, because she's already building into all of these items, but mana regeneration, a little bit of mana, a little bit of attributes could come in handy against two heroes that need to be broken.
Could go Kanda, especially because your Slark's going Silver Edge.
Yeah.
You don't need to
It
be
doesn't really hurt having multiple breaks, and no one wants to get a BKB of his own. This is your position for Slark, coming into your pubs, buying Shadowblade as his first item. He's done a good job. He's done a good job at dewarding and also being able to find the right moment to go in. There it is, removing 1 Nobs, 1 Sentry.
After what looks like to be this fight, can we get a look at the Obs Destroyed chart?
AA Blast. Not gonna connect onto anything.
7 Obs Destroyed for this Slark. That's pretty solid. Torm is taken pretty quickly, but the Wukong's Boundless Strike and immediately bails. 9 class is in. He's got that Shadow Dance. Now read off into the trees, but Tame the Beast had the fear. Dead in the water. Wheel of Wonder. And this is Mortimer's Kisses coming through, and no one's in a bit too far, and he's dead alone.
Oof. PARIVISION, uncharacteristic mistake from them. AA Blast doesn't hit anything. They wanted to scout things out, then no one goes in. Ducalis is now in trouble.
Uh-oh. Here comes DM, though. Meteor Hammer doesn't land even with Pounce Leash. They do have Ravage. He just needs the mana for it. Stone Gaze used. 9 class trying to run away. Rod of Atos comes through. Some Viscous Nasal Goo, but he'll turn to Stone. That Cookie's not going to help them get the kill.
He doesn't have mana
from Skeeter, and the Anchor Smash is more than enough.
Their control is very limited. They need to play around Medusa with the Meteor Hammer, with Gleipnir, with Gorgon's Grasp, because other heroes, they don't have that much. Monkey King also, that Wukong's command didn't really connect, so sure, he did quite a lot of damage, but they were also not there. Satanic was farming on a different side of the map, and this is going to be another death of Chen.
Might even be the death of Amar, but he pops that Blade Mail. And Ravage, I say it might be the death of Amar, but it ends up being the death of Ducalis, and potentially no one here too. All of a sudden, Falcons, they've taken 2 very good fights. Both times, though, they really haven't had Satanic to work with, and 9 class is trying to wrap around. Satanic's taking them in tier 2. I mean, that is, I guess, the trade, but the escape back to Tame the Beast gets the fear on a 9 class. Spotlight is there, and here comes Satanic finally. Meteor Hammer dropped down, but yeah, he is well late for this fight, and they can't trade.
Feels like they needed to bring the numbers.
Yeah.
Next round of items is going to be very good. Bristleback, he is still dealing insane amount of damage with his Blade Mail, seeing Dread. And also, let's see what he's going to be building into after finishing off that S and Y. Seems like he wants Shard, Lotus Orb as well.
Ducalis is starting to find himself feeling very vulnerable. He has only died once, but you could see he's pretty uncomfortable in these fights now. Nineclass is going for the Silver Edge, but it'll be some time till he gets the gold for it. For that Demon Edge.
Overall, the scaling is on side of PARIVISION. Their heroes really scale well. Basically, having 4 carries, you have Terrorblade, Medusa, who's going to start to deal more damage. You have Monkey King. If we're talking about super late game, he's level 25. And also, Nineclass, he is building into all of this right-click damage. I see Silver Edge and also BKB, so no shenanigans. Saxa plays it slightly differently. Doesn't go as greedy. Most of the time, it is Power Treads into either Drums or Yule Scepter, depending on the game.
Right.
But this Silver Edge is going to come in very handy once he finishes it.
He'll have that break, and that might be enough to start to melt this Tide who's looking for a Radiance.
He wants to scale. He understands that Snapfire from the mid lane isn't really building into damage. And again, Malrine, he really loves this Road of Atos that we talked about. I thought this was going to be his first item, but instead opted to go for Kaya. Now going into Gleipnir to have more AoE on his abilities.
Death Water. Wheel of Wonder, but he's outside the circle. That sets him up, though, for the Mortimer's Kisses. He's going to Sunder off and does. So he's alive for the moment, has the Glimmer Cape from Nicalis. They go to the Stone Gaze. Can they get a wraparound? Balance Strike lands on a crit. Do they want to keep chasing? Ice Vortex down on the ground, and nothing more coming from PARIVISION just yet. They are still continuing to expand this net worth lead, despite the fact that the last few fights haven't gone their way.
They feel pretty comfortable taking this to the mid and late game, but also the teamfight execution needs to be slightly better. Skeeter's just gotta hop in.
And Ducalis is going to die here, but they already got the Kona Snake King, so they don't have the Hand of God. They'll look over from Malrine, Spotlight down. That'll clean up these illusions, or at least start to. Ravage committed, hits the back.
That was very aggressive flank
on
hit
the edge.
from no one.
No one goes through, but he ends up dead. Meteor Hammer from DM lands on a Skeeter, but it's not going to matter with the Blade Mail being popped by Amar. He's feeling confident enough to move forward. DM's got a lot of mana to work with here, but not a lot of damage. Does have the help from Satanic. They got the break. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Skeeter. They'll look for more. The Gorgon's Grasp is a little bit short of grabbing Amar or crit. So they're able to walk away, trying to TP, but he shows
Pounce the angle
to the illusion, and they've got the angle to get the pounce. And even with the escape act, he'll only escape in a body bag and not a box.
Oof, no one. Like, he's been very sacrificial in some of these fights, but this time around, PARIVISION, they did bring the numbers, and they had enough. There was Ravage that did connect, but they were also very ready to take that fight. And Terrorblade, man, PARIVISION carry, he is massive. Didn't die a single time, level 18. And in terms of damage, if they don't kill him during Wheel of Wonder, plus Tidehunter ulti and Snapfire Kisses, he's definitely gonna live, and then you need to be careful about him getting the Sunder. Skeeter's deciding what he needs to buy. He was thinking about maybe getting Radiance. You are playing into 4 heroes that deal physical damage. Medusa right now doesn't rely so much on the right clicks, but definitely will at the later stages of the game. So, seems like he wants to get the Ghost Scepter. I was thinking about that Radiance, which I think could have been a really good choice.
He just needs to be careful now that they've got this Silver Edge on the Sark. That break shows how quickly he can melt. I mean, he died so quickly, his model didn't even disappear right after he died.
I thought it was only on my screen.
It stayed there for a couple seconds. No one, despite the fact that he's been a little bit sacrificial, he's been involved in a lot. 10 kills to his name. He's happy to have been involved in 14 of the 17.
Yeah, once he gets that BKB, it also does allow you to jump in with your Boundless Strike, get the Wukong's, BKB, and then get out of the fight with one more Boundless. So he's definitely going to be fine. I see a lot of Ghost Scepter being purchased on side of Falcons. I think it's time to pick up Nullifier.
Ooh, dancing
so quick.
And done.
Once you get that Nullifier on Medusa, against the Ghost Scepters, against Solar Crest, or Pavis on Chen right now, plus also Escape Act, this is going to be such a good pickup. I was thinking maybe Kanda, but this item is definitely better in this situation.
Next item.
Nah, I don't know. You probably wanted to buy it slightly earlier. You can still make it work. It's just that at that point, if you want to get more damage, more scaling, you would probably buy Silver Edge instead of it anyway.
Just trying to give you some hope for Kanda. Bristle sitting alone here mid.
He's so dead.
And Ice Blast makes you pretty vulnerable. Gorgon's Grasp, they get the kill. No one's got another one under his belt. That put him at 11. They still have vision. Skeeter and Crit under this vision for a moment. Crit gonna TP or try to. Won't get there in time, but they'll start to go for Skeeter. And now he's got the break, so you're within the Wukongs and you just die so quickly.
Such a difficult decision to make, whether you use Ravage and try to get away, but this also means you're going to give them free Roche. You're going to, in the end, going to give them free Roche anyway, so he's going to keep it for the next fight. There is amplified damage in the bottom, snaking. He's going to destroy it. Nightglass has been doing a lot of work on this Slark. After picking up Silver Edge, there's also an Observer Ward that he did place just now. Doesn't have that much mana to work with. Snaking's not having a fun time.
No. Actually, soaking up a lot.
It's a lot of armor. It's 20 armor from Divine Favor, plus Solar Crest pops the drums.
Nightglass not able to survive there, but all of a sudden, no one's in with the BKB, the spotlight down, and immediately realizes, I need to TP out of here. Too aggressive. First usage of that BKB ends up being pretty defensive after putting yourself in a precarious spot. Although it's a slower game than the last, it's still paced by PARIVISION.
It is. 11,000 network lead for them, knowing that late game does belong to them, but also playing a little sloppy, I would say. There were a couple of games during Fisher Universe when we were covering the games where they were kind of throwing the game, but definitely didn't need to do so.
Right. No game is unthrowable, but they are in a very good spot. I think.
Yeah, they are. They
like
can't afford some of these
fight
mistakes.
buffer.
Exactly. Crit. He's going to be the first point of contact.
They've got Ravage, but they need to use everything to get Satanic, and they do not have Mortimer's Kisses.
Satanic has Aegis.
They went for Nightglass
Super tanky. 3,000 HP on him.
Ice Blast flies through, hits a bar.
Ice Blast.
Has that shard, so he's going to be locked up for a moment, and having that Ice Blast and having the Gorgon's Grasp means he's dead, so that'll be 2. Make it a 3rd if they can't get this Snake King Chen out. They'll try to TP away. Does anybody have anything to stop this? No. In fact, he does TP out. What a surprising. Everybody was there.
Boundless Strike was on cooldown. Medusa was not nearby. Other heroes don't have anything to stop the TPs. And they're going to go for the high ground. Amar does have buyback. The question is whether he wants to use it, because taking this fight is still going to be very difficult, so they might need to forfeit this side of barracks.
They have Aegis for another 2.5, so how long are they willing to stay
there
here?
It is.
Yeah,
he queued it up.
I told you, after the Nullifier, why not? Now you got to hope the game lasts long enough.
I don't think. This is a 6,000 gold item. 5.9 to be more precise. I don't think the game is going to be lasting that long. The barracks disappear so quickly. They're holding the Aegis for another 2 minutes. Meta is going to be up in another 50 seconds, so they have one more fight with Meta.
I think he gets the gold. We're going to see the Conda. Not if he dies, though. That doesn't make it easier. Jen in the water, leashed up, trying to take out this anchor. Gets 50 gold. Are pushing towards top. They want that top tier 2. Just to have some control there. Tormentor is available as well. Shards have been picked up by everybody but Slark. So he'll get Depth Shroud if they do go for that Torm. It won't be the extra gold for everybody. That would push this Conda into more of a reality.
Phylactery has been completed. I don't know who that Phylactery guy is, but this was a very, very good item in the previous patch. This time, like, nobody's buying. We even saw Phylactery being built on offlane Night Stalker. It was very popular on some mid heroes as well, but yeah, the item kind of died.
Very in memoriam for Phil, with it not being built anymore.
Rip in peace.
Nightclass looking for an opportunity again. He'll have to wait, though. Paused. Mike.
How much does he need? He's getting close. Recipe is pretty expensive. 1,500. I mean, we said at the start of the game that this item could be a very good candidate for the best item of the game, having that break mechanic.
Say that again.
Say what?
Okay. I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly.
Nightclass, he's in.
Galeguard feeling very, very good, but unfortunately doesn't care for Ice Blast. Dead in the water. And this is a dead Slark, so it is a trade. They'll buy back, though. Ravage, they'll go for no one. They've got the Wheel of Wonder, but he's got that BKB. So he will be right back as they'll go for the rest of this team. The Balance Strike. Skeeter, though, trying to stand his ground. They don't have the break, so he doesn't melt as quickly, but the damage is there. They'll get the kill. They'll take it a second. It's a double kill for Satanic. They got the kill onto Crit, who bopped back, so he's dead for a minute.
I would not be surprised if they just called the game here. They have no business left, and you can tell PARIVISION, they feel the same. They're like, this game has pretty much been won already. Gonna go for tier 4 towers. They dropped the Meteor Hammer.
A lot of damage done to that last fight from the Terrorblade and the Monkey King. Straight tier 4s, just trying to close it up. No Aegis, though.
They can't kill him. With no Ravage, he should not be afraid that he's gonna die, because we'll have enough time to get the Sunder off.
You say that, and you are correct. Skeeter ends up dead very quickly. Even the little Shredder, I mean, it really doesn't do much. Ice Blast is there with the Boundless Strike. PARIVISION locking up the 2-0 over Falcons as they called GG on Falcons, and PARIVISION looked so good in this series.
They did. These drafts that they did have looked kind of wonky, but this is what the meta is pretty much about. They basically have 4 carries plus Ancient Apparition, and they kind of owned the game from start to finish.
Yeah, they owned it quite well. They get the 2-0, and I kind of want to hear what the panel has to say, so we'll send it their way.
Don't sound too convincing there, Big Cop. I'll tell you where we're going to start. Obviously, Lizard said, I'm very much in the Falcons camp for this draft.
Yeah,
Well,
4 carries on one side, no carries on the other. I feel like the 4 carries eventually did take over, did win.
turns out you sit in a camp of lies.
I do.
Rebuttal.
I do. That's my comp.
Oh,
No,
how's it?
there's nothing.
Fair enough. Oh, well, unlucky.
But very good from PARIVISION. I mean, I've really been enjoying watching them lately. They just... I don't know, even when you think the draft is a bit silly, it sort of works and they execute so well.
Yeah, I mean, they've just won the previous tournament, and their identity is by kind of pushing the boundaries, and it's not as if these heroes are new, as if, oh my god, it's the first, right? They've played them multiple times before, so they are just showcasing that their playbook is extremely strong. And in this game, you have a Monkey King versus Snapfire. There is a world in which Snapfire beats the Monkey King, but no one, he gets a solo kill, right? He kills off Malrine, he puts him in a difficult position. The 9 class rotates into the mid lane to put further pressure on Malrine, giving a 2-level advantage. That means every move Falcons make after the fact is recovery, hoping to get a kill to find some place in the game. For a lineup that needs to dictate the tempo, take the early towers, utilize Chen to progress the map, their mid lane was such a loss that it didn't matter if you get a kill or 2, because Satanic, uncontested, DM, uncontested, 9 class, uncontested. The mid lane matchup, the way in which they broke it down, it really felt like they won the game from there.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, I respect the hustle from Falcons. It's always exciting when they pick something a little bit outside of their wheelhouse, but the Snapfire mid wasn't it.
Yeah, it wasn't. It felt like one team, like we said earlier, 4 carries on one side, and on the other, no carries and 3 supports. It is what it is. Like, sometimes it just doesn't work. Snap, when you pick it in this kind of a situation, you're meant to dominate. It's like when you pick a Phoenix mid. If you're not winning that lane and just absolutely destroying it, you're falling off very quickly. But testament to how good Falcons are is what they managed to do after the laning stage with this kind of a stack. Like, they were trying to take these team fights, and they were the ones pressuring the map. The problem is, while you're pressuring all together, the TB is just taking one tower after another and then TPing at the bitter end of all these fights. That's why he ends the game 6-0-6, and no one has 5 deaths to his name, because he was the one that was forced to play around the team a bit more.
Yeah, and he did it very well, right? Like all the highlights are going to be no one's setting up a fight for Takalis to get the Ice Blast, or he's jumping in with a Wukong to create this kind of like partition in the formation of Falcons so they can't stand their ground. And yeah, overall, PARIVISION once again, really good lanes, great identity in how they want to play out the game. And even for as much as we're going to hype up No One a little bit more, he's got a Diffusal to eat through the tankiness, and then you've got 9 class going for a Silver Edge rush on Slark. Like they really identified what makes Falcons strong. And even if they have a chance, we'll make sure we itemize to break that chance that they have. It was, an exceptional series from them.
And I feel like the bans as well were really on point because Falcons, they found this old identity once again in which you have these 3 cores that are almost unkillable being up front. Well, some of them are better cores than others, and when they end up in this situation where they have a Tide, if he doesn't have a good game, I feel like it kind of fits in the same scenario. If you're not having a good game, you just feel like another offlaner that's kind of weak. You don't scale as hard. Radiance is nice, but it's not enough.
I'll stay with you, Lizard, because we've got a team fight that you wanted to take a closer look at.
Oh yeah, just a quick look at how Monkey King actually did it, right? Like he's constantly poking, prodding from the backside, and this is another good fight from him. Goes in, pokes, forces out a fight. He sets up his own death, his own demise here in the end, but it doesn't matter because he bought enough time for the TB to join and his teammates to actually strike again. They get a couple of kills, but what's important is they're baiting out all these big spells, all these big ultis, and they're not really on any sort of a cooldown besides the meta on TB. So as long as they're baiting those out, they can fight afterwards as well.
It's just such good team fighting. Like we saw highlights from game 1 in which they initiate the fight but kite back to a new location, then they bait Falcons to a fight here, and no one's like going, hey, look at me, and then suddenly his team's capitalizing it once again. It's just PARIVISION, the drafts are good, the team fights are good, the kind of the way in which they control the game, it never feels like the game's out of their pace. Even if there's a moment where it's like, oh, that's a spicy pickoff, you instantly go, oh, they control the game still. So I think right now the form PARIVISION is very commendable.
Well, speaking of no one, I think we can bring him in now. We're going to do a quick interview. Obviously, you made the playoffs. Hi, good to see you.
Hello.
Congratulations on making the playoffs, first of all. And you are in a really good groove right now. Obviously, winning Raleigh, 3-0 here. What do you think you guys are doing better than other teams at the moment?
I don't know.
Tough question, my bad.
I just don't think of those things. I just play Dota like with my team and enjoying the time. So.
Awesome. Well, guys.
I'm going to go for the slight, hopefully easier question. Did you expect to kill a Snapfire in the mid lane and like a 1v1 situation?
No, I think maybe because of like pause or something he lacked, or maybe he misstepped. In the end, he just miscalculated damage and he died. Yeah, so... it's kind of rough matchup for Monkey. Like honestly, it's like 80-20, I think, in Snapfire favor.
And then on top of that, when you have a Slark on your team, I feel like, of course, it's a specialty for PARIVISION. Does it feel like it simplifies the game a lot for you because you always have the vision advantage, the map play? Like, how much fun is it to play with a support Slark?
I mean, usually I don't know why it's not happening, but usually when I have Slark, I'm getting like annoyed by a post 5. I have no runes in the game. I'm getting like constantly killed on mid lane because I have post Slark 4. But I don't know why it doesn't happen in those games. It's kind of like super enjoyable. Nobody touched me and my Slark is free. It's like bullshit.
Yeah, congrats once again. I have a question regarding your long-ass career, man. Like, how are you keeping up the form? Like, you've been in the pro scene for quite some time. Is it just like a lot of Dota that you're spamming, or is it maybe some help from the teammates as well?
I think like through like so many years, it has been like different paths. From start, I was playing non-stop. In the end, I'm playing as much as I want, and I'm doing like some other things in life that keeps me motivated to play Dota. Yeah, so basically it's like this. Just find something to keep motivated, like sports, I don't know, like hang out with friends, some hobbies, stuff.
Yeah, that's really nice, finding new motivations. And like, does it, well, let me rephrase this question. Like, you are currently playing with a really strong carry in our eyes as well. Does that motivate you? And how would you rank Satanic, like out of all the carries that you played with?
Out of all carries with my career?
Yeah.
He's second best after Ramses.
Okay, thank you.
You got one more, T?
Ooh, think of a question on the fly. You've beforehand, right? You did the all-hero challenge at previous events, right, with VP and whatnot. Do you think PARIVISION could do the same thing in a future tournament, where you do a new draft every single time? Like, your depth of play on all your players seems incredible.
I think it was like a fun thing, and we are here not to like full fun. We are here to try hard and fun at the same time. But back then at Summit, we were just like, it was like we played like 3 or 4 games, and in the end, we suddenly realized that we played like 2 different heroes. 20 different heroes, and someone is like, "Oh, let's keep doing this. Let's keep it fun because, yeah, this was a tournament for like soul. Come at Summit, like you chill, you have a chill time, you play Dota, like all this stuff. But this team is different because we are super try hard at work. So I think no.
No, I mean, I respect that. You've got big goals. Of course, there's big tournaments down the line. TI on the horizon. So, yeah. I respect it. Focus, win. All right. I have no more questions. Richard Lewis, back to you.
No worries. Thank you, T. And on that note, I'll say congratulations once more. Looking forward to seeing you in the playoffs. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much, guys.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Host blown the fuck out when he asks a question, I guess.
Yo, bam! Put the mic down. That's a mic drop.
Yeah, I know. That's fair. Listen, he's someone I've followed his career for a long, long time. It's great to see him. You highlighted him as one of the standouts on this team.
Absolutely is.
Not wrong. Yeah. I mean, PARIVISION just killing it right now.
Yeah, they have some genius position 4 and 5 that are able to pick almost anything and make it work. And they have 2 position 1 and 2 that are in absolute form, like their highest peak, I feel like. Well, Satanic, he hasn't really been around for way too long, but this is already looking like on a pretty high level. And DM, we really can't take anything away from him as well.
And T, a final thought about Falcons from you.
Feels bad, man. They lost the matchup on mid lane where even no one himself is like Monkey vs Snapfire. I should be losing
He's not wrong.
80% of the time. And the fact that he gets the edge, that solo kill, and wins it out, and then the entire game feels like the momentum is from that lane. It's going to be a rough loss. And for Falcons, yeah, lose lane, lose a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks, guys. Always great to talk. We now take a break. When we come back, we're going to have a Team Spirit versus Aurora. So make sure you join us.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yeah, welcome back. We've got Team Spirit taking on Aurora. We're going to start setting this one up real quick. And we'll start by talking about Team Spirit. I think it's our first time as a group talking about them here at this season of Wallachia, but certainly they've been a team that we know and love down the years in Dota. So whereabouts are they at? Let's do a temperature check with them, T.
Temperature check. Relatively hot. They got, second place. They've won a couple of tournaments, top 6 on average is most of their results. So the year is looking good for them, right? So no complaints there. It is just like a lot of what pros are saying. Our top 6 in Dota right now anyone can win a tournament. PARIVISION can win, Liquid can win, Falcons can win, Tundra's won. You know, it's like anyone can win at any stage. Spirit as well. So I think that the fact that we have that is amazing. And at any minute, the team will show up their best Dota and they'll just claim another tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in a really good spot right now when it comes to diversity of the top 6. But when it comes to our upcoming matchup between Spirit and Aurora, I feel like we have a clear favorite, or at least we've had them in the last year. Aurora are yet to really take on Team Spirit in a good way, in a way in which they will be dominant through the series. From my perspective, from all the series that I watched, I believe that Team Spirit are sitting on like 80% win rate in general in the matchup, so it's quite skewed towards them. But Aurora, they're finding their groove. They've also, I believe, the last season when they were in Wallachia, they didn't have Kiyotaka. Instead, they had Lorenov, right? So
correct, yes.
Playing with the stand-in is obviously a bit harder than playing with your real squad.
Yeah, and I think Aurora as well, as I said, they're one of these teams. I think they're on the precipice of really finding their groove. It feels like that. They're kind of one of those teams where it's like it's just one or two little mistakes that are costing them the games.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, to me, just discipline. I think a lot of their players want to try and push the limits. You know, Kiyotaka wants to go for that extra pick-off. Nightfall wants to go for that extra little bit of farm. And as soon as you get to that point, the repercussions is your BKB TPing out. Yes, haha, it's a meme. And then you have Kiyotaka. He might die. But instead, if he doesn't die, he now gets 2 kills and he opens up the game, right? It's like everything feels like it's on the cusp of a meme with this team. But then if it isn't a negative way, it breaks open the game and they're dominant, right? But against a team like Team Spirit,
yeah,
this is a relentless team. Even when they're down, they'll find a way. Because between the 5 players, even the coach, maybe in game, just the 5 players, luckily. It's not like old times, one team specifically. Anyway, they will always look for, how do we find that victory? How do we find that one spell, that one, collection of positioning to break open their opponent? And I think with Aurora, they will always present their opponent that one chance, normally in a game.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. You can see here as well where the kind of overlap is. Pretty diverse hero pools here, a lot of specialities.
Absolutely. For Aurora, the one that stands out, obviously, is the Ricky, right? The good old Ricky Maru. They like to roll it on the mid lane. We have seen it a couple of times. There's a lot of other heroes that are exclusive to the teams as well.
Doesn't this scream like 2 different teams though? Because like when I look at Aurora, I feel like they want to play the map, they want to kill heroes, they want to, showcase their individual brilliance. And on the other side, you've got layering of helping each other out, like a Warlock to throw in the heals and the team fight, a Centaur to stampede away Medusa. Like, there's like synergies and team fight and, camaraderie on Spirit. And then Aurora, it's just kind of like everyone for themselves. Get the kills, boys. We're going to win it that way, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It screams like 2 different teams, but it used to be one team, right? On one side, you have Team Spirit, and on the other, you have Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira as well that should know the boys inside and out when it comes to what they want to play, how they want to play the game. But yeah, let's see. Like, it's going to be a fun draft. 2 godly gamers when it comes to coaches, Silent versus G. I feel like in the Eastern European scene, there aren't as many veterans as those 2 when it comes to the coaching role.
Well, we can start turning our attention to that. Obviously, the Nightfall question is always there. It's always lingering. Will he get his PA or not? Will they respect ban it? Will they pick it? Because the win rate on this hero is...
It's even higher now.
It's even higher, exactly.
We talked about it, yesterday, pre-series. They won, 10 out of 12 games with PA at this point, I feel like, and it's definitely a hero that you need to think about.
Yeah.
This is why I just love the drafts of the top teams, because we talk about, Aurora like PA, but of course Spirit knows this, and a team like them, they'll find an off lane to punish the PA in the laning phase, and then maybe in the game they'll have some hard counter, and they'll showcase you know what, we don't care if you love the hero, because we've already planned how to beat you with this hero, right? And maybe they ban it, maybe they don't, but I do love seeing how, the tier 1 teams look at other team specialties.
And like Lizard was alluding to as well, a little bit of mind games going on, obviously. Former relationships, you always want to get one over on your colleagues.
Absolutely. Like when you're playing versus a team that either kicked you or you left, there's always a bit of emotions playing a part as well. Like you want to prove yourself and prove your worth, if nothing else.
And so far, supports are the ones all getting banned out here, right? AA Tinker, Jakiro, Ringmaster. That's leaving a lot of the core heroes that we've been praising there's Nature's Prophet, there's Beastmaster.
There's Sand King as well. Just a lot of heroes that are currently top tier. And that's the beauty of teams that know each other inside out. It's like you get a lot of these niche bans like Tiny. You don't really see Tiny first phase banned that often. But yeah, I feel like Sand King as well is like a top tier hero at the moment. It combos so damn nicely with a lot of supports. Most significantly for me, AA, Ringmaster, and Jakiro, and all three are already banned.
I think with the changes to the map and having an offlane Sand King, even you could argue mid, but from offlane, in a difficult lane, you're able to farm your triangle. There's 2 additional camps as well on the kind of the far corner of the map. So if your lane is atrocious and you get countered, you're always going to be able to get to that Blink Dagger within a realistic timing to enter the game, to play for your team. And it does help that your Aghanims build brings the damage that often old Sand Kings missed. This isn't a tanky Sand King where you're going Bloodstone and trying to hold your Sandstorm. It's I buy Blink, I get Ags, I'm killing heroes, and I'm like, part of the game.
It's not your dad's Sand King.
No. Useless. No, I love your dad.
Well, we get Monkey King.
I just realized you made me accidentally say my dad there. Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the win rate a little bit down from yesterday. It was like 60-62 at one point, but still.
55 is
50. Oh, yeah.
It's a nice win rate.
Yes,
yeah.
of course.
62 is better.
Yeah, it turns out. Bigger number good.
Yeah, this is like where the stats sometimes mislead us, right? Like when you're in a tournament and it's been only 2 days, like you can't really get too much info out of the stats. But right now it's starting to crystallize a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is interesting as well because I felt like the MK was getting banned out a lot previous tournaments, and now we've started to see it creep into more and more play. Any thoughts about that, T?
Here at least it's just following the Sand King in the draft. Sand King can be mid or off lane. Monkey King naturally does well against melee heroes, especially because this version of Sand King, you go for 3-point Sandstorm. So it's not like you're playing on like Burrow Strike and Caustic and trying to, punish melee heroes. You are pushing waves. Therefore, Spirit with the ultimate last pick in the draft. Oh, thanks, mate. Your Sand King's in this role. We'll put the Monkey King there, get a really strong support, and try and threaten you in that lane. So it's just for draft, pretty much.
Yeah, they're taking so much of their time, by the way, with these couple of bans in the second stage. Supports all from Aurora, Murta, and Silencer. On the other side, let's see what they go for.
And it is going to be a bit rough for Spirit, right? Because Warlock got removed by the old devs because there was a bug in it. And Spirit are a team that have liked to utilize Warlock in Wallachia so far. Hero like Sand King, a little bit of damage over time in laning phase. You put a heal into that lane, you're going to be able to shove them out. You're going to deal with that. So not having access to a hero that maybe could have helped them here.
Yeah, when it comes to the supports that are left in the pool, not too many of these S tier, S plus tier, whatever supports. When it comes to Team Spirit, though, there's a Grimstroke perhaps that's left in the pool. Not the worst combo with the Monkey King as well. Bane probably wouldn't be the one that I would call for, but they did play it, and they played it in the last series versus Tidebound.
I mean, they like playing it because Spirit, as we mentioned before, there's always the chance of winning a fight from behind, and they make sure their draft has plenty of stuns and control. And that's what this Bane will provide. Bane can run into the jungle, he'll Nightmare one guy, Fiend's Grip, Monkey King will jump on top, throw the Wukongs down.
Coddle is still
left in the pool, yeah.
And that is going to potentially hurt the pacing of a Bane. I think against Bane, you either want just really good damage and jump, so the fights are hard for him to stand his ground, or you want the map to just be very quick. But so far, they're going for just good damage.
Yeah, good damage, great damage into the Monkey King. Like, you always have a way of blowing him up. Phoenix as well, one of the better supports into both of these. Like, they literally do absolutely nothing to your egg. And you have a natural born Vessel Builder, plus you slow down Monkey King and his attacks, which is... he probably suffers from losing attack speed the most out of all heroes, because he can't get those Jingo stacks up and he can't heal himself. So, yeah, two really solid picks from Aurora. I like this trio a lot.
And if you want to go fast forward to maybe 35 minutes into game 40, Phoenix with Aghanims, someone on your team gets gripped, all you have to do is egg your ally, you then...
No, never buy the eggs.
No, the egg is good.
Never buy the eggs.
After 2-3 items, it's good. Extra hits, it's nice. It's a good save.
Never buy the axe. That's like the one item I feel like in the pro scene, you see it once in a year, someone buys it, fails with it, then no one buys it ever again.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, it is a skill issue. It is a skill issue.
Again, for support Phoenix, often you are buying like a Yules or like a cheap utility item. There was an era where Kaori from Navi, not here though, he'd go straight for a Hex, but you often are buying 2 or 3 items before you get to your novelty items.
If it's the right game, like if you find that you're playing into a Storm Spirit or an Ember and you don't have any other catch, like right now the new tech might even be ATOS on Phoenix, but you can still go for Insta Hex. It's fine. The hero is one of those heroes that's just absolutely item independent. Like you can buy anything on him as long as it's good for the game. Meanwhile, on Hoodwink, I feel like it's not like that any longer. It never truly was, but you don't go right click anymore. However, what I really like about Hoodwink out of these 2 supports is the fact that you have one of the longest range disables in the game into a Bane. You don't even have to be in the team fight to disable his grip.
I mean, it's just nice drafting from Spirit, and they make sure that even though Aurora is going for this aggression, there's layers to their fight, right? There's the obvious Snapfire, Lil Shredder versus Egg. You've got the Stampede to run away from the Egg, where there's a Bushwhack and a Bara Strike. That's your only stun. After those, finish, please run away. And then not only that, their lanes are strong. The Monkey King, yes, he's countered by the Phoenix and that potential setup, but the Bane should give life a little bit to find farm. And Centaur Snapfire is very independent. They can play into most safe lane matchups and get through that lane with good gold. And they have the last pick. So I think Spirit are very happy what they have in regards to whatever Aurora is to pick here.
Absolutely agree. I feel like their draft is well-rounded. I have to say, though, when I look at Aurora and so far what they've got, I like it too. And I don't only like it between like their own 3 hero synergy. I like the way that these heroes play into what Team Spirit have got. So it really comes down to the playstyle and how you execute these drafts. And it's not like one draft is extremely easier to execute than the other. It's like I really like these 4-on-4 heroes. Like everyone has their strengths, everyone has their weaknesses. It all comes down to the way you play them.
Yeah, the thing with Spirit's kind of draft pattern is you know what the lanes will look like, you know what the fight's going to look like. It's not as if they're hiding anything to the very end. And now Aurora identify, if we can just get through the Mortimer Kiss, and Monkey King isn't just owning the game, I basically don't allow the no-one Monkey King from the previous game. If that doesn't happen, Abaddon with shield, run into the middle of the fight, where is your damage? So yeah, I like it. I think the Abaddon pick's really nice.
I feel like with a Hoodwink you can actually cancel Mortimer's kisses in team fights. Like if you don't even like it's crazy because the Snap cannot move, and usually Snap is omega far from the team fight. But you should just try it. Test like something like Aether Lance on Hoodwink with the Scurry facet. You press that E, you're basically a sniper, like with your Bushwhack. It's ridiculous.
One thing for Aurora though is their timing, their tempo is their key thing. Once the game stabilizes, they still don't have the best stuns to lock heroes down. Stampede and even Cookie, like the Nightmare dodge to destroy one of those stuns. It could complicate the fight for Aurora if they aren't just rolling the game.
Yeah, I feel like the way that they could perhaps mitigate that issue is by getting an extra burst. Like they don't have the stuns that will control the team fights for way too long, but maybe with Sand King Sharpshooter +1, they can eliminate any target that they go on from the get-go. And something like a Storm Spirit exactly would have worked. Like some hero that gets on top of them.
And you got to find a mid laner that can lane into the Monkey King mid and still do what you're doing. That's why Monkey King drafts can be a little bit of a thorn in the side.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, if this was a certain NA team, I could even imagine like some crazy world in which Phoenix is mid. It's not going to happen 99%, but
I got the hero.
It does crush Monkey.
That's true. Yeah, Phoenix mid would be the thing, but only if they could flex to the end. To find another 4/mid hero is a bit difficult, I guess.
And there's Snap against you, so your egg is never usable.
But Queen of Pain.
Well, It was a
I just
nice
wanted
attempt,
big
yeah.
burst. You know, it was like
I liked your Queen of Pain.
Yeah,
as
why
the
not
pick.
try? I saw they were picking. I was like, I'll give it a go. But
it's a good pick for sure. Usually you're afraid of something like a Bane, but you aren't when you have an Abaddon with you. The Beastmaster is a nice one as well, keeping it flex all until the end.
Not only that, we had some reservations on if they don't snowball the game, how do they win the game, right? They might win a fight, they might annoy the map, but there's no way to bring it together. Beastmaster, you get Aghanims, you can secure Roshan, you're super strong with the BKB and the Blink. You find a Monkey King or something, they're gonna die in that Roar. So yeah, I think it gives them purpose, something to play around. You have plenty of damage and tempo.
Like, we wanted either burst or control so that these teamfights are crazy good for them, right? And they got both with Beastmaster.
But
it's crazy that Beastmaster, by the way, has been... I didn't even think... Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
And there is a carry Medusa. From draft, Spirit has good lanes, well-rounded lineup that will happily play into the mid to late game. And for Aurora, they have to be the controllers of everything in the early game. They need good lanes. They need every Roshan in the first 20-30 minutes to be theirs. Towers have to be falling on their side. Because if you accelerate down the line, Abaddon versus Medusa as a carry 1v1 matchup, plus the scaling of a Monkey King, it will be difficult for Aurora, I feel, 40 minutes in. But again, getting carried away there. They do have a very good early game team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those draft stages that I'm just impressed with by both teams. Like, they found correct answers on both sides. I do agree with T that, and with the win rate that Team Spirit have got in the past, like 80-ish% against Aurora is no small thing. So yeah, I'm leaning as well towards Team Spirit because of the Medusa and the Monkey scale. But on the other side, like, they scale nicely too. Like, you have a beast that scales through the game. Some refresher or later on down the path, like, you can eliminate these heroes.
We are getting a little bit baited by the team name though, because with Team Spirit, their draft looks good because we always expect Team Spirit to find the farm to get online. If we were to ignore the team names, Aurora, their damage early on completely obliterates Spirit if they play it correctly. Centaur needs to farm. Monkey might, if he doesn't have a good game, fall off a little bit. Bane doesn't do damage. Medusa doesn't do damage, right? Their heroes inherently don't do damage until later into the game. So if Aurora can find ways to overlap Team Spirit to be in the wrong place, share the farm a little bit, they can just keep snowballing in the game. And that's what I'm expecting to see from Aurora. Like, for them to win this game, it is the discipline that we want to see from them if they are to consistently become a top 8 team.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is their proving grounds, their testing grounds, if they've got what it takes to actually go through. Like, they've eliminated one good team already. Can they do it to Team Spirit? I'm not really sure in this game number 1 that they have the advantage.
Back to you, Richard Lewis.
Well, I'm buying time.
Well, let's buy time together.
We're really showing how the sausage gets made for everyone at home, right?
Yeah, a little bit, but I saw a smoke and I was excited and I just want to watch the game and I was hoping that you'd start it.
Now it's started, so now we can go to the commentators. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. We'll start this one up and get into Spirit Aurora, a EU derby of some sorts. A lot of players who have played together before. It's like definitely one of those inter-regional matchups that feels very familiar for everybody involved, right?
Yeah, they know each other inside and out. You have all the Team Spirit members, Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira playing against each other. The new members of the team as well. So a lot to, there's a lot at stake here, most definitely. But also a lot of stake when it comes down to who's going to qualify for the playoffs. Because we've seen PARIVISION having a clean 3-0 just now, and both of these teams are looking to do the same thing. Looking at both of the drafts, I do like what they have outside of Spirit. I think this is a very well-rounded draft. A lot of team fight. Can be a little bit slow when it comes down to Medusa and Centaur from the offlane. Centaur isn't really as active compared to some other offlaners. He's playing for himself, picking up. I think this is going to be a very good pipe game, but Blade Mail, Blink Dagger into pipe, this type of a thing. If they feel like they lack initiation, good thing is that they have Monkey King. Monkey King from the mid lane. We saw no one in the previous game, what he can do, how aggressive you can play, and you're also going to be playing into melee matchup. Melee to melee, always going to favor Monkey, but there's also going to be quite a lot of spam, and you also need to be careful about the board because you can't just straight up kill it.
So now, again, they've got Snapfire in a game. What are teams seeing with Snapfire? Is this just a straight-up reaction to Phoenix? Or?
All right, let me tell you a story, Benjamin.
Okay.
I've tried to make this hero work since forever. It always feels like, man, this is such a good Snapfire game, but in the end, it never feels like it is. It feels very, very difficult in terms of what the hero does. In terms of the buffs that the hero received, there aren't that many. I mean, in 7.38C, her ulti is not interrupted. Like, there was a bug where you were getting mad stones, and then your ulti suddenly stopped. But now at least you can use a Glimmer Cape and stuff like that while you're using your ultimate. So that's something. Overall, this is a pretty good Snapfire game. We were playing against the Beastmaster, against Sanking. They go in with the stun, even Bushwhack, so you can easily use that cookie, push them away, and also, of course, against Phoenix, that's going to be really good. He was trying to trade, but Panto is winning that one. Not going to die in the end, but still, damage has been done.
Damage certainly done by that Phoenix, and of course you also have the Dying Light facet. Does some decent damage. One of those things that could kind of be the difference maker in some of these tight fights if Phoenix is with low health. Kind of constantly sitting here, collapse on this Centaur. We'll see how this lane goes. And then safe lane Abaddon, not something that's been coming out all too much, but what are the perks of a hero like this?
I can't say I like it too much. I feel there are better carries in the game. This is a hero that got nerfed so many times, especially in his mana department, cooldown department as well. A lot of overtime damage when it comes down between him and Phoenix. This hero doesn't die easily. Again, very, very good hero for Nightfall. We saw him shining on Phantom Assassin yesterday when he was going on in and out of the fight. Something that allows him to play slightly more aggressive. I think these are the type of heroes that he shines on the most.
Not exactly a lane that can kill a Centaur come level 3 or 4 too easily, so maybe Rue kind of travels around a bit.
In this lane, you can always TP out if you feel you're getting initiated on. They have no stuns whatsoever. But speaking of stuns, Miposhka in the bottom lane is soaking up some of the damage.
This is Bane, Medusa lane, and then Nightmare into the Gorgon's Grasp. Mira taking a lot of damage, might be first blood, but the Burrow Strike, Miposhka
another brain
not
sap
only
soon.
Surviving, but
that's a double kill.
Doing some more here to get this kill, and he's got himself a double.
The turnaround play.
Thought he might be dead for first blood, but instead he gets first and second blood.
And they're also going to get Lotus. So now you're going to be playing against Bane, who's level 3. 2 points in Brain Sap. It's 160 pure damage. So going to be super difficult. And you also did pick up Lotus for your Medusa. They also have extra bit of a mana regeneration, considering that Radon did go for Ring of Bassi. This is something that you do need. Either your support wants to pick it up, but a lot of the times Medusa also does get one for herself.
I think it was in the Shopify Tundra series on Stream 2 today. We saw a very farmed Bane from Whitemon, and this hero can really do some work when you start to pump some levels into this. And Feeble, late in the game, or with 3 or 4 levels is pretty brutal. We'll see what the Bane can do here, especially ultra late game when you've got that level 25 plus 3 seconds, which I believe used to be 6 seconds on Fiend's Grip duration, but of course that's way in the future, and I don't know if both these teams are pacing for a game that goes that long.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they definitely have a lineup that can scale really well coming into the late game, but I could also see them with like 2-3 items on Medusa to have the control of the game, but to talk too much about the mid lane, Beastmaster getting on top of that one, kind of expected. As we said before, is very annoying for Monkey King to deal with, and also in the top lane, Centaur, he is free farming. They're not doing too much damage to him, and seems like he's going to be building into Vanguard as his first item. Centaur, as an offlaner, you can like die before you get your Ring of Health, maybe even Vanguard, but once you get to that Vanguard, you feel pretty safe. And also, you can see that he's putting more points in Retaliate, which means that he wants to start going for the jungle. This is the hero that really flash farms from the off lane. It's one of the fastest farmers from the off lane.
Panto just coming in and trying to do some damage again onto this Snapfire from Rue. And, you know, Rue coming into this team a while back had some big shoes to fill, but he is certainly tight in the laces and looks really good.
Yeah. Needed a little bit more time.
Yeah.
I mean, for anyone, imagine if you're thrown to a Team Spirit and you're like, yeah, you have to play with them. There's a lot of pressure on you.
He's made it work, and he's looked very good doing so. Things for Team Spirit have looked really good. Aurora, definitely a team that, with their full roster, can do quite a bit. I mean, they're 2-0 right now. They're looking to qualify for the playoffs.
I love what Miposhka's doing in a triangle. He's stopping the stacks from going. He also did place a sentry ward, so there's not going to be any stacks for Ancients as well. Very good read from Miposhka, knowing that Beastmaster and also Sanking, they need to find a way, not going to say how to come back into the game, but they're putting quite a lot of pressure onto this mid lane.
Big Bane damage with...
Yeah, he's really being Bane in the ass. And
we'll look to get the tier 1 tower mid, and Miposhka here with Rue. So 3 heroes over mid for the side of Team Spirit. I mean, Miposhka, like you said, has been hanging out nearby in this triangle, leaving this Medusa alone, as well as now the Centaur. So both these side lane heroes getting
solo XP
experience.
And also putting quite a lot of pressure. Kiyotaka will TP to tier 2 tower. This is a nice move, but Arl, he has a point in Wukong's command, which is going to be the zoning tool, and also does have Wukong's Fateful Facet, so that leaves 4 seconds Wukong's command, which does allow them to retreat. And let's see who decides to pick it up. Hoodwink is only level 3, Toronto Tokyo level 5, so he wants to give some of that XP to his position 5 Phoenix.
Love to have those 6s pretty quick, and Collapse actually going to pick up this shrine for the side of Team Spirit. That puts him really close to level 6. Got the Medusa at 6, Monkey King at 6, and then the Beast and the Sand King now. But overall, just 2 kills early on. Spirit have a 1,000 net worth lead, and things quieting out. Miposhka doing a lot of camp blocking with these sentries.
Wants to take some early gold that they want to get the hands on. Like this camp has just been blocked, and the other one as well, which is going to take time. Like the map is big, but if you block a couple of these camps, they're not going to be able to get to gold. And let's see if he can get that Nightmare. Yes, he can. Cookie
lines it up, and a boundless strike from Laurel to get the kill. They're continuing to just keep the setup, and Nightfall, he's got level 6 at the moment, and he is holding that skill point if he needs to throw one into the borrowed time.
Miposhka blocked 3 camps. 1 on the other side in the triangle, and 2 of those very close, so it's going to be quite a lot of gold taken out. You can see Collapse starting to farm up, getting the level. Stampede is also available for him if anybody feels like they're threatened, and he might use it to get his save on Medusa in the bottom lane.
He does use the Stampede, but Radon stepped forward, dangerously close to being in some trouble, but knows the depths that this hero can dive into, and gets the kill into Toronto Tokyo. The Gorgon's Grass lined up there with the Cookie, and they'll drop that lockdown, get another kill, 5-0. Looking over at Panto, who's forced Icarus dive away, but right into the hands of the Monkey King of Laurel. Scatterblast again, Mystic Snake not needed. Laurel makes it 6-0. Radon, living on the edge, knew how many wand charges he had, and even the damage afterwards was a little bit dangerous with the epicenter still going.
That's a bit of a misplay there, not reading the situation. Seeing that Centaur is level 6, even level 7, not respecting the Stampede that can come out. Sure, you have epicenter. That's level 1 Burrow Strike, which is not that long of a duration, 1.2 seconds. Samira is only level 4, so Bushwhack is also 1.6. It's definitely not enough. Even without a Stampede, he could have stand his ground and take the fight, but yeah, very bad read from Aurora.
And it's continued to put them on this backstep. Nightfall is farming as much as he can, however, he is not keeping up with this Medusa. And nobody's keeping up core-to-core matchup for Aurora at all, really. It's behind by quite a bit. Offlaners are split by about 400 gold, which isn't too much. But Poshka's level 6. This guy is ready to go. Looking for a Fiend's Grip, and with how much Laurel has been moving around, see if they make a move, but the Primal Roar gets used. Laurel on the run. They've got Stampede once again, and another escape from an attempted kill here from Aurora.
That's the power of Centaur. Having this global presence while he continues to farm up, his net worth is going to skyrocket. He's about to finish off his Blade Mail, has Vanguard, his Retaliate is maxed out, and this is, as I said, very good hero to farm the stacks as well. Having Vanguard on top of that, quite a lot of regen coming out and the damage block, so you don't care too much about the damage that Ancients are dealing to you. They're in a lot of trouble. I also see that Nightfall, he was thinking about going for Orb of Corrosion, but it's a lot of small items, definitely needs his Radiance, and they're going to try to make a move now, bring more numbers, which I really like, but seems like Radomski is already out on the minimap. Poshka might be the point of contact. They know Scan did connect there for a second, so they're going to do the wraparound.
Can he hide in the trees well enough? And it looks like so far so good. Poshka hidden within the trees, finally moves, Bushwhack connects, and 4 heroes are here. They'll get their first kill on the board. It's just a matter of whom. It will be Panto who gets that first blood for Aurora, but the 7th kill overall in the game. It's a lot of work for just the Bane, but the tier 1 tower with it will make it feel much better.
Gotta be trade tier 1 for tier 1 tower. Nightfall. Ooh, Laurel going for the solo kill. Never mind, it's not a solo kill. Mortimer's Kisses are gonna be dealing some extra bit of damage. Brew is level 6, and now both supports, they do have mana boots, which I really like. You do have Medusa on your team, so extra bit of a mana is gonna come in super handy. That's basically HP for Medusa.
Yeah. Boots HP, and then of course now you've got the Blade Mail here on Centaur. I mean, things are looking good, 7-1. A familiar scoreline for some. Kiyotaka, he's going for that axe, but we really just have not felt the Beastmaster presence at all.
Definitely not. He is lowest of all the cores in terms of net worth. Not where you see Beastmaster. A lot of the time, even from the offlane, you would see him get that Aghanim Scepter. Ooh, he turned into the big creep. They're like, what the hell is this guy doing here? And now Collapse, he has Stampede available. Big Bowl as well in a couple of seconds.
See if they can make a play with this Primal Roar. They're doing some decent damage, but there's the Stampede. Ooh, a little bit of a Ravage on Toronto Tokyo. That slowed them up, and they don't get the epicenter damage that they want. But everybody is here. Collapse, though, almost TP's out.
Nice try.
Gave it a valiant effort. He dragged everybody there, though. And it's just more and more space. Poshka gonna go pick up this Lotus Petal, and I would assume Spirit, they'll set up on the map for that 15-minute mark, grab that objective. At least that's the game plan usually when you lead by this much early on.
Yeah, they can't really, they just use 2 big ultis. They used Primal Roar, they used Epicenter, so this allows Team Spirit to go near the enemy triangle in the outer ring and take their XP Shrine. While on the other side, Collapse is going to be the one, again, picking up the XP rune on the other side. Level 5 on Hoodwink.
14 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this is not a good sign.
They need to get this Shrine, and they Sandstorm, and they should.
They brought pretty much the whole squad. The only one who's missing was Kiyotaka. They understood that their supports, they need levels. They need them desperately.
See how much of a difference maker it ends up being, though. For right now, Spirit feel happy about what they're getting out of the map, and it's continuing to trend that way. Those numbers certainly suggest that it is a very one-sided affair, even though it's only a 4,000 net worth lead up to this point. They smoke up on the side of Team Spirit, hoping to find Kiyotaka. They might. Tree walks up to Kiyotaka, who's forced to use that Primal Roar. They go to the Stampede, but from a distance, they've got the Fiend's Grip. The Mortimer's Kiss is the Bushwhack. We'll stop the Fiend's Grip, but it's not going to matter. You get that lockdown and the damage out quickly enough.
Still want to continue.
Kiyotaka.
Forcing out the Glyph.
force that glyph. Radon's still farming by himself. He's going into the Mjolnir. They want this Radiance on Nightfall, but how much is this impact from Radiance going to be?
It's a bit on the slower side. 15 minutes in, still needs to farm another 1,000 gold to get it. And that's why Radon is also itemizing into Maelstrom / Mjolnir so that he has True Strike on the procs, which is going to be very good. And also, the new thing on Medusa, we do see good amount of Medusa from the off lane, from safe lane, from time to time. Not as popular, but her Aghanim Scepter is basically her level 25 ult talent, which does allow you to apply the effects from Mjolnir on your attacks, which is really, really nice.
They have the vision, they're trying to take it away. They have the sentry down, but they're unable to do so. Miposhka ends up dead to an epicenter. And it looks as though Spirit, I would say surprisingly, willing to give up this Tormentor.
Still losing a lot on net worth. One thing that Aurora is doing is going 5-man strong. They understand that they need to bring the heroes. You saw them getting that kill before when they were killing Miposhka in the bottom lane, killing the towers. So they are grouping up, bringing 4 heroes for the XP rune. And now Centaur also picks up a Blink Dagger. So he is super farmed. I did talk about his itemization, Blade Mail, Vanguard. He did go for Blink Dagger now, which is going to allow to get the initiation, try to set things up, and also to pick up the pipe. The pipe is going to be the big one, because most of the damage that they do have is magical. Radiance, everything from Beastmaster pretty much, Sanking as well. Amplified damage on Monkey King. He's ready to go. Blink reveal.
Right past that Phoenix to go for Kiyotaka. Primal Roar is not really going to matter. You're dead at the end of the day, and Panto, who is being chased as well, ends up escaping.
Primal Aurora. He had to pop that one. It's a long cooldown. It's 90-second cooldown ability. Tried to run away, but yeah, I don't think he's getting out of that one. 5k gold lead for Team Spirit. Medusa continues to farm up.
And be at the top of the net worth by a real big margin. Very, very dangerous here for Aurora when they're trying to deal with this, but the blink, hoof stomp, and a kill onto Mira. Kiss is being thrown forward, and this is just another kill for Spirit with not much of a pushback at all.
As soon as he picks up that Blink Dagger, Collapse starts to play much more aggressive. They get 2 kills. Medusa, they also don't have the good heroes against her. They don't have heroes that build into Diffusal Blade. Abba can do it with Manta-style Diffusal Blade, but at that point, Medusa might even have Butterfly available, so that's going to be pretty difficult. Radon is going for what it seems to be Aghanim Scepter after Mjolnir, and then Shadowblade wants to have Break Mechanic. There is no silence. Sometimes you want to have Break Mechanic if somebody else has the silence, and then you can kill Abba from 100 to 0 without his ulti activating, but we'll see if he decides to commit for it.
See if anybody goes and gets a silence. Burrow Strike misses Miposhka, who is so willing to play very forward, and they go to the Stampede. He escapes, and another Aurora move that just kind of gets read pretty easily by Spirit. They've got some vision down. They are trying to find these heroes, but from what we've seen so far, I mean, they found Miposhka. He's 2 out of the 3 deaths, I believe. Yeah. So the other death being the Centaur means Medusa's 0-0-5 and Monkey King's 4-0-1. They catch Miposhka again, but that fact still holds true. It has been very brutal here for the early goings for a Bane, but other than that,
yeah, they haven't managed to kill a single core on Spirit, and it definitely shows. 3 of those cores are in top 4. Abba has Radiance ready.
I don't know if this is enough, though. They need more.
Their overtime damage is really good, with Radiance Burn, Drums of Slum, Sanking with some Epicenters, Sandstorm, second round, Dying Light, the Phoenix, but once that pipe is picked up, a lot of that damage is going to be mitigated, so they also have Mage Slayer on top of that, building into, like you can see, the supports are also understanding that most of the damage is magical, so going for Glimmer Cape.
Things slow and quiet for the moment. Ags being built for the Sand King, just 500, 400 gold away from that. We've seen this Ags. We talked about yesterday the Radavetos for a Sand King. That looked pretty cool.
Yeah, it did look cool from the mid lane. I don't think you can allow yourself to get that item from the off lane.
Right.
You rush Blink pretty much. You are the Blink initiator. Reason why Sand King is picked. Quite a lot of magic damage coming out from him. Jungles really well, doesn't lane that wall, so needs to have something. And this Aghanim Scepter is a bit of a new tech. There has been no buffs whatsoever to his Aghanim Scepter, but overall, other items are very expensive. Before, when he was buying Bloodstone, Shiva's Guard as well, so needs to have something that he can buy. This Observer Ward is cutting out Panto. Twin Gate rotation, Poshka. We have not seen Fiend's Grip in this 21-minute game.
Just once.
Well, I have not seen Fiend's Grip. I don't know where I was looking at.
I was covering your eyes.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. Just wanted it to be a surprise.
It's a difficult one for him to get it, because there is 9-second cooldown on a Photic Shield. Your ulti is basically 2 minutes, so very difficult for him. You also don't want to use it on Abba. He can pop his ulti. You might use it afterwards, and there's a good amount of stuns that he needs to be careful about.
That Ags pickup for the Sand King. 11 seconds faster than the average, and this is a faster kill than the average here for the side of Aurora as they get Laurel, finally for the first time.
Aurora managed to get some good amount of farm. The net worth lead for Team Spirit was like 7k. Then they killed one guy, turned it into Tormentor. Kiyotaka still sticking around. This could be a good opportunity for Miposhka to try to set things up.
Goes forward and Nightmare into the Fiend's Grip. Gorgon's Grasp kisses down. Kiyotaka dies as he stays a little bit too long.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can't be sticking around that much, and that Tumbler's Toy into the Brain Sap Nightmare allows them to have the long control, especially teamed up with that Fiend's Grip. Another kill, but slowly and surely, Aurora, they're pulling back net worth-wise. It was 6k, and now it's 4k, slowly tumbling further and further down to even.
Radan is massive, though. He's net worth 16, almost 17,000. Aghanim Scepter is being delivered on him. Level 19.
He's not been touched at all. Gonna hit that level 20 soon. We'll have that talent. Toronto, Tokyo use the epicenter. Blade Mail was popped. Sunray, Radavetos coming through from Miro, who's looking for the sharp shooter. And Collapse sidesteps it, but a Primal Roar on Miposhka. Balance Strike. Miposhka gonna try and survive with the Brain Sap, but unfortunately unable to do so. Nightfall gets that kill, and they'll work on this tier 1 tower. Waddle thinking about if he has anything to say about this, as his tree almost gets cut down. They do smoke. They are gonna look for an opening point. Without Stampede, however, it's hard to cut down the distance between
it's up in 5 seconds
and the side of Aurora.
Ooh, this is a very risky move. Bane is out in 10 seconds. They just used Roar. There is no epicenter. I don't think they can take this Roche fight.
Oh, they've got a lot of vision here to try and find the stun. It's on to Nightfall. Not the best person to throw this on. If they caught Kiyotaka, maybe they commit a little bit more. Had that vision, and ultimately it doesn't really pan out into anything. But can they be the ones who go for Roche?
No epi for 30 seconds. Primal Roar up to 10. There's also amplified damage available.
Who's gonna pick this up? Radon. They bail on Roche. Team Spirit, they've been farming, but objective-wise, they didn't get the Tormentor. Roche, they can't really grab. Yeah, they're farming, but is it worrying to see how this game has progressed for them with the lack of kills and maybe just the strictly farming objective, non-objective play they've done so far?
Aurora's been doing a really good job at keeping this net worth down, getting some pickoffs, and then back to farming.
Stopping that TP pretty quickly. Mira still alive for the moment. Ooh, Scatterblast missed, but one right click from Rue there with the killing spree. And now They've got the Nightmare. The Gorgon's Grass comes through, but there isn't really much to get on this Abaddon.
The Fusel Blade is being delivered on Nightfall, so we'll have that with Manta Style. Burn some mana on Medusa. Let's see if he decides to change his item build once he sees that Diffusal. For now, he purchased Shadow Amulet, so we'll have Break Mechanic. Break is good, even against Beastmaster, because you can break Drums of Slum.
Takes away a lot of that damage.
Yes. It's not like, oh, we have to break this, otherwise we're going to lose the game, but it can be very good.
It's impactful. Still no Roche taken yet. Silver Edge, Revenant's Brooch on the docket for Yatoro. But you are starting to see these cores from the side of Spirit fall behind in net worth. Beastmasters now up ahead of the Centaur and the Monkey King. Abaddon is kind of catching up to Medusa compared to where it once was. Radahn had about a 7,000 net worth lead on the cores of Aurora.
We haven't seen big team fight. 5-5 with the power of Medusa, them playing around her. He finished Aghanim Scepter a long time ago, looking for another item. But we haven't seen the power of the item. Combine that with Mjolnir.
What was that? Shard? Being queued up for Snapfire. We're going to get that upgrade to the Fire Snap Cookie. BKB and a Shadow Blade, as well as a Blink Dagger for this Abaddon, who could certainly be a nightmare for these heroes.
He can. He wants to blink on top of the... Like, a lot of the times you use that Blink Dagger to get out of the fight, because you're not receiving damage during borrowed time. And now, Team Spirit, they want to force this Roche fight.
You see the obs, so the vision is here for the side of Aurora, but the blink forward, and the attention is on Miposhka. Sharpshooter comes through, get chased down, but they go to the Stone Gaze. These heroes are on the side, they look for the epicenter of the Burrow Strike. It's going to be out of the Medusa, but Radahn not taking a lot of damage. He still has a lot of mana to work with. They get the kill on Toronto Tokyo, so they'll at least get one, but now, jumping through these trees, can Laurel find an opportunity? They'll throw the Boundless Strike on Amira. Bushwhack out of Atos as well as a Mystic Stake, but they go to the Primal War. They've got Abaddon going in once again, trying to take the mana away from Radahn. The Supernova's not going to go off, but they get the kill on Radahn, and now they'll look over at Laurel with the BKB. But Collapse shows his attention onto Nightfall, who doesn't have any more time to borrow, and he'll end up dead. Mira buys back, and they're trying to get something, but the blink away from Collapse puts enough distance between him and the side of Aurora from being caught.
Monkey King, he wants to go in, just picked up the Shield Rune. That's also buyback from Mira. Miposhka trying to set things up. If he can get the sleep, it's going to be a setup.
Taka.
Team Spirit still getting more out of the previous fight, but Medusa showing that she can still die. I can understand what he's trying to go for with this Shadow Blade, which is going to be turned into Silver Edge and then get Crystallis, pick up that. Because it does apply all of the effects with Aghanim Scepter, but seems like he wants to change his mind. And also Sankey. He did go onto Medusa immediately, but there is no real follow-up, and they gripped him mid-air, allowing Radahn to finish him off.
This shard for Laurel. Really just a pain, and they also have now found Kiyotaka. That's a kill for Laurel. This upgraded Boundless Strike makes it so Monkey King, even if he's tree dancing away from the fight, can choose to go back in with the Boundless Strike. Yeah. He did that to get on top of Mira, you know, and it also helps him kind of be more elusive, especially when the focus is on Radahn instead.
Collapse is, not gonna say getting close to, needs another 2,000 gold, but this is a big item. If you manage to get the cart on your Medusa in the middle of a fight, it's definitely, because it's a great save against Burrow Strike Initiation, most likely going to be used as a counter to Primal Roar. You also have Sleep available as well. You have Cookie. So if they're playing around each other, it's going to be very difficult for Aurora to take the fight.
Should Workhorse work differently with the person you're pulling has more net worth? Should you be a little bit slower because you're carrying more weight? Or are you
I thought we were going to go in a different direction with, like, let's say you put Tiny in the cart, which they did the other day.
And then he
with
tossed
the
it.
cost, but Tiny might be too difficult, but no, I don't like this one, Benjo. This one is like 2 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm just asking questions because then you could say if you're the Workhorse, he's pulling that weight like Pujanovsky. I don't know if you remember.
Pujanovsky is
world's strongest man. They used to pull that train.
Oh, yeah, I don't know the name, but I know what they've been doing.
Yeah, those were the days watching the world's strongest man, the Atlas Stones.
I thought it had something to do with Pudge.
Post stomp. They get the kill on Amira. Easy kill. And Tormentor now available for the side of Team Spirit to go and get themselves a shard. And it goes to Collapse, so he gets that double edge upgrade.
Ooh, this is the big one. It's slow, and it's also insane amount of damage that you deal.
Damage can stack up if these fights continue to be as long as that one by the river.
Super tanky. You have Gale Guard, Aghanim Scepter, as we said, he's getting close to it, needs another 600 gold to finish it.
Pretty much has it. If we round up. Put some pressure on the tier 2 up top. Scotty is on the list for Medusa. And then it wants to free up a spot with that Aghanim's Blessing. Refill that with something just a touch strong.
Yeah, I want to see, because he has 2 options. We don't see what he's going to go for yet, whether he wants to pick up Witchblade, which is really nice on Medusa. If you get Witchblade / Parasma with Aghanim Scepter, Mjolnir procs, this is insane. But also could be opting to go for Bloodthorn and have that break silence mechanic against Abba, even though he does have Manta style. So it might be Parasma. And looking at the magic damage that they do have, Snapfire, Centaur now with this upgraded shard as well, could be pretty good.
Any Conda chances?
No, not for carry Medusa.
Darn. Panto dead to Laurel. He is starting to break out here. It was 11 kills for a while for Spirit. Now, they won't get to find Toronto Tokyo, who pops that BKB TPs, but the Stone Gaze is not going to matter. Well, that's on cooldown. That and the Stampede. Unfortunate to use some pretty long cooldown ultis there. Radon starting to pull away a little bit from this ammo. 5,000 net worth ahead. Kitaka farming pretty deep on the Spirit side.
That's what they need to do. Try to buy a little bit more time. Aegis is about to expire. Spirit will probably try to use that and get a tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Seems like they spotted him. Kiyotaka is going to TP out. Aurora doing a good job pushing the limits of the heroes and then managing to TP out. But this Basher that was just picked up on Monkey King will allow Laurel to stop those BKB TPs.
Yeah, not going to be as fortunate as Toronto Tokyo just was. Blink Dagger for Phoenix. See how that works out. 45 seconds left on this Aegis. Maybe Aurora, especially with the smoke coming through for Panto, see if they can time the Aegis right where they get a kill onto Medusa as it expires. They're going to need it as it expires. 2 lives for Medusa just feels...
That's not it, champ. Yeah. It's way too difficult to try to bring her down and then kill her immediately after. Aghanim Scepter is ready on Collapse.
They are starting to group up. Nightfall looking for the Abyssal Blade too. So they want that extra bit of control. There's that Aegis expiring out. No real move coming from Aurora just yet. But they do, in fact, smoke. They'd love to get a core with this. Ryu's not exactly the best to get. If you can grab Laurel. Collapse is a very hard target to kill. I wouldn't suggest going that direction.
Yeah. They need to, like, roar, probably epicenter on top of
Collapse is actually in. They'll go to the Stone Gaze, the Boundless Strike, and they'll go to the Wukongs, but the Primal Roar is going to be used by Kiyotaka, who pops the BKB. Nightfall, early borrowed time. The attention is on to Radon. The Burrow Strike, the epicenter comes in from Toronto, Tokyo. Radon working with a sliver of mana now. He might actually end up dropping, but instead he's got the help to get the kill to Toronto, Tokyo, as well as Nightfall. They lose their supports, but when you get 3, it's well worth it. Mira scurrying away from Collapse, who anticipates the move and then counters it with a blink in of his own.
Only 2 supports dying for Spirit, definitely worth it, but you can see the power of Sanking. He does have Whisper of the Dread, and he also finished off Revenant's Broach, so has that spell lifesteal, something that he does need, and also the Stinger with the Aghanim Scepter, that's a bit of a new tech. Good bushwhack.
Fuel's there too, so they look to escape, but workhorsing. And Balance Strike connects. TP stop, bushwhack on the 2. The Hunter's boomerang, but the sharpshooter doesn't get him enough distance, and Laurel will still have Squirrel for dinner.
They're becoming way too tanky. You can see that Medusa, Centaur in the middle of a fight, pops the Blade Mail, and then fighting inside the Wukong's command, they just don't have enough. It was a good positioning from Toronto, Tokyo. You can see him sitting in the river, gets in with that Aghanim Scepter, and the 2 supports are going to disappear almost immediately. He still dies, but it's quite a lot of damage that he was able to pump out. Problem is, the cores are not dying. Not sure who's going to be dealing with those cores. Abaddon as well, he was thinking what he needs to buy as his item, because he did go for, like, he had BKB in his quick buy. Instead, he opted to go for Skull Basher, Abyssal Blade, so the way they want to take these fights is kill of the supports. The supports are doing quite a lot with the Glimmer Capes, with the Solar Crest. Even Aghanim Scepter just got completed on Miposhka, so that will be lowered cooldown, and you also need to be able to disable those illusions, otherwise Fiend's Grip is gonna go off.
That is some guaranteed control. By the way, Medusa getting that 25, the 40 extra intelligence.
It is a lot. Sitting at now 1800 HP, and most importantly, having 3000 mana.
It's a lot of effective mana, HP. Geek for the Ag's Blessing, but yeah, that Fiend's Grip's gonna be a problem, especially if Miposhka could get to level 18. Roche will potentially be up in 2 minutes, 45 seconds. If I look at the clock, it's gonna be very quick, actually.
Monkey King picking up that Arcane Rune. Just gonna lower the cooldown.
Kiyotaka's in, but doesn't find a target. Now Laurel goes the way of Mira, pops that BKB Primal Roar afterwards, but here comes Collapse, scoops him up. Your driver is here. Collapse will take his customer away from the fight. AVULUS, though, Primal Spring onto Mira. They get the kill. The Fiend's Grip's going to be on to Toronto, Tokyo. The Cookie, the Control, the Supernova goes off, but the Stone Gaze is used, and Nightfall's already borrowed that time. That is a problem here for him, as Abaddon's going to try and get out, but they do have the Control with the Cookie as well to get this kill. Wukong's used, Kiyotaka and Panther on the run. This is looking like it could be a full team wipe if they can get their hands on these heroes, but a little bit of a ravage from these Marsh Mages. They get that host stomp. They've got the stun, the Balance Strike off the mark, and Panto's now able to Sunray off the map and to an escape. Both these heroes getting out by the skin of their teeth.
Very hard fights for Aurora. They managed to get the kill. They burned all the mana on Medusa, but he also does have Aghanim Shard, and then they target him with a spell. His mana goes up to 400. You also needed to go through 1800 HP, which is not that easy. And it does seem like they might have one more fight, but that's about it. If they lose the fight, Team Spirit is going to be able to close out the game. This card pickup has been really good from Collapse, allowing him to save the target. Anybody who gets initiated on by Primal Roar is going to get saved, and now also has Heart available. So 5000 HP. Immediate card. There it is. I want to see Wukong's command with the card. Maybe there's something to it where you can move Wukong's command. Probably not, but worth testing out.
I want to see with the egg. Get a Phoenix on the team. I mean, the price of eggs. Be moving it around, shipping it. Sunray, not enough. But you see the cart pick up and they go for Mira, pulling them away from the fight. Not at the end of the day that it really matters all too much, but they get that initial kill, and you can see Miposhka full duration Fiend's Grip. Not much Toronto Tokyo can do. And Nightfall after the borrowed time really doesn't have much when he's surrounded by the entire side of Spirit. It ain't great for the Abaddon.
There's way too many saves with Nightmare, Glimmer Caves, Cookie, Centaur's Cart, Medusa ulti, which makes Aurora's fight very difficult. They don't have that clear initiation. Abyssal Blade, Blink on Abba. He needs to find the backline, try to kill one of these supports immediately. Ideally, you want to kill off Bane, but if he gets the Cookie off, if he gets the Glimmer, he's in.
Abyssal Blade, Epicenter, Burrow Strike coming through. Toronto Tokyo trying to get a dump, but the Fiend's Grip comes out immediately. They go to the Prime Aurora, they've got the Sunray, they got the control of Miposhka, but he's picked up in the cart. He's A-OK. Panto, he's the one who dies, but that's a 5-star Uber from Collapse on Miposhka, who is still alive. Kiyotaka also falling, and Spirit lose nothing.
The heroes are way too tanky. You also have Crimson Guard, Pipe available on Centaur, who's about to crack level 25. He has Pyrrhic Cloak, Blade Mail. You do not want to focus this guy, but you also cannot ignore him fully in a fight. He's dealing way too much damage, and Aghanim Scepter on Bane also lowering the cooldown, so he doesn't even die. Yeah, this game is pretty cooked for Aurora.
Huge lead for Spirit. And they'll solidify it with an Aegis. Come on, hop in. It's not the longest cooldown either.
No, but Collapse is also acting like he has infinite mana on this hero.
Yeah.
Needs to use it for Pipe. This is 150. It's 75, but his mana pool is really low. He also doesn't have an item that does give him mana regeneration. Ideally, you would want to have Lotus Orb on this hero, then you can do stuff like that, but, I mean, Stampede is 250 mana.
Yeah, it's a lot.
2 mana boots are available. They have a couple of greater healing Lotuses, so they can give that to Collapse. He's going to be fine.
That's the price, too, right? You want a cart to come pick you up?
You got to give him mana
boots. Yeah. Dynamic pricing, too, so if you're in the middle of a fight, you have to give me more mana just to make sure I'll be there on time.
This sounds so American.
Yeah.
It's like tipping. I ordered coffee from Starbucks. He spins that thing. Give me 30%. I just spin it back.
No thanks. Yeah, we share our cars too. We got that taxi share, carpooling.
Yeah, carpooling lane.
I mean, what's next, right?
Nobody uses that lane. The lane is free every single time. I was in US, nobody's using that lane.
No. Well, everybody's in a car alone. But if you carpool with those taxis, it's worth it.
I love this. He did go for Retaliate Aura on 25, because he did go for 45 extra on 20 Talon. So going to be a lot of return damage coming out if you start attacking them. The full wrap around, the Hail Mary play from Aurora. Laurel is in a good spot.
Yeah, they try to go to the epicenter. They should be able to get the kill on Miposhka. They look over at Rue. It's full supports down at the side of Spirit, but they've already lost Panto, who's going to be forced to buy back. Stone Gaze comes out. Yule's used by Mira. That's going to be on a Radon. But they look over as now Kiyotaka's been singled out. They're doing some decent damage on the Collapse. They go to the workhorse. They're trying to get the card on a Radon.
He's alive.
He's low. Collapse still surviving. And now they've got the borrowed time. They get the kill on a Collapse. They've lost Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira. But Panto, he died for a second time. They'll buy back on Mira. A gem is down on the ground. Laurel looking for an opening to get on a Kiyotaka who blinks away. But Mira can't get that bushwhack to land. Radon will stand his high ground. Another Yules won't really matter, but here comes Laurel with the Boundless Strike with the upgrade on the Shard. He bounces all the way over, but Nightfall has that Abyssal Blade to stop him and that Diffusal to lower that mana,
Lotus.
but he gets that Lotus and gets that mana back. The Workhorse is going to be used by Collapse to bring over Laurel over to Nightfall, who doesn't have a lot of mana. You can Boundless Strike from within the cards to drive by Boundless. Nightfall with the Ogre Seal Totem to get some distance, but he is running away from what seems to be an inevitable death, and will be as Miposhka saps his brain.
They had Outpost to TP2. This is exactly the target that they need to kill. They need to go for Bane immediately, but he can TP to an Outpost. The Collapse also using the buyback. And now without Abba, he does have buyback available. Problem is there is still Aegis for almost 2 minutes on Radanski.
Mira was there. Now you see Mira, now you don't. 90 seconds without this squirrel. Abba not gonna buy back. Asking Kiyotaka to...
He has to buy back.
Give me some time. But Fiend's Grip, Kiyotaka pops the BKB, goes to the Primal Roar, and now they'll start to run away, but this Wukong circle is huge. Abaddon trying to step in and get something done. They'll go to the Stampede, and they'll chase on to Toronto Tokyo. They've got both cities locked down. And they'll get the kill to the Sand King as they look for Nightfall. Uses that Abyssal Blade on the Baposhka, but they've got the break. They'll get the kill. They'll take Abaddon out for 2 minutes. They'll call GG, and Team Spirit will take game number 1 over Aurora.
Yeah, I would say this was pretty clean from Team Spirit from start to finish. They started the lanes really strong, allowing both Collapse and Medusa, Yatoro to get the free XP. Miposhka did quite a lot of work blocking those cams and not allowing them to get any stacks going.
Yeah, these long fights were a bit of a problem for Aurora. Abaddon trying to be a dancing queen, but unfortunately unable to do so. And Spirit take game 1. They're looking to get a 2-0 and into the playoffs, but we'll have to hear what our panel has to say about this one. We'll send it back to the handsome trio and hear what they have to say.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, what can we say? I mean, it's kind of... We telegraphed it beforehand. We talked about the relative drafts and their relative strengths and what would have to happen, and Spirit just executed theirs excellently, it has to be said. I mean, I think in terms of the intricacies, that's one of the really better high-level drafts I've seen between, two teams, but Spirit were just on another level.
Yep, definitely on both sides. They had their strengths, the way to execute their drafts, but I feel like the problem that was obvious through the game is both team fights, both teams, they need these prolonged fights, right? Like you have Epicenter, you have Egg, like you need time for these spells to actually get utilized properly. You have this Abaddon who obviously wants longer team fights with Radiance, with borrow time, just running in and creating havoc. But the problem is, like, you're playing into Team Spirit that also don't shy away from long fights, and they have all the resetting tools, which is something that Aurora lacked. Like, they couldn't reset. Once they're in, they're in. On the other side, like, you have just a multitude of options at your disposal.
And when you see like the net worth on the previous highlight, all 3 cores after the laning phase, like minute 9, Spirit was on top. And I think just the issue for Aurora is their draft is built on tempo, right? Like a lot of their damage is the same. Beastmaster goes for Aghanim, Sand King magic damage, Phoenix as well, Abaddon, he goes for Radiance. His right click comes much later when he has more items. Like, it's a lot of just one damage type, roll the enemy, win the game as quick as you can. But it didn't happen. They lost their lanes, and I think there was, like, the game did drag out a little bit based on Aurora, pushing some waves, finding the odd pick or 2. They did eventually kill off a Medusa, but it's just one kill, and in the grand scheme, that didn't net them the Roshan or a couple towers or any real place on the map. So I think Spirit just showcased a beautiful draft and exceptional gameplay.
And collapse on the Centaur as well, just doing work. I mean, every time it looked like they were able to pick off a core, the Centaur just rolled in, made the save.
You could see that eventually they even started prioritizing him, which is kind of silly because you're going on a Centaur, right? Like, this is probably not a hero that you will be able to take down that fast, but you had to, because the problem is it's not only him. Like, he was only one of the layers that they had. Like, it's him. Then there's a random cookie here and there that saves you out of problems. Then on top of that, there's a Bane that can save you as well. Like, Sleep is really nice resetting tool. So overall, they had a lot of nice things to save the Medusa if she ever gets gone on. Meanwhile, Abaddon is itemizing after Radiance to go on that Medusa and eliminate her first.
And it is kind of bad that we haven't even mentioned Lyle, right? He's finishing the game 15-1-10, but because of how confident he is in the game, he knows behind him, like you said, he has the Centaur, he has Bane, he has all these tools. He is able to play with that extra layer of, you know what, I can just be this frontliner. And it's like you've got a Monkey King with Mage Slayer, BKB, brushing off this damage. I think, just the team fights were exceptional, and I requested some highlights to throw into the mix as well for this to
Well, first, let's take a look at I think there was a head-to-head. I wanted to have a look at.
Yeah, we could look at that first if you want. Yeah, that's fine. So. I did request this. I actually forgot I requested this, but
that's fine.
It's fine. Yep. What was I going to say for this one? 15-minute. Well. Lanes just went really, really well for Spirit. And I think this basically will be the starting for the clips that I'll show in a minute. So the fact that already after laning phase, Bane and Medusa killed off the Sanking and the Hoodwink in laning phase. For me, I don't expect Sanking and Hoodwink to kill a Medusa in that lane. Bane is exceptionally strong, but to physically give kills to the Medusa as well, it fully breaks at Nightfall. Sure, he's got 2 assists, but the fact that you have 5 assists, 5 kill participation on a farm-heavy carry is just amplifying the game for Spirit. So I think the off lane from Aurora didn't help their ability to enter this game.
And we can see from the highlights how that translates.
My apologies. I did ruin this post-game analysis here for you, Richard Lewis.
No, you're killing it.
Thanks, mate. But yeah, you already said that you liked the Centaur gameplay, and the Centaur gameplay was exceptional. He just always jumping in, hitting multi-hero stomps, and the whole issue with the Abaddon carry, in my opinion, is if you're not ahead in net worth, what damage are you really doing? Like, he's locked onto the Medusa, the entire time of this fight? Is he dying? Not really.
No, not at all. And look, it's one of those things where I remember when the ability was kind of first introduced and everyone was just like, this is a meme, it's kind of not worth it, etc. And then obviously you've had this like reappraisal of the ability. It just did so much in all these fights. It was
absolutely.
It was
crazy. I mean, as long as you can get one of your teammates and make them untargetable, unattackable, like it's always going to find a place in this game, that kind of a spell. I guess the idea with the Abaddon as well was the Monkey King. Like, you see the Monkey early on, you pick the Abaddon, it's a hero that can actually stay in the Wukong's command. Withering Mist is also really damn nice, but then in the end you get hit on the head with the Medusa pick, which makes your hero look a little bit silly. It makes you... It's not a bad build, like this Manta Diffusal Blink, you can buy it into any hero even. But in this circumstance, when you're trying to play these prolonged fights into a Medusa, it just doesn't work. Well, by the time you take her down, she's already eliminated both of your supports by split shot alone.
Yeah, and so obviously Spirit looking really, really good. And they've just continued. As you said, we looked at the finishes at the start of the year. You know, they've been there or thereabouts in all these tournaments. Again, you have to wonder if they are very much in contention for Wallachia.
Yeah, I'd argue in current form, they should easily be top 4 team. But that also means if you're a top 4 team, you're probably also grand finals bound based on how close our teams are. So yeah, in their current form, yeah, in contention.
Okay, well, they've got to beat Aurora first, but looking good so far. They've got the lead in the series. Come back after the break, and we'll see if they can close it out.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Climb the Ranks, where we're going to be taking some professionals and asking them 7 questions about Dota. With each correct answer, they will go up a rank, but of course, if they get one wrong, then they'll be going down a rank. And we'll see what their MMR is by the end of it. I'm here with Maposhka from Team Spirit. Are you ready? You feeling locked in?
Hey, of course.
Good to hear it, good to hear it. All right, let's go. Let's get started with Climb the Ranks. Question number 1. This is your Herald level question, so fully expecting you to get this one right. Which of these heroes does not use a sword?
Okay, this is a hard one, but I guess it's Io.
It is, of course, Io. Good job, Maposhka, good job. All right. Question number 2. How many charges does a tango come with?
My answer is B. I'm a support, I'm buying a lot of tangos usually.
Yeah,
so
I've got to make sure
I'm confident in that question.
Let's see, B is of course correct. 3 charges with a tango. Let's get into our Archon question, a little bit harder now. What does Undying's Rotten Mitts facet do?
A.
A, spawn a zombie on attack.
Yes.
Let's take a look and see if that's correct. It is indeed correct. Well done, Maposhka. Yeah, it's spawn a zombie on attack when you're in the Flesh Golem. Which means we can move on to our Archon question. So slowly getting harder now. Which hero has a description, drains enemy life to heal themselves?
Definitely not Lifestealer, I guess. So
between
it's
Death Prophet and
Death
Pugna.
Prophet or Pugna. I guess it's Pugna, so my answer is C.
C, Pugna. Okay, let's take a look, see if you're correct. Nice. It is, of course, C, Pugna. All right, let's go. You're an Archon. Let's get into the legend question then. The most expensive item in Dota 2 is currently valued at around $250,000 due to a bug making it a one-of-a-kind item. But what is the name of the item?
Do I have an option to call my friend?
Why? Who knows this?
Okay, I guess it's not Platinum Baby Roshan.
No.
I guess it's Legacy War Dog.
Okay.
But I'm not really sure.
Not too sure on this
But
one,
I don't
so-
really know what is the C. It sounds like just another like treasure.
Mm-hmm.
I'll choose A. Legacy War Dog.
A, the Legacy War Dog. All right, let's take a look, see if that's correct. Oh
Okay.
no.
Lucky.
Oh no, it is not correct. No, indeed, it is the Platinum Baby Roshan. It is bugged to have 4 gem slots, which means that it can have loads of different effects on it, basically. And the owner actually rejected an offer of $250,000, which means that valuation's actually a little on the low side, so it's probably worth more than that.
But how I can know it?
How can you know this?
Yes.
I don't know. Don't you have some? I know that your friends have, your teammates have some like expensive cosmetics, right?
Yes, but we're not thinking about that expensive items.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. All right. Well, let's go for a next Archon question down, as you have gone down a rank from that one. What does the Feverish Neutral Item Enchantment provide?
Okay, so definitely not A because there is no cast speed bonus. Base attack speed, increase in combination. Cooldown reduction. Okay, C is also. I don't remember that C is a possibility in Dota. So my answer is B.
Okay, going for B. Let's take a look. I'm afraid it is C. Cooldown reduction and mana cost / loss increase.
Mana. Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to our next question then. Which spell has the longest range? This is our Crusader question.
I guess it's Arrow.
Yep, you're going for Mirana's Sacred Arrow?
Yeah, I will choose B.
All right, let's lock it in. Let's see if it's a pretty safe guess here.
It's like around 3K.
Yep, exactly right. Yeah, Mirana's Arrow is 3,000 range. So, yeah, well done. Last question then. So, this is Roshan's passive. Strength of the Immortal gives him bonuses that scale over time. What stat does it not boost though? So what doesn't get stronger with Roshan over time? Is it health regen, is it armor, or is it max health? So what doesn't get stronger with Roshan
Definitely
over
not
time?
C.
Definitely not C.
Yeah. Health regen or armor. Not remember exactly. Okay, I choose A.
You chose A, you're going for health regen?
Yes.
Alrighty, let's take a look. And you're absolutely right, Roshan does not get health regen over time, he only gets armor and max health. So, all right, and that was your last question, which means, Maposhka, you end up as a legend. So
Okay, nice.
Congratulations.
Nice, I'm a legend.
Well done. I mean, you are a legend to all of us, in a nice way. All right, Maposhka, thank you very much for playing Climb the Ranks, and good luck at Wallachia.
Thanks so much. See you.
Yeah, so Team Spirit versus Aurora. Team Spirit ahead. So Aurora go back to the drawing board, and I will ask our analysts now what we think that drawing board might look like.
Hopefully a brand new one. I want them to put the drawing board they had, put it in a different drawer, get some new pens out, new crayons or something, think of a new plan, because I just didn't like that. It felt like they...
Bob Ross in the background.
Anything. It just felt like they didn't really respect what Spirit was drafting, because Spirit is like, this is our foundation, this is us, beat us. And Aurora is like, oh, we're gonna have this hero, and now this hero, and this hero, and it's like, you're not thinking about how to win the game, you're just thinking about...
It was a little bit too reactive.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's not you, you know? That's why I'm hoping that they have a different plan coming into the second game.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, right? Like yesterday, they all had a series against a team that's kind of considered stronger versus Tundra. They dropped game number 1. They completely reinvented how they wanted to play in game number 2 and 3, and they took it.
Yeah.
My question is, will they wait for game number 3, if it even happens, to take that PA, or maybe will it be picked in the next stage? I believe Darkseer wasn't banned, by the way, in this series as well, in the first game.
There were a lot of hotly contested picks.
Maybe later, but yeah, Darkseer is another option for them that they might go for. Thinking of Medusa, those illusions, if you want to let her go through. Grimstroke, Darkseer, they can definitely hurt her. So you're already settled in that department if you do not want to ban her out. So yeah, we'll see. From Aurora, they can definitely figure out something new versus Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think you just need to be careful that, at least with, like, say, Medusa, right? We saw how PARIVISION utilized it from the offlane. They ban anti-mage, pick Medusa. Now you can never defend a tower anymore. She's taken all of them. And now here for Spirit, they get an ultimate last pick, put it in the carry role, and it feels like she applies this timer, where it's like, if you don't break her farm, if you don't, at least match her economy, you are going to fall short. And it's like, it's so hard. There's just not enough bans where it's like, if you start randomly respecting Medusa for no reason, you're giving away Dooms or AAs or Ringmasters or other heroes that are so much better in multiple drafts, where Medusa is maybe a bit more niche and pick, but it is a hero that you have to respect now.
And draft underway, and once again, seeing supports prioritized there.
Yep, very good foundation for both of these teams. Of course, Spirit, they do respect the Beastmaster. This time around, they don't want to first pick it themselves, so they just delete it from the pool.
They have first pick as well, but they're the ones that eliminate him.
Yep.
It's interesting. Usually, like Tinkers, Beasts, if you have first phase, of course, they must have something in mind as they're banning it. But on the other side, three bans and 3 supports. By the way, at the beginning of this tournament, top 10 heroes with the win rate and with being picked were all supports, which isn't something that you see very often.
I mean, for Spirit here, it's just ban. Okay, what are they going for?
The PA ban.
Yep. I mean, they had 2 very clear options here. It's ban, like, PA or some big Nightfall hero into Prophet, or you ban Anti-Mage and just pick Medusa. And then you protected your Medusa from any role, any situation. They do opt to go for this draft option.
I really like it.
Very strong.
Like you get yourself a Prophet. Any team in this role right now knows how to play it, plays it very well. The hero is really strong. And then you eliminate that one hero that Nightfall could prove to be a really problematic issue with, right? Like the PA jumping you, hunting you, and like late game scales probably harder than any core at the moment.
But Aurora do like to play the heroes that complicate the game for Nature's Prophet. They like to play Kunkka and Tidehunter. They've tried Wraith King. Like all these heroes that are inherently tanky can farm, maybe not as quick as Prophet, but at least in a respectable fashion. They can make the game annoying around that 20-minute mark, the first Memento.
But I have to say, like, looking at all of their games, they let the Prophet go through once, and they won against it with the PA. Usually they just first phase ban the hero. They just get rid of it. They don't want to play against it. Understandable, as most teams don't want to play against the Prophet.
Now go for a Doom. It is rather interesting that Doom has risen in popularity, especially in a meta where Medusa and Wraith King are good. Well, I think we saw that in the Falcons series, where it's like you pick Doom, you don't ban Medusa, and now suddenly you're having to play with it. Like this could be the same scenario for Spirit, where this Prophet, sure, it could be the carry, but you put it in the mid lane, if your Tory gets access to a carry Medusa, you're taking that every single time. So we'll see if Aurora are to respect some of the big counters.
Yeah, you have
from Doom in the offlane.
You have the Medusa option. You also have the Centaur option, right? Like it once again,
run away.
Absolutely fine to pick into the Doom. You get Doom, put that hero on the cart here, run away with it.
It probably wouldn't have been the hero that I would have expected Aurora to go for this early. And I think it does simplify Spirit's approach to, okay, how are we entering the second phase of this draft? We have a good couple carry options. We've got some offlane options. Like, it feels like you've presented Spirit with all the options early on. So these bans and this kind of entry to second phases.
These guys are big Doom enjoyers, by the way. They do play Doom, but like T said, they don't really draft him this early on usually. Like he's reserved for later on when you see a clear target. Like most of, like second pick of the second stage or even the last pick is reserved for the Doom in most of their games.
It's really taking a long time to think about their ban as well. I mean, again, Aurora, they've done a first pick Doom, but they had AA and Storm, and it was plenty of big map play. And the good strong supports that you'd expect to maybe increase the pacing for a lineup, Aurora have already banned out themselves due to the respect towards Spirit supports.
Aurora Gaming.
And they banned out the Terrorblade. Just trying to protect the Nature's Prophet. If it is to be the carry.
That one game in which they had Doom and Storm, I feel like that's something that they could replicate here once more. Pick up the Storm into the Prophet. Like you have a Shiva's builder naturally as well on your side. Multiple of those. Like overall, I'd like to see it. A hero that can hunt down the Prophet through the game.
And they do ban the Medusa. Okay, so they do respect it. Here, that was already mentioned. As much as you want Storm Spirit, Spirit will close the phase and they can go for the puck or, you know, plenty of options to complicate that game as well.
There's a hero as well versus Prophet that I want to see being picked up once again. And not a lot of teams play her, but Ench makes the laning a lot difficult. But you do get a position forward that can get on top of the Prophet, and you also take it away from them in case they might have wanted to play that 5+1.
And I sound like a broken record, but Kotl.
Yeah.
It's there. It's available. I mean, it's such a good hero. Either team can pick it if they really want to. As long as they have good stuns and ways to locate or lock down a fight in a certain area, then yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Could do some funky global nightmare strat with natures and recall.
Yeah, they could. I mean, Kotl Sand King would be able to utilize that. You've got the stun setup of the Sand King. You then have the Keeper of Light for the Chakra on the Prophet to keep the natures cool and get multiple treants going out. Like, in theory, yeah, it makes sense. I think the Sand King kind of fixes some of the maybe the weaknesses they had, but yeah, wouldn't look too bad.
Get some. Basically, with Kotl and Prophet, you can already make a play with 4 heroes appearing in one spot.
Yeah.
Maybe even 5 if you're quick enough. But yeah, the hero isn't as easy to execute with, and I feel like it takes a lot of practice and a lot of games.
Yeah, it's been interesting in both drafts. It's sort of just been left there, you know. It's just neither team seems to value it as highly as some of the others here in Wallachia.
I think it also helps if your team understands some of the other benefits of the hero. You have high move speed, which means you can get to the jungle, make stats quicker, and accelerate. But such is life. It's probably not going to get picked here due to the Willow. Willow often is the 4 position for Spirit.
Yeah, the laning stage as well. When it comes to Keeper of the Kotl, it's not that great. Like T said, you can. This hero used to be one of the best position 4s with the Sand King because you just constantly push in the waves and then you stack. The hard camp, you pull it. It doesn't necessarily work as well any longer. And Dark Willow, definitely more aggression coming from Team Spirit. And it's also nice to have it into Snowball from Tusk. Bramble's really good into the Doom as well, who likes to just run in there, sometimes without the BKB.
Spirit pretty much is laying down the gauntlet for the early game, where it's like, if you try and fight us, we will bring the heroes. Like, let's say Prophet's to carry, expect him when he gets a corrosion to happily TP to the bot lane, into the off lane of Spirit, to continue fighting there. And
eventually this hero was going to pop up again, right?
Got banned out in the last game in the second phase, but you see heroes that want to play on the team fight, sure, Silencer is going to make sense. You would argue, though, relatively low damage right now for Aurora in the early game. Their lanes will be good, but once you exit the laning phase, their ability to kill heroes is Doom available, is Global available. If they are used, then you're not going to be able to kill off the heroes.
I feel like you still wouldn't mind some sort of a spirit here, but they go with the monkey.
Okay. Pacing is increasing a bit. We already said lanes are very stable for Aurora. It's just, once you win your lanes, how do you remind Spirit that you were the winners? And Monkey King is one of those heroes that can do that.
I would really like if Aurora actually had this monkey on the safe lane, and then they have another playmaker from the mid. Of course, you can have a mid as well, if you can find the right carry for the job. But right now, when I'm looking at these 4 heroes, like T said, lacking damage and also lacking the follow-up once you go in with the monkey. You have Global and Doom, sure, but
if they do have good positioning, that damage won't matter because Spirit's aggression is very scripted. It's the Sanking has to blink in with a Burrow Strike. Prophet has to TP into a fight where if you then get globaled, you can't take the engagement after, right? And Spirit, win lane, fix the lane problem they have.
I mean, old school counter to the Monkey King, right? Just one of the most annoying heroes to play into. Like when this hero was absolutely broken, Monkey King I'm speaking of, it was Viper Venom, right? Like these kind of heroes just absolutely make your life miserable.
But in concept, it's a pretty bold statement from Spirit because for Aurora, you said that you wanted the Monkey to be in the safe lane. So for Spirit to pick a mid Viper to punish a mid Monkey King, we don't really care if your Monkey's safe lane. In their head, Sanking Willow is going to be able to play into the Monkey King.
Well, the hero that they just banned does feel like they want the Viper mid no matter what, and that they're expecting the Monkey King to be moved to the safe lane.
With Brambles and then Burrow Strike. I think bot lane, Sanking Willow, honestly, probably could survive the Monkey King. It's not as if it's like, oh wow, Sanking can't play. I think the Willow will do enough to give life to the lane.
The trick is in the way you phrased it, and I think that's very telling. You said survive. This is an offlane that's not there to murder the Monkey King and win the lane and just stomp him. This is an offlane where you're supposed to survive, get your Blink Dagger on Sand King, and leave that job to the Viper down the line to actually help out with the Monkey. So I feel like it's a slippery slope where sometimes when you go in, not to win, but to survive, it doesn't go that great. But when it comes to the last few bans, Aurora, they are expecting a position 5, and I believe that's kind of obvious for Team Spirit. What's a Miposhka hero here?
It's a hero that needs to be able to skirmish and fight with the aggression. So Jakira's already banned out.
These frontliners were the most common ones with the Prophet, right? Like your Elder Titan, your Tusk, your Clock. These kind of heroes usually can be played.
I don't know why, but part of me is just thinking Disruptor. They expected double melee ban, that's fine. But if, let's say there's not a melee here for Spirit, you want to play on quick pacing, you press Glimpse, sure, I might press Global, but you're still going to get repositioned. It's not going to cancel the Glimpse.
It's a good, good hero overall. Like,
how did it do last time we watched it?
I forgot about it already, I'll be honest. It wasn't memorable. It did lose. But
if you want to go for the big boys that are left in the pool, Clock that we mentioned just banned out, there's also the two-headed guy, not the Jakiro, but the other one, the blue boy. I mean, if you really want to do it, like Bloodlust on Nature's Prophet on Viper, not too shabby.
I'm just thinking, like,
don't get my hopes about it. We're not going to see an ogre.
Spirit has to choose between, does their 5 provide the fight pacing, like a Disruptor, glimpsing people back, Static Storm, or does it bring more lane security, where it's like the Ogre type hero, or even like an Undying, where you're just a body in the lane that gives Prophet life. Like, there's, I think, at least in my head, there's 2 options, but silly melee body, Ogre Undying, or big fight and high skill, and
there you go.
Bigger melee body.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all inning into this place. I like it. Spirit Breaker looks. I mean, this hero at the moment might not be in the best place ever, but yeah, it's interesting.
I think Spirit Breaker is an unloved hero, but it honestly should be respected a little bit more. Obviously, you have incredible HP. You BKB piercing with your stun. If you can lock onto a hero, you will always set up your team, but you don't really do the damage yourself, especially from a support role. You're always kind of chasing another item.
The way they well with the natures as well.
Yeah, the way they played game 1 and now the way they drafted in game number 2, it's like two different worlds of playing Dota. Absolutely.
And also, if it's a very rough game in regards to locking a puck down, right? You've got Burrow Strike, Bramble Maze, Spirit Breaker never should. It would be illegal if the Spirit Breaker without a Shadow Blade connects a charge on the puck. Like, that's how good it is for the puck. But outside of that, Spirit Breaker, you buy an Aghanims, then you get the Planar Pocket. You can now eat the Doom for your team, where rather than dooming the Sand King, it's going to forcefully redirect. So I think there is a lot of cool concepts to be applied for Spirit Breaker when you get a lot of gold on him. But yeah, Aurora's lineup it looks clean. It looks like the experimentation of the previous draft, where it was like magic damage and snowball. This is just, we want to play a good solid game. We can play 10-minute, 40-minute, 3-hour if we have to. They can do everything with this lineup.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the experimentation bug left Aurora and went on top of Team Spirit this time around. It kind of consumed them. We have the Spirit Breaker last pick here. You talked about eventually Planar Pocket and Aghanims and Shadow Blade. It's a like, look, Miposhka,
I'm just getting excited for the late game, mate.
Elder Titan, Miposhka sometimes gets axed, but that's about it. Like, maybe his Enchantress finds farm. It isn't as easy on Spirit Breaker, even though the newest iteration of Spirit Breaker finds easier gold on the map. However, Aurora's draft is just very solid this time around. Like, you have these magical circles, you've got the Dream Coil, you've got the Wukong's command, you've got ways to set things up, and you've got the ways to keep people in the Wukongs.
I mean, one good adaptation from Spirit was putting the Viper into the Monkey King lane, right? Like, Viper and Sand King, you could argue both flex between mid and off lane, but ensuring that your tempo is in the mid lane. Put the Sand King there, he will farm, Puck will farm, but a Sand King with a Blink Dagger, you get a couple kills, you can maybe enable your team that way, and now you have the Viper vs Monkey King matchup. You just keep trying to shut down the Monkey King, so when Puck does eventually pop off on our last pick, the Monkey King can't follow suit, as he will have to be recovering.
And you can't switch things, right? Like, you have a Puck, like, he needs to go mid. This isn't like a hero that can just easily switch lanes with the Monkey King and go safe lane. Overall, I feel like for Collapse and the boys, he needs to be the star. He needs to crush this lane, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what his itemization will be on the Viper.
I have 1,000+ Spirit Breaker games, so I hope for Spirit Breaker's sake, he is able to win this game.
All right, well, we're about to find out if we are going to have this victory for Spirit Breaker.
Thank you.
We're going over to our commentators. It is, of course, Bread Drop and Le Croissant.
Every single one has made me laugh. It's been 3 days.
These are good ones. I became French for a second, even though originally I was French. But
originally you were French?
Yeah. Something behind the name, but I can't say it right now on the stream so I don't get sued. But back to the game, back to these two drafts. I kind of like what Aurora has been cooking for this one. Very easy to execute type of a lineup. Puck goes in with the coil, follow it up with the Wukong's command. Their team fight is very strong. Global Silence as well. I also am looking at the heroes inside of Spirit. This Global Silence, this might be the best silencer game that I've seen so far in the last 3 days that we had so far. We've seen good amount of silencer on our stream, and it did feel it becomes a little bit lackluster. Insania had a pretty good game earlier today where he completely dominated the lane. And this time around, I feel like these heroes don't build into that early BKBs. We're talking about Nature's Prophet Mjolnir into Hurricane Pike, sanking from the mid lane. Want to see what the automation for him is going to be. We saw Malrine yesterday going for Road of Athos, and Marl getting blocked, immediately forced to use his Burrow Strike. Not the ability you want to have on level 1, but it is what it is.
Yeah, not the best thing to use. I have to get it out of the way early.
You could just say it. If it's something stupid, just say it immediately.
I'll wait, because this might be First Blood. I'm going to hold off. They're going to go for this Silencer, and the Balance Strike comes across the
He's going to die
bow of this Team Spirit side, but they get the kill to Collapse. They'll end up trading Panto. They'll chase after Mira, but they won't be able to get that kill. It's about Mira on that Tusk. It's cosmetic related. He's burning. He's not burning to anything. Not burning spears or dual breath. Do you know what? Do you know what it is? I've said it a million times.
It is.
Do you know the cosmetic name?
Give me 1 second. He's gonna die. Cast the game.
And go for Mira.
Trail of the Burning
block him
Doom.
out, and it is, in fact, Trail of the Burning Doom. It is glitched on the hand cosmetic. We used to see it a lot from FY, but we don't see much FY anymore, and finally somebody has a glitched cosmetic. Now that it's out of my system, we're back in, ready to go.
And we're back having tri-lane in this bottom lane. This is how you play against Viperino. You want to be able to punish him so that he doesn't get off to a good start. Laurel. Collapse is actually tipping Laurel because he was very close to getting that kill, I guess. And there's also nothing they were doing in the bottom lane. They got tri-lane there for a second. Toronto Tokyo does have Windlace as his starting item. Wants to be able to run away. It's not that good of a Windlace in this. If he was, I would say, laning against Viper would be pretty good. But now that he's soloing here, I think maybe going for a Bracer would be a better option. Something that Mar does is going for second Bracer, 2 Bracers into Phase Boots Drum, become super speedy guy.
That early Windlace, though, just feeling a bit quicker. See if it works out in anything. We'll see if this tri-lane does much. But now, 3 heroes bottom for both teams. It's a 6-hero lane. It's a party.
It's been a while since I saw tri-lane against tri-lane. If we go back in time...
How far?
2006, maybe. It was one of the EWCs, I believe, where Chinese team did invent tri-lane, if my memory is correct, where they were running some Visage, Sven, Lina tri-lane, and Kiyotaka will get a solo kill.
Almost died himself, but...
Had a Fairy Fire. He was fine.
Yeah, never in doubt.
Fairy Dragon Fire.
All right. It ends up keeping him alive, whatever, you know. Stays alive, now mid, has that advantage. I'm trying to think who would have been involved in that EWC. The Electric Games or whatever it was called.
Kiyotaka is really using this package, getting extra bit of regeneration. It looked like he was about to deny himself, but yeah, dodging the attacks, getting extra bit of HP. In terms of CS, he's doing really well. 15 and 6 against 6 and 4 on Laurel.
TP from Radon. But not much doing with the lack of mana. Does have a Lotus, but he does have Mira coming over and has the Shard. So they'll bring over Rue to try and turn this around. They'll get at least Toronto Tokyo. No Infernal Blade. And now Mira all of a sudden, he's not going to feel comfortable enough to stand tall against these 2 heroes. It breaks up the tri-lane in the both sides bottom.
Laurel again, trying to go for the same play. Maybe he can catch him off guard so that he can't use the phase shift, but level 1 stun is
Rambles
not standing long enough. This build from Radon, going for double null talisman, not something that you see every day, but because he was playing 1v1 for a good 3.5 minutes, he needs to get as much stats as possible, which does allow him to get the extra last hits. We'll have that extra bit of mana charge.
Not much doing there. Have that deep obs in the lane. Alice strike, collapse, blood grenade even committed. They go to the Shard. Collapse is gonna be dead. Brain drained. Viper not exactly working with the biggest mana pool. That's like one of the major things you struggle with.
There's a lot of struggles with this hero. Not being able to farm very well once he's killed a couple of times, and this is his second death. Definitely needs levels to start put more points in Nether Toxin. I want to see if he prepares for the jungle. If he starts maxing out Nether Toxin immediately, a lot of pressure onto Toronto Tokyo. So he did pick up that Windlace on Doom and actually sold it for the second Bracer. That's why I didn't like it as much, because you're playing against an Aegis Prophet, you don't care too much about the speed. Against Dark Willow, you also don't need to outrun this hero.
Was looking mid for a second. Laurel was trying to get a Burrow Strike timing. It's Kiyotaka using that puckish. And we'll get the kill there onto Toronto Tokyo. And Laurel needs to be a little bit careful, I would say. He might get baited into a move here as Miposhka getting chased. Jingu popped over and Mira's on the run with him. 2 heroes trying to get a kill here on Miposhka, who has charge in 4 seconds.
Shards
survive
already.
that long. Avoids the shards for a second, stops the charge, and now the Boundless Strike will get the kill.
Yeah, that level 1 charge. Before the nerfs, the charge would probably be able to get him away from the trouble, but yeah, now you need to build up that speed, which is not ideal.
Also, how many times have Spirit in a situation like this thrown Miposhka in the offlane to be the support? Because he was there bottom the entire time. Kiyotaka is actually going to die here to collapse. Who sticks with the illusory orb, but you don't really see Miposhka avoid the top lane much, or the safe lane.
Wanted to mimic what they're doing with the tri-lane, but this also leaves Nature's Prophet alone. So he gets level 6 at 6 minutes. Doom is only, I mean, he's getting close to level 6. Might try to go for a play. Problem is, if you use that Infernal Blade, he can TP out with a TP, so he needs to bring another hero to be able to secure the kill on Radahn.
7-minute Shrine. Trying to fight for it, but they'll back away. There is no Wrath of Nature to have fought this, and it will be 1 Shrine apiece. So Miposhka will get his hands on some experience. He's level 4. Collapse would love to push into that level 6 a little bit quicker.
He still opted to go for more points in Poison Attack, so once the battle it out, we'll decide to farm the jungle slightly later. This is a hero that doesn't really move. It's very difficult to make any kind of rotation with the Viper. Maybe if they overextend, you can TP, but the hero is pretty slow. One of the reasons why he also bought the Windlace.
His Windlace worth it. You can see level-wise, Kiyotaka leading Laurel. Net worth, too, is pretty brutal. Laurel behind by a bit. Mira is also here, and Rue coming from behind, or at least attempting to.
I like what Radahn is doing with Nature's Prophet, putting multiple points into Sprout. He has 4-1-1 build, playing against Doom, doesn't want to get his Greater Treant eated, so just wants to maximize the damage. Sprout is also a very good farming tool against neutrals.
As shown immediately. Or, well, tried to be shown. Bring Nightfall over. They were looking for Radahn, but I don't really see anything. He reads this play a little bit, wanted to pull the creeps, so backs away from any danger that was coming through, but Toronto Tokyo not afraid to go into the tower. The Sprout connects. They've got the Bramble Maze. Now they'll look for the Primal Spring. Radahn gets an understanding of where everybody's at. They'll throw the Doom onto this Dark Willow, but the Viper Strike and the damage onto the Doom. Toronto Tokyo's dead. They'll trade Rue, but they get another kill on Amira. That works out pretty well for the side of Team Spirit.
They were so ready for this move immediately. Using the Sprout, Bramble Maze does connect, and that TP rotation that we did mention, when they overextend, Viper's gonna come in and try to get something out of it. They definitely need Kiyotaka as well to be able to go for some of these more aggressive plays. Kiyotaka will start to put some more pressure on the mid. Both supports are ready. Coil available. It seems like Laurel, he knows. He's keeping the distance.
Second. Look at that Blink Dagger. We talking about mid Sand King last game, but we also saw yesterday where Malorine was the one who picked up the Rod of Atos from mid Sand King. Dream Coil committed. Bramble Maze is down. They'll bring over Radahn. They've got a Sprout around their own Sand King. They're going to try and trade Mira low, and that tower shot will get the kill. Panto with the TP attempt out in front of this Dark Willow will work out, but Nightfall's tend to collapse. While we're watching mid, Kiyotaka is going to try and jaunt over to this Illusory Orb and will get far enough away where he survives.
This is a massive kill. He basically got a solo kill. There was also Panto close by.
Bramble Maze?
They're not done.
They've got
Spirit Breaker. What a lead from Miposhka.
Shadow Realm Strike gets the kill on a Kiyotaka. That is a great move from Spirit.
They're outplaying them so hard. These solo kills should not happen. Toronto Tokyo, he did die 3 times. That last movement from him has been heavily read, and then you also get the kill onto Nightfall. Plus, this is going to be some good tower damage. Not just tower damage. They might be able to kill the tower. 2 Greater Treants.
Only level 2, but it's enough.
It's enough. Catapult. Done. We'll finish it off. He's so farmed. Maelstrom, Double Null, Power Treads, Magic Wand.
They're going to go for Toronto Tokyo again. Bramble Maze placed in the right spot, looking for the Terrorize.
Can't get out of it.
Him, and the Fury can't move anywhere. Nightfall's dead again!
All right, they're falling apart.
Oh,
it's
no,
not working out. Collapse, let's see his camera. Is he going to be smiling, or if he's going to be, okay, maybe I overextended, but killing Monkey King 2 times in a row. Miposhka is still level 6. Gets
they
another
might
charge.
get another 2.
Gets the stick off.
Panto!
Will not lose in. You can't afford to lose intelligence as Spirit Breaker. Not the smartest of the heroes, but yeah. Just Radon. DP's in, gets the double kill, and we'll have another Wrath of Nature available for the next fight. They're playing it so quickly. This tri-lane that Aurora tried to do wasn't really working out for them.
No, not really. It allowed Radon to just get so much out of the lane.
So many levels and so many items. Playing against Doom in a 1v1 situation. He's so poor in Doom. 3.8 thousand. Radon has double his net worth.
He's dead again. Go to that charge. The damage is just too much for Toronto Tokyo to handle. And the side of Spirit have killed him so many times, they feel like Godzilla.
Collapse managed to recover real nicely. Has even more farm than Puck at this point. Haste will get denied.
Into the Shadow Realm. Battle of attempt. Radon is here again. They're gonna bring the charge over. Panto's level 6. He does have Global Silence, but the Burrow Strike hits both supports. The charge brings Miposhka over, but now since they killed him, it's going to go to Kiyotaka, who's forced to illusory orb and phase shift, but they've got this ult from Miposhka.
They're stunning
They'll
a second.
have another stun, and they'll look for the Terrorize. That connects. Kiyotaka's dead, and Spirit, they are just all over the map.
Second time Miposhka does this move where he charges in, he dodges the charge, but still he goes to the right direction, knows exactly where he's going to be. That move speed lingers with the facet and then manages to get the ulti. And now this is a Sanking with a Blink Dagger 12 minutes into the game. This Doom will need so much to be able to recover. What a play from Rue as well. Getting that Bramble Maze, going into Shadow Realm, and then Mira getting stuck. That tree that he ate wasn't really enough to get out of it. And then even without a Blink Dagger, Laurel finds a really good opportunity, gets a stun on multiple heroes.
This is such a good job there from Miposhka. I know somebody in the green room's happy about Spirit Breaker doing really well right now.
Yeah, he's been involved in 13 kills.
Oof.
Let's see. 15 kills for Radon. 7, 0, and 8. Mjolnir done on 13 minutes in.
Goddamn.
Yeah, I want to see... This has to be the fastest Mjolnir on Nature's Prophet. I don't see a game where somebody would be able to have that amount of farm. Fastest on this hero, 43 seconds faster than the previous record.
Is that all time or this patch? It's the fastest this tournament.
I like when you answer your own questions.
We're going to go for Radon. Well, they don't know that the all-hearing voice answers me. Radon is going to die, gets the kill on Amira. Panto, though, to the Bedlam will die too. And they're charging Kiyotaka, but... Ooh, he's actually stopped that charge in anticipation of the jaunt over, which forces Kiyotaka to stop, avoids the Terrorize, but still dies.
He's so next level on this Spirit Breaker. Some really nice move. Finds him. This is the third time that he does this shit.
It's such... the reads are insane. They're so good from Miposhka. And then Toronto Tokyo, he's like, oh, they're bottom. I've got some space. Whew. Doesn't realize Spirit Breaker was looking his way. Was immediately charging top. Does have some help from a Tusk. But here comes Radon. Miposhka looking for his opportunity.
They're so high level as well in Spirit. They're getting the kills, but also herd mentality from Spirit Breaker. The hero whose level is lower than anybody else on your team, they gain 50% more experience. So picking up XP runes is going to be very valuable. Miposhka still searching.
Walrus Punch. Nothing doing. They'll go for the Tormentor. Shard for Miposhka. He's earned it. Getting access to that upgrade on the Charge of Darkness.
A little bit of a bonus. 100 extra move speed during the charge. Not too bad. he's going to be able to scale. Like, he almost has enough farm as enemy offlaner. And this is Doom we're talking about, who maxed the tower, and he's still keeping up.
Mira hit with that ult. Burrow strike follow-up from Laurel. Snowball extending what is inevitable. Laurel gets the kill on Amira.
This is what I expected Aurora to do with their lineup. Move with 2 supports. These 2 supports are so good at rotating. Tusk plus Silencer, you have a stun, you have enough slow. You want to be active, you have ways of setting things up with the coil, with the Boundless Strike. It's just this tri lane didn't work out for them. And now Silencer is really not a factor. He's been shut down completely. A lot of the times we do see this hero fall off, where he needs to hide, he can't get close to the fight. And this might be another one of those games where he's gonna be able to become one button.
It makes the game so much easier. So if you're really looking to just press one button, just have a bad early game. Collapse. Thinking about the Terrorize, Epicenter Burrow Strike, and Terrorize again. Toronto Tokyo's dead, and they find Panto. 2 kills, easy peasy. 25 kills in 17 minutes.
Immediately going in, and let's see if Collapse is going to be able to find more. Poshka does have charge in a couple of seconds.
They find Mira, and there's the snowball. Kiyotaka's coming over, but is this really what you want to do? He's here to try and maybe fight. They'll go after Radon. Wukongs comes in, and they go and find themselves a Burrow Strike. He'll stand his ground. Radon is dead, but Nightfall and Kiyotaka fall for it.
Spark of Courage, keeping him alive there. That extra 5 armor, making the difference. Plus, on top of all of his items, making him super tanky. 1,000 damage coming up from Sanking, and you can see 3 heroes on Aurora, not dealing a single instance of the damage in the previous fight.
28 kills.
Okay, make it 2. I don't know why it showed 2. Well, 3 of them when I clicked. But yeah, it's a very, very difficult game for Aurora. Team Spirit, they're not stopping. Constant chase, getting the kill. Hero shows on the map. Global Silence, they want to get this position 5. Arcane Curse.
Even dooming this Spirit Breaker, I don't think he dies. Unless Mira finds him. But he doesn't die to the Doom, is what I was really getting at. But it's still Doom from Maposhka. I get a kill's a kill right now. Doesn't feel great, though, ever to have to doom the position 5 because he is continually being a thorn in your side. Looking for a Lincolns on Kiyotaka. Almost a 10,000 net worth lead. Yasha for Collapse. Ags being built for Laurel. We're looking for the Gleipnir. This is going to be Hurricane Pike for Radon. Charge on a Nightfall. They spotted him for a second. Nobody, he could have Radon follow this up, but this would drag him under the tier 2 tower. That would show anyway, and Monkey King would be able to leave, so it doesn't commit to the charge to try and get that kill in a Nightfall. What do Aurora need to do? Where does it come back together?
They need, I mean, they need to get some couple of kills with the Global Silence coil on multiple heroes, but the problem is they're gonna have their Dispel relatively soon. Viper is going into Manta style, so in the next few minutes he's gonna be able to finish that off. You have Nature's Prophet with the Pike going into BKB, and also Sanking has his Yule Scepter, so there's gonna be next round of items that's gonna help out tremendously. And Laurel, after dying for the first blood and that one death in the mid lane when they rotated with 3 heroes, still managing to do quite a lot.
Yeah, he is now had the chance to kill Panto plenty of times. He's dead 7 times already. 11 to 30. November 30th, also my birthday. And Maposhka's birthday.
Good to know.
It's a number, you know, just stuck out at me. I don't know. That's all I got.
You had to say it.
I didn't have to say it. I just thought it, and there's just not a lot of filter in between the thoughts and the sayings. So, it included Maposhka. That's why I said it.
Yeah, you guys together have like 17, 18,000 MMR.
Yeah, pretty much. If you knew hockey, I would say that's like Wayne Gretzky and his brother having a combined...
Wayne Gretzky's brother can't play hockey, or he doesn't even play hockey at all.
Wayne Gretzky owns all the records, except for the all-time goal scorer now. But a 10,000 net worth lead for...
Yeah, it's like America. You guys have all the World Cup trophies when it comes down to baseball, right?
Yeah, it's the World Series.
Yeah, it's a World Series.
To be fair, there is the World Baseball Classic. I think we won that last time. Nightfall. Not an easy kill on Maposhka. They've already shown that.
Dire are scanning.
A little bit of a slowdown here overall from Team Spirit, at least for a couple minutes. They're just getting their thoughts together as this is Aurora looking for an opening maybe onto that shrine. Unfortunately unable to get there, and Radon is now level 16. He's looking for that BKB, and once he gets there, he's going to feel almost unkillable.
There are abilities that still go through magic immunity, debuff immunity with the Global Silence, Tusk Punch, Doom, of course. So he can die. It's just that if they fully commit with all these ultis to try to grab one kill, the rest of the team is still going to suffer. This Linkensphere that you mentioned on Puck, Kiyotaka, getting closer to it, needs another 300 gold to finish it. That's going to be his defense tool against Viper Strike, against Spirit Breaker Charge. You would not expect Puck to itemize so defensively against Spirit Breaker, because you always have Phase Shift, you have Global Silence to back you up, but because Maposhka did such a good job reading the movement, he's kind of forced to go for it.
Yeah, I think after that kill bottom, where he read the Illusory Orb and forced him into a position where he's not going to be too careful, like, even if he's too careful, he's still caught. It just puts you in a position where you have to have that extra defensive armor.
Yeah.
And that's just Maposhka making Spirit Breaker, a hero we don't see often, feel broken in his hands. They are smoked. They are looking... They could potentially spot Nightfall if he stays a little bit too close.
BKB is being delivered on the courier.
Mira trying to get out, but now... Oh, Nightfall's into the tree, snowball over. That's on a collapse walrus punch used, and this should be at least a kill onto the Tusk. They will not find the Monkey King for a +1 though.
Radon continues to farm up in the triangle. BKB, as you said, already done. This hero has insane amount of farm, and this is the area where he loves to farm the most because of his innate ability. Getting all that extra damage between the trees. Kiyotaka is going to be able to blink out thanks to that Linkensphere.
Broke that Linken's, I believe, with the Yules, and then Naru through his Rod of Atos, but phase shifted the charge, was able to Illusory Orb into an escape, had that blink. It's that extra stack of abilities or items that are needed to have that control, which makes things a little bit difficult. Goes to the ult and thinks about it, but now the Dust and the Arcane Curse onto him and Radon. So Maposhka backs away.
Just thinking about committing. Radon TP'd in. Doesn't seem like they were on the same page there. And instead, they're gonna go for Roche. There is no Global Silence available. It's gonna come up online just about now, but the damage that they are doing to Roche is way too much with this Mjolnir, with Viper. There's not gonna be any attempt from Aurora.
Wrath of Nature action coming out. He'll pick up that Aegis on Radon. Kiyotaka sticking around, and that might be his downfall. They've got this Shadow Blade for Maposhka, and he is searching. He might wander into Kiyotaka. This could be an issue. We'll see if they're able to have any more follow-up. They got to get through that Linken's. Ooh. Throw Strike misses, phase shift, tries to get out, Waning Rift, pops the Linken's, Dream Coil even committed to get away from this. They'll snap it as Radon TPing forward, looking for Kiyotaka, but they just cannot hold on to the puck at the moment. They'll put the pressure on the tier 2 tower. Another barrel strike off the mark, the Arcane Curse on Oaro. He goes into the Sandstorm. Mules himself up into the air, and Radon is in pretty deep just to get a kill on a Panto.
Now they're on the same page.
Really, yeah, just free movements here for them. They're not getting the lockdown onto Puck, but Spirit can kind of do whatever they want to them.
Immediately keeping to the top lane, Miposhka trying to set things up. So is Collapse, continues to farm up. Did pick up a Blink Dagger and going into Hex next. They want to have some kind of an instant lockdown. This Puck could be a problem. A Lincoln Sphere is available on him, but they have multiple ways of proccing that Lincoln's. As you said, Dark Willow, she was looking to buy into Gleipnir, but wants to have that Road of Atos, because Gleipnir, like, he just wants to have something that's going to proc that Lincoln's, and is also starting to think about bigger items. He wants to be able to have a Dispel of his own, and maybe even get that Hex later. For now, it's just going to be a casual plate mill.
Kiyotaka knowing where the Obs is. Takes away that vision. Molara waiting inside this high ground, waiting to make the jump on a Kiyotaka. Charge is coming through, but Kiyotaka TP's out. Every time he shows bottom, he's aggressed on. We're done at that shrine a little early. TPing over, they find Panto again. 2 shots, he's dead. Has that Revenant's Brooch, he is super duper farmed. Burrow strike off the mark as Toronto Tokyo is able to blink away. And now they'll put the pressure onto the tier 2 mid. Really cutting into the map that Aurora have available to them.
Towers are melting. Every single time they grab one kill, they turn it into something. Whether that's Roshan, Tormentor, or another objective. Any tower that is left, Mira.
Here's the ult growth. Think about going for the Monkey King. Blink away from Mira. Force Staff, though, sprouting a kill for the side of Spirit again.
They're playing it so quickly, so ready to go on the other side. Yeah, you can't show on the map, otherwise you're straight up dead. You can see that they're trying to buy these Lincoln Spheres, one on Monkey King as well. They grab a kill here. There is no Tormentor available, not on the other side, so they will need to go to the bottom lane if they want to kill it. Shrine of Wisdom.
Both of them. Still the Aegis for a minute and a half. They can pull shrines, they move around the map, they almost catch Kiyotaka going for that shrine, but again, it's just Spirit you really can't show. So where are you going to feel safe? Maybe going for this Tormentor, but even then, we'll see. You'll get the Torn, but what are you going to give up for it? It's the tier 2 top, at least. Take these towers, like you said, very quickly.
Shard and Viper. That's going to be extra minus armor, extra bit of damage, and seems like they want to push the high ground. 50 seconds left on that Aegis. Radon calling the shot. He wants to go in. They feel very strong. You got to do something about this. They have no glyph available. They used it. So the tower is going to melt immediately.
Yeah, the Trance, the Shard on Viper makes these buildings absolutely melt. And same with their life. Mira's dead. The top set of racks are going to go next. And that might be what Aurora ends up calling. GG, go next. They'll hold out for now. The net worth deficit isn't as big as we've seen in this tournament, but it doesn't tell the full story. Spirit have just played the map so perfectly, and it's 35 kills in 30 minutes. Like, they just, you show yourself and you have to expect somebody from Spirit to be showing up.
They're showing maybe one support or immediately killing the creep wave that is close to the tower. Puck is the only one who can show. Others need to farm in these outer rings, not farm the lane creeps until the lane comes to the tower, which makes it very difficult for them to actually get any kind of gold. And if they want to wait it out, if they want to wait out on this Lincoln Sphere that Radon is going to pick up, that's going to be his defense tool against Doom. They also don't have many ways of proccing that Lincoln's with anyway, so very good item. Or if they want to wait out for next Roche, I wouldn't mind seeing that, but I could also see them get a kill, try to get a pick off, and now Lincoln Sphere on Doom. They did opt to go for it. There's Viper Strike, there is, of course, Spirit Breaker Charge. 1-2.
So defensive.
Yeah, very defensive. Not the items that you expect to see from Doom.
Dream Coil on a 2. Terrorize will be used, but the BKB comes out from Nightfall. They'll get the kill on Aru. They'll look over for Laurel. He'll yulls himself into the air. Can he burrow strike out of harm's way? He does for now. They've got the Sprout around Nightfall. Charge comes in that lands onto this Monkey King, but they throw the Doom out on a Radon. Doesn't have this Aegis. The double force staff away, trying to keep him alive. He's getting kind of low. They'll think about the epicenter. Laurel, not a lot of life left, but the Burrow Strike lands. They get the kill on Radon. They'll take out Kiyotaka. Down goes Nightfall. That's 2 heroes still without buyback on Aurora. The charge now hits onto Toronto Tokyo. Laurel dead to Mira. There's an Infernal Blade thrown onto Maposhka, but they'll end up trading out Mira, making it 3 for 3.
Not too bad of a fight for Aurora, considering everything. Fighting the 2-man coil, immediately killing Dark Willow, and then using a coil on Sanking, forcing him to get out. There is Gem on the ground, which nobody's picking up. Maposhka, he's going to be the one getting it in the end. But yeah, you could see the power of this Monkey King as well. Finally, we see Nightfall getting involved. If we could... Okay, we're going to first see the replay, but I also want to check something later, because they commit Global Silence, Coil, Wukong's command. He did a very good job waiting until the end with that Yule Scepter, and then for the first Global Silence to be removed the second Global Silence, and Toronto Tokyo, he was so ready. Before that, Lincoln Sphere was available, first Force Staff, and then Collapse also using the Force Staff. Still, gonna die in the end, but yeah, even Laurel's gonna die, so not too bad of a trade for Aurora. Problem is, next Roshan could be up very soon, and then there's going to be a Lincoln Sphere as well, so they will need to find a way how to deal with that. I would love to see the damage numbers, the hero damage numbers, because I feel Nightfall hasn't really been there. Yeah, sitting at only 9,000 hero damage, which is relatively low for Monkey King.
Considering it's close to Rue on the Dark Willow.
Yeah. And also Toronto Tokyo, less than 6,000 damage in 32 minutes as Doom.
Another quick respawn on this Roche.
Yeah. I was wondering what he's going to do with Doom, whether he wants to pick up a creep to be able to deal with that Lincoln Sphere, but seems like he wants to pick up a Force Staff, which is not too bad of an item, because sometimes you get stuck inside of the Sprout, and it's also a good way of aggressively proccing the Lincolns. You could get a creep, but seems like he's favoring War Stomp to have another way of controlling the team fight.
If they can break through that Lincolns, they showed they could kill Radon with the Doom. And it's very tough when he's in the right positioning, but Radon there kind of reacting to trying to save Laurel, puts himself in a position around a lot of these heroes on Aurora. Global Silence used very early, but the Boundless Strike with the Shard puts himself on top of Rue. That should be a kill for the side of Aurora. Do they want to reinitiate on this? They have Epicenter. Kind of want to protect this Roche that's now up. Who do they go for? Kiyotaka with the Illusory Orb thrown over, and they're still sticking nearby. Knowing that they're going to need an Aegis to start to really start this comeback. You know, with these defensive items of the Lincolns, you would love to have yourself with a damage item, and an Aegis would give them that moment to get those items. Wukong's Balance Strike, they're on top of Radon. Look for the War Stomp, look for the Doom, the BKB, and the TP out from Radon. They use that Epicenter, but now the TP out from Nightfall is not going to be in time. He's dead for 75, and now Kiyotaka's on the run. Force Staff forward, they pop that Lincolns. Face shifted to the Illusory Orb. He'll jaunt towards the north end.
Ready.
Collapses with him, and they've got that Hex. They'll go to the charge. This Lincolns is not available. The Burrow Strike connects, and Kiyotaka bounced around and killed off by the side of Team Spirit.
They still have Doom available. Puck has buyback. Problem is your Monkey does not have buyback available. So they might need to try to focus this Nature's Prophet. Massive problem is you're dooming Nature's Prophet, who has buyback available. So if you use Doom on him, he can come back to a fight with the buyback, and suddenly this game is over. All 3 lanes are getting pushed in.
Tops in the base, mids up the steps. Poshka's charging in pretty deep. They'll buy back on Kiyotaka. Walrus Punch, Snowball. Through with the Bramble Maze. That actually connects on a Kiyotaka. They get the kill on Poshka, but they're going to lose the tier 3 tower over bottom. Can they charge in for more? They've got the Hex from Collapse. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but the Curse Crown will pop. They go to the Dream Coil. That lands on Laurel, who will pop that BKB, but Kiyotaka doesn't exactly have enough to continue the chase.
They might need to back off. Collapse has no mana whatsoever. BKB has been used on Sanking, so Aurora doing a good job. Defensively, not losing anything other than tier 3 tower. And this wipe on silencer could be a very, very effective way of dealing with all that magic damage from Viper, Maelstrom procs, Sanking as well. This is the most damage you can get on Nature's Prophet. Getting that Parasma with Maelstrom / Mjolnir and also Revenant's Brooch, so you're reducing their magic damage. It synergizes so well. The Mjolnir procs, the crits from Revenant's Brooch, even Gunpowder Gauntlet.
All these things. We'll see if he switches it out too, by the way, the Gunpowder Gauntlet, because he's got 1 Madstone needed to go to the team.
Yeah.
Neutral.
Most likely he's going to go for something different. Let's see, maybe some Mindbreaker.
If he gets the options, he ends up taking the Magnifying Monocle with the Alert enchantment. So the extra attack speed, the extra night vision is really good.
He's about to crack level 25 as well in the next minute or so.
Another gem purchased for Aurora. Maposhka's such a pain. Usually 5 positions are easy to kill, but he is a Spirit Breaker with a lot of farm and a lot of levels. He's going into the Ags. He's 600 gold away. Could be back-to-back games where Maposhka grabs himself an Ags. He had it on the Bane in the last game. Had it pretty early on that Bane, too.
He did, yeah. This time around, once he picks up Aghanim Scepter, it could be really, really good against Doom. I think he wants to be able to tank it up, and with all that status resistance from Bulldoze, that could be pretty massive. Taking away from Nature's Prophet and then running. Even if he dies, he might still have buyback available. Not right now, because he wants to have that Ags, but yeah, very good item on Spirit Breaker in certain situations. Radon. Ooh, that was so close.
Wow. Burrow Strike pop the Lincolns. They go to the Global Silence. Shards, but an Ogre Seal Totem to get some distance. Global now on cooldown. Big spell to stay defensive with. Charges coming through on Amira. And Maposhka pretty quick, looking for that ult, but Yules buying some time. Mira with the dust. Toronto Tokyo off to the side. And another Treant now with the Mjolnir armor, ready to push as they go back into the Roche pit.
Amplify damage.
Be able to get another Aegis for Spirit.
I don't know if they want to let them have this, but it's already down to half HP. There's way too much damage.
Yeah. It dies so quickly. Alert Ogre Seal Totem now for Maposhka. That gives him that extra bonus night vision. Radon comes in. The Lincolns is popped. But Toronto Tokyo, he's going to hold his ground. He's not going to go just yet. And Mira's able to blink away. Radon TPing pretty aggressively after picking up that Aegis.
Can't afford it. Knowing that he's holding on to the Aegis, but there's also a lot of synergy in terms of magic damage. Let's say you get hit by Parasma, which reduces your magic resistance, couple of Viper poison attacks, which also reduce your magic resistance, and Sanking goes in, or a couple of right clicks from Nature's Prophet. It really starts to add up. Uh-oh. Monka moment, level 25 NP, 4,000 HP and 230 damage. Doom eats it one time.
Walrus Punch. Again, Radon has this Aegis, but can they kill him twice? They go to the epicenter with the Burrow Strike. That lands on a Kiyotaka as well as this Tusk. But the Terrorize will hold him in place. They'll go for the kill. They'll get Mira and Kiyotaka. 2 heroes dead without buyback. Down goes Nightfall. GG is called. Spirit will move on to the playoffs as they beat Aurora 2-0.
What an awesome performance in Game 1, Game 2, especially the way they've been moving across the map, setting up these kills, and also being able to just keep that pressure. This tri-lane that Aurora tried to do didn't really work out at the start, allowed Nature's Prophet to get some good levels, get to that level 6, and then with Spirit Breaker, he's charging top. They're making the moves in the bottom lane as well. Even Viper's making the moves. Very, very crisp moves from Team Spirit in this game too.
Yeah, looking really good, and Spirit put on a masterclass over Aurora. We're going to have Professor Lewis break it down. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm actually a professor, just not in Dota. Don't know what I'm talking about at all in esports, so I'm told. But whatever, that doesn't matter. That's easy to assess. A Team Spirit route.
Yeah, I mean, very good performance. I think we both liked the drafts in both of the games, just the way that they executed it. I think Aurora, to be fair, had a better drafting game too, but opting for this tri-lane, trying to make these moves, it just kind of hurt themselves. It really hindered them. Sure, they are trying to deal with the Viper versus Monkey King situation that they have at hand, but yeah, on top of that, Toronto Tokyo probably had one of the worst games I've seen from him in his entry to offlane. Constantly in top, he's like trying to hit these dooms, but he's getting sprouted and then bramble mazed, and he's just getting outplayed, putting it bluntly. And when your doom's not having the best game, and you're trying to activate your Monkey King, it's not really working, you are victim to Spirit just destroying you.
Yeah, this was some personal vendetta on Toronto Tokyo, I feel like. I don't know what he did to them. Well, they were together in a team long time ago, but still, this was absolutely obnoxious. The problem is as well, the whole map fell apart because of that top lane. When you think about it, leaving the Doom alone versus the Prophet is winning the lane, absolutely free farming, enables your Spirit Breaker Miposhka to do whatever the hell he wants to on the map, and Puck is literally sitting next to his tower, fighting off 3 at times 4 heroes.
What do you think the thought process was there with that? Because it's been a while since I've seen a team adopt that kind of approach.
What team are you talking about, Spirit or Aurora?
Well, leaving the
Prophet.
Yeah, why was the Doom?
Well, they weren't able to win the lane, so they started rotating a little bit, and even if it's 2 of them, they cannot really kill the Prophet because exactly that happened. They tried to go on him. Dark Willow is just nearby, or can even just TP in, use brambles, and they turn and fight, and Prophet is just stronger. There's a reason this hero is banned out all the time, and this is one of those. But it's really difficult. Like, these players are playing the map, meanwhile Prophet could connect, and your Spirit Breaker has at some point as much farm as the Doom, and Doom that maxed out Devour. So really, really difficult, but really well played by Miposhka and the boys.
How you doing?
Great to meet you. Nice. We got Miposhka, just in case you can hear that. You should
Instant
have his
interview.
Welcome.
Yeah, we were just talking about that Spirit Breaker player. Pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries. Yeah, glad to hear it. But yeah, so congratulations. This is where we just ask you questions, many of which will be generic and boring. But we'll start with you're playing really well right now. Runner-up at Raleigh as well. It's been a really good year for Spirit. What's been going so right for you guys?
I guess nothing special. We're just playing, just trying to win, I don't know, every match as possible. Like, we're not doing anything special, I guess. Like, just practicing, speaking between each other every time, like how we want to play, what we want to pick, and just trying to adapt in every match. So, yeah, just trying to win everything.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting year as well. We've got 6 very strong teams. You're one of them, of course. I mean, obviously, you've team spirit focused, but it's a very good time for competitive Dota in general.
I think not really, because too many tournaments, which is similar.
Too many?
Yeah, similar to each other, and you don't really feel that Dota is something like holiday. No, not holiday. I forgot word. You just cannot enjoy while you're playing, because too many tournaments. You're playing every time against same teams on same heroes, and it's really hard to create your own idea because of meta, and it's like you're just playing every time against same teams at same tournaments and same schedule.
Yeah.
So it's just boring.
It's good for us. I mean, I'm talking from a fan perspective.
Of course, it's good for
We're loving it.
spectators.
I'm sorry you're having a horrible time, but I'm loving it. So.
All right, but how about this though? The next time we get a big patch, we won't have the stats to enable the meta to be solved so quickly, because currently we're on the patch where we still had like Pro Tracker and stuff. So maybe we're one patch away from you having the happiness of playing so much Dota, inventing your own stuff.
Can you repeat? Sorry.
No worries. So Pro Tracker doesn't work anymore? We still had 7.38 with Pro Tracker. So a lot of the stuff we have is because of that. So 7.39, you get to invent. So we just need you to get a new patch. That's it. Yeah? No? You don't want a new patch?
Do I want a new patch? Yeah, definitely yes.
For 4TI or big one or small one?
I mean, for example, again after that tournament maybe.
Okay.
Before Blast.
Make it a rule. Every tournament, new patch.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, it
it.
would be
Every 2 weeks we get
everyone
a
on
new
this. Yeah, we can agree with that one. Yeah,
It would be amazing.
By the way, speaking of these stats being hidden and not being able to check everyone, like how do you prepare for drafts? Is it harder or still the same?
We just, I guess, we were just watching like what our opponent is playing in official games, and actually that's only information you can find. So, but I mean, I don't even see that any of teams even create something really interesting or special. Like usually you just picking like you're choosing only between like 50 heroes, and I don't really see some special heroes actually. I don't know. I actually didn't even change anything.
So everything is the same with.
Yeah, I think it's just because maybe of patch. But when new patch will release, it will really change a lot, I think.
What would you change? One big change to the game now.
I would change that system of rune spawning. Like I don't really like that you can, for example, control only one rune, and your opponent's also controlling another rune, and they can just get some DD or regeneration, but some runes of really disbalance. For example, regeneration on Storm Spirit. It's so annoying rune, and it's just random, so you cannot really. It's not objective a little bit. Like it's still objective, and you forcing some resources on it, but it's still random, you know, because sometimes you just couldn't control both runes, and one of you will definitely get the rune, and it will help a lot.
I do have one Spirit Breaker question. Was it a hero in this game because all the other melee heroes were maybe banned, or was there because like you saw the value in like the charge or the Aghanims, or like was there something else, or is it just the only one left?
You're right. We tried to find some melee hero in our draft, and we also decided that Willow would be good against Tusk on lane. That's what was on our idea, and we decided that guys, we need some melee hero because we already picked Viper, we have some Furion, and we need one more melee hero, and they also banned Clockwork and not remember
Elder Titan.
And ET. We also thought about ET, but that's not really tank melee hero, you know. He's usually staying
in the back.
In the back. So I said that I can play Clockwork, or maybe Spirit Breaker will be okay.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, and it was more than okay.
Yeah, and that's why we picked it.
All right, and I guess my final question: is it more satisfying to outdraft your opponent or to outplay your opponent as the captain?
That's a good one.
I think I enjoy in both ways.
Okay, equally. Okay.
Yeah, definitely equal.
Okay.
And in this game, you outplayed two of your former teammates, like quite a lot, like in the lane, through the game. Is it different, by the way, playing against them versus playing versus anyone else? Like, are there some emotions involved, or is it just another day?
I think they just still not good enough, to be honest, and they need to practice more. Because sometimes I feel like they're doing some weird things on lane or in the game too, but
so your messages get good, or
yeah.
You're not allowed to type that though. That's why you're saying it now. Yeah.
Be careful. we have rules.
So that's the only difference. I don't put something special against who I'm playing. Like just another team who I need to win.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, look, guys, you stay there, Maposhka. We're going to wrap up the show now. So let's take a look at the results from today. Yeah, you're not going anywhere yet. We're going to do it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You're okay. You're welcome to the show.
No, this is it. I'm preparing you for retirement. Long way away, of course.
Wait. We have him here. Any results here that
there you go.
that are strange for you? Something that's not expected, or all kind of expected out of these?
I guess all kind of expected. Maybe I would expect that Falcon will get at least one map, but 2-0 is also expect result.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's
like 0.
And Team Spirit Aurora, that also
Of
expected
course,
to, of course,
yeah,
yeah,
of course.
100%.
Right, well, let's see if any of these results surprise you. These are the ones from the secondary stream. Again, Maposhka, anything here? Any shocks, surprises?
Here,
quick look.
I guess I didn't expect that Shopify would take at least one map. They haven't. Okay, I didn't watch a third map, so I can't say that they would.
They lost in like 20 minutes.
Okay,
it's rough.
That's nothing special. NAVI Talon is hard for me to expect because I don't really know how the teams play. And Heroic, who's play against?
AVULUS.
AVULUS, yeah.
Yeah, that's still.
I don't know. It's the
going
same like Talon and NAVI. Like, I guess both teams are not kind of same level, so it's really hard to expect who will win. And last one, who it was?
That was it.
That was it, yeah.
AVULUS, Heroic, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, we can take a look at the schedule. We've got the schedule for the mainstream. Obviously, the game with Heroic and AVULUS is still going on, but this is what we've got coming at you tomorrow on the mainstream. Stream A, working backwards, we've got Aurora Gaming versus Team BB. Falcons will be taking on Tundra. That's an absolute banger. And my personal favorite, Team Tidebound, will be taking on Team Liquid. Which games do you like?
Actually, every game
Yeah?
I like because here's. I mean, I just like every opponent because I think they're also on like the same level, and every team can beat other team.
You've got a couple of days off. Do you enjoy watching the games? Are you going to play some pubs, scrims? Like, what's your balance between the days off?
We'll see. I think we just need to group up and discuss like what we're gonna do during these days. For example, I remember on previous Wallachia, we didn't really decide what we're gonna do, and we keep playing some Clone Wars. And when we start our playoff, if you remember, we played against Falcons, and we were like,
was that your Tinker draft?
Yeah,
I think didn't you play Tinker on that one?
Yeah,
it was.
There was one game.
Yeah. Sorry, I just remember it. Just came into my. I was like, yeah, it was
After
the Tinker
that game, I'm not playing Tinker.
Yeah,
anymore.
I know. That's why I remember it. I'm sorry.
Do you think the couple of days off are good for you or neutral? Like that you get some rest, or do the other teams that keep on playing have an advantage?
It's actually hard to say. Like we tried some different ways, like how to spend that break. Like we tried when we didn't play in both games. Only like first day we didn't play, second day we played some Clone Wars, and still it went not really good for us. Also we tried why we played both days. It also went bad for us. So this time I don't.
You don't play at all.
Yeah, play no days. Yeah.
Maybe. But
all right, guys.
At least. Tomorrow I definitely want to get some break because we came here after a rally and we didn't really take some good rest.
Yeah, no rest.
So tomorrow I would like to sleep at least. Yeah. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, look. That's it. That's the show. Thanks to, of course, the regulars. We got Lizard and T Governor, but of course, Maposhka. Thank you so much for joining us on the couch and having a bit of fun at the end of the show. But that is it. The last game, AVULUS Heroic, still ongoing over on the B stream. If you want to hop across there, you'll also be able to see tomorrow's schedule once that is concluded. But from us here in the studio, that is that. We'll be back tomorrow, so make sure you join us. Until then, take care.
Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuței bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând, cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut? Pustișoara lui, pustișoara lui, sirișorul lui. Ura câmpului, bănaș cu oile, bată-mi de câine, că ai lăsat oile și-a plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Văzut, nu le-am văzut, du-du-du-du-du. Din păscuțe le-am păscut, du-du-du-du-du. Prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiță, nu mai capte din căpriuțu. părinți stăpâniți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să minte o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Dumioara mea să te Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de câinii, că-ai lăsat tu oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Văzut nu le-am văzut, du-ru-du-ru-du. Din păscuțel le-am pescut, du-ru-du-ru-du. Prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlana, fântâna lui Gheorghiță, nu mai capte din căpriu.